In 2025, dungeons began to appear all over the world, causing major earthquakes. Inside the dungeons were things known as relics. Relics were items that only existed in myths, fairy tales, or heroic epics. But now, they appeared in reality, bringing immense power, granting those lucky enough to possess them countless different abilities. The male lead, Seo Du-hoen, was no exception. Except his adventure began later than most. After much hardship, Seo Du-hoen finally found an incredibly powerful relic called the Architect. It was a relic that granted its possessor vast knowledge about dungeons and important information related to other relics. You could say Seo Du-hoen hit the jackpot. From now on, he could start a new life as the possessor of an extraordinary relic. However, at the time Seo Du-hoen obtained the relic, the law restricting individuals from using them was also enacted. Thus, Seo Du-hoen was forced to use all his talents and sell himself to capital. But in the end, Seo Du-hoen fell into a trap set by the director Taejun, simply because the superior skills he possessed made the director feel threatened. Seo Du-hoen was strong, but his opponent in this battle was no slouch either. After a long struggle, he was now completely exhausted. As Seo Du-hoen gave up, the snake's mouth, filled with sharp teeth, opened wide. Seo Du-hoen swore at this moment that he would take Taejun's life at all costs, and his resentment aroused the interest of a nearby relic. Then I will give you another chance to see if, with this opportunity, you can truly claim the throne. As the strange voice echoed, a blinding light appeared simultaneously. Amidst the light, Seo Du-hoen saw the silhouette of a crow. The light grew brighter and brighter, causing Seo Du-hoen to temporarily lose his vision. He only remembered seeing a crow. Was that really a relic? So was that the Veng Hero relic? Or Rengo? A moment later, when his vision returned, the first thing Du-hoen saw was his intact legs. He was so shocked that he jumped up. Not just his legs, but his entire body was unscathed. The wounds had completely disappeared. What is this? Seo Du-hoen couldn't help but shout. Then he realized he was in a police station, and because of his actions, all eyes were now on him. What nonsense are you spouting? I'm asking for your information. Do you think we have all night to play with you? The police officer facing Seo Du-hoen said impatiently. Now, please state your name. Seo Du-hoen didn't know why he was here with this unblemished body. He didn't know if this was a dream or a hallucination, because it felt too real. But he was sure it was the work of that crow. Just because he was overthinking these things, the police officer repeated the request for his name 3 times. But Seo Du-hoen still didn't answer, and he succeeded in driving the other party crazy. I'm going insane! This year is known as the year everyone stays at the station. What a terrible 2025. The officer's words snapped Seo Du-hoen out of his daze. What did he just say? This is 2025? What the hell is going on? Seo Du-hoen's eyes darted around and landed directly on the digital clock on the wall. Today is indeed May 1st, 2025. And looking closely, the high school kid sitting next to him looked a bit familiar. He remembered that he once got into a fight with a drunken high school kid and was brought to the police station. Seo Du-hoen's hands unconsciously clenched. What was happening was truly unbelievable. So the opportunity that Crow mentioned was reversing time, taking you back 15 years? If this is 2025, then the world is still peaceful. Dungeons haven't appeared yet, and it's even before the prominent relics show up. A bold thought flashed through Seo Du-hoen's mind. If so, with the information he has from his past life, he can collect all the relics before anyone else. Thinking of this, Seo Du-hoen couldn't help but smirk. Haha, things are starting to get exciting. Seo Du-hoen thought that after the world was submerged by dungeons and relics, nothing could surprise him anymore, because he had already experienced too many unbelievable things. But in just a short time, he had experienced 3 surprises. First, he didn't expect that one day a professional Tomb Raider like him would tremble with fear in a dungeon. Second, he didn't expect that the mission was a trap set by June. And finally, the most unexpected thing was that right before kicking the bucket, he suddenly got reborn and went back 15 years. Seo Du-hoen naturally couldn't imagine this could happen, but it seems like this is the biggest opportunity he's ever had, because now he can seize the relics before anyone else. Are you even listening to me? A voice pierced Seo Du-hoen's eardrums, pulling him back. Reality, what's wrong with you? Suddenly spacing out and not paying attention to the police officer? Do you think this is a joke? This time, it was the student's mother who spoke. She was loudly scolding Seo Du-hoen for thinking he could get away with hurting a high schooler and demanding he either pay for a settlement or go to jail. The constant yelling in his ear made Seo Du-hoen extremely uncomfortable. Okay, he needs to deal with this issue first. Although it happened 15 years ago, everything was still crystal clear in his memory. That brat was drunk and kept provoking Seo Du-hoen to fight. At first, he tried to ignore him, but because the other party kept harassing him relentlessly, Seo Du-hoen got annoyed and decided to punch him. However, it seemed like this was the brat's scheme from the beginning, because before Seo Du-hoen even touched him, he fell down and started faking it. In the end, he had to kneel down and apologize to the mother and son, and pay compensation to avoid being sued. Thinking back on this, Seo Du-hoen's blood boiled with anger. Most importantly, he doesn't have any money to pay for a settlement right now. No money? Thinking of this, Seo Du-hoen started to worry again. If he doesn't have money, how should he start collecting all the relics now? Seo Du-hoen is a typical example of someone who is easily distracted. As a result, he once again forgot about the main problem at hand because he was thinking about something else. The brat's mother was furious at being ignored by Seo Du-hoen, so she raised her hand, intending to slap him. However, even though Seo Du-hoen has returned to being a young man, his reflexes and experience are still those of a tomb-raiding king who has traveled half his life. So he easily grabbed her hand. While performing this action instinctively, even Seo Du-hoen was surprised. It seems that even though the architect's relic, which was external, is gone, his combat skills are still intact. It will become the biggest advantage in the process of him recollecting the relics. Thinking of this, Seo Du-hoen felt much more confident. With one hand still holding the old woman's hand, he stood up and said, "Calm down, ma'am, your son was the one who started it. And don't you think you're being ridiculous? Like mother, like son?" When Seo Du-hoen said these words, the brat's temper immediately flared up. He rushed towards him, unable to control himself, and threw a punch. "What did you say, you bastard? I was going to be generous and forgive you," but it seemed like he didn't even finish his sentence, nor did the fist land, because Seo Du-hoen managed to dodge it, then seized the brat's wrist and slammed him to the ground. His lying face smashed hard into the ground, hurting so much that he wouldn't stop wailing. Seo Du-hoen felt lighter than before, probably because he wasn't suffering the side effects from the sacred relic yet. At this point, the police officers couldn't stand it anymore and stood up to yell, "Stop it! What do you think you're doing in the police station?" Seo Du-hoen let go, then turned to the cops nonchalantly and said, "Listen, I don't have any money to give them, so just lock me up." The brat's mother's eyes widened when she heard this, and she shrieked, "Are you crazy? You'd rather have a criminal record than pay compensation? Fine, you really are a loser." If it were the Seo Du-hoen from his previous life, he would actually be scared. But now those words, criminal record, mean nothing, because once the sacred relics appear, the world will descend into chaos, and those petty laws will be useless. Sitting in the holding cell, Seo Du-hoen thought a lot. Luckily, he retained his fighting skills. But that's still not enough. If he wants to acquire a lot of sacred relics, he has to figure out how to make money. Just then, a purple light flashed before Seo Du-hoen's eyes. He immediately stood up and yelled, looking around, "That crow, are you stalking me? What the hell did you do to me?" There was no response, but several system screens appeared one after another in front of Seo Du-hoen, question marks popping up above his head. "You damn crow, a game screen? Do you think my life is just a game?" Frustrated, Seo Du-hoen swung his fist, but it went right through the bars. Then another window popped up in front of him. A newly issued quest requiring Shoen to recover Tom Brader's 4 basic skills, while currently the only awakened skill is scouting the barracks, allowing Du-hoen to see everything within a 1-meter radius. "What's going on? Keep it down!" Because of Seo Du-hoen's shout, a police officer had to come down to the holding cell to warn him. Based on the officer's reaction, Seo Du-hoen was certain that he was the only one who could see the system screen. Even though he doesn't know where it came from, now that he thinks about it, having a system is kind of interesting, isn't it? Moreover, the scouting the barracks skill, which allows him to see everything within a 1-meter radius, is exactly the same as the skill he got from the architect's sacred relic in his past life. It seems all the skills from his previous life have been converted into this system, and he has to rely on it to restore all of his strength from his previous life. Now that Seo Du-hoen thinks about it, this is pretty useful, isn't it? Because if he actually has these kinds of skills, he won't have to struggle to find that architect's sacred relic anymore. But Seo Du-hoen can't figure out what the crow is planning, because normally, sacred relics don't just help people for no reason. "Hey, Seo Du-hoen!" Just as he thought of this, he heard someone calling his name. Looking through the bars of the holding cell, Seo Du-hoen saw a familiar face. Detective Kim Jeon-yu. This is the older brother who took care of him after he became an orphan, and has always treated him like family. Kim Jeon-yu came to bail out Seo Du-hoen and ensure that he wouldn't get a criminal record for this. He kept rambling on about how that third-year middle schooler had caused trouble multiple times. But all Lu Dongli noticed was Kim Jeon-u's youthful face from 15 years ago. It was a truly strange feeling. Then, something suddenly occurred to him, and he asked, "Jeon-u Hyung, there's something I wanted to ask you. Have you received any information about unusual incidents? Or any reports related to supernatural abilities, perhaps?" "What? Are you drunk?" Kim Jeon-yu immediately questioned, looking at his face. He didn't seem to be lying. Lu Dongli guessed that, at this point, no relic users had emerged yet. "Alright, just kidding. Go home and rest, Hyung." Lu Dongli pushed Kim Jeon-u away, then started pondering a few things. May 1st, 2025. This was clearly a time when dungeons had appeared in many places, but there hadn't been any major commotion because relic users hadn't emerged yet. In other words, this was the perfect time for him to act. Because Lu Dongli could use skills, his chances of success were very high, But the problem was he didn't have any money, because the best relics appeared somewhere outside of Europe or America. Where was he supposed to get the money for a plane ticket? Oh, Lu Dongli, why are you wandering around at this hour? If you're meeting these guys, you should try to make some money. Someone else called out Lu Dongli's name. It was only the first day of his rebirth, and he was already running into so many familiar faces. As soon as Lu Dongli saw the thugs appear before him, the corners of his lips curled up into a sinister smile. It seemed he'd found a way to make money. Hey, Lu Dongli, do you have no manners? You should bow down and greet your seniors. Seeing that Lu Dongli didn't respond, the other party continued to speak haughtily. This bastard's name was Park Kyeon-T. He was originally just some street thug, but now he and his older sister, Park Kyeon-Do, were working as art brokers. They ran a few art galleries together and did nothing but cause trouble all day long. Back in high school, Lu Dongli needed money urgently, so he had worked part-time for them. He only intended to work for a short time, but Park Kyeon-T wouldn't let him go easily and made him work until he turned 20. Back then, even though he worked hard, Lu Dongli was often bullied. The other party kept him around by threatening not to pay him and treating him like a dog. Now that they had met again, Lu Dongli's anger was about to explode. Seeing that he didn't respond, a blonde guy stepped forward and started to berate him. Why do you dare not answer? You bastard, do you need a beating to wake you up? As soon as he finished speaking, Lu Dongli's fist flew out. His body was light, and his fist was powerful. This guy was punched in the face and immediately fell backward amidst the surprised gazes of the others. Not waiting for them to recover, Lu Dongli declared clearly, "You trash. I'm declaring that I won't work for you guys anymore starting today, and before I leave, you have to pay me all the back wages and severance pay," Lu Dongli said, cracking his knuckles, his eyes becoming incredibly dangerous. The others were also taken aback by his aura. They paused for a few seconds, then started laughing loudly. Haha, I think this guy's lived long enough, huh? Has he been beaten so much he's become stupid? Then one of them lunged toward him, but Lu Dongli's fist was extremely powerful, and he knocked down another one in an instant. After giving him a punch, he even grabbed his hair and kneed him. This blow should be enough to knock him unconscious. Lu Dongli's sudden change was surprising enough, but the fact that he was suddenly so strong was even more surprising to these thugs. To be sure, they decided to rush him all at once, but the result wasn't any better than it was for the previous two. With his 15 years of fighting experience, Seo Du-hoen easily dealt with them in the blink of an eye. Seeing the thugs' panicked expressions, Seo Du-hoen felt extremely gratified. This was the result of 15 long years facing all sorts of enemies. Using it today to teach a lesson to the ones who bullied him back then really hit the spot. Are you guys done already? I feel sorry for you guys, because the world is going to get even harder to live in from now on. Seeing him acting so cocky, Park Kyeong-T even angrily pulled out a fake knife. We took you in and taught you a lesson, and now you're repaying us like this? Looks like I have to cut you up for you to wake up, right? Seeing that sharp knife, Park Kyeong-T's underlings hurriedly tried to dissuade him. But his anger had clouded his mind at this point. Park Kyeong-T no longer cared about the law or the police. He just wanted to take Seo Du-hoen's life. However, he noticed something unusual. The knife in Park Kyeong-T's hand was actually a relic. Even though he didn't know how he got it, it wasn't that surprising. Originally, most relics attract people by creating massive dungeons, but some relics secretly hide within human society. But anyway, after seeing it, Seo Du-hoen had already decided that the knife would become the first relic he owned in this life. Park Kyeong-T aggressively charged forward, wildly swinging the knife in his hand, but Seo Du-hoen was as agile as a panther and leaned to dodge. He took the opportunity to grab the opponent's arm, twisting it back, forcing him to point the knife at his own throat. Park Kyeong-T's arm trembled uncontrollably, because if Seo Du-hoen used just a little more force, the knife would stab straight into his throat. You're pretty bold, daring to use a knife on me, Seo Du-hoen whispered in his ear, making his skin crawl all over. The remaining thugs were very anxious when they saw this scene, but none of them dared to rush forward for fear that Seo Du-hoen would act impulsively and cause their boss to lose his life. However, he wasn't interested in taking the life of this scum, and just lightly snatched the knife from his hand. I'll use this knife in your place. Now watch closely how to use it. Seo Du-hoen gripped the relic tightly in his hand, then activated his appraisal skill. Instantly, his eyes turned into a scanner, seeing through the internal structure of the thugs' bodies. As for this group of hooligans, they really didn't shed a tear until they saw the coffin, wanting to rush forward again even after Seo Du-hoen had fed them a mouthful of dirt. This time, they didn't even touch a strand of his hair, and instead, they were bloodied by the knife. They started screaming in pain. Seo Du-hoen started feeling a headache. Don't scream, I didn't cut too deep. But if you still refuse to cough up the money, things will get worse. Hand over the money, if you don't want to die, Seo Du-hoen threatened. The mental pressure radiating from him was too great. Coupled with the beating they just received, the group finally gave in. They were forced to pay Seo Du-hoen. Afterward, Park Kyeong-T had no choice but to call his older sister, Park Kung-do, to tattle. The person on the other end of the line practically screamed into the phone after hearing what happened. What did you say? You guys were all beaten to a pulp by Seo Du-hoen and had your money stolen? You can't come up with a more believable excuse? Who would believe that? Park Kyung-tae cried and complained of injustice. It was understandable that Park Kung-do didn't believe it, because Seo Do-hoen had always been the weak one they bullied. I don't know what's going on either. Just yesterday, he didn't know how to fight at all. But now he's completely different. His eyes are full of murderous intent, and his attacks are vicious. Park Kung-do sighed, then asked, "So how much money did you lose in total?" "I lost all the money in the bank and the goods that were about to be traded too." Park Kyung-tae stuttered in response, and what awaited him was another ear-splitting scream. "You idiot, did you lose the statue too?" Remembering back then, after robbing all the cash from Park Kung-tae's group, Seo Do-ho still complained that the money wasn't enough. His murderous gaze swept over the group of thugs, then he threatened, "If I find anything else on you guys, you're done for." This threat really worked, because then, before he even needed to search them himself, Park Kung-tae had to take out a golden Buddha statue. Seo Do-ho didn't know what it was, but it looked expensive. Moreover, those thugs kept begging him not to take it. So Seo Do-ho was even more certain of the item's value. And in the end, he snatched it away despite Park Kung-tae's group's hopeless cries. Park Kung-do's face turned ashen after hearing the story. Her voice was icy. "Get it back at all costs. Get it back for me immediately. These blockheads." After getting the item, Seo Do-ho immediately took it to a pawn shop hoping to make a fortune. But the shop owner took one look and said that the statue wasn't worth even 50,000 won and advised him to take it home for decoration instead. No way! Seo Do-ho was stunned. But the owner insisted that he could tell at a glance that no one would buy it. Seo Do-ho thought for a long time. That bastard Park Kung-tae acted like this statue was worth millions of won. Could it really just be junk? After leaving the pawn shop, he was still thinking about it. Seo Do-ho clearly felt that this thing was valuable. Could his feeling be wrong? Because there was no architect relic here? Seo Do-ho's eyes were fixed on the statue. Then the system window appeared again, announcing that thanks to his scouting skill, he had discovered something suspicious inside the Buddha statue. Seo Do-ho made an "oh" sound. He understood. The thing that really scared Park Kung-tae was inside this statue. He immediately took out the relic knife, then made a few basic cuts to chop the statue into 4 pieces. Inside was a plastic bottle containing some kind of liquid. Although he didn't know exactly what this was, Seo Do-ho immediately guessed that it was some kind of addictive drug. Thinking about it, Park Kung-tae and his sister own hundreds of art studios. If all those studios were a cover for selling illegal drugs, then getting rich wouldn't be unreasonable. Moreover, the 2 Park siblings didn't seem like the type to work honestly for money. Thinking of this, he immediately took out his phone and called Kim Ji-yeon. The reward for reporting drug possession is as high as 100 million won. Why not report it? In another development, Park Kung-do and her art studio are in trouble. Because she couldn't deliver the goods to the client on time, that old hag got chewed out until she was withered and beaten by some chairmen. After Park Kung-do begged and pleaded for an extension on the delivery date until his tongue was worn out, Park Kung-tae returned with a bruised and battered face. More importantly, he was being escorted by 2 complete strangers. "Where the hell have you been? Have you found the Buddha statue yet?" Park Kung-dung roared. But as soon as he finished speaking, he noticed something was wrong, because Park Kung-tae was in handcuffs at that moment. "We received a tip that you people are organizing the illegal sale of narcotics." Kim Ji-yeon took out his documents, and then accused the other party. Although accused by the police, Park Kung-do naturally refused to admit it. She said that her place was full of artworks, and she was an absolutely law-abiding citizen. This made Kim Ji-yeon unable to resist laughing. Why do criminals always say the exact same things? How entertaining. We have enough evidence here already. We also know very well that this isn't everything you have. You also have countless of these things stored in the warehouse, don't you? Hearing this, Park Kung-do was stunned and didn't know how to retort. Meanwhile, Seo Do-ho had led another group of officers down to the warehouse. He easily unlocked the door thanks to his extraordinary memory. In his past life, it could be said that memorization was Seo Do-ho's only talent. It was because of that ability that Park Kung-do wanted to take advantage of him. When he worked in the warehouse, he initially encountered difficulties because each warehouse had a different password. At first, Seo Do-ho didn't suspect anything. He just felt annoyed that he had to memorize them all. Who knew that it would become the key to exposing the criminals in this life? Everything went according to plan. Now he just needs the reward money, and he can start collecting relics. Just thinking about it made Seo Do-ho feel so refreshed. Then he borrowed the phones of the 2 officers, accompanying him to call Kim Ji-yeon. At this time, he had already arrested Park Kung-do, and she was still resisting fiercely. Seo Do-ho asked Kim Ji-yeon to pass the phone to Park Kung-do for a moment, and from the other end of the line his voice rang out mockingly. "Hello, auntie. You should have treated me better. If I worked hard, you should have paid me in full. And you should change the warehouse password every 6 months. But it's too late now. Enjoy your vacation in prison." Park Kung-do was initially confident that the police would not be able to crack the code, but when she heard Seo Do-ho say this, her face turned pale. This crazy woman began to curse madly, vowing that she would take Seo Do-ho's life. But now she no longer has the opportunity to take revenge, while the prison door is wide open, and waiting. That night, Seo Do-ho returned home in a more comfortable mood than ever. On the way, he received a message from Kim Ji-yeon. Do-ho, you did great. I'm proud of you. You'll get the 100 million reward soon. Remember, not to spend it all frivolously. You have to learn how to spend money wisely. Got it? These messages made Seo Do-ho feel warm inside. Even though Kim Ji-yeon now has a family and lives separately, he's always worried about him like a younger brother. Leaving that aside, the 100 million won was a pretty good start. Now Seo Do-ho has the capital to prepare for the sacred relic collection process. He swore that he would find that bastard, Kwan-zu, and make him pay for what he did to him in his past life. As he was walking and thinking, Seo Do-ho arrived near his home, but the scene in front of him made his jaw drop in astonishment. Where's my house? The apartment where he lived was now covered by a tomb. This must be a tomb created by a sacred relic. The people surrounding it were extremely terrified, and their attitude was not surprising at all. It's only natural that people who have never seen a tomb before would panic at this sight. Both sacred relics and tombs contain terrifying power. That's why they often cause major disturbances. Thinking back, around this time in his past life, Si Du-en received a call from his roommate. He said in a panic that their apartment had disappeared, and he didn't know what to do next. At that time, Do-hoen didn't understand what was going on, and didn't have time to talk on the phone for long, because he was being forced to do hard labor by Park Kyung-tae. After finishing work and returning home, everything was normal. So Si Do-hoen at the time just thought his roommate was joking. But now that he thinks about it, when he came home and didn't see any strange phenomena, it meant that the tomb had disappeared because someone had successfully conquered it. Seo Do-ho looked at the crowd gathered around and guessed that the culprit was also around here. But this life, he won't let things go down the same path. A sacred relic inside that tomb must belong to him. Please don't shoot me. A familiar voice made Seo Do-hoen turn around. He recognized the owner of the voice as Kim Dong-hun, his roommate, and he was being held at gunpoint by a military officer. Silence! Do I look like I'm joking with you? Don't ask questions. Where do you live? He was cut short by a kick from Do-hoen that hit his chin and sent him tumbling backward. Everyone was shocked by his actions, but someone remained calm in front of the officer. How dare you point a gun at a civilian? Then, he turned to Kim Dong-hun. Long time no see, you haven't changed a bit, have you? You crybaby. A look of confusion appeared on Kim Dong-hun's face. That's right. To Seen, it had been 15 years since they met. But for Kim Dong-hun, they had just met that morning. Anyway, back to the matter at hand. The officer finally woke up groggily after lying face down on the ground for a while. Seo Do-hoen's thunderous kick had calmed him down. Sorry, I lost control for a moment. Whatever, but explain. Why is the military here? Aren't these issues usually handled by the police? Si Do-hoen questioned. When he saw the military, he felt something was off. Don't tell me you guys are trying to enter that tomb? This is top secret information, the military officer replied tensely. Seo Do-hoen wanted to know the reason, because all he knew now was that the government could be his opponent. But why did they know about the existence of the sacred relic so early? So Seo Do-hoen stepped forward and pressed the officer. Don't mess around. I live in that building, so I have the right to know the truth. I need to know why armed soldiers are here. I don't think you realize you're making a big mistake. Do you know I can report you to the authorities for pointing a gun at a civilian? If you're smart, don't make things worse. I just want to know the reason. The more Seo Do-hoen spoke, the more tense the soldier looked. Finally, he gave in and stammered that the military was trying to understand the tomb and excavate what was inside it. At the same time, he reassured Seo Do-hoen by promising that they would ensure absolute safety for civilians. We've invited foreign experts, so I'm sure everything will be fine, he added. The words foreign experts almost explained Swen's suspicions. It seems they were the ones who solved the tomb in his past life, because at this point, the Korean government didn't have the power to do it. Alright, thanks for letting me know. Now I feel much safer. Keep up the good work, Seo Do-hoen said to the soldier. Then he turned back to Kim Dong-hun, reminding him, don't do anything, and stay put. Before Kim Dong-hun could even figure out what was going on, Seo Do-hoen had already left like a whirlwind. Although he felt his roommate was acting quite strange today, Seo Do-hoen didn't give Kim Dong-hun any chance to ask for clarification. At this time, behind the tomb, a foreign specialist named Linda Walker was indeed present. She was contacting someone in her home country through her phone. Are you sure the Korean government knows nothing about the tomb? I believe so. Why do you keep asking? The person on the other end replied, because there are so many soldiers deployed here. Because they are trying their best to support us. Alright, there are many people there who understand English, so don't say too much. How far along is the mission? The explosive device will be activated soon. Everything is proceeding smoothly. I won't let my guard down until the very last moment, Linda affirmed confidently, then hung up the phone. But as soon as she ended the call, she saw a face she didn't want to see at all. It was A.B. Kiyoshi from the Japanese excavation team. His presence here presented a major obstacle to Linda's plan to deceive the Korean government and monopolize the relic. You look surprised. I should be the one here, not you. After all, we're neighbors with Korea, while you're from America. Quite a distance, isn't it? Are you so desperate that you came all the way here to steal? The word steal made Linda grind her teeth in anger. She said that she was only here on behalf of her organization to recover a relic that had been stolen from them, and that her mission with the international police was to maintain peace and conduct safe experiments related to the relic. But of course, Kiyoshi wouldn't believe this clumsy excuse. Oh, how wonderful. If we promise that we can also conduct the experiments safely, are we allowed to keep the relic? We all know you're not allowed to. Kiyoshi's tone was full of sarcasm. Why do you think we should believe you? We have a common goal now, so let's not waste time with these pointless stories. I assure you, the relic will be ours. Kiyoshi didn't bother hiding his intentions, and laid his cards on the table with Linda. Of course, she was also determined to snatch the relic for her own organization, and their conversation was all overheard by Suen. At a glance, he could tell that these two were a CIA agent and a member of the Japanese excavation team. Moreover, they were both quite skilled. Although tombs had begun to appear all over the world at this time, the existence of relics and tombs was only considered a harbinger at the time. At that time, a few pioneering countries began to truly understand the real meaning behind the existence of relics. Among them, Japan and the United States were the earliest. They began to conduct secret research on the relics and searched around in other countries. In other words, both Linda and Kiyoshi came to Korea with the aim of monopolizing this relic. But the variable in this life was Suhwen's rebirth, and he vowed that he wouldn't let this relic slip away. He just didn't understand why those two were standing there arguing idly when time was running out. It seemed that because relics and tombs hadn't appeared for long, their abilities were still quite amateurish. They even planned to blow up the tomb. If that was the case, then he had to seize the opportunity and get ahead. Relying on his experience, Seo Duhoan quickly found the ancient characters of the tomb. Relics are actually very funny entities. They want to introduce themselves in their own way and hope to be noticed by humanity. It's as if they think they are the main characters in a fantasy world. And these ancient texts are one of the ways for the sacred relic to attract humanity's attention. If you can decipher them, the sacred relic will tell you where the entrance is, as well as what kind of traps are in that tomb. Basically, the ancient text gives you very detailed information about the tomb. At this point, most people can't decipher these ancient texts accurately. But for someone with 15 years of experience like Shoen, it's too simple. After a moment of observation, he found the entrance. Just then, the system window appeared again, announcing that Soen has unlocked a new title, the Special Decipherer, and discovered another of Tom Brider's 4 skills. Linguistic savvy. This skill allows him to understand, learn, and conceptualize any language. It also allows the user to hear the voices and communicate with the sacred relics. Shoen didn't think that quickly, but he has unlocked another new skill. The mission progress is already halfway done. Now, let's go into the tomb. Shoen followed a small canal and finally found the entrance. He took out the sacred relic he had snatched from Parung Ti and slammed it hard into the character appearing on the stone pillar. The ancient text gradually blurred. The letter in the center flashed a brilliant golden light. Yu Hoen was standing still observing, when he suddenly saw the system window appear next to him. It gave a warning. You have detected a soul pressure approaching. Immediately afterwards, a violent surge of energy suddenly erupted from under the ground. A fiery red pillar of light shot straight into the sky, and the surrounding area was instantly submerged in a dazzling red color. The commotion here was too loud. Linda and Kiyoshi quickly detected the existence of the pillar of light. What the hell is that? A subordinate ran up to report. It seems the tomb's gate has been opened. Kiyoshi looked doubtful. Is that light the entrance? He couldn't wait to see it for himself and ran off in a flash. Linda anxiously stopped him. Wait! Kiyoshi walked over and instructed a young soldier. You guys stay here. A second explosion could happen at any time. Make sure people don't get close. Did you hear? Linda witnessed the scene just now and couldn't help but say sarcastically, what a cunning guy. Kiyoshi didn't deny it, just smiled apologetically. If those guys interfere with our work, things will only become more complicated. You know that, so why are you still blaming me? The two quickly arrived in front of the position where the pillar of light appeared and exclaimed in delight, here it is. Looking closely, it's a huge pillar of light. Kiyoshi tried to peek down and muttered, damn it, it's too bright. I can't see the bottom at all. Linda picked up a rock and threw it straight down to probe the depth. The two stood at the edge of the deep pit, silently listening for the sound to echo up. After a while, Kiyoshi looked at the person next to him with joy. It seems like there's water down there. Linda was a bit more cautious. But then, Kiyoshi thought for a moment and jumped straight down. If so, Linda stood beside him, wanting to stop him, but it was too late. Wait! Inside the tomb, Yu Hoen groped his way along the cliff face in the darkness. He detected a sound behind him, and muttered expressionlessly, idiots, they're following me. Yu Hoen suddenly had an idea. He used a lighter to illuminate the ancient texts on the cliff face, to give them some trouble. With the preparations completed, Yu Hoen chuckled. All right, activate the trap. In a nearby corner, Kiyoshi struggled to climb ashore. He breathed a sigh of relief. It's underground water! Linda, just barely clinging to the rope as she climbed down, quipped sarcastically. You didn't even bother planning ahead. How brilliant! Just then, The two of them suddenly heard some kind of noise. Linda whipped around to look behind her. She shone her flashlight around. "What's that sound?" Kiyoshi frowned deeply. "It's getting closer." By the time they could see clearly, a massive wave of water was rushing towards them. Kiyoshi immediately took off, yelling in a panic. "What the hell? Where's all this water coming from?" Linda followed behind him. But their speed was no match for the force of the water, and they were instantly submerged. Kiyoshi and Linda were tossed around in the icy water, coughing and struggling to stay afloat. Cut to another location. Yu Hoen leisurely followed the path, focused on what lay ahead. Suddenly, his eyes lit up. Yu Hoen muttered to himself in a low voice. "Found it!" In front of him was a crystal-clear pool of water, its surface reflecting a soft light. Yu Hoen lowered his gaze to the dagger in his hand. "This is all I've got to work with. Guess I'll have to use it." No sooner said than done. He tossed the dagger into the pool without hesitation. Immediately, the once calm surface of the water erupted into swirling ripples that spread outwards. A giant serpent suddenly emerged from the water, its tongue flicking out to face Yu Hoen. It spoke slowly. "What troubled soul has dropped something?" The snake opened its mouth wide, revealing two daggers neatly arranged inside. It urged, "Now answer me. There is a golden dagger and a silver dagger. Which one is yours?" The corner of Yu Hoen's mouth twitched slightly, thinking, such an easy question. According to what he knew, the relics in this catacomb were called the Golden Axe and Silver Axe. It's based on a fairy tale originating from Aesop's fable, The Goddess and the Woodcutter. Yu Hoen thought to himself. The story is known in many countries, so foreigners can easily overcome this challenge. He smirked. But it's too late. These relics are mine. With that thought, Yu Hoen raised his head and answered the serpent. Neither of them are mine. Upon receiving his answer, the giant serpent's eyes widened. It opened its mouth once more. Inside is the golden-hilted dagger, so this is yours. Yu Hoen didn't rush to answer it, thinking, that's right, it is mine. If I answer like that, I will not only get my dagger back, but also receive the golden axe and silver axe as gifts. But things can't be that simple. His eyes glared intently at the serpent. But Yu Hoen smiled and offered, "Can I check if it's really my weapon?" The serpent agreed. Of course. It approached Yu Hoen without suspicion, obediently opening its mouth to allow him to act. The dagger rested neatly inside the serpent's mouth. Yu Hoen slowly grasped the hilt. In the next second, he unexpectedly used that very dagger to slash deeply into the serpent's body. Fresh blood spurted out, and it roared in fury. "What are you doing? Why would you do this when you were about to complete the trial?" Yu Hoen smirked. "Silence. You know I'd never trust you, Relic." Looking at the serpent lying limp by the lake, he slowly analyzed. "Even if I passed the trial, there's no guarantee you'd reward me with something normal. You relics are always like this." Yu Hoen said mockingly. "Who knows? The reward you give me might turn me into a psychopathic killer." The serpent was stunned upon hearing this. "How could a mere mortal like you know about that?" Briefly explained. "The truth is that the owner of the Golden Axe and Silver Axe became a crazed murderer. The number of people who died because of this relic is countless." Yu Hoen casually exposed the serpent's scheme. "You were planning to give me a cursed, fake relic? How ridiculous. That was the real purpose behind this trial from the start." As soon as he finished speaking, he suddenly stomped hard, using the momentum to leap forward. Yu Hoen swiftly straddled the snake's back, plunging the dagger deep into its body, causing the snake to roar in pain. He gritted his teeth, adding more force. "Pay the price for your sins, Relic!" The snake glared at Yu Hoen. "You actually believe you can control me this way?" Usually, after passing a tomb filled with traps, if you overcome the relic's trial, you receive a reward. Basically, by overcoming trials and conquering adversity, the relic grants its user countless special abilities. Then, the relic and the user develop a mutually beneficial relationship. This is what's considered normal in the relationship between humans and relics. However, the reality is that relics always harbor hatred towards humans because their design and purpose are to harm them. After using a relic for a while, humans often fall ill. Yu Hoen understood this clearly. That's why relic users often possess healing relics to gain more power and authority. That's why that bastard always took advantage of him. Yu Hoen always told himself that, so he didn't need any so-called relationship with those damn relics. Thinking of this, Yu Hoen became even more ruthless, causing the snake to writhe and roar. "It hurts, you bastard!" He didn't care at all, coldly looking at the monster below. "Let's see how long you can endure. I will assert my dominance and force you to obey." The snake thrashed wildly, trying to throw Yu Hoen off. "Stop it, human!" He raised an eyebrow and smirked maliciously. "Does it hurt a lot? Let's see how long you can take it." Yu Hoen concentrated his strength, plunging the dagger deeper into the snake's body. "I will assert my dominance and force you to obey." You should know that you need talent to a certain degree if you want to control a relic. If you don't have any talent, you will be devoured. Specifically, that talent is divided into 3 main groups by scholars. The first group is sociability, the ability to form a relationship with the relic. Next, The second group is dominance, the power to command and control the relic. Finally, the third group is compatibility, a strong emotional connection between the user and the relic, as if they were made for each other. For example, a musician finding a musical instrument relic. In reality, most people want to enhance their sociability. It's the easiest way to use a relic and allows you to gain complete power from it. That's how it is in theory, but choosing that path is still too brutal. When relics become close to their masters, they start emitting toxins that gradually make their masters sick. Thinking of this, Yu Hoen became even more determined in his choice. That's why I never go for the sociability type. Those who choose that path are just dogs. Kneel before me, relic. He put on a fierce expression, threatening coldly. If you don't obey me, I'll tear you to pieces. You think I wouldn't do that? The giant snake couldn't believe what it was hearing, its eyes wide with horror. What? I thought you humans craved us. Its body suddenly vanished, transforming into a golden axe. Yu Hoen sighed in satisfaction. Success? As soon as he received the relic, the system window appeared once again. It announced that Yu Hoen had unlocked a new skill called Tomb Excavation, the basic skill course. The interface displayed a series of stats for Tom Raider's basic skill. Yu Hoen glanced over it, smiling with amusement. I can skill again. Now I just need to unlock one more skill. I wonder what I have to do. In the next second, another system window suddenly appeared. He wondered and checked it. The notification left Yu Hoen stunned. The system recognized him as the relic abuser. This title increased his dominance. Yu Hoen looked up, grumbling into the void. Hey Crow, how did I get labeled as a relic abuser? Well, it doesn't matter if my sociability decreases. I don't need to use it anyway. Suddenly, a voice echoed, immediately alerting him. Found it! A pond! Linda and Kyoshi had finally caught up. They said cheerfully. This is exactly as the prophet said. Yu Hoen quickly hid, narrowing his eyes at the two. Those bastards got here faster than I thought. Kyoshi eagerly pulled out a vial. Come out! Sacred relic! Linda pressed. What are you planning to do? Ignoring her, he hastily threw the vial into the lake. Linda, even more puzzled. What are you doing? Yu Hoen observed Kyoshi's actions and immediately understood his purpose, sneering. Idiots, it's too late. He thought to himself. I should keep an eye on them. I have a feeling they'll be a pain in the ass later. An idea sparked in Yu Hoen's mind. Should he quietly take out his dagger? As Yu Hoen hesitated, a system window appeared, grabbing his attention. It displayed the stats of the sacred relic in Yu Hoen's hand. Egyptian funeral dagger. Maximum uses 54 1/100ths. He paid special attention to the last line of information. It's already been used. Yu Hoen withdrew his hand, squinting with a wry smile. Is this your way of reminding me to think carefully? Across the lake, Kyoshi was furiously complaining. Why isn't there any reaction? The prophecy said I had to throw an item into the lake. Linda immediately caught the key word. Prophecy? So there's someone in Japan using a prophetic sacred relic. Kyoshi was in a foul mood. He snapped back. That doesn't matter right now anyway. Kyoshi gesticulated wildly. Someone stole the sacred relic. This is troublesome. It means more people know about them. Linda couldn't deny this point. That's right. She glanced around and then lowered her head in thought. The marks on the ground look like footprints. Someone must have been here. In the silent space, a sudden noise instantly attracted Kyoshi's attention. What was that just now? He had no idea that it was Yu Hoen casually using a few stones to create a diversion. Kyoshi frantically shouted, The sound came from over there! Yu Hoen chuckled to himself. These guys are so gullible. I wonder how they'll escape when the tomb collapses. He commanded the golden axe in his hand. Close the tomb, sacred relic. The ground around them suddenly trembled. Kyoshi panicked. What the hell is going on? Yu Hoen? Ignoring their panic, Yu Hoen leisurely walked away. Behind him, the two frantically searched for an escape. The exit is ahead! Wait, where's the exit? Let's go back the way we came. In a deserted alley, a manhole cover was suddenly pushed open by a hand from below. Yu Hoen climbed out, dusting off his clothes. The tomb's exit leads straight to this sewer. My clothes are all dirty, but hopefully I won't attract attention. As for what happened afterward, when he returned to the apartment, the tomb that had enveloped it was gone. At first, everyone was confused, but eventually, they all returned home. Yu Hoen's friend was standing blankly in the crowd when he heard someone call his name. Kim Dong-hun. Yu Hoen teased with a smile. Why are you spacing out like that? The other excitedly recounted. Yu Hoen disappeared. The big mountain vanished. Yu Hoen didn't care much, waving his hand and walking ahead. That's great then, I'm hungry. Let's go home. Dong-hun hurriedly followed. Is it safe to go home now? What if we get buried alive? The person in front of him replied with an affirmative. It's fine. Scene cuts to another situation. Kyoshi received a phone call. What did you say? There's another prophecy that someone in Korea took it before us? He irritably grumbled. You should have said so earlier. What were you thinking, leaving out such important information? The other end of the line responded. We didn't discover it until now. You know how the sacred relic only shows the future it wants to. The hand resting on Kyoshi's thigh suddenly trembled. He pressed. Wait, they can't read kanji, can they? The other end quickly confirmed. Exactly. Kiyoshi couldn't remain calm any longer, jumping up and yelling into the phone. "This is so frustrating, you're all scholars and you can't read it." The other end still calmly laughed. "You know how kids are these days." The other party made a promise. "I'll try my best to make sure tonight doesn't happen again. Don't be careless, and keep trying." Kiyoshi was slightly surprised to hear the advice that followed. "And you better be more careful. The one who took the sacred relic today seems extraordinary. The prophecy related to that person is quite unsettling." Scene cuts to an apartment. A pot of instant noodles and empty beer cans were placed on the table. The announcer's voice rang out. "It says that he is the one who will devour the entire world." Yu-Hoen sat in front of the computer screen watching the program, casually reaching for a can of beer and taking a sip. He was browsing the internet, internally marveling. This linguistic skill is so convenient. I can access information in any language. It wasn't enough to satisfy Yu-Heon, but they didn't seem very useful. This was before the existence of the relics spread throughout the world. He kept typing, thinking to himself, "I need to know what that bastard is planning, but I can't find any useful information about Shanglong." Dong Hun came up behind him, curiously peering over his shoulder. "You can actually read that?" Yu Hei-san turned to look at him, frankly admitting, "Of course." "Want me to read it to you?" Dong Hun shook his head. "No need, I didn't realize you were so good." The other person suddenly asked, "Dong Hun, do you know any new information about Shanglong?" Dong Hun looked doubtful. "Nope." "Why?" Yu Hegon said. "I just wanted to know the details about the CEO of that company." The other person was even more puzzled. "Why do you need to know?" He scratched his head, muttering, "Is it for work?" "I don't know if I have any information for you, but a big company like that wouldn't meet with small companies." Yu Hei-san's next words took Dong Hun by surprise. "I quit my job." He pressed. "What's that supposed to mean?" Yu Hegon didn't answer, something on the computer screen catching his attention. Dong Hun stood beside him, anxiously asking, "Are you okay? You're like a different person. Why did you quit your job? Are you even listening?" Yu Hei-shan didn't seem to hear, focused on extracting the information before him. "Wait, Bukyeon-do has an art exhibition. I'll use those guys to get information about that bastard." Time continued to pass, transitioning to the streets outside, the sidewalk deserted, with only a few people passing by. Zet-ung-u was rummaging through things in an office, grumbling irritably. "Damn it, they didn't leave anything behind." His subordinate asked, "What should we do, boss?" He felt uneasy, gesturing with his shoulder. "We can't continue this job anymore. We're really unemployed now." Zi-ung-ung replied, "Yeah, I know that." He pulled out a cigarette, frowning as he muttered, "It's all because of that bastard Seo Yu-Heon. I won't let this go. I'm going to kill him." Trang Jumek immediately perked up, seizing the opportunity to flatter him. "You're definitely our boss. We can't let him get away with it." Dukilium enthusiastically echoed, "Exactly. We have to avenge our brothers and sisters." Kung-u, basking in the praise of his subordinates, grinned triumphantly, striking a cool pose. "Of course, I'm Yu. I can't live without repaying the favor to our big sister." A person beside him cheerfully added, "You're a great role model, boss." The phone suddenly began to ring incessantly. Trang Julak reminded him, "Someone's calling you." As soon as he saw the phone number, labeled Xiao Yu Heon, Sheng-u panicked. "What the hell?" He fumbled nervously, afraid to answer. "Why is that son of a BTCH calling me at this moment?" Dukisium, pale-faced, confirmed. "That's really Seiko Yu-Heiton," Trang Jusak urged from the side. "Answer it, boss!" After hesitating for a moment, Seung-ung-yu finally pressed the answer button, tentatively probing. "Hello?" Yu Hee-san on the other end questioned in a deep voice. "Why did it take you so long to answer?" Seung-ung-yu was resentful, but didn't dare to say a word, only able to mutter under his breath, "That bastard!" The more he thought about it, the angrier he got, recklessly shouting into the phone, "You ungrateful wretch, how dare you betray our bosses!" Yu Heron cut him off. "Shut up!" He leisurely leaned back in his chair, smiling to himself as he asked, "Are you guys still dealing with illegal goods?" Yu Hyun's tone was laced with threat. "I know you haven't signed the liquidation agreement yet." Seung-ung-yu angrily yelled, "So what do you want, you bastard?" "Because of you, all the big brothers and sisters were arrested, and all the art was confiscated. Now we have no choice but to stop doing business." A sigh came from the other end of the line. "So you still haven't stopped doing business?" Yu Heihan chuckled. "So you can still work, right?" "Perfect! I want you guys to go to my Stanius." Hearing this, Kung-u was stunned, asking, "My US?" To briefly introduce it, My US is the largest secret auction house in the world, located in Las Vegas. Many of the world's greatest treasures are gathered there. Yu Hei-xian thought to himself, "I know that Chi Zi Yue participated in an auction there and bought many powerful relics. My kiss is the best place to get all kinds of relics. If I have people there, I can gather almost all the information about that bastard Chi Zi Yu." He ordered the people on the other end of the line, "Within this month, quickly find some items and the whereabouts of a person at the Mykiss auction for me." Yu Heian said, "The person you need to find is Jack Gayon." According to his research, Jack Gayon is a pseudonym that Chi Zi Yu Hei often uses. Yu Heian didn't forget to warn them. If you can't find that person, report it to me immediately. If you dare give me false information, don't blame me for being ruthless. Seung Ung-woo jumped up in anger. You're talking nonsense. How would we get into Myceus? We've been able to work until now thanks to our big sister's connections and skills. The other end of the line only casually said. That's for you guys to figure out. Yu Hei-san put on his coat, casually saying, I'm not as free as you guys, I have some things to do. Consider what I just said as work, so depending on the quality of the information, I'll pay you. Kang Yu, hearing this, shouted, What did you just say? Yu Hoen's phone blared with a series of agitated voices. No matter how much you pay me, I'll never listen to you. I told you, ignore him. Where are you right now? Yu Hoen retorted. If you don't want the job, then forget it. I'll save some money, because you guys will come to my heinous no matter what. His cold threat made Seung Yu shudder. Seems like you didn't get beaten enough last time, huh? If that's the case, I'll come and beat you until you agree. Sound good? He hurriedly spoke up. Wait. Seeing the other party's anxious tone, Yu Hoen raised an eyebrow and smirked. I'll tell you more detailed information. Wait for orders there, he said, then decisively hung up, leisurely striding towards the door. All right. Yu Hoen shook off the negativity. The matter concerning Quan Tun has been dealt with. Tonight, let's go hunt for another relic. Night fell quickly. Outside, the streets bustled with all kinds of vehicles. In front of a convenience store, the flow of people never ceased, the streetlights shining down on their faces. On TV, the announcer's voice boomed. Today, in the square area of Yeongdeungpo District, at around 3 a.m., a 40-year-old woman attempted to end her life by digging a hole and jumping in. The store clerk was engrossed in watching the unfolding events. According to witnesses, Yu Hoen happened to hear this and thought to himself, could this be a sign of the appearance of the next dungeon? This thought had barely surfaced before he rejected it. Nah, it probably has nothing to do with it. An annoyed voice cut through Yu Hoen's train of thought. Are you done yet? How long are you going to stand there? This place is pretty narrow. I can't get through. The person who spoke was Kiyoshi. He snapped angrily. What? Don't you understand? Because I'm speaking in a foreign language. Oh well, he must see how angry I am already. Move! Yu Hoen, upon clearly seeing the person in front of him, was stunned. That bastard! Why is he here? This is the bastard from the Golden Axe Relic Dungeon. He didn't bother responding, lowering his eyes to think. I get it now. Yu Hoen's guess was confirmed. If this bastard is here, it means a new dungeon is about to appear in this area. Kiyoshi, seeing that he wasn't reacting, gritted his teeth. Hey, get out of the way! According to what Yu Hoen knew, there was someone in Japan who possessed a prophetic relic to help them. He suddenly spoke, interrupting. Shut up! You're too loud! You think I don't understand what you're saying? Killy, hearing the familiar language, was briefly surprised. A Japanese person? He immediately changed his attitude, forcing a smile and apologizing. You're also Japanese? Sorry for my rude behavior just now. I've had a bad day today. Yu Hoen enjoyed the scene before him, secretly pleased. Language skills are quite useful. When he felt that he had played with the other party enough, Yu Hoen switched to his native language. Sorry, what did you say? I only speak Korean. Ki was taken aback, loudly questioning. Huh? That was Korean just now, meaning you're Korean, why did you lie to me? Yu Hoen leisurely hummed a tune, deliberately provoking him. Well, you started it first. The infuriated Kiyoshi yelled, You bastard, what did you say? You're mocking me. He followed Yu Hoen to the checkout counter, puffing out his chest and threatening. Do you know who I am? The employee, observing this scene, nervously operated the checkout machine. That'll be 2,901 in total. Yu Hoen glanced at the person behind him. In any case, he thought to himself, this bastard is carrying a relic, and he doesn't even bother concealing its power. What an amateur. Yu Hoen walked while shaking the can of drink in his hand. I wonder what kind of relic it is, but I want it. Kiyoshi rolled up his sleeves and chased after him. Stop! Get back here now! He grabbed Yu Hoen by the shoulder. When someone else is talking to you, you have to listen to what they're saying. Without a word, he opened the can of soda, and the foam sprayed all over Kiyoshi's face. His hair and face were soaked. He wiped the water off and said in a low voice, What the hell? Yu Hoen put on an innocent look and apologized profusely. Oh no, I'm sorry. He smiled, as if he wanted to pull him in. Everyone does that. I don't know why they do it. Kiyoshi complained loudly. It's all over my clothes! You bastard. You have to pay for my dry cleaning. Yu Hoen seized the opportunity to get close, and stealthily reached into his pocket. He calculated in his mind. It's a bracelet, and it's a small type relic. If I steal it now, it'll be obvious right away. Yu Hoen smiled and said, Hey, let it go. I don't have any money with me, and the clothes aren't that expensive anyway. Before Kiyoshi could erupt, Yu Hoen bent down to distract him. Did you drop something? He picked up a card and held it up to the other person. Shouldn't you be more careful with your ID card? The moment Kiyoshi saw it, he snatched the card from Yu Hoen's hand. Give it here. He narrowed his eyes slightly, feeling uneasy. Did he see my ID? If it gets out that a member of the Japanese excavation team is here, things will get complicated. That he's just a civilian, so there's nothing to worry about. Just then, a tremor shook the ground, startling them both. The surrounding crowd immediately erupted in chaos. What was that? What the hell was that? An earthquake. The tremors grew more violent, and many people lost their balance and fell to the ground. Yu Hoen suddenly felt excited. Bingo! I've been waiting for the tomb to appear. He quickly left, while Kiyoshi remained in place, grinning broadly. Just as predicted, everything's in chaos. He made a phone call to report the situation. Sorry, the tomb has appeared. The other end replied, I understand. There's something else you need to know. The information from the other end struck Kiyoshi like a bolt of lightning. We just received another prophecy. It says that a Korean has taken the gold and silver axes and is nearby. This part of the prophecy isn't very reliable. The person on the other end kindly added, but you should be careful, and don't drink any alcohol. Kyoshi's mind flashed back to his chance encounter with Yu Hoen, and suspicion immediately arose. That bastard from earlier, so it's him. He found it hard to believe, clenching the phone in his hand. That bastard is the one mentioned in the prophecy. Kiyoshi looked around, cursing under his breath. Damn it, he's gone. The person on the other line called out in doubt, and he quickly ran off, explaining, I'll go find him. Let me know if there are any more prophecies. Yu Hoen looked around, asking, why does it feel like someone's thirsty for blood here? He muttered suspiciously. It's completely different from the last tomb. This relic seems difficult to tame. Suddenly, Yu Hoen jumped when he heard a loud shout. Hey you! Kiyoshi aimed his gun at him and shouted, stop right there, or you'll get a bullet. Yu Hoen sighed helplessly. You again? He urged loudly. Open your bag now. Kiyoshi shouted impatiently. How long are you going to ignore me? He sensed the energy around him, exclaiming, what the hell is going on? A system screen appeared before Yu Hoen. Warning. You have detected a terrifying pressure approaching. Cracks appeared beneath their feet, from which a glittering golden light radiated. Yu Hoen startled, gritting his teeth and using his hand to shield himself from the dazzling light emanating from the ground. The golden light quickly shot upwards, illuminating the entire city. Immediately afterward, a desolate, ruined structure, filled with broken weapons stuck deep within it, appeared before them. The crowd in the square slowly got up, looked up at the scene before them, and exclaimed in astonishment. What is this? The person next to Yu Hoen immediately asked concernedly. What's all this? Get up. He clutched his head and groaned. Damn it, my head. Are you okay? Yu Hoen turned to look at the people around him, thinking worriedly. So many civilians have been dragged into this mess. Relics put everyone in danger. Those bastards. He clutched his chest, looking at the weapons before him and analyzing. A tomb full of broken weapons. I was here in my past life. This is the tomb of the Japanese katana relic, Muramasa. Yu Hoen thought about the legend of this place. Muramasa was a famous swordsmith in Japan during the Muromachi era, who founded the Muramasa school. Swords forged by the Muramasa school were all famous and considered masterpieces. During that time, the relationship between them and Shogun Tokugawa Ieyasu was not good. Muramasa, his father, and brothers were all killed by the very katanas he forged. Because of that incident, Tokugawa ordered all Muramasa swords to be destroyed, and there are rumors that Muramasa swords are cursed katanas. Yu Hoen stared at the system screen, pondering, so this is the kind of relic we're up against? This relic contains a lot of resentment towards humans. Immediately after, a warning sound blared. The relic's bloodlust is latching onto your body. Your skin is being damaged. You need to protect your body. Yu Hoen frowned, watching the purple light flash before entering his body. He looked at the wound on his hand, whispering softly, It started, huh? I need to deal with this tomb quickly. Kiyoshi appeared behind Yu Hoen, coldly reminding him. I told you not to move. He pointed a gun at him, ordering, Open the bag. Dump everything out. Yu Hoen internally cursed. This bastard is persistent. Then loudly retorted, This is called robbery. Why would I listen to you? Kiyoshi, hearing this, called out in suspicion. He smirked coldly, threatening loudly. Tired of living? Don't mess around, unless you want me to cripple you. Yu Hoen raised both hands high, nonchalantly urging. Then shoot me! Kiyoshi gritted his teeth, a curious sound escaping as he heard him continue. But I advise you not to. It's useless. He lowered the gun to his feet, yelling, You bastard! You'll regret it if you think I'm just joking. I'll shoot your legs to make you understand your situation. Seeing that Yu Hoen still didn't comply, Kiyoshi shouted in fury, Fine, if that's what you want. But suddenly the gun exploded. He clutched his hand in pain, yelling, and Yu Hoen beside him teased, See? What did I say? Yu Hoen grabbed Kiyoshi's collar, declaring, That relic is mine now, so don't dream about it. He grabbed his hand back, questioning, What are you doing? Let me go. Kiyoshi was pulled away by a strong force. Yu Hoen's voice rang out, You're blocking my way too much, so get lost. He gritted his teeth and threw him down with force. He crashed heavily onto the ground. Yu Hoen, with his hands in his pockets and a calm expression, pointed out, When you enter the tomb, all kinds of modern weapons are useless, because the relic doesn't want humans to easily overcome the tomb. Kiyoshi immediately stood up. He glared at him, shouting, How do you know that? The one who took the golden axe and silver axe must be you! He reached out and grabbed Kiyoshi's collar, pulling him close and coldly admitting, that's right. He was startled and yelled as the demons latched onto him, what the hell is this? Yu Hoen turned his head to look behind him, instructing. Lie still, you idiot! Let me tell you, the traps here are quite nasty. Seeing him run away, Kiyoshi yelled to stop him. Wait, you bastard! He was pulled back by the crowd, gnashing his teeth and roaring, I have to kill that guy! Hello? Kiyoshi looked at the crowd in front of him, greeting them. Everything is under control, so there's nothing to worry about. The crowd immediately whispered among themselves. Ew, that's creepy. What is he saying? What the heck is that? He had no choice but to add. Is there anyone here who speaks Japanese? One person stepped out and replied. I know a little. Kiyoshi inquired. Then can you give me a hand? Immediately after, a voice rang out, stopping them. Wait a minute, everyone. Another person pointed at him, shouting, he's carrying a gun. Another person also disagreed. What if he's dangerous? The other person, hearing this, disagreed. But that doesn't mean we can just abandon him like that. Kiyoshi, with a head full of cold sweat and his neck tightened by the monsters behind him, repeated with a sinister smile, hello. He tried to hold up a card and introduce himself. Please trust me. I'm from the Japanese excavation team. I've been trained on how to handle situations like this. The crowd was startled and hesitated as they heard Kiyoshi promise. I promise to get everyone out of here safely. At this moment, a pair of feet from afar were gradually approaching this place. Yu Hoen held an item belonging to Kiyoshi, smiling as he searched inside. Alright, let's see what kind of relic this guy is carrying. In his head, he thought of the scene just now. When I threw him, I managed to slip my hand into his pocket. This bastard dared to face me without any knowledge of the tomb. Yu Hoen looked at the two items in his hand, counting carefully. This is a bracelet and a small box of rice cakes. He stared at the bracelet, whispering. This relic is from a Korean folktale, two siblings who became the moon and the sun. Du Hoen's mind flashed with a familiar plot. The tiger killed the mother to eat more rice cakes. Just as it was about to kill the two siblings, a rope descended from heaven to save them. He glanced at the system screens, noting that this relic wasn't top tier but still useful. Better stash them away for now. The screen flashed a notification. Petty Pilferer. You've unlocked a new title and discovered a new skill. You have awakened the basic skill of Tomb Raider. Nimble Fingers. Rank F. Du Hoen looked at the system screen and exclaimed, I got a skill. That makes 4 basic skills. The screen immediately displayed information. Nimble Fingers. Rank F. By simply touching an item once, you can clearly understand how to use consumable relics. The wear and tear on relics is significantly reduced. Your relic repairability is increased. High success rate when stealing relics from others. Tomb Raider basic skills 4 quarters. Scouting rank F allows you to observe within a 1-meter radius around yourself. Linguistics rank F grants you a greater understanding of all languages. Tomb excavation rank F enhances your understanding of tombs. Nimble Fingers rank F. Your fingers have become more dexterous. Du Hoen was startled and astonished as a beam of purple light shone down from above. The screen displayed. You have successfully awakened the 4 hidden skills within your body. You are now becoming an official Tomb Raider. Mission complete. You will receive a reward after leaving the tomb. Hearing this, he immediately exclaimed, There's even a reward? Du Hoen sneered, coldly adding, That crow? It treats me like a character in a game. He waved his hand, striking at the screen, shouting, Whatever, just keep messing with me. I'm still taking that reward, so I'm not complaining. Suddenly, a piercing scream echoed from behind, startling Du Hoen as he looked over. Outside, a chaotic sound erupted. Stay back! Don't come near me! Help! He looked over, puzzled, wondering, What's going on? Du Hoen looked down below, muttering, The sound is coming from down here. Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock, his expression one of utter astonishment. The crowd below was trying to restrain a student holding a knife. Student, stop! Get away! Du Hoen thought in shock. It's a trap! The crowd looked at the female student wielding the knife, her body radiating bloodlust, and screamed in fear. Someone please stop her! Student, calm down! Someone noticed her blank white eyes and cried out, I think she's lost consciousness. Du Hoen looked down, frowning as he concluded. She's being possessed. Anyone who touches that knife will be possessed too. He speculated inwardly. When a person is possessed by that knife, it is very difficult for the possessed person to escape it. Eventually, everyone will die. That's the nature of this trap. Du Hoen looked towards the bridge nearby, realizing that the more people died in this pit, the more this bridge would be developed. It was a sacrificial trap. He looked down towards the people inside and shouted, Hey, who led you guys into this pit? Was it a Japanese guy? Someone below quickly shouted back, Yes, it was him. He sang some strange songs and then escaped from here. After we pulled him out, this is what happened. The voice rang out. He said that we all need to die to protect the secret. Hearing this, Du Hoen angrily cursed that bastard. He slowly slid down into the pit, thinking to himself, Perhaps that's what the prophet relic user told him to do. The crowd saw Du Hoen sliding down and loudly reminded him, "Be careful, there are many blades on the walls." Immediately afterward, a sharp knife appeared in his hand. 2 streaks of sword light flashed, and shards of broken blades instantly flew up into the sky. Du Hoen landed softly on the ground, and the shards of broken blades also fell beside him. The female student immediately gritted her teeth, turning her head to stare at him. The crowd saw her turn and rushed towards Du Hoen, and they screamed in shock. "What? She's heading for that guy!" He clutched the bracelet tightly, muttering, "I'm gonna use this." Du Hoen tossed the bracelet out, shouting, "Tie her up!" The bracelet instantly expanded, stretching towards the female student. The cord quickly wrapped around her, binding her and preventing her from stabbing him. Du Hoen watched her fall to the ground, tightly bound, and couldn't help but marvel. How convenient. He gripped the sword in his hand, calmly promising, "Just stay there, I'll save you right now." After a moment, a frantic voice echoed from the dagger. "Who the hell are you? Doesn't matter. Now go kill them. Kill all the humans." Du Hoen, looking annoyed, narrowed his eyes and questioned, "How dare a useless relic like you tell me what to do?" The voice startled, screamed, "What?" He glanced at the dagger mockingly. "A rank C relic, it's not even a proper relic, just trash." Du Hoen flung the dagger behind him. "What a useless relic. Where's the boss of this tomb's ruins?" The female student, entangled in the ropes, desperately pleaded, "Please, untie me." The dagger kept provoking, "Hey human, play with me." He inwardly cursed, "Get up there." Du Hoen retrieved the rope and turned back, letting the relic do whatever it wanted when left alone. "Hey rope, come back." He turned his head, looked at the people behind him and shouted, "Everyone follow me, I'll get you all out of here. Don't ask me anything, I'm not a bad guy." Inside an area filled with swords, a loud laugh echoed, "I'm a genius." Kiyoshi looked at his hands, laughing maniacally. "I've eliminated all the troublesome witnesses, and I've also found the room of the Qing Muramasa relic." He looked at the swords there, muttering, "Now I just need to find the Muramasa and then escape this annoying Korean place." Kiyoshi grabbed a sword, gritting his teeth, growling, "That bastard took my relic, you just wait, I'll make you suffer." Swords were thrown to the ground one after another, scattered everywhere. His face full of anger, he flung a sword away, yelling, "Damn it, they're all fake! The Muramasa, where is it?" Suddenly, a shout came from behind. "Found him!" Kiyoshi turned his head to look back. The group of people, their faces full of anger, roared, "How dare you trap us? Get over here, you bastard!" Hearing this, he exclaimed, "Huh?" Kiyoshi was grabbed by the people, his face full of disbelief, shouted, "How the hell did you guys get out of there?" The crowd loudly cursed, "You bastard!" They stomped heavily on him, constantly yelling, "Beat him!" In Kiyoshi's vision, a pair of sneakers came running. Du Hoen's voice sounded, "Holy crap, you're pathetic." His face covered in wounds, he stared at him, gritting his teeth, roaring, "You dog, it's definitely because of you." Du Hoen, with a bright smile, held the axe in his hand and replied, "Of course. Who else could it be? I can't believe you couldn't identify the relic even though you got here first. You're such a sleeper." He raised the golden axe high, glanced at it slightly, and ordered, "Locate it. Golden axe." Immediately afterwards, Du Hoen turned his head in shock and looked at the Muramasa, which was emitting a purple light nearby, and exclaimed, "Are you kidding me? That relic? It was right in front of you." Kiyoshi's startled voice sounded, "Unbelievable." He watched him lift the sword high, shocked, shouting, "A broken sword like this is a Muramasa." Du Hoen held the Muramasa and pointed it forward, explaining with a cold smile, "That's because it only reveals its true form once activated. Another human trying to control me." The sword's voice echoed, "What a foolish human. My body has been weathered and broken." Its body emitted a blue light, constantly alluring. "If you want to use my power, you must sacrifice 10 humans. I need human blood to restore myself to my original state. If you can't do that, then you can be buried here forever with the rest." Kiyoshi frowned, looking at Du Hoen, muttering softly, "Is someone talking to him? No way." The people behind him, their faces full of fear, constantly groaned, "Does that mean 10 of us really have to die?" "No." Hearing this, Du Hoen fell silent, looking at the people there with a pensive expression. He raised the Muramasa, emitting a purple light, in his hand, and sarcastically said, "Is this how you weapon relics always are? Testing me, huh?" His voice echoed in response, "That's right. What are you waiting for? Quickly sacrifice 10 humans to me." Du Hoen's eyes narrowed slightly, becoming extremely sharp, coldly rejecting, "I refuse." He poured all his strength into his hands, relentlessly tightening his grip on the sword. Du Hoen, face twisted in a ferocious expression, channeled red energy into the sword and roared, "Why should I when I can control you?" The Muramasa cried out in alarm, "What are you doing? It hurts." The group looked up at the collapsing rock face, and he shouted loudly, "The one being tested here isn't me, it's you. If you don't submit to me, I'll shatter you into 1,000,000 pieces." Du Hoen frowned, staring intently and urging, "Obey my command now, Muramasa." The Muramasa trembled and struggled, screaming repeatedly, Damn it, damn it! Its entire body emitted a red glow as he held it high, unwillingly crying out, "How dare a mere mortal do this to me?" The people around them were illuminated by the dazzling light, and couldn't help but raise their hands to shield their eyes. After a long while, the dust settled. Yuhoen stood upright, holding the Muramasa, which was emitting a blue light. He gripped the sword tightly in his hand and calmly declared, "Tomb completed." Immediately afterward, Yuhoen stood beside the cliff face, reaching out to grab one end of a rope, looking at the group and saying, "Climb this rope, and everyone will leave here safely." The group simultaneously rushed towards him, expressing their gratitude. "Thank you so much." Yuhoen reached out and placed his hand on Kiyoshi's shoulder, pulling him back, and said in a cold voice, "Don't blend into the crowd like that." He frowned at him, and questioned, "Were you planning to kill all of them once we got outside?" Kiyoshi immediately turned and denied it. "No, I promise I won't do that. Please let me leave here." His eyes were wide and pleading as he promised repeatedly, "If I leave here, I'll introduce you to work for my government. You can earn 10 billion yen if you work for the Japanese excavation team." Yuhoen smiled slightly as he listened to Kiyoshi recount. "We also possess the oracle relic that guides the future. You can use that relic to make your life easier. How about it?" He suddenly stiffened, his face becoming blank as he chuckled and whispered, "That's interesting." Yuhoen crossed his arms and laughed as he asked, "From what I know, the relic that guides the future can only be used by its true owner. How do you want me to use it?" Kiyoshi raised both hands and replied, "There's a team that maintains that relic, and they guarantee they'll help you as much as possible." He raised a finger and pointed at him, laughing as he replied, Interesting. All right, you can use the rope, but you have to be the last one to climb." Hearing this, Kiyoshi couldn't help but feel pleased, and a smirk spread across his face as he thought contemptuously, "I'm alive, he really is just a commoner. He's blinded by the mention of 10 billion yen. He grabbed the rope, following behind Yuhoen, constantly enticing, "I apologize for my previous actions. People with skills like you are always welcome on my team." Feigning interest, he looked down and said, "Tell me more. I want to know more about the Japanese team that's using that oracle relic. If they're an untrustworthy group, then I don't want to work with them." Hearing this, Kiyoshi couldn't help but laugh as he replied, "You don't have to worry about that." Yuhoen's eyes narrowed, half of his face hidden in the shadows as he supplemented, "That's the famous Kenglong group." He immediately gritted his teeth, a ferocious smile tugging at the corner of his mouth, and asked in a deep voice, "Is that so?" Kiyoshi slowly reached his hand forward, his fingers slightly curling as if he was about to clench them. Suddenly, he cried out in pain and surprise, as Yuhoen kicked him hard in the chest. Kiyoshi abruptly let go, immediately falling from the height, disbelievingly asking, "What? Wait, my leg?" He clutched his broken leg, his face full of malice as he heard Yuhoen's voice ring out, "Thanks for the information. I guess you wanted to live so badly that you spat out all the important information." His voice was full of playfulness as he said, "Who would want to work with trash like you?" Kiyoshi's eyes widened as he shouted, "No, wait!" He tried to reach his hand upwards, loudly begging, "Do you really want to kill someone in such a cold-blooded way? Come here, arg, damn it, help!" At night, inside the stores here, the lights were still brightly lit. Outside the restroom area hung signs distinguishing the men's and women's restrooms. He thought to himself, "Let's see." From behind Yuhoen, a relentless, screeching voice echoed, "Let me out, you bastard!" He closed his eyes helplessly, hearing Thon Muramasa constantly threaten, "I'll kill you!" Yuhoen moved closer and forcefully unzipped the bag, interrogating, "You damn bastards are the ones who need to shut your mouths? Who caused all this?" Inside, the cursing continued without pause. "You dog, how dare you do this, you son of a bitch!" He raised the Muramasa sword, gritting his teeth to ask, "Was it you, Muramasa?" When it was lifted up, it exclaimed in shock, "What? Let me go, you bastard!" Yuhoen forcefully threw it into the toilet bowl, angrily shouting, "Shut up!" He frowned, looking down from above, coldly declaring, "Toilet flavor is quite nutritious, you know." The Muramasa sword screamed, "You dog!" After that, Yuhoen walked out, closing the bathroom door, painfully crying out. He pulled up his sleeve, revealing his corroded arm, silently cursing, "Damn it, this is all because of that thing. It's the consequence of the domination ability." To acquire a relic, the normal method is to overcome its trials. But by ignoring this rule, Yuhoen has suffered some damage trying to dominate these relics. The stronger the relic, the greater the resistance. If he continues down this path, his body won't be able to endure it for much longer. Yuhoen looked towards Thon Muramasa inside the bathroom and whispered, "But I really have no other choice. If I don't dominate these relics, they'll eventually betray me." Just then, a system screen suddenly appeared before him. On it, a notification appeared. "You have escaped the dungeon, unlocking basic skills for a dungeon conqueror. You will now receive rewards for completing this quest." Immediately after, another notification instantly popped up on the screen beside it. The screen displayed the words, "These are the reward options for this quest. Choose wisely. The path of domination, the path of blessing." Yuhoen looked at it, exclaiming in confusion. What is this? He glanced at the screen, continuously asking, Are you telling me to choose which one to use the most? Crow, is this some kind of test? Yu Hoen looked at his corroded hand, saying, Just because my hand is in this state doesn't mean I'll stop what I'm doing. I choose the path of domination. Immediately after, he forcefully and slowly clenched his palm, making his decision. A notification instantly appeared. You have successfully received the quest reward. Yu Hoen didn't see anything happen next, his face full of confusion. He searched everywhere, wondering doubtfully, what the heck? Why isn't anything different? Shouldn't there be some kind of reward box in this situation? If you're making a game-like interface, it should be done properly, right? Yu Hoen reached into his pocket and suddenly paused, letting out a doubtful sound. He looked at the silver pill in his hand, saying, A silver pill. It's a relic, in the form of a silver pill, because there's a system interface here. Yu Hoen frowned, staring at it, muttering, It says it's a type of food that can be consumed immediately. Should I eat it? He stared at it, silently muttering, I have nothing to lose anyway. If I die after eating this, I guess that's just my fate. Then, Yu Hoen reached out and threw the silver pill directly into his mouth. He used a piece of paper to take Thon Muramasa out of the toilet bowl, saying, Okay, get out of there, let's go home. It angrily shouted, I'll kill you, you bastard! He sighed deeply, lamenting, This smell is really awful, I really regret pushing you in there. Suddenly, Yu Hoen's eyes narrowed, his face full of discomfort. The sword in his hand slipped and fell. He cried out in pain, The pill has started to take effect. Yu Hoen grimaced, opening one eye slightly, looking down at the wound on his arm. He looked at his arm, which was recovering to its original state, and exclaimed, The wound on my arm is healing. Is it a healing relic? Yu Hoen reached out and grabbed that injured arm, smiling. Healing relics are extremely rare and valuable. Then, he was startled when he saw the system screen suddenly appear. Above it, words appeared. You have endured the poison from the relic and completely recovered from your injuries. You have gained the skill, endurance, and immunity. Yu Hoen, seeing the words, exclaimed in surprise. Endurance! This is the first time I've seen a skill like this. His eyes widened as he cried out, Wait, could this be a unique skill created just for me? A news announcement sounded. Tonight, in Sejun Yando District, a major earthquake has occurred. An architectural structure has appeared in the center of the earthquake zone. This mysterious structure has trapped 50 people inside. According to eyewitnesses, there are many dangerous traps within. One of the people there even tried to harm them. Kim Do-ga from Jijeon Jido District. He claims to be part of the Japanese excavation team. Therefore, our government has contacted the Japanese government and is awaiting their response. Furthermore, due to this incident, the Chinese and Russian governments are also demanding answers from the Japanese government regarding their responsibility in this action. The U.S. government is officially announcing. A man reached out and turned off the television, muttering, Bastard. In the government conference room of the Japanese excavation team, people were loudly questioning, What have you done? They roared with fierce expressions. Now the media is blaring about relics and tombs, and not only that, this is a great humiliation for Japan. The sounds of criticism continued to echo. The bastard who caused this is already dead, but death is not enough for someone like him. Mori bowed his head repeatedly, apologizing. I am truly sorry. Mori Hiroyuki, the commander of the Japanese excavation team, replied with a helpless expression. We just received a prophecy from Korea. Those people heard, and loudly demanded. Who said you had the right to handle matters related to prophecies? He raised his hand, trying to plead. We tried our best, but there were many difficulties surrounding this issue. Mori, with a bright smile, raised both hands to add, But now it's different. We can use the relic that indicates the future to find his location. Hearing this, a voice asked, Didn't you say that the user of that prophetic relic needs a controller to determine the location? He thought of Yu Hoen in his mind, answering, We can do it because he has contacted his people. Although it's not yet complete, we can determine his location. Mori raised his hands, excitedly shouting, Scholars who don't use future indicators are looking for a way to use it without being its master. The Azure Dragon Group is spending a lot of time and money to complete this research. Finally, the two people responded. All right, we'll give you a chance. He immediately smiled brightly, rejoicing. Thank you. I promise we will try our best. During the day, inside an apartment, a mumbling sound echoed. To eliminate that Korean guy, Yu Hoen lay on the bed looking at his hand, wondering, Endurance? If it can withstand the poison of the relic, that's amazing. His eyes stared intently at it, pondering. All relic users suffer from side effects. In my previous life, everyone entered the era of origin seeking relics to heal themselves was the top priority. Thinking of this, Yu Hoen jumped up in surprise, asking himself, If it's really as described, then it's an amazing ability just for me. Is it all thanks to that crow relic? He turned his head to look out the window, shouting, What are you planning? Crow, what do you gain by giving me these things? Yu Hoen heard no response, and angrily urged, Answer me. You're so good at talking, always using those shiny windows to talk to me. Speak! He stared intently at it, but still, there was no sound in reply. Seeing this, Yu Hoen couldn't help but chuckle, cursing loudly. Damn it. He lowered his head, hearing the sound of his phone ringing, saying, "A phone call? Oh, it's Zheng U." Yu Hoen smiled and answered the phone, inquiring, "What's up?" The minion on the other end immediately shouted, "What did you say? Never mind." Kung U in Las Vegas, USA calmly continued, "We've checked the list of participants in this auction." Hearing this, he asked concisely, "Ah." Over here, Yu Hoen sat on the bed, pondering as he heard him report that there were 3 people with the name Jika. He slowly stood up, saying, "So I have to go check it out myself." Sheng U on the other end shouted loudly, "You're planning to come here?" At this moment, a notification sounded. "You have been marked by the FS relic. Your future may now be revealed." Yu Hoen looked at the screen in front of him, sighing inwardly. "It's the future indicator? This is troublesome." Over there, Sheng U, seeing that he was silent, shouted loudly, "Hello, Yu Hoen." Yu Hoen smiled slightly at him, instructing, "I'll come to you guys, but not immediately. I have a place I need to visit first." A book suddenly appeared, hovering in the air with a clear purpose, guiding the future of Prince Shotoku. Prince Shotoku was a politician and statesman during the Asuka period, and the guidance of the future is the prophecy scripture he wrote. Although there's no proof of its existence, this ancient book is considered a legendary artifact. The back of a blonde girl is slowly walking through the crowded street, yet it seems like it's the first relic to proudly integrate itself into human society. Her feet suddenly stop. Right below is the dirty book from earlier, blocking her path. Instead of creating a tomb, it's choosing its own master. Driven by curiosity, Duka hurriedly reaches out to pick up the book with a puzzled expression. "What's this? It's all dirty." Quickly, she hastily puts it back where it was and runs away. Sasaki Zuka. She's the one chosen by the guidance of the future to be its master. However, the book clings to her, even to her desk, irritating her with its nuisance. From then on, the guidance of the future follows her everywhere she goes. Then, when she enters the library, the book jumps out at her as she looks directly at the bookshelf. Even though she tore, burned, and threw it away, it always appears before her. That kid scares Sasaki. Tayuka tightly holds the book. She looks up at the person in front of her with a terrified gaze. However, the Japanese government soon receives information about Sasaki's guidance of the future, and offers her support to use it for the Japanese excavation team. A family portrait of the Zuka family, full of joy, is neatly placed on a small table. Because of this, Sasaki's family escapes their difficult life and begins to enjoy luxury. With the help of the guidance of the future, the Japanese excavation team collects countless relics. It seems like everything is going well because of that little Sasaki girl. But not for long. She sits pointing at the book on the table, her face covered in sweat from anxiety. Because Sasaki dropped out of school to use the guidance of the future for the government, she can't understand the true meaning when difficult kanji appear, and can't fully use the power of the guidance of the future. Then someone using a relic reads the future with skills superior to hers. An arm raised straight in the darkness, blood splatters everywhere leading to her death. Back to the morning, at a white glass building, leading to the airport waiting lounge. At first, I planned to ignore that prophecy relic, since she would die and disappear anyway, in Fine International Airport. But now that they dare to find my location, everything has changed. Sitting on a waiting chair, Yu Hoen looks around, his head full of thoughts. Not only that, they're also colluding with that crow bastard. They won't get away with this. I'll ruin their plans. Not far away, at a high-rise building, her name echoes. Chi-chan. In front of the TV screen, Du is sitting comfortably on the chair, watching a favorite movie. Sasaki-chan. The program makes her hug her knees, her face flushed, smiling happily. Su is handsome and sings so well. Suddenly, from behind, hiding behind the wall, Su peeks his face out to remind Dua. Sasaki-chan, it's time to read the relic of future guidance. Seeing him, she glances irritably at the clock. Ah, it's getting to the good part. Su smiles awkwardly, reminding quickly. This is the 4th time you've watched that show. From inside the room, Duna walks out, muttering reproachfully to Su. So what if it's the 4th time? I still think it's good, making him scratch his head embarrassedly. I'm sorry. Next to her, the company receptionist greets her. Welcome back, Zan Chi-chan. According to the schedule, Dupasha pulls out a chair. She sits neatly at the table preparing. I always have to read and translate those difficult kanji. A reassuring voice echoes from outside. If there's any character you don't understand, draw it out and give it to everyone. Standing behind, Su and the receptionist are startled, panicking, because something is happening. Du throws down the pen, hugging the receptionist, trembling. What's wrong? She says, shivering in fear. It says I'm going to die. This time it's written very clearly. I'm going to be killed. The book opens wide. The letters on the page glow. These words, what's happening? Sitting on the chair, Du looks up, her eyes full of determination. It must be that Korean guy, Kiyoshi-san, also lost his life because of him. Seeing Du uneasy, the receptionist from behind puts her hands on her shoulders, reassuring her repeatedly. Sasaki-an, calm down. Do you see any other prophecies besides that one? You have the power to see the future. Sasaki-chan, you don't have to worry. Look again. Comforted, Duka also somewhat regains her composure. That's right, if that guy's going to kill me, there will be many prophecies about it. She looks at the book with a slightly fearful expression, surrounded by cheers. You can see the future. Duka's eyes widen. She has regained the courage to face that book. That's right, I can't lose to him. The flight list appears. The time and location of the flight. Haneda Airport. All units pay attention. Emergency situation. A pair of legs walking next to a suitcase being dragged non-stop. A Korean using a relic has arrived in Japan. In the silent space, the conversation continues non-stop. Should we catch him right at the airport? Just leave him alone. Everyone will continue to follow him through the guidance of the future. In front of the airport gate, the figure of Du-hoen carrying a suitcase and a backpack is moving forward. I thought the guidance of the future couldn't pinpoint him. It's okay, it just needs to say his next step. An army commander points and signals to the soldiers in front of him. This is our chance to deal with all the trouble. We'll strike first. The order is executed clearly in an instant. At a small restaurant, on the table is a thin, eye-catching slice of salmon sushi. Without hesitation, he grabs the chopsticks. Du-hoen puts the rice neatly in his mouth. Sushi made by a Japanese chef is so delicious. Chewing happily, he puts the chopsticks back on the tray on the table. Anyway, when are those guys planning to attack me? A notebook filled with lines about Dua's demise, overflowing the pages. I'll constantly threaten her life, that way they're bound to show up. Pen in hand, Du-hoen smiled as he wrote non-stop. The future diary will definitely inform Sasaki Duka about the curse I wrote for her. That sacred relic will definitely notice it. A knock on the door made him glance over, his face clearly annoyed. Because that relic can't specifically pinpoint me, I'll carry out the plan carefully. Looking towards the door, Du-hoen's eyes were lifeless. He was full of certainty. The Japanese soldiers must be here. Outside, a soldier leaned against the door, gun raised high. He gestured with his hand. Silence. Facing him was a chef in disguise, panicking. I'm sorry. Looking towards Dua, carrying a tray of food. Sasaki-chan, are you ready? Making her a little confused, she hesitated. Wait, why is this so absurd? With her straightforward nature, Dua remained still, questioning. That person intends to kill me. Why should I go in there? He covered her mouth with his hand, gently instructing. You just need to look into his eyes. Through the door, Du-hoen's clear portrait rushed straight towards her face. That way you can monitor him. We'll know everything about him afterward. Looking at that figure, Dua was a little worried and hesitant, but she still walked forward. He doesn't even know what I look like. That's right. She slowly approached the door, preparing to enter and meet him. The edge of the door above whispered, If things get complicated, we're all here. That's right. I'll get through this. Without hesitation, Dua reached out and opened a crack in the door to enter. People say that the ability to see the future is the strongest ability. Her eyes widened, she pursed her lips, looking deep inside the crack. I have the advantage now. He doesn't know what I look like either. Inside the room, Du-hoen smiled smugly when he heard her voice. Here's your order. In an instant, he turned his face to look towards the door with a romantic flare. He's so handsome! Seeing that face, Dua lightly covered her mouth with her hand, her expression revealing shyness and surprise. Even more handsome than Sukan. She quickly picked up the plate of sushi and placed it on the table where Du-hoen was sitting. Juska's head was full of question marks. Oh my god, are they trying to kill him? Just as she put the plate of sushi on the table, she stammered and lowered her head, not daring to look him in the face. Such a waste. Du-hoen gave a friendly smile looking towards Dua. Thank you. Do you all know what? Her face flushed red, her eyes filled with joy, nodding her head. This is the one who uses the sacred relic to foresee the future. His hand moved slightly, touching the hilt of the sword placed on the ground, hidden under the black cloth. She actually came to meet me herself. Outside, observing through the screen, the soldiers panicked. That bastard is drawing his weapon. The other one grabbed the walkie-talkie and reported immediately. Sasaki-chan is in danger. Leaning against the door in front of the room, the one holding the gun gritted his teeth in frustration. What is that girl doing? Why doesn't she retreat immediately after seeing him? Not understanding what she's thinking, the door is gradually being pulled shut with force, leaving no gap. Standing outside, the two looked at each other blankly, not understanding what was happening. It turned out that Dua was the one who tightly closed the door. Her actions surprised Du-hoen. Having resolved the matter, she turned back to look at him with sparkling eyes, and a smile that couldn't stop. Oppa, can I be Oppa's fan? Dua's actions left Du-hoen stunned, unable to comprehend. She closed her eyes tightly, bowed her head slightly. Her face flushed as she asked him some questions. That's right, you're not a celebrity, are you? Not watching through the screen, the soldiers panicked. Why did that girl close the door? Wait, look over there. Seeing Dua crouched down, sitting on the ground, near Du-hoen, they speculated that she was talking to him, probably trying to extract information. Are you sure? Confirm with Captain Mori. Regaining his senses, he opened his mouth, stuttering as he asked her again. What did you say? Dua immediately raised her hand. interrupting Yu Hoen's words. She took out her phone and tapped rapidly. I just want to talk to you for a bit. Don't you understand what I'm saying? The pink phone was shoved right in front of his face. Here. A line of English text on the screen slammed into Yu Hoen's eyes. Looking at the words, he clenched his teeth, sweat dripping. What is she writing? Looking straight at Yu, who was gazing up with sparkling eyes and rosy cheeks. I know what she's going to say, but what's wrong with her? Does she know she's in danger right now? Taking the phone she offered, he smirked triumphantly. Whatever. A perfect opportunity for me. After a moment, Yu Hoen turned the phone screen towards Dua. Here, as if seeing something, her eyes widened, a look of immense joy on her face, ignoring the two soldiers with guns cowering outside in confusion. Did you hear something? No. Suddenly, a rope shot out from inside, smashing the table to pieces. What? The table? The two standing there gaped in shock, not noticing what was behind them. Wait, what's over there? In an instant, a series of ropes wrapped tightly around something struggling to break free. What's this? In just a few seconds, the ones in front were tied up tightly on the ground, revealing Yu Hoen and Yuka inside. What? He flashed a pleased smile, calmly announcing to them. I knew you guys were up to something, so I prepared a safety line beforehand. Seeing her looking worriedly at the tied-up people, Yu Hoen reassured her as they walked. Don't worry. I just tied them up a little, so no one will bother us. We're going on a date, remember? From behind, one of them raised his arm, pleading for help. Wait. Sitting in the room, Yu Hua tapped on the keyboard of the phone to communicate with Dua. Just a moment later, he smiled, holding the phone directly towards her. Here, a message appeared. Want to go on a date? Holding the phone, Dua looked up at him excitedly. Huh? You know Japanese? Yu Hoen adjusted his collar, smiling softly as he whispered. A little. You didn't come here alone, did you? The question he posed made her widen her eyes in disbelief, wondering if she might have come here with the Japanese army. Yes, that's right. Seeing Dua's expression, Yu Hoen began to analyze his thoughts. They don't like me, so they won't let you go with me. It's quite boring, isn't it? I wouldn't be surprised if they made you study and do tedious chores every day. His words were completely in line with her thoughts. Is that right? As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Hua gently stroked her head. Okay, let's sneak away together for a bit. Remember to follow me. Okay? The action made Yung's face flush, thinking. He's not as scary as I thought. After that conversation, the two walked out of the room, leaving the tied-up men behind. Is he really the one who wants to kill me? Standing behind, Jung observed Yu Hoen's back as he leaned against the wall, looking into the distance. Ever since I made eye contact with him, I've been able to read his future. I'm still at an advantage. After a moment of probing, he turned to look at her, smiling as he announced. I guess we're far enough away now. Too bad I left my future notebook at home. Seeing Yu Hoen's attitude, Yu smiled and closed her eyes, not paying attention to what was in front of her. Well, I guess it doesn't matter anymore since I met him. A sharp sword was pointed directly at her. Don't say anything. Hand over your phone. Seeing that Yu was quite cooperative, Yu Hoen smiled, his face full of satisfaction. Good. In an instant, the pink phone was completely smashed under his feet. My phone! Even with a sword to her throat, she angrily shouted. What the hell are you doing? Yu Hua raised his hand to his mouth, shushing. Quiet. I just want to get rid of anything they'll use to track us. As soon as he finished speaking, he grabbed her shoulder and turned her around. It would be troublesome if the Japanese army found out. Yu Hoen chuckled, his face close to Dua's ear, whispering inquisitively. You really think I don't know who you are? You're the prophetic relic user, aren't you? Hearing the information he asked, she turned to look, tears welling up in the corners of her eyes. What should I do now? He knows who I am. He's actually scarier than I am. At a cafe, a glass of orange juice was placed on the table. Yu Hoan picked up the glass and drank it deliciously. Outside, the staff hurriedly closed the door. Enjoy your time. Seeing the person leave, he immediately tightened the rope around Dua's arms, tying her up. With her hands placed in front of her tightly bound chest, she looked at him, angrily shouting, You've gone too far, you deceitful bastard. I can't believe you called this a date. Yu Huang held the ice cream cup in front of her, looking at Dua, and replied with a smile. What's wrong with you? We're already together in this fish cafe. If this isn't a date, then what is it? But having been diagnosed beforehand, she looked up with a worried expression, immediately asking him, What are you planning to do to me? Are you really going to kill me like the prophecy said? Biting hard on the spoon, Yu Huang's eyes stared blankly at Dua as he announced, I had planned to kill you sooner. He glanced towards the open bag, the hilt of a sword peeking out from inside. If you had approached me any closer back then, I would have thought about slitting your throat with the Muramasa. Yu Huang's words made her eyes widen, unable to believe the person in front of her. But you're more foolish than I thought. We could have gone so far. Not wanting to say more, he slammed his hand on the table next to the book, looking at Dua, subtly reminding her of the prophecy. Record everything you see in. As if understanding Yu Huang's words, she frowned, her face worried, and quickly explained. But I forgot it at home. Without bothering to say much, she reached out and lifted her sleeve, a fiery red character faintly visible on her upper arm. You think I care about that? This tattoo appeared after you started using the oracle relic, didn't it? Standing in front of Dua, Yu Huang firmly held her arms, tightening his grip as he ordered. Touch your tattoo and call out that oracle relic. You can summon it here. After explaining a few words, he crossed his arms, leaned back in the chair, and sighed, unable to believe she didn't know something so basic. Doing as Yu Huang said, in just an instant, smoke appeared before Dua's eyes, and the oracle relic appeared. Holding the glass of water and looking at her as she wrote, he seriously ordered, write as much as possible. 1 line less and you lose your life. Concentrate. Dua grabbed the pencil, trying her best to write on the page with her tied arms. Her face revealed clear fatigue, sweat dripping all over her face. The ice cream on the table also gradually diminished, until it was completely gone. Yu Huang supported his face with one hand on the table, while the other tapped on his phone incessantly. As if remembering something, he looked up towards Dua, meeting her gaze in silence. Then Yu Huang continued to tap on his phone, casually resting his leg on the chair as he gently reminded her, don't think about resting. Why are you writing so slowly? Dua angrily looked at him, expressing her feelings. Because my hands hurt. How much more do you need? Hearing the question from her, Yu Huang looked at the phone screen, replying bluntly, the more, the better. Seeing the situation was quite dangerous, Dua widened her eyes in worry, looking at him as she offered a suggestion. I will give you future guidance. Please let me go. The offer didn't seem to interest him. Yu Huang tapped on his phone, quickly rejecting it immediately. No, keep writing. His eyes contained a stream of thoughts that Dua herself couldn't fathom. If I wanted it, I would have snatched it away a long time ago. But it's an S-rank relic. An image of a Pandora relic ranking board appeared. From rank SS, rank S future guidance, rank A Muramasa, rank B golden axe silver axe, rank C Egyptian, and rank D. It's almost at the highest tier. If I try to suppress a high-level relic, the effects will be immeasurable. Gently lifting the black sleeve of his arm, underneath was an area of skin that was severely injured and scarred. When I tried to control the Muramasa, which has a lower tier than future guidance, my arm was quite badly injured. If I try to snatch it now, it might not just be my arm. Yu Huang continued to stare intently at the phone, his fingers tapping continuously. I also don't have any healing relics with me. But sensing something, he looked up, his eyes looking into the distance. Outside the door, a group of soldiers with guns entered the cafe, holding their guns, aggressively glaring at the owner. Please stop. My customers will be disturbed. We'll handle this quickly. Please step back. Standing in the hallway, Captain Mori put his hands on his hips, ordering the soldiers who had been holding guns to check all exits and every room. The group immediately ran off to search frantically. Inside the room, through the crack in the door, Yu Huang grasped their every move. They've arrived. He quickly turned his head towards Dua. How much have you written? Holding the pen tightly, she looked up and announced, I'm about to finish the first book. As soon as she finished speaking, Yu Huang grabbed the stack of papers on the table and placed it next to her. That's enough. Seeing his actions, Dua pleaded. Are you going to let me go? There's one more thing. From the bag, he pulled out a sharp blade and placed it in front of her, causing her to tremble non-stop. Seeing Yu Huan, his hand still gripping the sword tightly, Dua stammered, pleading. Please don't kill me. I'll write more for you. Killing me won't benefit you at all. Without another word, he tightened his grip on the sword's hilt, raised it high above her, his face darkening. This is the only way for you to survive. Yu Huan's actions and words were utterly incomprehensible, causing Dua to sit there wide-eyed, tears welling up with fear. He silently lowered his head, then unconsciously cracked an extremely bizarre smile. In just a few seconds, the sharp blade was plunged completely into the book on the table, emitting a brilliant blue light. What are you doing, human? The book was deeply embedded in his sharp blade. Inseparable. Sitting there, Dua stared at him with wide eyes, her mouth agape, not understanding what was happening. Her blonde hair suddenly moved and fluttered high up. Outside the building, at the cafe's entrance, something appeared inside. A series of purple notification panels appeared. Evil Relic Destroyer. You have unlocked a title and enhanced your dominance, reducing harmony. Another one. Dominance has increased to rank E. A final one breaks a high-grade relic, known as the Giant Hunter. Looking at the panels popping up around him, Yu Huan sighed wearily. Why are there so many windows? Suddenly, from outside the room, a group of soldiers with guns kicked down the door and charged in. So you're in this room. Behind the two soldiers, Captain Mori peered inside. What happened here? The book on the table emitted blue smoke, completely burning with the future guidance. He glanced at Captain Mori, a mocking smile on his face. What's so surprising? I destroyed it. Making him go crazy, stammering. You, Captain Mori's mouth seemed unable to stay silent. He gritted his teeth, trembling. You didn't hesitate. He pointed directly at him, ordering the soldier with the gun beside him to kill him. Hearing the insults from Yu Huan, Captain Mori angrily pointed at his face, ordering him to be killed. Receiving the order from their superior, the soldiers all pointed their guns directly at Yu Huan. He stood there calmly, offering them a challenging smile. Seriously? Try shooting if you're capable enough. Yu Hoen's words stunned Captain Mori, his brow furrowed, his teeth clenched in anger. What? From his hand, something was thrown up, making everyone around look up. Here, eat this. A piece of mochi-chi stuck directly to Captain Mori's shoulder, the head of the Japanese army. Delicious rank C common grade maids, mochi-chi. Single-use, instant consumption relic. Across from him he announced, "It belongs to Kiyoshi. Now I'm returning it to you." A cloud of white smoke appeared around Yu Hoen. He flashed a scheming smile, saying, "Goodbye, I heard the taste is delicious enough to die for." Captain Mori quickly removed the piece of mochi-chi and clutched it tightly in his hand. That bastard disappeared! He stared at the pink, smoky mochi, his mind filled with confusion. What is he planning? The aroma from the mochi-chi made all three of them salivate. What's that smell? Regardless of rank, the two soldiers lunged at him to grab the mochi. "That's my mochi! Give it to me!" Without another word, Captain Mori pulled out a handgun, raised it high above, and shouted to remind them, "You bastards, this is my mochi! Know your place!" But the other two didn't seem afraid. They also pulled out guns. All three of them engaged in a brawl, furniture being blown apart. "I have a gun too! Give me that mochi! It's mine!" Back at the airport, a road stretched straight up to the airplane. Yu Hoen sat in the plane's cabin, looking out the window. No ancestral artifact offered solace quite like the maid's delicious mochi, capable of not only charming enemies, but also granting the user instantaneous teleportation. He took out the notebook Dua had written earlier to read, figuring he might as well take a peek at the future's guidance. In his thoughts, Yu Hoen recalled meeting someone from the support group for the Sacred Relic. There was a support group for the Sacred Relic of Future Guidance in Japan, the Shanglong Corporation. Because of that, Sasaki might have contacted that guy, Kun. Relying on the stream of memories, he quickly reached out and flipped through the pages, searching for information. Perhaps there was something about him in these prophecies. Let's see, where is it? Just seconds later, his eyes narrowed, his pupils shrinking in surprise. Found it. Sitting in the plane's cabin, Yu Hoen began to read the information from the page. Within a month, head straight to the underworld, filled with greed. In that place, there is an omen related to the world's greatest disaster about to begin. Reading the summary, he immediately pondered and made a guess. To the underworld filled with greed. I'm pretty sure that's Las Vegas, the location of the underground Mysekis auction. Sheng Yu pulled out his phone, answering someone on the other end of the line. It was where Sheng Yu and his group went to gather information related to the CEO. He said that 3 people had registered under the name Jika. He was sure to be one of them. The prophecy also indicated this. The plane Yu Hoen was on began to accelerate down the runway, but the final part, the omen related to the world's greatest disaster, was definitely that disaster. An image of a city experiencing earthquakes, landslides everywhere, the sky filled with thunder and lightning, a blazing red light shining straight down, a disaster for all of humanity. It was an event described as sacred relics appearing en masse all over the world. After that event, treasures gradually surfaced, and people rushed to find them. After that event, everyone knew about the existence of tombs, and the number of people discovering sacred relics skyrocketed. Back in reality, holding the notebook, Yu Hoen fell into contemplation. But if I remember correctly, that disaster didn't start so early. The plane began to take off, over the white streaks below. Not only that, in the next line, the God who understands your greed will offer to cooperate with you. He reached out and closed the notebook, ending his reading. That means a sacred relic at the ghost level will appear at the auction. Is that CEO aiming for it so he can become as powerful as he was in his past life? In an instant, Yu Hoen's face darkened, and a pleased smile bloomed. If that's the case, then I'll have to steal it from you. Back in another place, in a room full of modern equipment, the meeting room of the Japanese excavation research team. Although Sasaki had woken up, he was still very weak. A Japanese soldier stood opposite the long table full of high-ranking leaders sitting there. As for future guidance, it has been completely destroyed. One of them looked at him, questioning in a low voice. During that time, Captain Mori and his soldiers opened fire on each other. In the end, everyone was injured and removed from the mission, making the soldier standing there nod, confessing honestly. "Yes, sir." From the side, a high-ranking leader slammed the table and stood up, shouting, "What is this? What kind of joke is this? I am really very sorry." From outside the door, a woman stood there observing the situation inside, holding a phone and making a call. "You think this is a joke? Please calm down, Mr. Chairman. We need to..." How can this situation be calm? She smiled and announced the news to the person on the other end of the line, confirming that future guidance had been destroyed. The Japanese self-defense forces also suffered heavy losses, making the other person shout in astonishment. "Are you serious? Damn it." The voice from the other end of the line continued. "You're saying that only one person caused all of this?" As soon as she stepped away, she quickly replied, "Yes, it seems so. Who is this crazy bastard?" In a place not far away, the location of the phone caller, at a location in the building. "What should we do? Should we take revenge for this loss?" Revenge? There's no need for that. The figure of the man turned his back, looking at the cityscape. But the money we invested in researching future guidance is now a waste. That's right, but think about it. On this side, her feet began to move more quickly. If one person has the ability to destroy future guidance, then this person has some strength. What if we recruit this person into the team? His words made her frown, objecting. But this person destroyed a rare sacred relic without hesitation. What if he does the same to the company's sacred relic? Her words made the person on the other end of the line smile with satisfaction. What should we do if he damages the chairman's sacred relic? Hands in his pockets, he raised his head and laughed, guaranteeing. There won't be a problem if we pay him handsomely. There's nothing that money can't solve. All you need to do is find this person's whereabouts. Starry night? Beside a large building that looked very luxurious. Las Vegas. Sitting in a cafe, Yu Hoen tapped the glass while sipping, looking at the surrounding scenery. He quickly put down the half-finished glass of orange juice on the table. Why are these bastards so late? A noise made Yu Hoen turn his head and glance into the distance. Seung-woo raised his hand high, shouting his name. Here he is! Se-du Hoen! Next to him, Do-kyum was uncomfortably communicating with a waiter. What are you saying? No, I'm with the person sitting over there. We have things to discuss. You hear? Yu Hoen crossed his arms, sitting in his chair, watching him complain. You guys are 30 minutes late. Seung-yu pointed to the waiter, explaining. That's because that tall guy wouldn't let us in. Hearing him shift the blame, the waiter quickly interjected. This is the Mid-Yu auction house. Only auction participants are allowed inside. If you're not a participant, please leave. This made Seung-woo's eyes widen in anger, his mouth agape. See? This guy is always acting up like this. What did we do wrong that you have to treat us like this? The two of them kept arguing back and forth, leaving him to sit there, propping his face with his hand, utterly dismayed. If you continue to behave like this, we'll be forced to take drastic measures. Damn it. What did he say? Speak Korean? Seeing the situation getting tense, Yu Hoen raised his voice to remind him. Look at you, always acting so high and mighty. You're in America, demanding they speak Korean. Seung-woo stammered. Oh, right, and turned towards the waiter. He smiled and asked for permission. These three are my guests. Would you allow them to join me? The three behind him were stunned by his next words, their faces blank. I apologize, it seems I made a mistake. It's all right, you'll understand. Looking at their shabby attire, watching the blondes retreating back, Seung-woo couldn't help but be surprised. You speak English? Yu Hoen chuckled, quickly glossing over the time-wasting issues and getting to the point. That's not the issue. Report what you found. Got it. He handed him a thick book filled with the backgrounds of the members. This is the information related to the three people named Jika. Looks like you guys did your research. Looking at the information Seung-woo provided, Yu Hoen was smug. These guys are quite useful. He sat down at the water table facing him and pointed, asking further. So, did you find the person you were looking for? Yu Hoen nodded in response. Indeed. He slammed the stack of background information on the table without a care. This is definitely the CEO's fake identity. Yu Hoen's hand moved towards the blue notebook placed in the middle of the table. If he's here, that means there's a very valuable sacred relic here. I need to check it out first. He quickly flipped through the pages inside the blue notebook. If there really is a ghost-level sacred relic, seeing Yu Hoen focused on the blue notebook, Seung-woo couldn't help but wonder. Why are you looking at the clock auction? Only super rich people gather at this place. If you successfully bid, you wouldn't have enough even if you sold your house. Ignoring his words, he remained focused, head down, reading the contents. Inside the notebook were pictures of various artifacts, with detailed descriptions. There isn't any ghost-level sacred relic here. What does the prophecy say? After a long silence, Yu Hoen looked at Seung-woo, who was staring blankly, and said, The Code of Hammurabi and Spea's pen, there are a few things I want to buy. Unable to contain his anger, he slammed his hand on the table, making the water glass shake violently. You're planning to participate in the auction? With a calm face, he replied casually. That's right. Thinking Yu Hoen was joking, Seung-woo immediately reminded him, Are you kidding me? This is the Mykitas auction house. He stood up abruptly, looking at him, causing the two guys at the next table to turn and stare, dumbfounded. Auctions usually start at 10 billion or 20 billion. We're just here to find some connections. We don't have the money to buy anything. Hearing his words, he slammed the blue notebook shut and asked back with a smile. Are you saying I don't have the money to buy things here? Seung-woo's group of three quickly chased after Yu Hoen. Wait, where are you going? With his hands in his pockets, he smiled and walked away lightly. Did you forget this is a gambling city? Gripping the doorknob, Yu Hoen flashed a meaningful smile back. You have to do something to make some money. As if suddenly understanding something, he gaped at him, sweating profusely. You're planning to make money from gambling? You're crazy! A city with dazzling red lights, full of ways to make money, was before Yu Hoen's eyes. This guy is really insane. In front of everyone around, the numbers kept increasing without stopping. How high can the number go? Seung-woo, Do-ki, and Jang-suk were completely stunned by the scene unfolding before them. He still has 10 turns left. It can go even higher. Unbelievable. Sitting in front of the gambling machine was Yu Hoen, using his talent to make money. This machine can reward so much money. If you don't withdraw it immediately, it can accumulate that much. The scene before him made Seung-woo furrow his brow, his face covered in sweat, showing his astonishment. But that makes everything even crazier. He can earn several million won with just a slot machine. A voice from behind echoed in his ear, making Yu Hoen purse his lips, revealing a smug smile. How can he do that? A moment later, he pulled out a payment slip from the machine. Yung Ho-yen held up the money-filled slip and waved it in front of Seung-yu, ordering, "Move somewhere else, stop loitering, follow me to cash the money." Holding the high-value slip in front of him, he said in admiration, "How much is this?" "Seidu Hoshin, I'm a little impressed by you. What if some crazy person comes to kill all the money-grabbing bastards?" While moving, suddenly a hand reached out to block his way, offering, "Stop right there." Yan Xiang, hands on his hips, looked at Yu Hoen. "Permission to inspect. May I search you, sir? We don't have many players hitting this many jackpots." Without a word of complaint, he smiled at him, nodding in agreement. "Sure, go ahead." Yu Hoen stood still as Jin Hung searched his body, looking for what he needed. "You won't find anything. You're right." From the palm of his hand, next to his index finger, something was hovering. "May I ask what that is?" Receiving the question, Yu Hoen immediately held the knife up to face Jin Hung, truthfully declaring, "A souvenir I bought. It's beautifully gold-plated, so I often carry it with me." After observing for a moment, he nodded. "Right, just a normal souvenir." Only he understood the origin of the knife, smiling smugly. "Of course, it looks just like one, but that knife is actually a golden axe, and a silver axe, in disguise." The knife in his hand immediately voiced complaints to Yu Hoen. "Why do I have to turn into this humiliating form? How long do I have to stay like this, master?" His thoughts flashed through his mind in an instant. Changing the form of a sacred relic is one of the most important skills of a sacred relic user. Goldfinch has the ability to detect wealth and value, sitting by the machine with his hand tightly holding the gold-plated knife to play the game. That's how I know which machines will give me the most jackpots. I can even find out which casinos will earn the most. Truly a precious sacred relic. Seeing nothing unusual about Yu Hoen, Jin Hung quickly apologized to him. "I apologize. It seems you're just very lucky." Not far away, a man propped his hand up, ordering the staff to search around. "Staff, check the machines too. I've never seen anything like this before." Seeing that he couldn't stay here too long, he raised his hand to signal, "Let's go to another casino. Don't make too much of a fuss about this." Behind him was Yu. He looked up at him with a puzzled expression. "Hey Yu Hoen, tell me your secret." After moving for a while, he grabbed the money exchange slip and slammed it on the counter. Yu Hoen smiled, ordering, "Change it all into cash," making the clerk in charge of exchanging money stunned. "We will take you to the VIP room. Please wait a moment." Still smiling, he looked at the girl, urging her to hurry. "No need, I'm in a hurry. Just give me the cash here." At a table, with 2 beers and a plate of snacks placed beside them. "Dude, I've never seen this much money in my life." Zen Yu hugged the pile of money, his eyes shining brightly. "This is enough for us to live comfortably for the rest of our lives." Trang Zhukuk was just as excited as he was. "We're rich, we're millionaires." A sentence uttered by Yu Hoen stunned them both for a few seconds. "Seems like you guys misunderstood something. That's not your money." Holding the glass, he smiled slightly at the two of them, making them stutter and quickly explain. "Ah, of course. But this is still too much money." Holding the stack of bills, Yu immediately advised Yu Hoen to consider carefully. "Hey Yu Hoen, do you really need to participate in the auction? Wouldn't it be better to take all this money home and enjoy it?" But he was completely rejected. "With this much money, you can buy anything you want. Live comfortably for the rest of your life." Holding the glass, Yu Hoen opened his mouth wide and drank all the water in the glass. "Because my goal is to get the sacred relic at the auction. If I want to confront CEOK, I still need a little more money." As soon as he finished the glass of water, he put the empty glass down on the table, ordering, "Hurry up and eat, I still have to go to another casino," making Kung Yu dumbfounded. Standing outside the casino with its glittering sign beckoning, the knife inside his hand whispered, "I can smell money. Right, when will master turn me back into my original form? Whatever. I'll enjoy the scent of despair from these casinos a little longer." Yu Hoen gripped the knife tightly, offering a suggestion to it. "Stop with the sweet talk, and find me the next jackpot machine." It immediately accepted the order. "Okay." The knife held tightly in his hand began to search. Let's see. The purple board next to it gradually appeared. The content on the board was, "You have approached the location of the sacred relic. Enjoy comfortably. Your affinity with the sacred relic has increased. Your scouting skill has increased." Looking at the information, Yu Hoen pondered. Although casinos are places to make money, there is still a problem. Without hesitation, the three of them, Seung-woo and Jokium, quickly entered the casino. It's also like a battlefield, a place where people seek despair and sorrow. Where people suffer, that place is paradise for sacred relics. I don't like doing things that sacred relics enjoy. As he walked, he clenched the knife in his hand with utmost determination. Let's quickly make money and leave this place. Suddenly from behind, a voice called his name, causing Yu Hoen to turn his head. Wait, Yu Hoen. On this side, Trangshuk grabbed his bag, trembling, questioning Yu Hoen. What's in your bag? Why is it suddenly? Seeing the situation was not good, he quickly reached out to open the zipper of the bag. Yu Hoen's eyes twitched slightly, staring wide-eyed into the inside. Inside the bag was an axe with a completely silver color, with embossed patterns on it. It's coming, the silver axe, it's coming soon. Both are different in color, but they carry completely different missions for Yu Hoen. If the golden axe has the ability to seek wealth and prosperity, the silver axe has the ability to detect enemies intending to threaten its owner. After observing the silver axe for a moment, his eyes narrowed, his face revealing confusion. Why is this axe ring? Suddenly, in front of Yu Hoen's group, two guys were grabbing each other's collars, fighting. You cheating bastard! What do you mean cheating? Spit out the money! A series of betting coins and broken wine bottles lay scattered on the ground. Please stop, this place is dangerous. The machines are falling apart. Someone pickpocketed me. Damn it, I lost everything. The scene before him made Zheng Yu frown, gritting his teeth in astonishment. What the hell is going on here? He didn't seem to notice what was behind him. A reception server with red eyes was holding a sharp metal object, lunging straight towards Yu Hoen. Spit out the money! Hearing this, he silently glanced at him with sharp eyes. In just a few seconds, a kick was launched, sending the server flying backwards to the ground. Looking at him lying unconscious on the ground, he angrily interrogated him, looking at his clothes. You're the casino dealer, are you crazy? What are you thinking attacking customers like that? The dealer's actions earlier made him a bit confused, quickly thinking in his head. There are no tombs appearing nearby, why is he suddenly? From afar, a sound rang out, immediately attracting Yu Hoen's attention. A pair of woman's legs appeared, approaching his group. The blonde hair of that girl fluttered in the air. She appeared in a black dress, looking extremely luxurious, walking through the chaos. Kung Yu and Yok Kyung were captivated by her beauty, their faces flushed red. An actress? I bet she's a celebrity, which beautiful young lady. Only he understood the situation clearly, biting his lip with worry. Yu Hoen immediately turned his head back, looking at the two people behind him, urging everyone to leave quickly. Let's get out of here, pack up quickly. Why? His face was covered in sweat, his lips pressed tightly together. I didn't expect to meet her here. Only the guy next to him didn't know anything, regretfully asking. You said you were going to make money. No wonder everything unlucky is spreading like a plague. We have to avoid her. The girl with the beautiful and luxurious appearance before them was none other than one of the children of the wealthy Irene Honen family, the youngest daughter of the wealthy Honen banking family. Seeing the backs of Yu Hoen's group leaving, Irene turned her head to look after them. But there was one thing not right about her. The image of a beam of light shining down from above, destroying every building in the city. The relic of God is the strongest relic of all. The owner of the relic of God stands above all others. A large group of people raised their heads, looking around, their faces not clearly visible. Because of that, those users are called gods. Titles like God of Destiny, God of Punishment, God of Wealth. Those people hold great power in the era of relics. Irene raised her hand, showing a swirl of unlucky blue magic. That is her ability. Among those people, Irene Honen is the owner of an extremely terrifying relic. Her title is the God of Failure. Everything near her becomes unlucky. Quickly, his group moved out of the gate inside the casino. Everyone will lose all their money and go bankrupt. She even caused global economic chaos, so we have to avoid her at all costs. Seeing that he couldn't escape her, Irene grabbed her bag and chased after Yu Hoen. Hey you, wait a moment! But he still deliberately ignored her, turning away, pretending to whistle, not seeing her presence. Wait for me! Yu Hoen's hand quickly placed on the door handle was blocked by a purple light. A series of purple notification boards appeared, hitting his eyes directly. The content inside mixed with red and white like a warning to Jen. You have detected a murderous aura from the door. Your relic will suffer serious damage. Warning. The number of uses of your relic will be greatly consumed. The events before his eyes happened so fast that he couldn't react, frowning in anger. Damn it! From the car, Irene with blonde hair ran over, her blonde hair floating in the air. Irene held onto Yu Hoen's arms, smiling and looking up at him to suggest, Can you listen to me? Seeing her standing next to him, Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, revealing a displeased expression. I'm done for. She's caught me. Conversely, on this side, Irene with a flushed face, she opened her eyes wide looking at him. Can you listen to me? Irene's hand held tightly onto Yu Hoen's arm. A purple smoke appeared. A series of purple notification panels popped up repeatedly, warning him. You are surrounded by murderous aura. Due to the heavy murderous aura, your sacred relics are severely damaged. The number of times you can use your relics will be greatly reduced. Your luck is overwhelmed by the murderous aura. Everything you do now will lead to failure. Your ability to function is severely reduced. Without hesitation, he quickly swung his hand, abruptly pushing her arm away. Get off me! Yu Hoen's action confused Irene quite a bit. She hurriedly looked around frantically and explained. I'm sorry, I was too excited to see you, so I got a little carried away. Seeing the beauty being scolded, Do-kyung gritted his teeth in anger, turning his head to look at Seunggu. Why is Seen acting like that? Beside him, he also seemed quite surprised. How would I know? He looks like he just saw a ghost or something? On this side, Trang Zu Knhu remembered something, and he quickly opened his mouth and blurted out, I remember now! What? I remember who that girl is now! Looking at Erin's face pleading with Yu Hoen, Trang Zu confidently asserted that what he said was true. She is Erin Hen. I'm sure of it. What? That American girl is from the Hen family? That's right. I've seen this face on the internet before. The moment she spoke, all three people standing behind hugged each other, trembling. You're the one who keeps hitting the jackpot that everyone's been talking about. And he stood there, listening in silence, with a face that didn't show much interest. I've been looking for you! Looking at Yu Hoen, Erin flashed a smile, with eyes full of admiration, pleading with him. If possible, could you tell me how you do it? Her attitude surprised Yu Hoen. Why is the richest person in the world curious about winning the jackpot? Strange. He quickly refused Erin's request. You've mistaken me for someone else. On this side, Seunggu also ignored her pleading look. Stepping forward, he grabbed the bag behind his back, hurriedly scolding him. You idiot, don't you know who this girl is? She's Erin Hen. She came all the way here to find you, and you're disappointing her. Seeing Yu Hoen remain silent, Seunggu turned his head repeatedly, speaking angrily. Are you listening? Stop, let's explain everything to her. Don't miss this opportunity. You idiots. In just a moment, all three of them were lying at her feet, their faces showing clear signs of unconsciousness. Please forgive me. 911. Call 911. Ugh, my stomach. The evening air around the building echoed with the conversation of their group. You idiots! Come here quickly, Yu Hoen. Take it easy. Wait a minute. He crouched down, looking up at Seunggu, instructing. Listen carefully. Stay away from that woman as much as possible. He clutched his stomach, his face pale and trembling. What do you mean? Yu Hoen turned and left, leaving the three lying on the ground. When you recover, take the bag somewhere, and keep the money safe. Seunggu clutched his stomach, wondering. Where are you going? He confessed honestly. The auction house. After I'm done, I'll call you to bring the money. As he walked, Yu Hoen's mind raced about the money. I was going to earn a little more before starting the auction, but never mind. I can't afford to lose any more money. A moment later, he appeared in the entrance area of the auction house. Squeezing through the crowds, Yu Hoen lowered his head, thinking, what reason does she have to look for me? Suddenly, a voice rang out from a distance. Hey you, stop blocking the way, move aside! See Unun from afar, he stood there with a smug smile, looking at him. This is the VIP entrance, you should go over there. Yu Hoen stood there silently, saying nothing. He quietly observed his appearance. Jun Seun, he's CEO Kwa's right-hand man. He's much younger than before but still has that annoying look. If this bastard is here, then CEO Kwa is also here. From beside Seun, a middle-aged man with a sad look appeared. Isn't that Thuong Hai, chairman? He slowly walked towards him, followed by him, the CEO of Tun. Looking at Taejun, Yu Hoen frowned, his eyes showing the intense hatred he had harbored for so long. I've finally met you. Back in the past, Yu Hoen crouched on the ground, his head covered in long streaks of blood. Alright, come here, I'll tear you apart from the inside. Facing him at this moment was a gaping mouth with sharp fangs and that damned bastard, Tesseron. Yu Hoen glanced at the giant monster. He vowed in his heart. Even if I become a ghost, I will ruin your life. Back in reality, he looked at Chairman Taejun's face. He only looked for a few seconds, then brushed past Yu Hoen, ignoring him. He didn't recognize me. Taking advantage of that opportunity, he flashed a smug smile, his face full of scheming, promising himself. I'll take all the sacred relics you plan to buy at the auction. Victory will be mine. Suddenly, behind him, sounds attracted Yu Honian's attention, and he quickly turned his head. A group of people stood there arguing with each other, with some frantically holding their phones. What's going on? My stocks are plummeting. I'm losing all my money because of the flight. What does that mean? My phone isn't working, it was fine a minute ago. Seeing the situation, he turned around to observe, and then guessed. Wait, don't tell me it's exactly as Yu Hoen thinks. Erin, searching for him with her bag in hand, called out, Baoma, you followed me all the way here. Seizing the moment, he turned and walked away, only to be called back after a few steps. Wait for me! How did she find me in this crowd? Upon seeing Yu Hoen, she quickly blurted out pleadingly, Please, just listen to me. Erin hesitated, speaking before his angry demeanor. I'm really desperate, I don't know what to do. For some unknown reason, Yu Hoen suddenly slammed his face into the glass door in front of him. Seeing him hurt, clutching his face in pain, Erin rushed over to ask, Are you okay? You ran straight into the door pretty hard. Holy crap! Straining to suppress the pain, with blood streaming from his nose, Yu Hoen yelled at her. Does it look like I'm okay? Don't follow me anymore. All of this happened because of you. What he said was exactly what Erin needed to hear. She was overjoyed. You're right, it's my fault. Seeing Erin turn her head to look behind her, Yu Hoen was puzzled. What was that response just now? She quickly approached him, blurting out the thought she'd been holding back for so long. I don't know if you'll believe me if I say this, but it seems like I bring bad luck to anyone around me. Iren's voice and eyes were filled with pleas towards Juen. I want to be as lucky as you, because I believe there's a way for me to make everyone around me happy. The image of her kept flashing in his mind. A girl radiating bad luck. She's a goddess of failure, the one who ruined the finances of countless people, devastated many nations. Eren's next action stunned him. She tightly grasped Yu Hoen's hands. Why is she doing this? Is she acting? Her hand gripped his tightly, looking up at him with pleading eyes. Can you tell me how to get as lucky as you? I'll do anything to find out. Along with Eren's resounding voice, the purple board appeared once again, causing him to frown with worry. If it's money, I'll give you as much as you want. A series of information appeared on the board due to the killing intent from the relic. Immunity activated. You are attacked by a relic possessor. Immunity increased. Repeatedly. The lines of information reminded him of the small pill in his palm that he had once taken for immunity. That's the skill I got from eating the silver pill from the quest reward. At that time, I only knew it gave me a skill. Once again, information from the purple board appeared. Due to the effect of immunity, you have resisted the power of the relic, escaped the effects of the relic possessor. This skill is activated due to the relic possessor. It activated because she attacked me with the relic. Seeing everything was safe, Yu-Ho lowered his head and smiled in response. You're right. Looking towards Eren, he quickly explained the reason for his silence earlier. I'm okay, I was just thinking for a moment. Hearing what he said, she was somewhat relieved. I'm really sorry, my request was a bit too abrupt. Yu Hoen looked at the girl in front of him, secretly rejoicing. If this really happens, I don't need to avoid her anymore. Not only that, her being near me strengthens my immunity. Leaning against the door, Yu Hoen stroked his chin, deep in thought. She can help me at the auction by disrupting the other participants. A double win. Glancing at her, he remembered a familiar name. Wait, there's also that CEOG. On the other side, President Turn was screaming loudly. What? Our company in China suddenly caught fire. What does that mean? Making Siyun, who was holding the phone, stammer. The company just informed me. He hurriedly cut him off, asking repeatedly, what about the production schedule? Can they ship on time as promised? On this side, Yu Hoen just stood there silently, observing what he had to endure. What are you standing there for? Call them back and ask. Yes, sir. He's been hit by the relic possessor. Then he glanced at Eren beside him, thinking to himself. In the past, he would immediately leave this area, meaning he didn't know about the existence of the goddess of failure. An idea flashed in Yu Hoen's mind, and he smirked cunningly. The enemy of my enemy is my friend. I can take advantage of her. Looking towards her standing there, he began to pretend to ponder the idea. Your proposal isn't bad, making Eren happily turn to look. Really? With one hand in his pocket and the other outstretched, Yu Hoen began to explain his luck. But let me tell you one thing. Getting luck like mine isn't easy. She listened silently to everything he said. Of course I understand very well. Although I wanted to tell her more details about this, Yu Hoen's next sentence made Erinder fall silent. But I need to attend the auction. Looking towards her, he offered, if you don't mind, would you like to join me? Seeing Eren's continued silence, Du Hofuen immediately dismissed the thought. It's understandable if you don't want to join. After all, the entrance fee is quite expensive. Without hesitation, she grabbed her phone, turned, and ran off. It's okay, money isn't a problem for me. Standing there watching her, Du Hoen chuckled to himself. I knew you'd follow. Buying a ticket here is like buying bubblegum for you. Eren's figure disappeared into the distance before his eyes. Irene Hen, I'm curious to see what kind of person you'll become. Inside a room above the platform, an auctioneer was running the auction. Greetings, ladies and gentlemen. We are pleased to begin the 74th auction, the auctioneer announced loudly. The first item above, Jen and Eren were observing. There are so many empty seats, aren't there? Faintly visible in front of them, only 2 guests remained attending the auction. After Irene Hen joined me at the auction, only 2 rivals were left within 3 minutes. Most people had to deal with unexpected misfortunes that occurred. On the other side, Turn and Sikwon were present, the latter looking worried. CEO Jun hasn't left, even though his factory in China burned down. Which means he really desires something in this auction. Upon hearing about the next auction item, Eren pointed, and her eyes lit up as she eagerly asked, that item is over 100-year-old Russian royal wine. Are you planning to buy it? Sitting in his chair, Du Hoen smirked and announced, the item I'm interested in will appear in the latter half of the auction, making her, who was beside him, excited as well. Is that so? A moment later, he suddenly turned to look at Eren, who was focused on the auction. The features on her face were clearly revealed before his gaze. She is the goddess of misfortune, Irene Hen, but she is completely different from what I remember. But it doesn't seem like she's acting. The image of her standing before Du Hoen saying unbelievable words that morning flashed back. The strangest part of all this is, I don't know if you'll believe me, but it seems like I bring bad luck to anyone around me. The truth is, she doesn't know anything about the relic. His hand on his chin, he fell into a daze full of thoughts. If that could happen, then the relic has already attached itself to her. Irin, on this side, shyly tucked her blonde hair behind her ear. "What are you doing? You listened and believed what I said." She then said, "I feel much better when there's someone to tell my troubles to." Duhoen smiled and glanced at her. "It's nothing much." A series of purple notifications reappeared. Because the owner's mood is happier, the power of the relic has also been enhanced. The power of the relic is accelerating rapidly. Hearing what he just said, Irin smiled with amusement. "What do you mean? When you say it's nothing much, it makes me extremely happy." An aura emanated around her, causing everyone around to be terrified, including him. The ceiling of the auction area began to shake violently. An earthquake. A series of purple notifications appeared. Momentarily, the influence of the relic is rampaging within the target radius. Bad luck is enveloping you. The relic you possess is being severely damaged. Duhoen's face was now devoid of any color. He stood there, frozen and motionless. I'm cracking into pieces. What is the master doing? Do something quickly." Regaining his composure after only a few seconds, he immediately looked towards Imran. Unbelievable. The happier the user, the stronger the relic becomes, and she is still calm as if nothing happened. What just happened? What kind of insane relic is this? Once again, amidst the purple smoke, purple notifications appeared. "You are being attacked by the relic's heel. Immunity is increased." Immunity reaches fame level. Resistance to the influence from the relic is enhanced. Resistance to disease is enhanced. This increase in immunity is too terrifying. If this continues, my relic will fall apart. Duhoen raised a trembling hand and looked at her, saying, "Don't be too hopeful. I'll feel very bad if we can't reach an agreement." Irin also nodded thoughtfully. "Come to think of it, we haven't discussed in detail what we can do for each other, have we?" On this side, he lowered his head and gave the girl beside him a sharp look. "Also, with your luck being better, how can you be sure that you won't bring bad luck to those around you anymore?" Duhoen's words were in line with Irin's thoughts, causing her to lower her head sadly. "You're right, I don't think there's any guarantee for that." Her emotions dropped, causing a notification to appear on the purple screen. The owner's mood has decreased. The power of the relic has also decreased, hitting him directly in the eye. Back at the auction, above the platform, the auctioneer began to continue his work. "It seems there was a small earthquake just now, but everything has been resolved. The current price is 770,000. Is there anyone who will bid higher?" In the rows of guest seats, a series of people raised their hands, offering prices to obtain the item. 1 million United States dollars. "What are you planning to do?" The noisy quarrel attracted attention from the row of seats where Duhoen was sitting. "If you don't like it, you can bid higher. I'll play along with any price. You think you can win against me?" He looked at the people fighting over an item on the auction floor. Their minds aren't too stable due to being affected by the relic. Wait a minute. Duhoen then turned to look at Irin, who was turning her head away, pondering. I can use her to eliminate the remaining rivals. Seeing her sudden turn, he quickly raised his voice to cover up his embarrassment. "Hey, you don't need to be sad. Things aren't clear yet. Maybe you'll be lucky and everyone won't be unlucky anymore." Yu Hoen looked towards the opposite side, a small smile forming as he hatched an idea for Irin. "Let's deal with this soon. You said you wanted to know how to be lucky, right? I'll show you how." Hearing his words, she lowered her head, her face flushed red, believing him completely. "Really?" Seeing that she had fallen into his trap, he smiled and nodded with a scheming look. And so, on the seats of the auction floor, the two chatted animatedly. I deliberately said that to make Irin Hen happy. I tricked her into believing I could handle her problems. Hands released bills onto the tables after the auctioneer's clear calls. Because when she's happy, the power of the relic increases many times over. As a result, the remaining competitors lost control and bid on everything they saw. In the end, they burned all their money on useless, extravagant things. I'm glad everything went smoothly. Taking advantage of the opportunity, Yu Hoen raised his hand to collect all the relics he needed. Because everyone burned all their money in the first half of the auction, I can ensure the safety of all the relics I want in the second half of the auction. But there were a few things he also had to build around, and that was Chairman Chizun. There were a few relics I had to yield to CEO Kun, because he wasn't much affected by the power of the relics. His eyes narrowed as if sensing something, revealing a feeling of unease. That was because his relic dominance ability was too high. Chi Xin Yu. Relics like the pot, the mirror, and the fan appeared, but because my understanding of relics was much greater than his, I only yielded him the less useful relics. Holding the notebook, Yu Hoen looked at the scribbled lines. Let's see, the Hammurabi Code, Spear's Pen, Marie Antoinette's necklace. The heel-level relic mentioned in the prophecy hasn't appeared yet. Looking at the notebook in front of him, he fell into contemplation for a long time, his head constantly thinking. The auction is about to end. Strange. Seeing Yu Hoen's prolonged silence, Irin, sitting next to him, impatiently began to speak. So, are you going to agree to the deal with me or not? I feel like you're just beating around the bush. He grabbed the notebook and stuffed it inside his jacket. I'm very sorry, I think it's time for me to get serious, right? Let's go somewhere quieter. and talk about the details and the agreement. This auction is also coming to an end. As soon as he finished speaking, above the auction floor, the auctioneer began to talk about the final auction item. Okay, we will start tonight's surprise event. Let's reveal the final item. It is the mysterious almond tree that has attracted a lot of attention recently. Seeing the item being auctioned in front of him, Yu Hoen's eyes narrowed. He was thinking something. Wait, that's Chizehun. On the other side, he also looked with eyes full of desire to obtain the auctioned item. A tree with dense leaves growing on its canopy, the elixir tree of Xin Shi Huang. It angrily complained, "Arrogant humans, take care of me properly. Don't use this fake sunlight and bring me some real sunlight here." At a glance, he knew it was a heal-level relic. Moreover, it was a healing type. Without hesitation, Yu Hoen raised his hand to get that relic. I must get it at all costs. Chizehun on the other side also raised his arm. He glanced at him suspiciously. Damn it, does he know it's an extremely valuable relic? The origin of that medicine tree relic began with a king from ancient times. Emperor Qin Shi Huang was a powerful man of the Qin dynasty. When rumors of the elixir tree spread, the emperor sent people everywhere to find it. And that medicine tree was the tree brought to the auction floor today. After many years, it was finally found. The almond tree. Before I died, CEO Kun owned it. In Yu Hoen's disease-ridden past, he knelt on the ground. Next to him was a sack thrown down. At that time, my body was full of diseases due to the influence of relics. That's why I had to rely on the fruit from the elixir tree to survive. As a result, instead of receiving money, I was only rewarded with this fruit, and eventually had to do everything CEO Kun ordered. It was simply that the relic was what kept CEO Kun in control of my life. Thinking about everything in the past for a long time, Yu Hoen immediately understood the problem. That bastard, so that's where he got it. His eyes narrowed, his pupils seeming to shrink, expressing hatred towards him. This time I will snatch it from you. If this relic falls into his hands, my life will once again repeat itself like the past. Back above the auction floor, the auctioneer observed and announced, "We have attracted the attention of a few people. As expected, the fruit from this type of tree has the ability to restore male vitality." Hearing this, both he and the man lowered their faces, a little embarrassed, not daring to say anything. Although a little embarrassed, Yu Hoen still tried to raise his hand to grab that tree. Damn it, do you know what male vitality is to even introduce it? How embarrassing. The starting price is $200,000. An attractive price far exceeding that number, right? He offered $300,000. Then another price was continuously offered, $400,000. This side didn't seem willing to give in to him. Turn decided to follow to the end, $500,000. Not only his participation, people in other seats also raised their hands to bid. Other people are also participating. Not wanting to prolong the moment any longer, he opened his mouth wide and made a sky-high price of $10 million United States dollars, causing Siyun to be shocked. What are you doing? Chairman Chu Xiun glanced at Yu Hoen non-stop. You bastard, you're not going to give up, are you? Hearing the number the guy offered, he immediately gritted his teeth, his brows knitted tightly with tension. He knows it's a healing relic. Yu Hoen stood there, still raising his arm, wanting to enter the bidding war with that guy. I don't know much about that relic, but the truth is, when it comes to money, I can't beat him. His own voice rang out, causing Inran standing nearby to look on in a daze. Let's start our transaction. Yu Hoen lowered his head, a smile playing on his lips, as he made the proposal between the two of them. I promise to find a solution for your bad luck, but in return you have to buy that thing up there for me. Hearing what he just said, she smiled faintly, her face looking quite pleased. We exchange what we both need. Is that fine? Standing next to Yu Hoen, Irin accepted the offer and boldly declared, I think that's good. When it comes to money, I won't lose to anyone. The atmosphere in the stands above grew lively. The prices offered by the clients soared one after another. 46 million United States dollars. 47 million United States dollars. 48 million United States dollars. 49 million United States dollars. Suddenly, a price was offered that caused everyone around to buzz with discussion. 50 million United States dollars. That price made the auctioneer on the platform above break into a terrible sweat. It seems we've reached the 50 million United States dollars mark. Does anyone else want to bid? A new, record-breaking price was offered by Chairman Zun. 100 million. A price that made countless people terrified. Damn it, he's paying 100 million right away. Crazy! Yu Hoen, on the other hand, just quietly glanced at the guy. Damn it. He silently lowered his head. Thoughts surged in his mind. Over 100 million is beyond my means. A visible loss right from the start. On the auction floor, the auctioneer asked one more time. Given the price that guy offered, the current price is 100 million. Does anyone want to bid higher? From the seats above, a hand was raised very high. However, that was Irin. She decided to help Yu Hoen all the way. 150 million made him flash a deeply satisfied smile, greatly appreciating her. This is the perfect time for a rescue to arrive. Back on the auction floor, the price made the auctioneer gasp. What? On this side, Zun and Seun were no less surprised. Both gritted their teeth in anger. What the hell? He decided to play to the end, stood up from his seat, and offered a higher price. 160 million. Damn it, the price is still going up. Irin merely gave a gentle smile. She motioned with her hand, and a new price continued to appear. 200 million. Her action just now made the guy grit his teeth in confusion. What? You weren't bidding earlier. Why are you joining now? Beside him, seeing this, Seun quickly advised his chairman. I think we should give up. Please, chairman. His words instantly annoyed Zizun. What did you say? Zizun began to explain. If I'm not mistaken, that woman is Irin Hen, the youngest daughter of the Hen Chaebol family. Then looked towards both Zirazun and Irin, who were sitting smugly there. The money of this family wouldn't run out, even if they spent it for dozens of generations. Zizun was so angry that he clenched his teeth, not knowing what to do. Damn it. He decided to fight to the end. The price jumped up. 220 million. I won't back down, chairman. As soon as he finished speaking, on this side, she offered an outrageously high price next. 300 million! Making everyone around widen their eyes. God, now they're increasing the price by hundreds of millions. Yuan Wei just smiled and waited. Truly satisfying. We have overpowered CEO Zun's bid twice, a price that made the guy furious enough to smoke. Let me go! How dare you! Si-eun beside him hugged Zun tightly. Chairman, please calm down. Finally, the elixir belonged to Irin Hen for 500 million. At a cafe, a delicious glass of orange juice was held by him. Yu Hoen looked towards Irin, smiling with amusement. 500 million is quite an expensive price for you, isn't it? Hearing this, she immediately shook her head in rebuttal. No. Money has never been a problem I have to worry about. Looking at him sitting opposite her, Irin began to bring up her own issue. That's true. How do you plan to solve my problem? She wondered how Yu Hoen would help her escape bad luck. Are you going to share your luck with me, or give me some kind of charm to increase my luck, like a rabbit's foot? The next thing he said made her jaw drop, startled and confused. Actually, I won't pay you anything at all. Irin felt like she was being played, and got angry. Are you tricking me? Yu Hoen repeatedly raised his hands, gesturing to explain. No, please hear me out. His hands clasped tightly together, his sharp eyes looking up at her. Your problem can't be solved even with a lucky charm. No. The only way to solve this is to separate what's inside you. Irin looked surprised. Separate? Yu Hoen hurriedly explained further to her. Simply put, you will give up the thing you possess. Looking at Irin, he now wore a smug smile, thinking to himself. That's right. The only solution to this problem is to deal with the relic she possesses. If I do that, I'll own the cursed relic. I'm the one who benefits the most. Yu Hoen leaned back in his chair, offering her a solution to the problem. I'm sure you've noticed that there's a strange object following you wherever you go. You just need to give it to me, and your problem will be solved. Over on her side, Irin touched her chin, recalling the objects that had followed her. An object that always sticks with me? I don't think I have anything like that. Hearing Irin's words, Yu Hoen immediately retorted and made an unreasonable suggestion. Try throwing away all the items on you now, one by one. Sitting across from him, her expression became sad. To be honest with you, I already tried it before, but nothing came back to me. Strange. As if remembering something, Yu Hoen leaned forward and asked Irin loudly, What about tattoos? Do you have any tattoos appearing on your body? Hearing his question, her eyes changed instantly, widening in surprise. Seeing Irin's expression, Yu Hoen was sure his guess was completely correct. So, you do have one? A series of images of ancient relics appeared with his explanation. Relics are divided into two types, consumable relics and possessed relics. Tattoos will appear on the owner of a possessed relic. In the past, the image of Sasaki's arm had a tattoo. So Sasaki also has a tattoo on her arm. You've had this since you started using the future diary, right? Creating a connection with the owner through the tattoo. A man with a dragon tattoo on his arm held a spear containing a red light. Anyone can use consumable relics, but they have a limited number of uses. Unlike consumable relics, possessed relics have no limit to the number of uses, but only the owner can control them. All powerful relics are possessed relics. Reaching for her wallet, she quickly pulled something out to show Yu Hoen. Let me show you a picture. A photo was held out from Irin's hand towards him. Here, in the photo, is an image of herself with a black aura wrapped around her body. Wait, that is. Seeing Yu Hoen's expression, Irin became worried. What's wrong? Is there a problem? The image of both of her arms full of black aura swirling around made him thoughtful. Irin's relic is a parasitic type. This type of relic is quite rare, but they are inside the user's body. After a few seconds of observation, he handed the phone back to Irin. Because her relic is of the worst kind, bringing bad luck to everything, I expect it to be like the golden apple of Iris. What kind of relic does she possess? Then Yu Hoen silently observed her worried face before him. But one thing was certain. He couldn't separate that terrible power from her body. If that's the case. He pulled a piece of paper from his hand, placed it on the table, and wrote some words on the paper. I thought this would be easy, but it seems I was wrong. Yu Hoen's phone number appeared, and he handed it to Igrin. This is my number. When we have more time, let's try to think of a solution together. With the job done, he quickly left with a meaningful smile. Behind him, she still blankly said goodbye. I can't force the relic out of her body, so it's best to make her an ally. Making relationships with others isn't a bad idea. You never know when they might be useful. Back at the auction house. The relic tree that was successfully auctioned off earlier was placed on the table. Since you paid for this almond tree, it's yours now. You can pick up the other items after payment. Next to him, Yu Hoen picked up his phone and said, Okay, let me call my subordinates to pay. The staff member smiled and replied, Take your time. The signal from the other end of the line still hadn't connected, making him a little annoyed. Why aren't these bastards answering? In an instant, Yu Hoen's eyes narrowed. He sensed something. Something's not right. Memories flooded back to his conversation with Seung Woo before leaving. Did I entrust the evidence to those guys before leaving? Breaking free from his thoughts, Yu Hoen turned his head to look at the staff member. Wait a minute, there's something I want to ask. From his pocket, he took out a thick stack of money, smiled, and continued. It's nothing special. I just want to pay for your handsomeness. Back in another place, 3 pairs of legs were running frantically on the dark road. Those 3 were none other than Seung Woo and Do Trong Jugak. We've run far enough. He won't find us. Let's rest for a bit, boss. This thing is too heavy. Maybe we should take a break. Seeing his 2 lackeys agree, he clutched the money bag, panting. All right, let's take a break. I'm out of breath. Is the money bag still full? Facing him, Doyum laughed between breaths. Of course. We're freaking rich now. Seung Woo chimed in, smiling. This is more than enough for us to enjoy for the rest of our lives. Before their smiles could fade, something slashed across, freezing him in place. The one who launched the attack was Du Hoen. He stood there with a furious expression. How dare you take my money and run? Seeing him, they looked like they'd seen a ghost, sweating and trembling. Du Hoen, how did you find us? From a distance, Du Hoen slowly walked towards them, pulling the axe stuck in the wall. With the golden axe in hand, it's not hard. The Jed Ung Yu gang members shuddered and tried to explain. Du Hoen, we just held the axe for a moment. He raised his axe as a warning to the group in front of him. Don't make up any excuses, or you'll lose your heads. We were wrong. From his pocket, Du Hoen pulled out something. I guess I have to use this now. The sight of the stone in his hand made Zi Ung Yu freeze. A foot scrub stone? He chuckled, telling him to pay attention. Watch this, and you'll find out. As soon as he finished speaking, Du Hoen gripped the stone tightly, and a white smoke emanated around him. Behind him now stood a towering stone pillar, and a plaque held in his hand. Seeing what was in front of them, the 3 of them froze for a few seconds. What the hell is that? One of the famous sayings in this law is, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. The function of this pillar is that when someone attacks, the attack will be reflected back at them. And so on, whatever the enemy does, it will all be returned. This is called the perfect reflection relic. Du Hoen's next words made Seung World and Trangjuak grit their teeth in fear. A new acquisition from the new auction house. I got it earlier because I had to ask the staff there. The light from the plaque shone directly on his face, and Du Hoen flashed a scheming smile. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I will repay your betrayal with another betrayal. Du Hoen triumphantly recited. An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I will repay your betrayal with another betrayal. Suddenly, beams of light bound all 3 of their hands, leaving them stunned and shocked. He thought to himself that he was worried it wouldn't work as he intended. But unexpectedly everything was fine. The Code of Hammurabi stone statue, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, is the phrase that activates the ability to reflect anything the enemy uses to attack. However, because the Code of Hammurabi is a law book, I'm curious to see if this relic can control the current and future actions of the opponent. That's the law I need. After the 3 of them were released, Kung Gu was extremely puzzled. What was that just now? Du Hoen replied with a smile. It was nothing. I just used you guys to test its power. As long as you don't betray me, nothing will happen. If you guys try to pull any tricks, your bodies will be torn to pieces. He yelled, What? At the same time, the system displayed a notification. According to the Code of Hammurabi, the relic has begun monitoring the actions of the designated target. Du Ho looked at him and continued. You can consider that you've just signed a slave contract with me. What the hell? With what conditions? Sheng U's 2 lackeys whispered to him one after another. Boss, I think he's telling the truth. The stone tablet appeared and disappeared in an instant. Zhen Ung Yu heard this and started sweating, asking, Do you have superpowers? He replied leisurely, That's right. Du Hoen pointed his thumb at himself and said, One thing you guys should know is that this world is about to be turned upside down. As long as you become my slaves, you'll be fine. All 3 of them stared blankly, listening intently to what he said next. Although this is a slave contract, It's not that bad. If you guys do a good job, I'll reward you. You can earn more money than the money you just tried to steal from me. I'll give you as much as you want. He asked back. Really? Sheng-yu was still hesitant, stammering. Okay, but wait a moment, he asked further. What do we need to do? After hearing the question he wanted to hear, Duhoshin smirked triumphantly. You'll find out soon enough. The next morning, in sunny weather, warm rays of sunlight shone between the tall buildings. Inside the room, a voice echoed, I told you to come here at 9 a.m. sharp. Trang Zhutak stood with his arms crossed, puzzled. What is this? Duhoyan, why is there suddenly a pot in the middle? He replied casually. What are you guys so confused about? This is part of your job, he suddenly asked. Do you see the tree over there? They immediately looked in the direction he pointed. Then Yu Hoen ordered, You have to plant that tree for me. The tree immediately cursed. How dare you treat me like this, you filthy humans, someone shouted in surprise. What the hell? Why is there a tree there? Young Dung held the sprout in his hand and said, It won't bite you. Quickly plant it in a pot. Don't make me say it again. Yu Ho, while drinking the water in his hand, continued. That tree is worth $500 million. Take care of it carefully. Zheng-yu couldn't believe it, repeating, 500 million? When he picked up the tree, it immediately screamed, What is it? Filthy human! Then it started to change its attitude. The way you're holding me is quite pleasant. That's right. Humans should treat me like this. He took a sip of water while observing them. The tree contentedly praised. Very good, I accept you now. Yu Hoen was also secretly pleased. It seems like these guys have high compatibility with sacred relics. Then he recalled last night, thinking to himself. It was so difficult to make a deal with the divine tree last night, but it was too noisy so I couldn't sleep at all. Miracle medicinal trees hate domineering owners, and often prefer those who are more harmonious. He looked ahead, at the newly acquired coolies who were diligently and noisily working. Bring out the hall, use that hall. Yu Hoen was even more pleased. It seems like these guys are the perfect nannies for the miracle medicinal tree. He smirked, thinking to himself. I assigned them the task of taking care of the tree simply because I didn't like taking care of it. Who knew these guys would be so suitable for this task? Suddenly, the phone vibrated. A string of numbers appeared on the phone. Yu Ho thought to himself, whose number is this? Quote, answering the phone and greeting, hello. Then he thought, although I don't have this phone number saved, it feels surprisingly familiar. A voice from the other end of the line rang out and introduced. You're Yu Hoen. I'm the CEO of Thuong Longquo Tun. Yu Ho finished listening, smirked and questioned. Is that so? What does the esteemed CEO want with me? He thought to himself. This is his private number. If he's calling me, that means he started investigating me. Ted Jun spoke. I want to get straight to the point. I heard you were the one who bought the almond tree from Irene Hen. He immediately realized the guy's intentions, cursing to himself. That bastard! He gets information fast. He continued. I want to talk to you about this matter. Yu Hoen said directly. If it's about that tree, then I have nothing to say to you. I'm very busy right now, so I'm hanging up. CEO Kuan Tae-jun, and then he decisively hung up. He was a bit surprised by how straightforward he was. Immediately, Tae-jun angrily gritted his teeth and cursed. This bastard! Si Unun, standing opposite him, was sweating and worriedly asked, Is there a problem, Chairman? The conversation didn't go well. He slammed the phone on the table and shouted. He didn't even bother listening to me and hung up. Damn it! Si-un asked again. He hung up? Right after that, he angrily cursed. An idiot. He probably doesn't recognize the chairman. You already introduced yourself as the CEO of Thuzong Long Corporation. Tae-dun turned his head away, muttering a curse. God damn it! After a moment, he spoke again. Even though he's like that, he still possesses that almond tree. Among all the sacred relics, it's the strongest thing I've ever seen. We should have gotten it at all costs. If it wasn't for you, I would have fought to the end. Si-chun frowned in fear after hearing that. In the next second, he lowered his head, forming a 90-degree angle to apologize. Please forgive me. But Si-yun was secretly thinking the complete opposite. Come on, is this my fault? I only made a judgment based on the situation. He darkly calculated to himself. I need to find some way to solve this problem. This is an opportunity for the chairman to acknowledge my abilities. Then Si-yun spoke confidently. I will take full responsibility for this, and find a way to retrieve that almond tree, even if my hands get dirty. I will bring the almond tree back for the chairman. He raised his glasses and smirked slyly. He's just a normal person. This is a piece of cake. Please allow me to use some of the sacred relics in the company's vault. Scene changed to room 411. Inside the door, voices were constantly heard. The person you just talked to was the CEO of Thuong Long Corporation. Do you know who that is? But Yu Hoen hung up on him. Kung Yu angrily shouted. You idiot! Don't you watch TV? He's the most powerful person in this country. He tiredly thought to himself. Noisy. Yu Hoen, holding the axe in his hand, gave them a sharp, threatening glance. You dare lie to your master? Do you want me to use this axe to execute you? Zhu saw the scene, and cold sweat poured down his head. Sorry, I just meant to. He interrupted him. I'm going out to take care of the tree, take photos, and constantly monitor the tree's growth. Zheng Yu heard he wanted to go out, forced a smile, and waved goodbye. Before leaving, Yu Hoen left behind a warning. Try to pull something and see what the consequences will be. He irritably replied, Damn it, I know. He walked in the silent hallway, pondering that the Kuon was the type of person who would get what he wanted at all costs. He will soon find my location and steal the miracle medicinal tree if I want to ensure the tree's safety. Holding the silver axe in his hand, he decisively thought that he had to strike first. Yu Hoen walked down the street, calculating to himself. The silver axe has reacted. That means he's made his move. I'll go to an open place to lure out the follower. Finally, Yu Hoen seemingly bumped into him. He was sitting in a cafe, drinking his coffee, when he suddenly saw Run Seun outside, talking on the phone with someone. He thought to himself, Run Seun. He came alone. Looks like they're underestimating me. Wait. He paused, thinking further. He's carrying the holy relic. I can feel it. Yu Hoen smirked. If that's the case, then... In front of the bar, Seun said impatiently to the person on the other end. How many times already? He yelled angrily. How can I still believe you? Is it that hard for you to find one person? He walked into the bar, grumbling. If you keep screwing around like this, don't even think about getting a bonus. Suddenly, his eyes accidentally met someone's. The back of that person was none other than our male lead. Sikun happily thought. There he is. He smiled and walked over, raising his hand to ask. Excuse me, are you Yu Hoen? He smugly thought. He took the bait, idiot. Yu Hoen drank the wine in his hand, ignoring him, thinking. He doesn't realize he's already stepped into my trap. Seryun saw that he was being ignored, and the smile on his face suddenly vanished. His face was full of veins, cursing angrily. Bastard, I know he heard me. Seun asked again, annoyed. Excuse me, are you Yu Hoen? An awkward silence ensued once more. He slammed his hand on the table with a loud bang, angrily asking, Are you deaf? If someone's talking to you, the least you can do is answer. He whipped his head around, shooting him a cold glare. The employee standing nearby, startled by the loud noise, also turned to look. Yu Hoen kicked Sishun, causing him to stumble and fall to the ground, yelling in pain. He looked down at him, smirking. Where did you learn that behavior? Yelling in someone's ear the first time you meet them? If you want to talk business with me, ask politely. A wave of energy emanated from Siyun. He roared furiously. You're the one who started it. He thought to himself, I can feel the holy relic getting stronger. In the next second, a cunning smile bloomed on Yu Hoen's face. I'm going to snatch that holy relic. Yu Hoen flashed back. Lao Jun discovered that I possessed the immortal herb, but just as Yu Hoen thought, he sent someone to hunt me down. However, the ones who received that task were only Run Seun and him. Although he is quite skilled in using the holy relic and carries a number of them, it's still not enough. Seun stood up, brushed the dust off his body, and cursed angrily. Bastard, how dare you hit me? He thought, annoyed. If he only sent Run Seun like this, it means he still underestimates me. In that case, I'll just snatch all of this guy's holy relics. As soon as the thought ended, Yu Hoen curled his lip into a contemptuous smile. You should have asked more nicely. He paused, then continued. But you have something important to say to me, so I'll listen to what you have to say. After hearing that, he couldn't contain the anger within him, snarling, Bastard! Seemingly having calmed down, Sun Yun, although he still couldn't hide the discomfort on his face, still began to discuss. I will let this matter pass for the sake of the chairman. We met the night before at Macarius, remember? I want to talk to you about that. Yu Hoen pretended not to remember him. Really? I don't remember meeting you. After hearing that, he was fuming with anger. Don't joke around, I know you saw me. He pretended to remember, smiled, and pointed at him. Now that you mention it, I remember. You're that loser who sucks up to that old man. After that sentence of his, he successfully extinguished the last bit of his rationality. Seun's raging anger caused the glasses he was wearing to crack. He screamed shrilly, What did you just say? Yu Hoen, in the face of that ferocity, calmly looked at the system panel. He glanced at the system panel, secretly pleased. Just as I predicted, this is his weakness. Jun Seun is easily swayed by the words of others. Although he puts on a show on the outside, he has a huge inferiority complex inside. He used to be the heir to a large company, but because he did some stupid things, he was stripped of his inheritance. Thanks to CEO Jun, he works hard under that old man because he wants to be recognized by him. He had never knelt before anyone. When Yu Hoyan was working at Thuzonglong, that bastard tried every means to oppose him. But if you poke his sore spot, he will get angry and lose control. In the past, Yu Hoen accidentally poked Seun's weakness, and he got angry and threatened him with a stick. Are you done talking? I won't let this go, you. Before he could finish his sentence, he turned around and left, feeling bored. Behind him, he kept screaming shrilly. Stop right there, I'm talking to you, Yu-Hoen concluded after recalling the memory. That's why he can't use high-level relics properly, because controlling relics depends a lot on the owner's condition. Coming out of his recollection, Yu-Hoen smirked slyly, thinking to himself, I need to exploit this, he spoke up. Come to think of it, CEO Jun contacted me, but you see, I really need the elixir. What do you think I should do? He angrily gritted his teeth and asked, What nonsense are you talking about? Facing his anger, he casually put his hand in his pocket and replied, I'm saying there's no way I'm going to give up that tree easily. Yu-Hoen continued. If you ask politely, maybe I'll give it to you. I was gifted that tree, so I can give it to you if I want to. He frowned and cursed. Bastard! Seemingly unable to do anything else, Sichun had to compromise and beg him. He bowed his head low and pleaded. Thank you for your cooperation, please. Can you give me that tree? It's a very important item for our company. On the outside, he pretended to compromise and beg, but in his heart he was secretly cursing him. Bastard! Just wait. After I get the tree, I will tear you apart. Yu-Hoen suddenly threw his head back and laughed loudly. You really believe me? I wish I had such an entertaining guy as my subordinate. He was so ashamed that he became angry and shouted, How dare you! At the same time, he took a bottle of yellow liquid in his hand and flipped open the cap. Seun rushed forward with the bottle, wanting to splash the liquid in the bottle on him, and shouted angrily, I knew it! I should have acted from the start! I will turn you into a slave and kill you! You remained calm as usual and chuckled a few times. You're really going to use that? He gritted his teeth and splashed the yellow liquid on him. Yu-Hoen didn't bother dodging and smirked, saying, I don't think you should. He looked at the bottle in his hand, doubting his life. Why isn't it working? The next second, he raised his hand and grabbed his head, slamming it hard on the floor. While slamming him, he gritted his teeth and asked, I warned you, didn't I? Seun cried out in pain, Ouch, my nose! He explained to him, Of course, it doesn't work. After a person's ability to control relics decreases, before he could finish his words, the system appeared. The opponent has lost control. The ability to control relics has decreased from AN to DEN. He struggled to ask, What the hell? You know about relics? He took the bottle from Seun's hand and replied naturally, Of course I'll take it then. He screamed, No. Yu-Hoen smiled and looked at the bottle, saying, So you are a relic of the domination type. Now your new master is me. It asked, Who are you? A human, it continued. Your control ability is not bad. I will obey your orders. The next second he poured the yellow liquid on Seun. He screamed and begged in vain. Stop! Anything is fine, but please don't do that. Seeing him in such pain and despair, Yu-Hoen felt a surge of exhilaration, and a dangerous smile bloomed on his face, thinking to himself, This relic is a zombie powder of dark sorcerers. Apart from being an A-rank relic, it has a very good ability. Dark sorcerers in Africa can control others. They turn those who are guilty into zombies. This rumor is spreading, and this drug appears as proof that it is true. Yu-Hoen smiled smugly as he looked at the miserable Seun lying on the ground, secretly gloating. If you touch or inhale this powder, you will temporarily lose consciousness and become a mindless zombie controlled by the relic. Serves you right. He left him lying on the ground and turned to leave. This will slow down Kuon's plan. I should quickly pack my things while there is still time. It's time to leave this place. Cut to the scene of Tae-jun, who is now angrily grinding his teeth, a voice asked. This is his man inside the prison. Sekun's eyes were white and vacant, having lost consciousness, and he looked at him in annoyance and silence. Tae-dun then sighed, not bothering to answer, and turned to leave. The person next to him spoke up. I'm asking. The two subordinates immediately responded. That's right, it's department head run. At this time, the news was full of reports about a naked man running in the street, trying to sexually harass people, but he was arrested by the police and imprisoned. Chi-jun finished reading and angrily gnashed his teeth, growling, That bastard! Suddenly, someone shouted, Chairman! The subordinate hurriedly asked, What should we do? They won't let this go easily. It seems department head Run is still not sober. He irritably said, What else can we do? Just comply with their demands. If this spreads to both the US and South Korea, my reputation will be tarnished because of this scandal. How dare he do this? Then he loudly ordered, Quickly retrieve the sacred artifact that bastard is using. Suddenly, a subordinate said softly, You see? They said. When they found department head Run, they said he didn't have any sacred artifact with him. It might have been confiscated by the police or stolen. Chi-jun was shocked when he heard this. What? The subordinate said, sweating. We will start investigating the places department head Run went through. Turn objected. No need. It's obvious that whoever turned Ron Si-jun into that state took all the sacred artifacts. Both subordinates asked in turn. Why would department head Run be like that because of someone? Department head Run is very good at using sacred artifacts. Who could do that? He answered without thinking. It must be that bastard. See Du-Hoen, he must have a powerful corporation backing him, or he's extremely skilled in using sacred artifacts. Turn immediately ordered. Call my lawyer! Lena, he smiled sinisterly. He's just a kid. Just give him a little candy, and he'll be obedient. Scene changes to Markaran International Airport, Las Vegas. Seung-woo asked, "What's wrong with Du-Hoen again?" He stared at the phone intently, not even giving him a glance, and said, "I thought I told you to call me, big brother." He stammered, "Right, big brother." Du-Hoen suddenly warned, "Don't lose it. That bottle makes us a lot of money." Sue shook the water bottle in his hand. "It doesn't look valuable at all." He looked at the phone, smiling to himself. "I can get some sacred artifacts in a place like this. Now I need to bring them safely back to Korea." Looking over at the suitcase full of sacred artifacts inside, he calculated. The sacred artifacts I collected in Korea are the Egyptian funeral knife, golden axe, silver axe, and cloak of escape, the Muramasa at my CS auction house. I got the Code of Hammurabi, Spear's pen, Marie Antoinette's necklace, and finally, the elixir of Emperor Qin. I also got zombie powder from Jun Seun. He also had the foxtail and Homerose's glasses. Du-Hoen smiled, satisfied with his achievements. This is more than enough money for me to continue searching for sacred artifacts. Now I can get even more sacred artifacts. Suddenly, a girl's voice got closer and closer. "You are Se-Juen. I am the senior lawyer of Fusong Long Corporation, L. Gina." Facing him was Jin Ah with a cold face. Du-Hoen wondered, what does he intend to do? Jin Ah boldly asserted, "We know you possess things that belong to Jun Si-yun. It's useless even if you deny it." Then she carefully pushed out a transaction book and softly offered, "Our chairman has thought a lot about your skills, so I'm here to offer you a job. We want you to work for the excavation team of Thuong Long Corporation." No matter how enthusiastic Jin Ah was, he just sneered and said, "I was wondering why you came here." Hearing this, she paused. Du-Hoen continued, "So you came to give me a slave contract." The word slave unintentionally grated on Jin Ah's ears, so she immediately retorted, "You're using words a bit too harshly. You won't get a better offer than this. We will pay you $100 million. Not only that, you have an annual salary." He leisurely sipped each drop of orange juice while calculating the potential value. She still persisted, using all sorts of words to lure the fish. "We also won't interfere in your daily life. Your job is just to be associated with Fusong Long Corporation." And at this moment, Du-Hoen slammed the glass on the table, interrupting her unfinished enthusiasm. "What if I refused that offer?" However, it had no effect on Jen at all. He curled his lips and said bluntly, "You see, this offer is worthless to me. I know exactly what that old man is up to." Jin Ah was upset after hearing this, and unhesitatingly corrected him. "You, Sao Du-Hoen, I'm just giving you advice on how to talk to people. Please use your words wisely. It's not only good for you but for everyone else too. I'm overlooking this because you are still young and don't have much life experience." At that moment, Jin Ah's eyes were extremely serious, with a hint of subtle implication. Had she thought about the consequences of her theft if the CEO were to take action against her, such as an accident in the street, a disappearance without a trace? She emphasized each word to show its importance. "There are many such cases. You disappear without anyone finding you. Don't think she's an exception." But all that was just like the wind blowing past my ears. Du-Hoen even teased her. "Here it is, now she's showing her true colors, so she's threatening me?" His eyes drooped slightly with calculation, then he spoke in a strained voice. "Basically, she's saying that if I don't want to die, I should work for you guys? Madam Lawyer, allow me to advise you." Du-Hoen's voice rose with confidence and an easygoing air. "If she's going to fight someone first, she should choose her opponent wisely. It could be worth her life." He held a test tube in his hand, then gave a demonic smile, threatening her back. "The one who disappears without a trace will be her." Jin A wasn't afraid at all, and calmly exclaimed, "Oh, zombie powder." At this moment, a forced smile of anxiety was clearly visible on her face. "I know he can't use sacred artifacts in a crowded place like this. Does she want everyone to discover the existence of sacred artifacts? Not afraid of heaven? Not afraid of earth?" Du-Hoen slowly opened the lid of the bottle, threatening Jin a bit by bit. So she's quite confident about this issue. Does she really think I don't dare to take action? The anxiety that couldn't be hidden in her eyes. Beads of sweat kept flowing down her face in waves. Outside, Seung-woo heard the noise, and unconsciously turned his head in surprise, his face stiff as a board, guessing wrong. That sound is from the cafe Du-Hoen is sitting in? Dukinium next to him is also no less nosy. Should we go over there and take a look? Back on Du-Hoen's side, a man of his word does what he says. He really sprinkled powder on Jin Ah, causing her to scream and panic, begging, "Get it off me now!" With no other choice, Jin A could only curse. Is she crazy? I can't believe she dares to use a sacred artifact here. He must be a tough young man worthy of the title of King of Stubbornness. Du-Hoen responded frankly without hesitation. I don't care whether this world knows about the existence of sacred artifacts or not. I'm different from you guys. The shocking sound directly attracted the attention of the surrounding guests. Seeing this, Yu Hoen enthusiastically guided them step by step. What are you all doing? Hurry up and film it. It's quite interesting, isn't it? After filming the shining powder flying around, remember to upload it online. Jin Ace sat cowering, shrinking like a turtle, her voice weakly yelling, "She's crazy!" After a long time, he realized that she was still fine after touching the zombie powder, proving that her ability to control sacred artifacts was also quite high. Seeing this, Yu Hoen kindly reminded her, "If she has a sacred artifact with her, she'd better show it now because my next attack won't be pleasant." Without any more compromise, Jin Ali decided to rush forward for the sake of survival. She held a glass bottle in her hand and attacked as fast as lightning. Each drop of water inside the bottle accumulated and slowly overflowed with precise force. "Taste my water cannon!" Facing this situation, he felt even more interested. Not bad, but what goes around comes around. Jin Ah received the full force of all the moves she struggled to unleash. Yu Hoen stood tall and faced her, happily teaching her a lesson. I will repay her betrayal with another betrayal. The next second, she fell back into her old, weak, and cowardly state. Jin A frowned, gritting her teeth and predicting, "That's the code of Hammurabi." Yu Hoen immediately admitted, "That's right, one surprise after another." He switched to the giant axe and said poisonous words full of metaphors. "Kill the enemy who intends to harm your master." Silver axe. As soon as the heavy item fell, swords and knives are merciless. Jin Ah shivered and admitted defeat. "Wait, I lost, please spare me." The most climactic moment was also the moment Sheng Wu witnessed with his own eyes. He panicked and shouted, "Xiao Yu Huoyan, what is Big Brother doing? Is Big Brother planning to kill someone in broad daylight?" Yu Hoen turned his head and smiled faintly. "I guarantee, don't worry, this thing can't kill anyone." The incident was spreading more and more, and the two police officers frantically searched for a solution. "We heard an explosion in the cafe, possibly a terrorist attack. Seal off all entrances and establish a line of defense." The shocking hot news spread, causing everyone to gape in stunned silence. "We received news that a naked woman is running around in the cafe." Havwo Dun was so angry when he heard the news that it was hard to describe. "Is she kidding me?" His face wrinkled into ugliness, and his eyes were full of resentment. "How dare she? Xiao Yu Hoen!" Even though things had come to this point, Yu Hoen was still extremely calm. He bent down and picked up an item, then exclaimed, "I can't believe it, it's true that souls reside in objects." He stared at the item and muttered, "She dropped this. I wonder what it does." Zheng Wu couldn't see clearly from a distance, but he couldn't escape his curiosity. "Is that a sacred artifact?" Yu Hoen looked intently, full of promise. "We'll know soon enough." Out of nowhere, a voice echoed from the item, shocking everyone. The man calmly asked back, "What's wrong?" The mysterious person continued to speak, guiding him. "Follow the direction of my voice." Without any more beating around the bush, the person went straight to the point. "The place you are standing now will soon fall into chaos." By some miracle, Yu Hoen looked up at the ceiling and predicted, "Is that you?" Sure enough, the more Zheng Wu looked, the more worried he became. His voice trembled with questions. "What is Crow Big Brother saying?" "Big Brother, she's scaring me," she's suddenly muttering to herself. He looked at him without replying, his head still full of unfinished thoughts. It seems they can't hear this voice. Seeing the man hesitating, the mysterious person continued to urge him on. "Hurry up and follow my voice," which inadvertently made Yu Hoen shout, "Don't order me around, you damn sacred artifact." He couldn't contain his emotions and started flailing his arms like a madman. "You sent me back to the past and turned my life into a video game, and now you finally decide to talk to me." Not stopping there, you mysteriously continued, aiming at the aftermath. "You'll regret not listening to me." Even so, the trust in Du Hoen was lost. "Don't joke around, you think I'd believe a word from an achievement?" Suddenly, Qi Jun appeared out of nowhere? He suddenly flashed a sinister smile, secretly praising, "Not bad." Qi Dun approached from behind, offering a greeting. "You are, say, Du Hoen." Hearing the voice, he turned around and recognized Quan Qi Dun. Du Ho Sen, face to face, forced a smile and replied, "That's right, Mr. Quan Qi Jun." Xiang Wu, standing beside him, gaped in shock. "It's really him. Will everything be all right?" As soon as he finished speaking, his whole body suddenly trembled. "I can't move my body." Du Hoen glared at Qi Jun with eyes like sharp blades, cursing inwardly, "That bastard." An aura of danger radiated from around his body. Seeing the situation wasn't looking good, he carefully pulled a small knife from his person. Without thinking twice, Du Hoen dashed towards him like an arrow. Instantly, the small but mighty knife was at his throat, freezing him in place. Seconds later, he whispered in Qi Jun's ear, "You're making things a little difficult, Mr. Qi Jun. You shouldn't be controlling others, especially when they are someone else's subordinates." He posed a veiled question. "Shouldn't you stop?" Hearing this, he gritted his teeth, unable to say a word, and had no choice but to agree. "I understand now, it's all Qi Jun's doing. So this is why Jun Siyun and my lawyer were like that." A moment later, the two of them returned to normal. I can move again. Being able to face Jen directly, he was especially pleased. Your skills are better than I thought. You have a good handle on the relic. He himself had to be wary to some extent. I don't think I can hold back anymore. With his extensive knowledge, Chi-jun didn't hesitate to share. There's a prophecy I recently heard that one day the whole world will know about the existence of the relic. Hearing this, Do-hoen learned another secret, so he's also gathering information from future guidance. He seized the opportunity. He kept expressing his own opinion. You see, I don't want that to happen. I have a lot I want to do with the relic. As he spoke, patches of purple power appeared around Chi-jun's hand and he declared, so I've decided to kill anyone who knows about the relic to delay that prophecy as long as possible. With nothing more to say, Chi-dun struck directly, unleashing a mysterious surge of power, even wanting to spread his excitement to his opponent. That's a great reason to kill someone, isn't it? This sudden destruction unintentionally struck Seong-woo and Jokium. The surge of power came too quickly for them to resist. Thanks to his provocative words and actions, Chi-jun burst out without hiding anything. This was indeed part of Do-hoen's plan. Finally showing your true colors, huh? Seeing him standing still without moving, he couldn't help but panic. Why aren't you disappearing? This relic will send you to another dimension, far away from this world. Do-hoen tilted his head and smiled slightly, holding out 2 black cards. Are you talking about these? Seeing the only weapon in his hand had been stolen by the other party, Chi-jun knew he was no match, and lowered his voice. Since when did you? He affectionately recounted the incident when he was at his throat. I stole them from you just now, my hands are quite fast. To avoid Chi-jun's unease, Do-hoen especially said vaguely, rest assured, I'll make good use of these. He was bitter and speechless. You bastard! Chi-jun refused to admit his carelessness, and blamed it. Do-hoen, you dare to steal my relic code. Accusing him of lying, he vehemently retorted, you should blame yourself for not protecting it better. In addition, Do-hoen specifically brought up the old story. You once praised my pickpocketing skills as top-notch, so how do you feel now? Through this incident, Atrui's pickpocketing skills have also been upgraded. Receiving a notification from the system, Do-hoen frowned and thought to himself, you're still planning to continue this like a game? Crow showed little interest and only focused on the main thing. Whatever, find out about this relic for me. Taking advantage of the quiet time, Do-hoen took a quick look at the 2 black cards, a mythic-grade relic, but his dominance was too low to use it. He muttered to himself, calculating endlessly. Damn it, I want to kick this old man into another dimension so bad. A mysterious surge of power continued to emanate from Chi-jun. He was still the same as before, with a smug face, arrogantly saying, you still plan to fight me? You're so wrong if you think I only brought that relic. Seeing the other party acting strangely, Yu-hoen's expression changed as he scrutinized them. Wait, seeing his teammates enduring the guy's attacks, he thought, I always knew that CEO Bastard carried a bunch of powerful divine relics. One of his strongest is the Conqueror. Moments later, Xuan's 2 buddies collapsed. The relic has the power to control people's minds and make them completely obedient. Just like Irene Hoen's relic, it's a parasitic relic. Tongue stomped sullenly closer to them. He was still lost in thought. I could never find out exactly how this relic works because the old geezer was too tight-lipped. I only know it's somewhere on his body. Then, a bizarre idea popped into Yu-hoen's head. Should I try chopping off his limbs to find more information? But I can't do that because he's got a defensive relic on him. Seeing him dazed for a long while, Tadun burst into mocking laughter. What's wrong? Scared already? I haven't even activated 100% of the relic yet. The entire surrounding space is within his control. In other words, his body is a fortress with a very powerful weapon attached. It's a pity for the unrelated people who are also taking the heat. Even so, the Conqueror directly affects people's minds, so it's a pretty terrifying relic. When he starts using it, this whole place will descend into chaos. From what he was doing, Yu-hoen chuckled, asking, what's with all this? Don't tell me you didn't want others to know about the existence of the relic? Tae-dun successively created another source of energy in his hand, confidently negotiating. I just need to deal with a few more people after this, and you I have to kill immediately, or there will be a lot of trouble later. His eyes were deep and determined beyond measure. Just obediently follow my lead. At this moment, a voice suddenly echoed from somewhere. You foolish humans! Stop! Interrupted, he frowned and roared in confusion. What the hell? Even Yu-hoen didn't understand the situation, his face blank as he wondered, this is... And then, a series of warnings popped up one after another. As soon as he grasped the situation, he felt a little worried and restless. Yu-hoen paused the fight, subconsciously thinking to himself, damn it, the great disaster starts here. The scene I once witnessed is the Yefeng Great Disaster. This event is a sign of the era of chaos with relics. The airport was destroyed due to an Egyptian structure appearing from the ground. Connecting the events together, Yu-hoen was certain that it must be the Anubis relic tomb. He was cautious in every guess. The airport is no more, maybe this world will turn into a giant tomb. The world at that time seemed to want to crumble. The great disaster began when huge tombs continued to appear. It affected the whole world. Las Vegas, Tokyo, then came Seiyun. It didn't stop there. The rage gradually shifted to Egypt. Yu Hoen knew this and laughed heartily. So it has begun. The next second, his expression changed 360 degrees. His face suddenly became serious, calculating what he should do. While he was focusing, Seyoung-woo suddenly called out in panic. Yu Hoen's face was bewildered, as if he had just woken up, asking, "What the heck is going on?" Even so, he remained calm and solved the issue as nothing. "We're just trapped in a dangerous tomb." Then Yu Hoen glanced over at Taejun. "This happened because that old geezer kept showing off his power. The moment he mentioned me, he retorted, 'This has never happened when I used the relic.' XU didn't care who caused it, only concerned about the safety of the team. So what you're saying is, we're trapped. How do we get out?" He slowly explained the plan. "If we want to leave this place, because it's a tomb, we have to complete it. After it's completed, it will disappear. The problem is, overcoming this tomb won't be easy." As he said that, they all stared blankly around, full of curiosity. Nothing to do. Yu Hoen began to search his memories. "In my previous life, it took me 3 months to get through the tomb created by the Great Disaster. Everything is very different from me at that time. In misfortune, there is also fortune." As he walked, he turned his head and said coldly, "The fortunate thing is that we are in the center of the tomb. Let's follow Cassio. Let's go meet the master of this tomb." Well, not understanding the terrain inside, the Zeung-yu group had no choice but to obey. "All right." Suddenly, Tae-dun snapped. "Wait a minute, at this moment, he still has the mind to fight. Constantly trying to corner them to the end. I have never allowed you to leave here." Yu Hoen sighed in exasperation. "You still want to act tough even though everyone is like this. Shouldn't we find a way to overcome this tomb first?" Without hesitation, Tae-du smirked schemingly. "I'll think about that after killing you guys. Besides, I can take that relic for myself." The more he spoke, the more angry Yu Hoen became. He gritted his teeth irritably. "Arrogant bastard, but he's not just talking. Damn old man, I have to survive this at all costs." Taejun began to cast a spell to control others. He clenched his hands tightly, raised them high, and shouted, "Obey me!" With swift agility, Yu Hoen managed to dodge in time while expressing his inner disappointment. "You're always so impatient, old man." Even in this situation, he still has the mind to nitpick and lecture him. "Your way of speaking is too impudent. You shouldn't talk to your master like that." At this moment, Xiongyu was lying face down on the ground, his voice weak as he tried to speak. "We're going to be crushed to death, Yu Hoen. Are we going to die?" As soon as he finished speaking, Taejun couldn't help but be astonished. Strange. I can't control them. Normally, everyone loses their minds completely. From that, he truly believed what he said was right. These mortals can dominate us. Suddenly, both Yu Hoen and he shifted their gaze. A strange creature appeared from the ceiling. "Who are you?" Set roared from above. "I should be the one saying that. You mortals dare to make a ruckus in my territory." Finally, his eyes were relaxed, and his whole body felt lighter. "I'm free. Because of those bastards, the Conqueror's relic couldn't function normally." Yu Hoen's eyes were extremely sharp as he examined. That must be the Set relic. With his knowledge, he dared to assert that all the gods are definitely the god. In Egyptian mythology, Set is considered one of the 9 major gods. He is the god of the desert, darkness, chaos, and evil. Therefore, Set's relic is extremely violent and demonic. That relic is known for its ability to destroy the lives of any other relic user. Not only 1 but 2 appeared. Anubis followed behind. Long couldn't help but exclaim, "To be dominated by humans? Unbelievable, we must eliminate them all." Hearing this, Set gritted his teeth in agreement. "Of course, we will kill all these mortals." Xiongyu seemed enlightened, his mouth widened. Another one appeared. Yu Hoshen squinted to see the figure clearly. "Wait, isn't that—" He began to speculate the dog-faced creature is probably Anubis. The collar it's wearing is Osiris, the carvings and emblems of Osiris. Osiris is one of the 9 gods. He is the god of fertility and the afterlife. Anubis is the god of death and the tomb. He is the one who leads the dead to the afterlife. Not only was he not worried or restless, but Yu Hoen was also extremely interested. There's even Set. 3 relics appearing in one place. No wonder my previous life had so many tombs appear. Suddenly, the 2 of them disagreed. Set suddenly snapped, "Wait, there's no reason for us to test them." Anubis calmly replied, "Let's put on a show." Set uncomfortably spoke his mind. "Put on a show, my ass. Just being with these humans makes me want to die." Yu Hoen couldn't stop laughing in amusement. This is interesting. He thought that these dogs didn't plan to let us live. Hearing this, Set became furious and growled, "What?" It raised its neck, revealing its ugly, jagged teeth. "I will test them first. The best way to deal with these lowlifes is to overwhelm them with power." At this point, Yu Hoen had to be truly cautious. He's making his move. The Set relic began to attack Yu Hoen's group. The other 2 also joined in. In an instant, murderous aura enveloped everything. From the earth-shattering battle, suddenly Domakium began to bleed from his nose, causing him to jump in shock, wondering, "What the hell? I'm bleeding." Zhuang Shu also vomited blood, but still took the time to care for his teammate. "Are you okay?" Yu Hoen glanced at him, thinking to himself, if I didn't have the immunity skill, my body would be destroyed quickly. The space was silent when Taejun's irritable voice rang out. What the hell is going on? Why is my body? He unconsciously looked over and realized that, besides him, no one was an exception. Not even that old man escaped. This situation can't continue. Yu Hoen came up with a temporary plan. You guys quickly find a place to hide. Because those relics don't pay attention to worthless people, you can leave this area. Hearing this, Xiongyu felt a little dejected, not knowing whether to be happy or sad. Among them, the only one with strength was Zhuangshu, so the other two brothers had to support him. Okay, carry him up. Big brother, I'm bleeding too. At this time, Taejun had collapsed but still didn't give up his arrogance. Where do you think you're running off to? His weak voice spoke with eyes full of deep hatred and questions. Why are you unaffected? Yu Hoen didn't bother to answer politely to someone like him. He smirked and replied, you could say it's a difference in ability. This made someone as hot-tempered as Taejun unable to control his emotions. What did you say? Damn it. Even Lightning and Anubis paused for a few seconds, questioning each other. Why is that human okay? Were we being too soft? Let's put some real effort into this. A surge of energy emanated from Yu Hoen's hand, suddenly making them both wary. Wait, that bastard smells familiar? Suspicion began to rise within him, and that was when he unleashed his power. Is that all you've got? Seeing the opponent's confident and arrogant attitude, Anubis asked in confusion, what do you plan to do with it? Even so, Lightning confidently assured, that relic level is nowhere near our level. His eyes narrowed, flashing with a light of vengeance. I will make you regret this. With that, Lightning opened his mouth wide, roaring out a terrifying source of energy. Yu Hoen, on the other hand, was completely unharmed and smirked, muttering, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. I will repay your betrayal with another betrayal. Just as the lightning attack approached, he calmly raised his hand to block it. With just a simple action, he was able to push back the enemy. It was utterly bewildered, not wanting to believe this was real. How is this possible? Yu Hoen explained bluntly, that's what happens when you underestimate your opponent and reveal an opening. Anubis was much calmer. It stood still, observing every detail, and thought to himself, we need something else. Let me use my power. As soon as he finished speaking, Lightning vehemently objected. I refuse. If we use our power, our lifespan will be reduced. Anubis asked innocently, is your nose broken? Lightning became even more annoyed upon hearing this. He roared madly. How dare you underestimate me? My nose is perfectly fine. You want to fight? In the middle of the battle, Yu Hoen paused for a moment to let them quarrel. I was a little curious why they didn't fight at first. Because with Lightning and Osiris, it's inevitable that they'd fight. He then recalled its cruel moments from the past. In Egyptian mythology, Set committed heinous acts. He was jealous of his brother, Osiris, and murdered him. Yu Hoen stared at Anubis and Lightning, and Long Lien came to a conclusion. If it follows history, the relationship between these two relics will be the same. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes. This is my chance. I need to attack them when their attention is elsewhere. Anubis had been closely watching Yu Hoen's actions and expressions for a long time. This human is plotting something. He leisurely stepped forward and made a decisive proposal. Can you two sober up and focus on the main task? Anubis smirked, revealing a few shiny teeth. I guess I have to handle this myself. Yu Hoen confidently stepped forward and boldly declared, it seems like you're the only one who's awake. I'll take you down first. Feeling so underestimated, the anger inside him erupted. He cursed, arrogant. As he spoke, Anubis unleashed his power, causing him to be horrified. Let's see if you can survive this. At this moment, he felt like he was falling into a mysterious space, his entire body floating in the air. And so, Yu Hoen fell freely, as if falling into an abyss. What the hell is this? The battle has just begun, but Anubis is clearly in a more advantageous position, so it also has a basis for bragging. Someone like you will never overcome my trial. At this point, he gradually understood the plan. Trial. So this is a trial. After the terrifying fall, his whole body felt like it was falling apart. A moment later, Yu Hoen regained his senses and calmed down, only to discover something strange. A scale? Before him was the enormous figure of Anubis, who asserted without hesitation, yes, this is the scale of judgment. I will begin to judge you. Without thinking deeply, Yu Hoen smiled contemptuously, certain. This is his trump card. If I overcome it, this relic will be mine. The look on his face now was as if he wanted to eat him alive. His murderous aura doesn't affect me, so he came up with this method, but it inadvertently created an opportunity for me to get the relic. And then Yu Hoen suddenly remembered the past. In his previous life, he had met the user of the Anubis relic. That person said that the Anubis relic would ask a number of questions, and that he needed to answer no. Yu Hoen was trying to calm his anxiety. He didn't remember what the relic asked, but he said that the question task was quite easy. If the question is so easy that even a child can answer it, then I don't need to worry. Above his head now, there are 5 mysterious factors. All members of the jury are present. Now I will ask you 42 questions. Anubis slowly stated the rules of the game, with a hint of terrifying threats. If you can answer no to all of those questions, you will pass the trial. If you lie, the monster hidden in the darkness will read your heart and devour you. Yu Hoen knew what was going to happen, so he was less panicked. Just like that kid told, the game officially begins. Here's the first question. Have you ever stolen anything? Seeing him hesitate, unable to answer, Anubis laughed gleefully. I knew it! I knew it! You may hear the second question. Have you ever lied? Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, annoyed by the probing questions. Damn it, all the time. And so, the questions kept coming. Have you ever hit anyone? Have you ever destroyed property belonging to someone else? Have you ever caused someone else to lose their assets? Each question left him speechless. Damn it, I get it now. Yu Hoen's life experience and understanding showed that it wasn't that the questions were easy, it's just that children haven't lived long enough to commit those sins. Anubis's large hand gradually descended, as if wanting to envelop his entire body. I guess you're thinking that you can't answer no to even one question. Am I wrong? The next second, it squeezed Yu Hoen's body tightly and mocked. Truly a human, full of filthy sins. It seemed to be trying to drag him into a dark prison. Your heart is heavier than steel. Stay in hell, where you belong. Anubis planned to throw Yu Hoen into the dragon's mouth. He was bewildered but couldn't struggle beyond futile protests. What the hell? Wait a minute. Without hesitation, Anubis directly let go. The dragon below also opened its mouth, waiting for a free meal. A life-or-death moment arrived again. I'm done for. Helpless, Yu Hoen didn't know what to do. Crap, I'm falling again. As a result, he fell and slammed his whole body onto the barren rocky ground. From a height like an abyss, he suffered indescribable pain that made him wince. So painful. His eyes darted around, as if wary of something. It turned out that floating monsters were present before him. He couldn't even catch his breath. On the contrary, they clung to his skin like leeches. Seriously? Not giving me any time to rest? Annoyed, Yu Hoen grabbed whatever weapon he could find on the ground. He bravely and aggressively provoked. Come on, want my life? The final remark made them unable to stand still. If you want it, all come at me. Each one that approached was mercilessly slashed by Yu Hoen. I will kill all of you. Some even had their heads flying off, while others were aimed straight at the abdomen. Even so, with ordinary brute force, he couldn't hold out for too long. Damn it, there are too many of them. Their speed of attack became more and more numerous and faster. Yu Hoen, already struggling, skillfully used his weapon to block their gaping jaws. But it wasn't just one. Many more were rushing after it. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, exhausted. This is the end. I'm going to die again. Suddenly, a voice echoed. It seems like you need help. You humans are really too foolish. From the mess, a dazzling light emerged. The hidden power from it erupted, causing them to retreat and freeze for a few seconds. Even Yu Hoen couldn't control himself, and flinched, falling to the ground. A crow, with 4 bright eyes that saw through the mortal world, spoke with a satisfied voice. It's been a long time since I've done that myself. He smirked, emitting a surge of pure white energy. No matter the timeline, I am always the one and only. Seeing Crow monologuing to himself only irritated Yu Ho more. What the hell are you blabbering about? And then he suddenly stopped, as if realizing something bad. Glancing around, he realized those bastards were still following him. They were determined to corner him. Nothing changed in this space. Crow approached and whispered a few words to Yu Ho. I'll help you get out of here. It'll be much more fun to use the power of Egypt to defeat the ancient gods. Despite Crow's enthusiasm, he remained cautious and asked, What the hell are you? Why are you helping? Without another word, it directly became a powerful support for him. Crow emitted an overwhelming surge of energy that made everyone unsteady. Outside, Set, watching the black orb Anubis created showing no reaction, muttered, It's taking longer than I thought. At this moment, the orb gradually cracked, causing him to be prematurely happy. Is it finally done? But when he squinted to look closer, the truth was different. No, something's not right. The judgment space created by Anubis is being torn apart. What? Turin weakly lay sprawled on the floor, still craning his neck to exclaim, You believe a mere mortal can do that? Seconds later, the space immediately exploded. Shocking Set. Impossible! He gasped in astonishment mixed with unease. Wait, isn't this the power of the sun god? Seeing Crow standing proudly beside Yuho, Set realized his suspicions were completely correct. I knew it. It's that bastard, that damn Crow. In contrast, Anubis officially collapsed in the arena. Sax desperately called out in vain, Anubis, what's happening? Get up! Anubis's whole body was limp. Without any strength, it was too clear. That Crow freed the human. I'm sure he was imprisoned. Why is he here? Unable to contain his emotions, Sax roared. I still remember you siding with humans to destroy our brothers and absorb their energy, you filthy bastard. Yuho wasn't sure, so he turned to ask Crow. What they said is true? Even with a bit of weak energy, Anubis still managed to urge, Sak, use our energy. We have to deal with this and warn the others. At this point, Set gradually turned into a ferocious beast, his eyes blazing, his teeth bared in resentment. Damn it, nothing can replace it. I will sweep away everything that dares to stand in my way. He targeted the opponent and fired a precise skill, and then everything exploded in a chain reaction. Yuho, in contrast, stood still in shock as Crow tried to dodge the attack. The skulls under Anubis showed a bit of reaction. This is only in this space and this timeline. The dead are rising all over the world. Faced with the current situation, Crow sighed wearily. I can't help you any further, human. Yuho smirked. That's enough. I know, I don't expect anything more. His attitude and demeanor inadvertently created an emphasis in Crow. You're not afraid? Do you have a plan? Crow deliberately repeated the impossible situation. Everyone has fled. There is no way out of this tomb. But Yunho didn't think so. You think I'm asleep? He bravely held the sword firmly in his hand, his imposing manner ready for battle. I'm different now. I can use my relics. Yuho smirked confidently and made a prediction. And I know they're somewhere around here. Their true forms are ordinary objects that can't move on their own. Am I wrong? Those dead people who were moving suddenly stopped. At this moment, Crow's eyes twinkled with anticipation. This is going to be fun. I'll sit back and watch what happens next. Human! The skull monsters were hit by Yuho's attacks, one by one. He rushed forward and swung his sword decisively, perfectly accurate. Each slash brought down another enemy. The others, standing outside, stared in disbelief. Look at that human having fun. Besides, Set's stake and Osiris's hourglass were not worried. He has his limits. The army of the dead is endless. As soon as he finished speaking, Anubis's ankh suddenly shifted negatively. What? What is this? His teammates kept urging, Focus, Anubis, we will deal with him in your name. Even though they are weaker at the moment, their team spirit is quite formidable when in danger. Try harder. Good idea, let's destroy him once and for all. Suddenly, they screamed with all their might. Ribbons wrapped around their bodies at this moment, tightly binding them from head to toe, with only their eyes shining to create emphasis. Yu Hoen looked up and sweated profusely. What is this group? They attacked one after another, and he quickly dodged each blow. He tried to put his hope in his sword swings, but it was no use. The sword directly stuck to them, and the move had no effect at all. Yu Hoen's mood must be chaotic at this moment. It's tougher than he thought. Thinking carefully, he took out a small weapon from his body. It's okay, I have another knife. As soon as it was revealed, they smelled something familiar. This energy feels like home, connecting many things together. Yu Hoen gradually dug out some important information. This knife belongs to the person who takes care of the funerals for the Egyptians. You react like this because you are also Egyptian relics. A satisfied voice sounded. Lord Anubis is near? It feels so powerful. Without any fear, he suggested. Can you find him? Go say hello. The bandaged figures happily replied. Good idea. Yu Hoen walked forward confidently. Lead me to him. Being embodied in a new form, they were much more satisfied. It's so comfortable in this big form. I have more empty space in here. Anubis wondered in dismay. The two of you are using my power? They didn't hesitate to admit. That's right, we have no other choice. After a series of events, he finally woke up. I don't know why, but the Crow Scythe relic has reappeared. It turns out I was defeated. Anubis tried to stay calm, telling himself, that's right, it appeared at this moment, not good at all. I have to warn the others. As soon as he finished speaking, Yu Hoen's slash hit him. Inside was Set, who was cut in half. It was unbelievably surprising. How did you know? Hitting the target, he grinned with satisfaction. Die! The others watched their boss lose and became restless. Then the others were defeated one by Yu Hoen's blows. The poison bottle slowly opened. No way. At this time, there was only one bandaged figure left. He couldn't believe the band would suffer this fate. Lord Osiris. His eyes flashed with increasing resentment, but that was not a burden for Yu Hoen. He tried to deal with each one as quickly as possible. The last one was Anubis, who left the Ankh when he was killed. Anubis longed to know the truth, so he suppressed his anger and asked, What is your purpose in doing this? Yu Hoen refused to reveal even half a word. Nothing much. He was interested in asking for a favor with a hint of sarcasm. Let me take the challenge again. I think the last result was wrong, but that wish was stripped away by Anubis. I have never done that with humans. Even if you try again, you won't get through. Yu Hoen was silent and decided to refute. No, I guarantee you that won't happen. Kindness doesn't work. Then comes force. He pointed his sword at the Ankh and growled, You have to change your list of questions, or you'll be chopped into pieces. At this point, Yu Hoen is standing on a balanced scale with a feather. The Anubis relic had no choice but to reopen the challenge. The large scale and 42 jurors appeared again, just like before. He looked at it and kept wondering. Well, not all of them are exactly the same as before. At that time, Anubis weakly and sickly tried to say, Now is the first question. In a short time, Its current form is completely different. It was bigger last time. As soon as Anubis was about to ask, Yu Hoen rushed over and squeezed his neck, then blocked his throat. "Shut up, dog!" He gently lifted Anubis up and growled with a frown. "You will ask me the question I told you to ask. Understand? This is the first question. Have you ever stolen from anyone?" Seeing Yu Hoen say it word for word only made it more confused. "What?" It suddenly roared like a madman, its mouth wide open, spitting as it yelled. "What do you mean? You're asking as if you've committed a crime. What's the point of asking such a question?" In any case, Yu Hoen still tightened his grip on its neck. He indifferently replied, "Like I care, this isn't even a proper judgment. You think I'll die? Answer me." Yu Hoen sharply suggested, "Repeat my words if you don't want to die," while throwing in a threat. "I will tear you to pieces if you don't obey me." Anubis helplessly collapsed. "Why don't you want to possess us? Don't you care if I'm torn to pieces?" He smirked, a calculating smile spreading across his face. "I will possess you, and if I can't, then I'll just destroy you. If you shatter, then that means we can't be together. Simple, right?" Anubis stared at him, with eyes filled with resentment, its mouth twitching, wanting to curse, and so, with a certain amount of coercion, it had to do as Yu Hoen asked. "Damn it, have you ever stolen from anyone?" Seizing the opportunity, he relentlessly pressed on, making things difficult. "What? I can't hear you? Speak up!" Anubis was frustrated inside but couldn't do anything. "Damn it, have you ever stolen from anyone?" Seeing it yell at him, Yu Hoen violently kicked it in the mouth and warned, "Watch your mouth, no cursing. Speak to humans with respect." Thanks to that, Anubis lowered its voice. "Have you ever stolen from anyone?" He didn't hesitate to tell the truth. "Yes." Following that, now for the second question. What should I say? Knowing Yu Hoen's cunning schemes, Anubis wearily exposed, "You plan to get through all the questions like this?" He looked at it with sharp eyes, affirming, "Of course, you idiot. It was all within a perfect setup. I'll answer yes to all the questions by changing them to my advantage." The Anubis relic was crying, because the trial was about to end. Before long, Jen had successfully passed every test with ease. That space slowly began to expand. In his hand, he held an Anubis relic. The unpredictable battle ended, and in the end, Yu Hoen was the one who benefited. Because he obtained the relic, countless information appeared, announcing a level cut. A series of achievements were displayed. "This crow is happy. How do I use these titles?" Before planning for the future, Yu Hoen thought it best to clean up the scene first. "All right, clear out this tomb for me." A surge of power was released, resolving everything with incredible force, everything cracking, shattering, and falling non-stop. Taejun, lonely and lost, struggled to stand up, his heart filled with speculation. The tomb is breaking apart. He must have obtained the achievement. He silently watched Yu Hoen's retreating figure. That kid. Only at the 90th minute did Taejun truly consider him an opponent and become wary. So Yu Hoen is a very scary skilled person. He wasn't a brat he could play with. If I can't kill him, then he must work for me. After a while, everything was achieved as Yu Hoen wished. The massive tomb had completely disappeared from the world. He smiled lightly with satisfaction. "Good, now I can breathe some fresh air." Just as he was enjoying the moment of pleasure, Taejun blocked his way. "Hey, you!" He pretended to speak gently, aiming to lure Yu Hoen to his side. "I didn't recognize your abilities. I apologize for the loss earlier." Taejun extended his hand, offering a sincere invitation. "I want to make an offer. Would you like to work with me?" Yu Hoen immediately retorted sarcastically. "I thought you wanted to kill me?" He tried to find a way to justify the mistake he had made. That was before we understood each other. At this point, Taejun truly acknowledged his strength. "Relics will change this world. In the new world, people like you have the greatest potential." Every word he offered at this moment wanted to emphasize and ensure. "As the chairman of the Azure Dragon Corporation, I promise to support you fully. You can swim out into the vast ocean. I want to hone your abilities." And then Taejun went straight to the point. "Work for me!" But for Yu Hoen, this statement instead made him extremely uncomfortable. He pointed the sword straight at the man and snapped. "You dare say, working for you? Right after saying, working together? Is that your real ambition?" Yu Hoen seized the opportunity to exploit his weakness and turn the tables. "Fine, you'll invest in me, but you'll make me cough up results worthy of your investment, and then you'll kick me away like trash when you want." He knew the man's cunning scheme all along. "All you want is to use me, yet you dare open your mouth and say, working for you? Ridiculous!" With the sharp blade close and the plan exposed, Taejun could only offer a sheepish smile. Seeing that he had hit a nerve, he pretended like nothing happened. "I was just saying, why so sensitive? Right now, I have more valuable things than you. So it seems like you're the one working for me." Taejun was always looking for ways to control Yu Hoen. But why expect good results from something he invested in with malicious intent? "You scratch my back, I'll scratch yours. That's how this world works." In his heart, he increasingly resented this nasty old man. What a sly old fox. Even so, Taejun didn't give up. "Think carefully. You've gone through countless dangers to collect the relics. You'll find it difficult to handle this alone. He grinned, revealing his pearly white teeth, pointing out a weakness to exploit psychologically. If you get injured, I can talk to the hospital that works for the corporation. Without another word, he decisively rewarded Taejun with a merciless strike. Yu Hoen's face darkened, and he said in a deep voice, "You want to provide me with medical services? I can't stand here and listen to your nonsense." The moment he was close to death, he spoke of the past he had endured. "I still remember the day Bosniakia Russia ended at your hands. You treated me like a slave." Strangely, even though he was slashed, Taejun didn't seem to react at all. On the contrary, he smirked. Before his eyes, Taejun gave Yu Hoen a heartfelt compliment. "Surprisingly, you're good. Quite the swift hand." Only then did he suddenly realize that the splattered blood returned to his body. Yu Hoen stood frozen in shock at this terrifying ability. The cut is automatically healing. Disgusting! This is the power of the relic he possesses. Taejun tilted his head, revealing the cut still etched on his neck, and then whispered, "I agree." Achilles, body soaked in the Stylics, is considered a relic of the heel level. Achilles is a warrior who appears in Greek mythology. His mother is the sea goddess, Jtis, and his father is a human, Beleus. Jtis wanted her son to be immortal like her, so she dipped his body into the Styx by holding his heel. Achilles gained a strong and tough body, but the heel that wasn't dipped in the water was his weakness. From historical stories, Yu Hoen quickly came to a conclusion. Achilles died from being shot in the heel. Therefore, since it's Achilles' relic, that must be his weakness too. He stared at Taejun's glowing body, constantly thinking, "The problem is, I don't know where that weakness is. Even if I chop off his head, it'll still reattach." Seeing the unusually quiet space, he spoke up arrogantly. "Now do you understand that you are only under my command?" His sinister and confident smile revealed his inner thoughts. "I understand your abilities, but you can't defeat me. I don't want to fight, I want to become your ally." In the end, Taejun didn't give up. Isn't it obvious? Not knowing what Yu Hoen was planning in his heart, he just smirked and avoided that scheming gaze. As it turned out, Yu Hoen was focusing his power into the sword in his hand. At that moment the sword was glowing, emitting a large amount of dark blue power, concentrating all the strength. Seeing that he ignored his words, and the strange aura emanating, Taejun panicked. "What are you doing, human?" Yu Hoen questioned powerfully. "Have you heard of the so-called coup?" "That's what I'm about to do." Even though they were enemies, after thinking carefully, Yu Hoen had to admit one thing. "You're right, I should choose to be on your side, but I don't want to." He spoke of the hatred from the bottom of his heart. "Just seeing your face makes me hate you." Taejun retreated in horror, his dragon heart trembling with fear. "What?" Yu Hoen held the sword tightly and proudly introduced, "Muramasa is a perfect weapon for a coup. It becomes stronger with a more renowned opponent." He shouted with determination, "Let's see if you'll shut your mouth when I stab you with Muramasa at full power." Faced with this situation, Taejun also yelled at him, "You're crazy. Why would you go this far?" Yu Hoen slashed Taejun with the full dominance of Muramasa. "You can create power many times greater than the actual level of the relic, but in the end, that relic will be destroyed." He babbled that Yu Hoen was wasting his efforts, and Taejun was not wrong. This was indeed reckless. Gripping the sword tightly in his hand, he showed his determination. "But to let my sworn enemy escape like this, that would be even more wrong." A pink smoke surrounded Taejun, and with it, he screamed in desperate pain. Terrible power erupted, and the rocks shattered as well. Yu Hoen continued with suspicion mixed with vigilance. "I guess it felt threatened, so that old man's dominance relic activated on its own, so if I've stepped into the relic's influence, that means I'll be in danger too." Gripping the stone tightly in his palm, he solemnly mentioned he could counter some of the shockwaves using the Hammurabi code. As the world seemed to shake, Yu Hoen could completely turn the tables, directing everything back at that old geezer. A hint of regret flashed across his face as he acknowledged the unavoidable damage, as the Hammurabi relic was also slightly affected. Two mixed powers clashed and collided, emitting an eerie light from the point of impact. The sound of destruction was terrifying, with dust and debris mixing together in a horrifying space. Taejun was knocked unconscious, collapsing to the ground. Seeing his current state, Yu Hoen felt a slight sense of relief. The Achilles relic and the Dominion relic must have suffered significant damage. He wouldn't be causing trouble for a while. He slowly walked towards Taejun. Despite exerting all his strength, there were still many things he regretted. But his Muramasa was broken. Yu Hoen gazed intently at him, clutching the partially broken sword in his hand. He murmured. And the Hammurabi relic was severely damaged. Standing in the chaotic ruins, Yu Hoen exclaimed from within his mind, frustrated. "I tried so hard, but I still couldn't kill him. This is so frustrating." Suddenly, a voice called out, drawing his attention. "Yu Hoen!" It was Chung Yu and Zhuang Shu. They rushed towards Yu Hoen, full of questions and confusion. What happened? This greatly surprised him. "You guys are still alive?" Chung Yu's eyes widened in horror as he saw the scene before him, and exclaimed with curiosity, "Why are there corpses here?" But the person behind him expressed sarcasm. I wish that was a corpse. Seeing the contemplation evident on Yu Hoen's face, Chong-yu immediately asked, "Are you planning to kill him?" He quickly expressed his disgust at everything. Leave him be. He'll be stuck in the hospital for a while. Yu Hoen also thought to himself, there's no way for me to kill him anyway. Suddenly, he turned around and answered casually, making Chong-yu confused. I'm starving. Let's go get something to eat. I wonder if any restaurants are still open after that earthquake. Seeing his attitude, he could only reply, wait for me. A grumbling voice sounded softly from behind, unable to hide the irritation. Talk politely. I'm starting to lose my temper. C.E.ung. Yu obediently replied, yes. The once modern and vibrant Splendor City was now a pile of ruins. At the same time, a reporter's voice echoed on television with a serious tone. Reporting on the situation after the chaos. Reporting on the damage caused by the terrible event that just occurred. We have received information from witnesses about monsters. In the crowd, a person stammered in fear, recounting, corpses crawled up from the ground. That's right, mummies. It looked like a mummy. I wish this was just a dream. The reporter continued with the news. And some superpowered individuals with strange objects. Sitting in the room, enjoying instant noodles, Yu Hoen also listened to the news. Look at them. Watching the news, Chong, Yu softly said. All the channels are talking about this. Yu Hoen replied nonchalantly. The whole world will know about relics, piquing his curiosity. Relics? Yu Hoen continued to eat noodles while explaining. Relics are what I put on the bed. Che-ung Yu turned to look at the strange things on the bed and exclaimed, that thing? He said coldly and confidently, I told you, this world will change. Those who have good relics will be the ones in power. The moody relics lamented. Damn, master, you act like you're the only one who can talk. My body is about to break. Those things are old and ugly, looking useless, making Chong-yu wonder, aren't they about to break? Yu Hoen replied with all the frustration in his heart. That's the problem. He held a black phone, as if an idea had just occurred to him. I have a solution for this. I have some very useful friends. Che-ung-yu sat beside him, a little wary. Friends? What do you mean? Before he could understand what was happening, he greeted the person on the other end. Dear Iron, I know this isn't the time to call you, but I found a way to break the curse. On the other side of the phone, after hearing such good news, she couldn't help but exclaim in joy. What? Really? But in his heart, he had another thought. Of course not, but it's not entirely a lie either. Yu Hoen continued, his voice steady and calm, each word offering a glimmer of hope to the other party. I need some more elements to find a solution to your curse. That's right. I need you to find someone for me. In the wave of signals transmitted hastily, Yu Hoen's voice echoed through the communication device, with anticipation and urgency. I hope you can help me with that. On the other side, Iron immediately responded with undisguised enthusiasm. Of course I can. But who is it? Receiving the answer he wanted, he smiled triumphantly in his heart. Yu Hoen pondered for a moment and then said, Roseha, a relic restoration expert. All relics destroyed due to durability or overuse, there is no way to restore destroyed relics. Then he continued, his eyes gleaming as if he had grasped an escape route. However, some relics have the ability to restore other relics, and those who possess it are called restoration experts. Yu Hoen emphasized each word. Roseha is one of the best. He has a black market monopoly, and is called the king of scams. His expression darkened as he mentioned a relationship. However, he caught the eye of that guy and is also in the excavation squad. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, speaking as if he was forcing himself to make a decision. I have to get him to work for me so that damaged relics are no longer a concern for me. That girl probably doesn't know what being on time means. Chung-yu blankly asked, who are you having such a hard time finding? Yu Hoen replied decisively. It's Roseha. He continued relentlessly. Whenever the holy relics are mentioned, you act like an expert, but restoring them is very difficult. Looking at the vast blue sky before him, Yu Hoen told himself, as if preparing for the difficulties ahead. Most of the restored holy relics are in the realm of art. They require such high-level finesse. Trying to use them will probably give me a headache. If I can't use them, then finding someone to use them for me is the way to go. Simple. His eyes suddenly turned sharp, capable of seeing through all schemes. They were the eyes of a slave trader. Just then, a helicopter appeared from above their heads, and a woman's voice rang out over the radio. Sorry, I'm a little late. I'll be down there right away. Chong-yu exclaimed in surprise. A whole helicopter? Erin stepped out, looking apologetic but smiling brightly. I wasn't too far away, but the traffic was terrible, so I tried to get here as fast as I could. Sorry for being late. Yu Hoen looked at the helicopter that had just landed, muttering with admiration mixed with envy. She even has her own helicopter. Just as I thought, a different class altogether. Alright, let's go somewhere to talk. They chose a nearby cafe to sit and talk. Once they were settled, she got straight to the point. Who am I looking for? Yu Hoen didn't hesitate to answer. He's a Korean guy named Jose Ja. Do you know him? Erin frowned and shook her head, her voice firm. I've never heard that name. Yu Hoen nodded, as if he had anticipated this. You probably don't know him because he uses aliases. Do you know anyone who collects artwork? Seeing this, Irene excitedly blurted out, My brother does! He even meets people who share the same interests. A spark flashed in Yoon Hoen's eyes. He immediately proposed and held out his phone to her. Great, if you're interested in that, then you're probably connected to him. This is what he looks like. Ask your brother if anyone looks like the person in the picture. Looking at the person in the phone, Irene's eyebrows furrowed slightly. This person. The Yu siblings sat at the next table, calmly listening to their conversation. Irene asked doubtfully, Are you sure you're looking for him? Yu Hoen nodded decisively. Yes. Why do you ask? Do you know this person? Irene's next answer almost made Yu Hoen choke on his water. Of course, he scammed my brother a month ago. Staring intently at the photo, she calmly replied, recounting, I met him when I visited my parents' house. Irene continued, I remember his face very well because he was very kind. I was very surprised to hear that he had scammed my brother. The story didn't stop there. My brother bought a piece of art from him, but it turned out to be fake. 20 other people also had the same piece. Yu Hoen sighed, unable to deny the truth in his mind. Well, he's the king of scammers. Around this time, he's out scamming people. Who could stop him? Irene firmly stated. But I don't think you can find him. At this point, her voice suddenly became serious. What? Her eyes darkened, and her expression became gloomy. I heard he's dead, Irene recounted. He was caught when he tried to scam my brother's friend. My brother saw him with his friend's group. She shuddered slightly as she recalled the incident. I don't know if the brakes failed or if they were going too fast. Irene's voice choked up as she spoke of the ending. The car flew off the edge of the cliff after breaking through the guardrail. Yu Hoen sat motionless, his eyes vacant. Rosehan is dead? He thought to himself but couldn't believe what he had just heard. That's absurd, Yu Hoen thought. He was only 26 now. In 5 years he would meet him for the first time. There's no way he could be dead. A thought suddenly flashed in his mind, making him panic. Is the future changing? All the memories in his head were rearranged. At this moment, Yu Hoen realized. Come to think of it, not everything is happening as it did before he died. The holy relic that created the huge tomb that appeared in India is now in Egypt. He gritted his teeth in helplessness. The events are not happening as they did in the past. But no way, I need his abilities. But in the end, Yu Hoen made a firm decision. Let's try to find him. Hearing this, Irene exclaimed in surprise. What? Is it possible he's still alive? Yu Hoen took a deep breath, his voice carrying a faint glimmer of hope, but also full of determination. He's a tough one. We have to hope. Darkness had fallen over the entire city. At this moment, electric lights were also filtering through every window frame. On TV, the broadcaster delivered rapid-fire news about unprecedented phenomena. A strange phenomenon has occurred all over the world. Huge architectural structures resembling ancient tombs have appeared. At that time, the news was constantly being broadcasted, causing a stir. Breaking news! The government has decided to research the achievements. However, Taezun, who was recuperating in bed, twisted and turned in anger. When will those bastards get tired of spouting nonsense? He gritted his teeth, his body trembling with fury, and roared, Damn it, I tried so hard to keep the existence of the holy relics a secret from the public. It's all because of that bastard Sidu Hoen. Taezun raised his hand, about to slam it down on the bed, his voice full of hatred and killing intent. I have to kill him, but why isn't my body recovering? The staff member next to him quickly stepped forward, trying to calm him down with a respectful voice. Sir President, please calm down. The sound of the door opening rang out, followed by another voice full of curiosity. What's going on there? Edward walked in with a mocking tone. You look terrible! President Zun exclaimed in surprise. Edward. As soon as he arrived, he gave a short order. Get out. The staff member immediately obeyed. Yes, sir. When only the two of them were left in the room, Edward leisurely sat down on the sofa, his voice gentle but sharp. You've been acting a bit too extreme lately, summoning tombs on that scale. Taezun immediately retorted, his voice full of frustration. He swears to God that he didn't know the tomb would appear at the airport. It was an accident. Edward shook his head slowly, his voice without a hint of sympathy. That's not the point. It doesn't change the fact that the tomb appeared after you activated the achievement. He emphasized with a cold, warning tone. You should lie low for a while. His client is very angry. Seeing this, Taezun immediately panicked. What? Does everyone know about it? Holding a bottle of wine in his hand, Edward shrugged nonchalantly. Of course, their source of information is him. He immediately questioned, asking back, Why did you tell them? Edward chuckled softly, his voice steady. He's not just a weapons dealer. He also sells information. Turn snorted coldly, his voice revealing bitterness. He understood. He doesn't care about gaining his trust. Turn has to provide accurate information to gain credibility. Edward frowned, his eyes quickly glancing over the unhealed wound on his body. Then he couldn't help but wonder. If you make a mistake, you have to fix it. But look, why aren't you healing? Sipping the wine in his hand, Edward said, I know you have an immortal holy relic. Turin endured the pain and quickly explained, I don't know why it's not working. Maybe the holy relic is damaged. He clenched his fist, exclaiming in anger, It's all because of that bastard Se-Du Hoen. Edward chuckled, his eyes flashing with interest. Se-Du Hoen? That name sounds interesting, able to damage an immortal holy relic like that. He still sat there leisurely, saying, The damaged holy relic is your problem, just fix it. That made someone like Tezun ask in surprise, What? Is there a way? Edward clasped his hands behind his back, nodding in announcement. I will contact the holy relic restorer. You just need to continue collecting holy relics to give to my broker. Finally, he said goodbye to Tezun without paying attention to his uncomfortable expression. Take care, I'm leaving. Walking slowly in the hospital hallway, he gave an order to his subordinate. Find out what kind of person Du Hoen is. The other person quickly replied, Yes, sir. The whole city was now lying still in the dark night, the magnificent skyscrapers in every golden light. In a temporary apartment, Jaha was muttering with a bored expression. Who's calling? So distracting. But when he saw the caller's name, his expression changed. It's Edward. Jaha opened his mouth. Ewad, it's been a while. Seeing his quick work style, Edward asked, How did you pick up my call so quickly? He smiled lightly, his voice teasing. Roseha answering immediately means you're out of money, right? He laughed, shaking his head. You know me too well. Jay sighed, recounting pitifully. I just scammed a few people so I have to fake my death. My car is broken so I have to pay to keep it a secret. I can't go out, I'm going crazy. Edward said something like a joke, but it was true. You've faked so many things, now you're faking your death too. Daha grinned, not bothering to deny it. Is that a compliment? Thank you. Knowing that nothing is free, he went straight to the main point. You're calling me to assign a job? And the answer was as expected. That's right. At this time, he made the request directly. There's a holy relic restoration request. Jaha frowned immediately. Restore the holy relic? I don't like those kinds of requests. Because restoration is tiring. W sneered. You think money is easy to earn? Then he lowered his voice, making it clear what was important. But the requester this time is a big shot. It's Kuo Taejun, chairman of the Shanglong Corporation. Jaha immediately sat up, his eyes lit up. Really? Edward seemed to hit his weak point. You know what? You don't have to worry about commission. Jaha nodded repeatedly, happily replying, I'll do it 100%. Thank you, old man. In another place, the three Du Hoen people stood in front of a high-rise building. Seungyu carried a bag, with many doubts. This is the address Irin gave us. Do you believe he's still alive? Yu Hohan replied succinctly, each word firm. He's not that easy to kill. Let's go. As they entered, an employee stood up, greeting them politely. Welcome, esteemed guests. A man's voice rang out, cold and somewhat hurried. Excuse me, is Roseha here? Mian-shi looked up, her eyes showing clear confusion. What? She tilted her head, keeping her tone gentle. I'm sorry, but our CEO is not in the office. Yu Hohan stood silently for a moment, then took a deep breath, his eyes shining with intense focus. Is that so? His intuition was acutely sharp as he detected a faint aura, only perceptible to those familiar with it, permeating the space. I can feel Cheng Shi's energy. In contrast to Yu Hohan's polite demeanor, Chong-u angrily slammed his hand on the desk and shouted, He's not in the office? Does that mean he's faking his death? Seeing the situation, Yu Hohan quickly pinched his ear and dragged him aside, whispering urgently. What do you think you're doing, you idiot? Chong-u replied curtly, wincing in pain. We need to talk to her. Leaning close to his ear, he revealed his plan. We're going to be here to lure him out. Use your brain a little. Yu Hohan turned back to the reception desk, saying politely, I'm very sorry. Min-shi suppressed the unease in her heart to maintain the minimum politeness required. I don't know why you've come here, but you shouldn't behave like this. She took a deep breath and said loudly and clearly, Our CEO passed away in a car accident. Before Min-shi could finish speaking, Yu Hohan slammed the black bag hard onto the desk. He feigned regret, running a hand over his face, pretending to blurt out, Oh no, Roseha is dead? What am I going to do with these things? Looking at the bag, she couldn't help but ask curiously, What is this? Inside the bag were old, damaged relics. Mian-ji looked at them with utter surprise. Relics? There are more than 10 relics. High-level relics at that. Yu Hohan narrowed his eyes, looking at the girl in front of him and thought, I can see the expressions on her face. Yu Hohan mused to himself, his lips slightly curling up. Let's end this. Then he said, Do you recognize what these are? Yu Hohan immediately lowered his posture, his tone urgent. Please help me. They're all very valuable but damaged. It doesn't have to be Joseha, but I need someone to restore them. Yu Hohan raised an eyebrow slightly, smiling lightly. To be working with Joseha, you are so lucky. What do you think? Can you repair the relics for me? The pile of old things in front of her may look worthless, but each one contains terrifying power. She looked at them, hesitating for a long time, before pausing slightly and quickly nodding. Please wait a moment. I'll go to the restoration room. I'll be quick. Yu Hohan curled his lips, his voice soft as if his plan was working. Okay, I'll wait here. He watched the girl hurriedly leave, thinking to himself, I knew you'd be like this. More than anyone, he understood Jaeha and those around him. That girl is Junmin Shi, Joseha's assistant. She's just as greedy as Josej. Just as Yu Hohan predicted, she wouldn't pass up the chance to snatch the relics from his hands. Rizeja must still be alive. Meanwhile, inside a secret room behind the building, Min Shi's voice echoed softly, full of scheming. Director, we have a problem. Relics? Jaeha on the other end of the line was irritable, not believing his assistant's words, and asked again. What are you talking about? She repeated once more. Someone came here asking the director to restore relics. Sitting leisurely in that room, Jaeha decisively ordered. Turn them away. I'm already busy enough working with the Shanglong group. But Min Shi hastily interrupted. It's not like that. She recounted that he brought more than 10 relics, and it seems like there's even a high-grade Egyptian relic. Hearing this, Jaeha exclaimed in shock. What? Min Shi turned her head to glance at them standing in the lobby, unable to help but feel complacent. They look easy to fool. What should I do? Seeing such delicious bait delivered right to her mouth, how could Jaeha let it go? He grinned smugly. I think I can make some more money. Jaeha quickly ordered Min Shi. Take those relics and bring them to the restoration room. I'll be there right away. I'll create perfect fakes and swap them with the real ones. A moment later, Min Shi returned to the waiting room, a polite smile on her face. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. Yu Hohan crossed his arms, his voice calm. It's okay. Taking the bag placed on the table, Min Shi bowed slightly, her voice becoming serious. This is an urgent matter, so I'll restore them for you right away. He nodded, expressing his gratitude. Thank you very much, she asked gently, professionalism evident on her face. May I take them to the restoration room to assess their condition? The reason for this is that we need to use machinery to inspect them. Yu Hohan replied decisively, despite Chung U's unsightly expression behind him. Of course you can. He whispered anxiously into his ear. Boss, all your relics are in there. What if they run away with them? Min Him placed all the necessary documents on the table and suggested, here are the estimated costs, and the contract you can read while waiting. With that, she took everything away. Yu Hohan stood there with his arms crossed, watching his prey fall into the trap he had set. To catch good fish, the bait has to be good too. Zed Ung-u stood beside him with a more serious look than ever before. But you have nothing left to bargain with after offering all the good stuff, right? He chuckled softly, a coldness curving his lips as he replied, You're right about that, aren't you? Yu Hohan smirked, filled with confidence. Just consider this a gamble. Meanwhile, Mian He carried more than 10 artifacts, her eyes deep and unfathomable. Yu Hohan said triumphantly, Let's see if our plan succeeds or fails. Under the pale white light, the stacked artifacts emitted a faint glow, unable to conceal the joy in his heart. Jaeha blurted out, Oh my god, these things are really amazing. He clicked his tongue softly, his eyes lighting up with amazement. This stuff is good. The risk seems high, but Min Hai still had some concerns. What if we get caught? There's a bunch of thugs out there too. Jaeha, pleased with what was laid out before him, smirked triumphantly. Alright, get out. Let me see if I can make a copy in a snap. Min Hai understood and quickly replied, okay. He smiled, his eyes like someone who knew victory was in hand. Forging this is as easy as baking a cake. Jaehae rummaged through the necessary items in the nearby crate to carry out his next task. The forgery of a fake artist has shaken the world. Rank B rare attribute. A superpower. That is the artifact that Jaehae has. He uses it to make copies of Jen's artifacts. JHA will rely on that and redo it. He began his work of crafting a convincing fake. Just by touching an artifact with something that needs to be forged, you can create an identical fake to the original artifact. This fake artifact partly mimics not only its appearance, but also its function. During that time, Yu Hohan and a few others sat reading the news in the waiting room from before. His thoughts flowed. The fake artifacts created emit a glow no less than the real artifacts. Others will never notice it's a fake until the half-day duration ends. But I'm in my second life now. Zi Ung-u gritted his teeth in anger as he looked at the paper Min Hai had handed out earlier. What the hell is this? Is restoring the artifacts to their original state that expensive? Pointing to the invoice, he angrily said to Yu Hohan, It costs 10 million for each artifact wound suffered. This is blatant robbery. Yu Hohan gritted his teeth, not bothering to hide his intentions. I don't care. I don't intend to pay anyway. A moment later, Mian He returned with the same bag, bowing slightly. Sorry to keep you waiting. Yu Hohan waved his hand lightly. It's okay. How is the condition of my artifacts? She hesitated for a moment, then replied softly. I'm very sorry. But Min Hai's eyes flashed with regret. Your artifacts are too damaged. Restoration may be a little difficult. With that tone, she seemed to gain his sympathy. These artifacts have been almost completely destroyed. Of course. How could Yu Hohen be deceived so easily? He immediately asked back. Really? Before he could say anything else, Yu Ho Chen rushed forward, striking Minhee with a palm strike, scaring her pale. He growled through gritted teeth. Who are you trying to fool? Zhenglu beside him awkwardly called out, Boss, what's wrong all of a sudden? Yu Hohen clenched his fist, pointing it directly at Minhee's face. This woman turned my stuff into fakes. Hearing that, the others were stunned. Only then did she know what fear was, not knowing what to do next. What should she do? Minhee turned pale, her body trembling, sweat pouring out because this was not within her expectations. Minhee lowered her head, her voice frantic, pointing directly. I'm sorry, the real stuff is in there. Then she hurriedly denied. I'm not the one who made the fakes. Please spare me. Standing behind the door, Zhen realized the situation was not good. What the hell? How did that bastard know? He still exclaimed in confusion. How? Before he could finish speaking, Zhen's face slammed into the door. The door suddenly burst open. He was thrown backwards, hitting his head on the table. Jaha painfully gritted his teeth, raising his hand to hold his head, and still didn't know what was happening. The three of Yu Hoen walked into that room with all their arrogance. In his eyes, he couldn't hide his anger. So it's you, you dog! At this time, Ji Hoen panicked. What? Yu Hoen ordered. Immediately from his hand, a rope flew out, catching him. Witnessing such a scene, De frantically yelled, What the hell? Where did you get so many artifacts? Tied up tightly with rope, he angrily screamed, Let me go! The rope excitedly chimed in, Play with me, human, play with me! Yu Hoen's voice cut through. Where's my stuff? Jaha, now with a hint of fear in his eyes, hastily shouted, It's in the safe, let me go and I'll get it back for you. Yu Hoen sat on a chair, calmly watching him scream. Hurry up and let me go. He fumbled for a while to unlock the safe, complaining as he did. Too noisy. It's time to pack up my things first. This statement made Daha panic. What? Looking at the open safe door, he was shocked and didn't understand why. How the hell did you know my safe's password? Did you come here for that purpose? Carrying the bag of artifacts in his hand, Yu Hoen nonchalantly said, So what? You were the one who sinned first. Daha questioned, puzzled. What are you talking about? His expressions caused Yu Hoen to frown, his eyes somewhat thoughtful. Why is he like this? I don't remember him having this personality in my past life. He recalled the memories from his past life. Rose Jia wasn't this kind of person. Recalling his memories, Jiha was a new and emerging artist. He was living a peaceful life, and even studying at a famous university in the United States. Here, Yuho's narration was somewhat regretful, but Jia lost the artistic style he developed by spending so much time and effort to draw, not for anyone else but for his teacher. Yu Hoen took a deep breath and slowly recalled, as if reliving a buried tragedy. His name was Jing Richard here. He received a lot of attention with the painting style he stole and won an award. Every memory, every event, remained intact in his mind. There was a copyright lawsuit, but it was invalidated. Conversely, you exist in the aspects of perception that were buried deep within despair. Yu Hoen's gaze darkened. This is probably hidden. This little friend started to cheat from this moment on. He deceives the extraordinary talents he has. Then his voice dropped, like a lament. But thanks to that, the achievements of the forgery also approached Jaha. The liar grew wings. Jaha was still struggling against the rope. Yu-Ho looked at him, also feeling somewhat helpless. If it continues like this, it will be very difficult to convince him to work with me. Jaha, with a look of anger and confusion in his eyes, What did I do wrong? It's all a lie. Think about it, idiot. Yu-Hoen became a little impatient and thought to himself, What persuasion? Then, he presented a pen. Do you know what this artifact is? Jaha frowned. Before he could answer, Yu Hoen smiled. It's called X-Bia's childhood pen. A few things will come true when I write. He was startled. Newt Khan, what are you planning to do? Without answering, Yu Hoen bent down and wrote a few short lines with the ancient pen. In memory of Joseha, 26, died by strangulation of the rope. As Yu Hoen wrote, he read aloud, causing everyone to stare blankly. The source of the pain is his entire body. Immediately, Jaha fell backward, his face pale, flailing his arms helplessly. What the hell is he thinking? So dizzy, he gasped, sweating profusely, and quickly begged. I'm sorry, I won't take the recovery fee, I'll do whatever you ask. Hearing, Yu Hoen was pleased. As expected, he coldly stepped forward. Not charging a fee is only natural. Sign a contract with me, and I'll spare your life. Jaha didn't understand. What contract? Quickly, the two of them signed a contract with the content that Yu Hoen was the master, and Diha was the slave. Lying on the ground, he quickly complained, lamenting the injustice. This is ridiculous! It's a blatant slave contract. But on the contrary, Yu Hoen was very smug. How can you call it a slave contract? He shrugged. There's a better word. It's called an exclusive contract. He exhaled. Fine, fine. Dia bitterly squeezed out each word that he didn't want to say. The recovery fee is free. I will come whenever you call, accepting nothing except your requests, and not betraying you. Am I still even human? Yu Hoen coldly continued. In addition, if you break the contract, you will be punished according to the laws of Hammurabi. Your friends there will let you know what the law is. He raised his eyebrow. Jeha, don't do that. Read it all. It's not a small matter. A deposit of 6 million items, is that okay? Then Yu Hoen added, as if not enough coercion. Furthermore, each time I recover, I will pay you an extra bonus. The clause states that Brother B will be responsible for all the rituals, convenience, and safety of the master. He raised his eyebrow. Did you read the contract carefully? Don't be so careless, Daha shouted. Why is everything beneficial to you? I don't accept it. He seized the opportunity when Yung Ho wasn't paying attention, broke free, and shouted his objection. Seeing this, Gong Yu suggested. Boss, do you want me to go get him? Yu-ho nodded. Okay, go, but don't forget my instructions, and don't be too rough with him. Yes. Yu-ho lowered his head. Although the contract was signed, it was only forced, not voluntary. I'll have to think of another way, damn it. In another room, Jae-ha hurriedly called Tae-jun, saying, Oh God, of course I had to contact you first. Hearing this, he was overjoyed, thanking him for it. His voice softened, with a hint of excitement. I want to restore your relic. Let me do it, just leave it to me. But upon hearing this, Turn's expression changed, somewhat shocked. Unable to believe the words he had just said. He lay on the bed, hurriedly ordering his staff. Turn off the TV. The staff member respectfully replied, yes. After a few seconds of silence, Tae-jun spoke, all right? A cold glint flashed in his eyes. All right, let's talk about the terms of the deal. Jae-ha's urgent voice rang out, as if he was trying to seize one last chance to fix things. What I mean is, I want to restore your relic. Let me go, just leave it to me. On the other end of the line, Tae-jun smugly said, Let's see. Feels like he has a chance. Jae-ha was happy, lying still on the bed but unable to hide his joy. Tae-jun was satisfied. All right, let's determine the specific terms of the deal. Just then, a scream rang out on the other end of the phone. Jae-ha explained, it's just the sound of the door, no way. Let me go, let me go. Jae-ha had been captured. Yu-ho ordered his subordinates. Go get his phone. He screamed and struggled. You bastards! On the other end of the phone was a familiar voice that surprised Tae-jun. Who is this? Are you Chairman Jun? Does my Lord Jun also need to restore a relic? His eyes widened, his heart pounding as if it would explode in his chest. This voice is... And then Yu-ho's voice rang out again, arrogant and decisive. But there's also this. Rosha is my exclusive relic restorer. A trembling and defiant voice rang out, tearing through the silence. You found the wrong person, you idiot. The more he spoke, the angrier he became, cursing Yu-ho with every word. That dog, Tae-jun, was so angry that his eyes were about to pop, flailing wildly, wanting to jump out of bed. It's you again! Dia looked at him triumphantly and asked, Hey, what did you just say? Of course, the answer was extremely concise. Say what I want to say. The back and forth was like a knife stabbing straight into Jae-ha's mind. He was going to listen to Tae-jun of Shanglong, so blind, he was almost going crazy. Gao Yu-ho stepped forward, his voice as contemptuous as a blade scraping away the outer layer of truth. You'd better stop fantasizing about things that are out of reach. Chairman Jun and Shanglong are a corrupt organization. Pausing for a moment, he leaned down slightly, eye to eye, his voice low. I am the lifeline you should grab onto. Dia gritted his teeth, his blood rushing to his head. Huh? What are you saying? He shouted as if wanting to shake off all control. Why would I work for you? I'm not that stupid. Yu-ho calmly stepped back, his eyes calming down somewhat. But deep down he understood that if he wanted to win him over, he had to change his approach. Rose Jae-hae must be very angry. He should persuade him in another way, he said, half smiling. Let's get to know each other a little. My name is Seen. I'm from Seun. He held out his hand, his voice now somewhat softer. Do you want to be the leader of this excavation team? I'll let you do the restoration. Yu-ho's voice was steady. For sure. I'm done talking. Now it's your turn. Jae-ha exclaimed in surprise. What? He glared. Why are you doing this now, you bastard? His voice seemed to break with frustration and confusion. I wanted to say hello to you later because I'm very cautious. I'm a little sensitive, and picked up the notebook lying on the cold ground. Yu-ho offered. I'll do some things if you don't want to. Looking at the notebook, Yu-ho seemed to be reciting his life story. His name is Joseja, a foreign exchange student with a strong passion for art. The voice not only recounted, but also revealed part of the truth that Jae-hae wanted to hide. But not long after that, this artist scammed someone in Los Angeles. J.H. was startled. What the hell? How do you know about that? Perhaps you don't know that the rumors have spread. Yu-ho continued coldly, without a hint of pity. even copying the artwork of other artists. The climax of his story paused there, his artwork being told by others to resemble that of the famous artist Jing Richard. JHA's face flushed red with anger. He yelled as if trying to vent all his grievances. That bastard Jin Richard plagiarized my work! Blocking JHA's previous punch, Duhoin slowly asked, "What did you say? Jin Richard plagiarized?" He replied angrily, "So what?" He looked at JHA and said casually, "Isn't drawing easy to copy?" He answered succinctly, "Of course." JHA trembled, his hands clenched. He mumbled as if trying to dispel a ghost. "However, I thought that if I didn't do anything in front of him, he wouldn't be able to know. But for some reason, that bastard knows what I'm gonna do, as if he can read my mind. This is ridiculous." Duhoin slowly tilted his head. "No, maybe it is. There might be some relics that have similar abilities." That statement struck like lightning. "What?" Duhoin's voice became serious. "Jin Richard is a relic user. Maybe his relic allows him to transform into the character he desires. Even knowledge and abilities are perfectly copied." It seemed his words weren't very believable, so JHA asked again, "How do you know that? Are you sure?" That short but weighty answer hit JHA's chaotic heart like a hammer. "I'm sure he's using a relic." And then the offer was made. "How about it? I will help you regain your reputation and style that was stolen by Jin Richard before." JHA was stunned. "Huh?" Duhoin continued. "In return, you will be my exclusive restorer." The air seemed to freeze. Duhoin took another step. "Isn't this a good deal? This is what he wants most." JHA seemed caught in an internal vortex. "Get back my style, the game is over." Looking at his hesitant expression now, Duhoin understood perfectly. He couldn't refuse this offer. JHA raised both hands, hurriedly saying, Wait. He was cautious, so he proposed, "Give me some time, I have to think before deciding." Duhoin crossed his arms, puzzled. "Still need to think?" he smirked. "That's a condition that even someone like me can answer without thinking." "Could it be, JHA? You're trying to blend in with that guy, aren't you?" JHA quickly denied it. "No, it's not." Then he threw the phone straight at JHA's face. "Whatever." Duhoin expressed his goodwill by saying, "Ah well, up to you then. Whatever you want to decide, I respect your choice." JHA replied, "Ah, okay. I'm not stupid enough to be fooled. Although you talk very kindly." Duhoin again threw something straight at his head. "Take this with you," he explained. "This is a relic for protecting your body. After all, you have to come back here in good health." Duhoin thought to himself, predicting everything. "Anyway, he will be forced to go there. If there are many benefits, when near the leader, he might turn against me. JHA will definitely think like that." The next day, as soon as it dawned, the leader turns meeting will happen. He believed that JHA would definitely think like that. The next day, as soon as it dawned, JHA will come to Turn's meeting. Turn opened his mouth calmly, as if he had been waiting for this moment for a long time. "Nice to meet you. I heard you wanted to make a proposal." Without hesitation, without beating around the bush, JHA looked directly into his eyes. His eyes didn't waver at all. "Do you know Jin Richard?" He raised his eyebrows as if considering every detail in his memory, then nodded. "I know. Isn't he a world-renowned artist? Some people say he's a genius, but why are you asking that?" Emotions choked up in his chest like a tumor about to burst, but he still forced himself to speak calmly, even though his lips were trembling slightly. "That guy plagiarized my work. He used a relic to steal my work. That's why he has such a reputation." He made the proposal. "I want you to make him admit his mistake. Then I will sign an exclusive contract with you." His words surprised Tun, and then made him laugh. "Ha." Turn leaned back in his chair. "Very interesting. Quite ridiculous. But what to do? You chose the wrong person." Then, the phone was connected to Richard. Tarn said, "I've heard some pretty interesting stories. Do you know Rose Ha?" "Here it comes." He stammered, thinking as if confirming something terrible to himself. "What? Could it be that this old man is acquainted with Jin Richard?" More importantly, the issue is not just knowing each other, they are key members of Pandora. A relic hunting group is about to appear. The next threat came from Richard, as cold as ice and snow covering his soul. "Rose Ha, you don't want to live like a rat and want to die instead? Or do you want me to bury you in some sacred place?" Turn reassured him. "Calm down, Richard. I'll handle this myself." He must be seething right now. Taejun said, "As you can see, Richard and I have a pretty close relationship." The curse burst out uncontrollably, like a roar from the depths of his heart. "FCK, I didn't know before, just pretend I never said anything." Of course, Taejun wouldn't let him leave so easily. "Stop right there." His gaze turned deep and unfathomable. "I haven't seen you off yet." As he said that, a man in black rushed forward and grabbed Yeha by the neck, startling him. Yi screamed in desperation. "Damn it, let me go!" Taejun sneered. "Don't break anything, I'll have to pay for it." Yi was punched and rolled on the ground, but still didn't forget to ask, "Damn it, what gang are you guys from?" "Thugs." In desperation he pulled it out, his eyes flashing with a last glimmer of hope. That's right, the relic that guy gave me yesterday. Using all his remaining strength, Yi raised the relic high, roaring like a declaration of war. Die, you bastard. But then nothing happened. No light, no power, only a desperate silence enveloped him. He stammered, his eyes widened, his mind blank. Why isn't it working? Just at the critical moment, Yu Hoen managed to appear. If you show up at a time when others are desperate, this is the best time to know who comes to you. Yu Hoen confidently looked straight into Yihaha's frightened eyes. Are you too touched? Seeing the man in black collapse right in front of him, Yiha couldn't believe it. What the hell is this? Yu Hoen turned to encourage him. I'm here to help you. Get up quickly. Taejun's resentment surged. He gnashed his teeth. Seo Yu Hoen, you bastard! Taejun angrily slammed his hand on the table. It's you again! His eyes were full of challenge, his voice slightly mocking. Long time no see. The fake Yu Hoen didn't show any fear or caution. On the contrary, he stepped forward calmly. I don't want to cause trouble. I'll take this friend out. Moreover, you can't defeat me when your relics are broken. Those words were the last straw, making him yell angrily. The roar echoed, Don't mess with me! What are you doing? Get up and catch that bastard now! Holding the pen and notebook in his hand, he shook his head. I can't do anything else. Reading slowly, Jen wrote on the page little by little. The bodyguards, if they hit Seo Jen and Jose Jaha, will endure the ultimate pain before death. The origin of this painful time is now. As night gradually fell, the scene shifted to another place, which was a house. Jia looked straight at Yu Hoen with determined eyes. So what do you want me to do first? Holding the familiar bag, he slowly walked towards him. First of all, my relics are damaged, because you are the restorer for our excavation team. Yeha frowned, interrupting with suspicion. Wait a minute, that's not an excavation mission. Yu Hoen smiled, nonchalantly admitting as if nothing was wrong. It was just a lie. I had to try to convince you, just a few more fancy words. That answer seemed to suffocate the last bit of trust in Yeha's heart. He widened his eyes and shouted angrily, You scammer! Yu Hoen was still indifferent, his tone slightly teasing as if mocking the other person. What scammer? Call your big brother. Daya angrily retorted, her eyes flashing. What big brother? You look younger than me. You should be the one calling me big brother. Before she could be angry for long, a smack landed straight on his face, silencing him. Yu Hoen's patience was limited, he growled. I'm not in the mood for jokes anymore. Stop talking nonsense and start restoring now. Yi reluctantly accepted. Yes. It was even more shocking when Ye heard the request for him to repair all the relics here in 3 days. The command made him freeze. His eyes widened with shock and anger. What the hell? That's absurd. How can I do so much in 3 days? You see, there are more than 10 relics. Yi gritted his teeth, trying to keep his voice calm but full of resentment. Give me at least a month. A month. Yu Hoen looked at him and smirked, thinking to himself. Are you going to play tricks again? But he didn't say it out loud, but pretended to be innocent. Why does it take so long to restore the relics? Of course, I don't know much about it, but I think it's very difficult. He pointed at the relics around him, as if trying to prove his innocence. Besides, your relics are almost broken. If you add them all up, it will probably take about a year. Yu Hoen didn't answer, just stared at Jae-ha with eyes that seemed to pierce his heart, then spoke with a meaningful tone. Don't you feel any guilt or anything? Instead of being a lazy fool, you should have some conscience. Jae-ha could only retort stubbornly. How else would he know about that? Holding the axe in his hand, Yu Hoen suggested. So, can you prove to me that you can restore it as quickly as possible? Well, can you do it? Jae-ha stammered, his voice becoming confused. How can I prove that? Yu Hoen smiled and said, I'll give you something. He pushed the item towards Jae-ha and smiled faintly. This will help you a lot in restoring the relics. Just try it. Holding the pen in his hand and assessing the situation, he muttered, This is a B-grade drawing pen from the Jojin Palace Garden. I don't know how much durability it has left, but I'm afraid you'll feel inferior if I use it. Ignoring the flowery words, Jae-hae shouted, Shut up, if you can do it, I'll bet anything. Picking up the relics scattered on the ground, Jae-hae cautiously said, If you fail, all future relic restoration work will be standardized to 1 relic per month, okay? Your eyes. Yu Hoen only smirked, smiling challengingly. Huh? Then if I succeed, Jae-hae decisively decided, I'll bet my salary. Yu Hoen smiled because this was what he wanted. I didn't ask for it, you volunteered. Soon after, in just a few minutes, each relic was restored quickly, as if by magic, causing Jae-hae to exclaim in astonishment. How is this possible? He tremblingly looked at the other's hand. What is this crazy speed? Why can you restore them so fast? The axe has been restored. Yu Hoen proudly said, See? Did I win? Jae-ha yelled almost maniacally, No way, this is freaking awesome. He took a few steps back, the shock not yet subsided. If you were so good, why did you even ask me to do it? In just a few short minutes, Yu Hoen handed the pen to Jae-ha. Here, try using it. Thoughts flowed from the pen. The smell of integrity is no less than my master's. No, get lost. Looking at the pen, Jae confessed, I'm still not used to it yet. I heard that if you want to use relics, you have to have a high compatibility. Yu Hoen frowned, trying to remain calm. And also, if we use it a lot, the durability will decrease. Just try it. Jae shook his head helplessly, admitting, but even so, I still can't do it as fast as you. No matter what you think, maybe you've found the wrong person. Not letting him continue to refuse, Yu Hoen dragged Jaehan to the table, forcing him to sit down. Don't complain, let's start. Work is everything. There was no way to resist. Jaeha could only curse. You're crazy! Yu Hoen smirked. Unfathomably. I'll pay you. But in the future, not now. Like a good person, he didn't forget to instruct. Do your best. I'll always be on the other side. Just call if you need anything. Sitting blankly in that room, Jaeha couldn't help but mutter suspiciously. This guy is like a fortune teller who knows everything, even my safe. Suddenly, the phone in Jaeha's pocket vibrated, interrupting his thoughts. The phone screen lit up. It was Edward. And outside, Yu Hoen tilted his head and asked his subordinates, How is that tree doing? He replied, It's very lush now. Okay, keep going. Suddenly, a purple screen appeared in front of Yu Hoen, making him very curious. The system announced that the skillful hands had been upgraded to rank C. When the relics are damaged, the degree of damage will be significantly reduced. It announced that he had received a title, and therefore discovered a new skill. That made Yu Hoen a little puzzled. What is this skill? But then the phone was brought to his face. Someone wanted to talk to him. A greeting sounded on the other end of the phone. Yu Hoen raised his eyebrows slightly. This voice is... He recognized this person as Edward. Jaehan in the back was stunned when he heard that. What? How does he know him? Because he had memories of his previous life, he knew. It was known that he had the title of King of Wealth. He was also a major investor in the relic market. Perhaps now it is called an intermediary, connecting relic users with each other. Edward sat sipping a cigarette in his ornate supercar and said, Oh, interesting. You know me. Yu Hoen became cautious. He certainly has a lot of important information. Many users shed blood when they interfered with that information. Not letting time go to waste, he continued, as if presenting a high-end item. I'm interested in you and what you've done to the chairman. What do you think? I want to introduce you to some pretty good jobs. Yu Hoen shook his head, refusing outright with a cold expression. Sorry, I'm not interested. But Edward remained patient, his voice full of confidence, as if he had the outcome in his grasp. If you participate, I'm sure you won't regret it. Seeing this, Yu Hoen curiously asked, What are those jobs? How much are you paying? Edward chuckled, seemingly seeing the real interest. Clearly he was getting a reaction. Then he solemnly said, I will explain it to you. Looking at the night enveloping the entire city, Yu Hoen replied, I'm listening. Edward didn't hesitate, getting straight to the point. A dungeon has appeared in the government in China. If you participate, I will pay you billions. If we secretly take the relic from there, we won't be detected by the Chinese government. Then he concluded the offer. Then you take that relic and give it to me. Yu Hoen asked briefly, That's it? Edward, like a charmer, spoke encouragingly. So what do you say? If everything goes smoothly this time, I want to treat you like a VIP customer. But immediately, Yu Hoen's eyes turned icy, his words as sharp as blades. Don't think you can fool me. You just told me all this yourself. Edward was taken aback, his voice hurried. What? How could this happen? Yu Hoen smirked, confidently replying, You think I'm an amateur? I know all about you. Old friend, you're lying about the Chinese government or something? Then he asked, straight to the point, causing Edward to ponder. Tell me, who gave you the order? Edward hesitated slightly but then laughed coldly. What do you mean? Who do I work for? This isn't a normal request, but I'll reveal it to you. The next sentence was like a bomb exploding in the air. This is an order from General Kra. This stunned Yu Hoen. What? You know about this person? Kira Club is a general of the United States, the Director General of matters related to relics. She's a terrible woman nicknamed the War King. Immediately, an indescribable feeling rose in Yu Hoen's heart. I don't want to get involved with that woman. I don't want to help. I have to refuse this offer. Then Edward whispered, as if revealing a buried secret. That person is gathering map artifacts. Then gravely confirmed, and of course China also contains map artifacts. Thoughts raced through Yu Hoen's mind. But the War King has monopolized those artifact pieces. It seems like... Then Edward enunciated each word as if ending all negotiations. I've said everything. What are you going to do now? Yu Hoen realized this was a great deal. Why not agree? He smirked. And finally, with eyes as sharp as knives, he delivered a decisive sentence. I'll take it. Transitioning to a plane, even in the vast space, Jaehae's screams echoed. This is ridiculous. He frantically questioned. Why are we already leaving? We just accepted the job. Yu Hoen replied with a bit of impatience. If we agreed, we have to leave right away. Jaeha became even more helpless, tearing at his hair. Why did we get on the plane right after you received the call? Yu Ho continued. If you have time to chat, fix the relic. At this moment, Irin also walked to Yuhoen excitedly. I hope the seats are comfortable. Yuhoen also turned to look at her gratefully. Oh, you're here. Thank you for helping us, Yuhoen added. Because all the airports and hangars around here have been shut down, but Jaeha ignored him, staring blankly at Irin, admiring her silently. She's so pretty, wait a minute, I think I've seen this girl somewhere before. Irin also politely said to him, I'm glad I could help. Seeing Jaeha silent, Yuhoen turned to signal him. Say hello to her, she gave us a private jet. Jaeha then panicked and said, Nice to meet you. Irin also replied kindly. Yes, nice to meet you too. Her voice continued to echo. Scammer. Hearing this, Jaehae froze. Seeing Jaehae like that, Yuhoen wanted to tease him even more and said, She's Irene Horton. Have you heard about her? If you want to say something, say it now, because you'll be seeing her more often from now on. Hearing this, Jaehae exclaimed in surprise. She's from the Horton family. Jaeha quickly bowed deeply, apologizing urgently. I am truly very sorry, please don't hand me over to Han. Irin was slightly flustered, her tone a bit hesitant. Okay. Seeing her so easygoing, Yuhoen leaned closer, whispering a suggestion. Come on, scold him a little, this guy's pretty dumb. Seeing it work, Yuhoen became even more provocative. This guy even demanded a win to fix a relic. Even though I make him work, he's always thinking about being lazy. Hearing this, Irin was very indignant. Seriously. Seeing the two of them secretly badmouthing him, Jaeha yelled out resentfully, Hey team leader, don't say that about me! Irin also said to Jaeha, This man is very important to me. You need to work harder if you don't want me to say anything to my brother. Seeing her serious attitude, Jaeha felt a bit uneasy but still replied, Yes, Miss Yuhoen suddenly closed the book, his tone stern. You don't need to overact, this guy is also part of solving your troubles. Then he glanced at Irin, requesting, From now on, learn how to use the relic from the two of us. Seeing her look surprised, Yuhoen explained, The cursed relic is a type of parasitic relic that lives inside your body, meaning we can't completely separate it from you. He smirked and continued, So it's best if you learn how to control and use it. We're looking for the best solution, but why not try everything? Then Yuho also introduced, I use the ability of control, and this guy uses his social skills to manipulate the relic. You can gradually learn both methods. He also affirmed that although it's very difficult to control its power, it's possible to control its effects. After hearing his convincing words, Irene blankly agreed. Okay. Time passed, and the plane carrying them arrived in Macau. A mournful scream rang out. Why? Jaehae was holding his phone, looking at stocks. He was utterly bewildered, as all his stocks plummeted. Yuhoen's lazy voice said, Don't play stocks for now, if you don't want to go broke. According to him, 2/3 of Macau has turned into a tomb. The entrance is near Taipa Island. The bridge connecting to the island is cut off. Is this the relic's work? The only way is by boat. As he was speaking, he suddenly questioned, Is something wrong? Does this relic have some connection to boats? Jaeha suddenly interrupted Yuhoen, immediately turning to ask, What's wrong? He was now frantically rummaging through his pockets, his tone somewhat panicked. My relic is gone. Witnessing this scene, he became a bit impatient. How could you? Another voice also rang out. No, my relic. Confused screams kept ringing out. Where's my relic? Damn it, mine too, pickpocket. At the same time, the system displayed a warning notification. He looked at the system and sensed his surroundings. Yuhoen vigilantly exclaimed, Damn it, the three of them aren't bad either. But he wasn't panicked at all, immediately ordering the rope. But you left out the most useful relic. Hey rope, catch that bastard. Its excited voice also rang out. Are we playing? Are we playing? In the bustling scene, Diaha with his hands in his pockets said, Even the team leader? How convenient. Yuhoen also confidently folded his arms, saying, Unless they know how to teleport, they can't escape that thing. Suddenly sensing something, he smiled triumphantly. See? The rope isn't coming back. Let's see what we caught. Not long after, the two of them stood in front of the women's restroom. It seemed like they had caught the thief. Seeing him about to go in, Jaeha stopped him. Wait, that's the women's restroom. He sighed in disappointment. Seriously, I heard the sound coming from here. Behind the door, the rope was tightly binding a girl. The rope was excitedly calling out, Human, let's play! Master is over here! Yuhoen observed and stroked his chin, thinking, Let's see who this is. Hearing his tone, he asked doubtfully, Do you know this kid? He walked up to the girl and calmly introduced. This kid uses the Medusa relic. She works for the government. Jaeha exclaimed in surprise. The government! He quickly covered his face in fear. I'll turn to stone if our eyes meet. Hearing this, Yuho only smiled reassuringly. Don't be afraid. Jaeha still didn't believe it and retorted. How can I not be afraid? What's wrong with her hair? Only to see Yuhoen snap his fingers. as if unleashing some mysterious technique. The rope binding the girl lifted her up slightly, and he also leaned down to meet the girl's eyes. His eyes radiated a threatening amusement. "It's useless, kid," Yu Hoen said confidently. Before she was cursed, Medusa was known as a woman with magnificent hair. How to explain Medusa's beauty to this kid? He even offered advice. If you want to fully use the Medusa relic, then become an adult first. Jae-ha, standing behind, was even more confused. Really? Afraid that he would be careless, Yu Hoen also reminded him. But don't underestimate them. He brought the knife closer. No matter how young they are, relic users are still very dangerous. Then he asked the girl, "Understand, kid? If you plan to do anything, you know what will happen." Yu Hoen's voice softened, ordering, "All right, rope, loosen up a bit." Witnessing this scene, Jae-ha helplessly thought, "For some reason, we look like criminals." The rope also asked regretfully, "Why aren't we playing anymore?" After he cut some of the rope, it was just enough to tightly bind the girl's hands, causing her to puff out her cheeks in anger. Yu Hoen immediately said, "You shouldn't be here, kid." The girl also threatened, "We have a lot of people." Hearing this, he just sneered, "Oh really? How many is that?" The girl replied, "More than all the students in our school." Hearing this, he thought to himself, "Elementary school students? At least 20. Suddenly, Yu Hoen muttered, "Looks like the excavation team is here." Jae-ha was confused and didn't understand why. He stepped forward and asked, "We're handling this trouble for Edward. It was assigned to us, right?" He calmly reasoned, "They made sure we got that relic. They know how big China's excavation team is." Remembering that person's figure, his voice became more certain. "The speaker is very eager to possess it. This relic must be very useful." Suddenly, Yu Hoen flashed a sinister smile. "This is worth scamming." Witnessing his quick change of face, Jae-ha hastily stopped him. "Wait a minute. There are still requests from the client," he calmly said. "Of course we'll deliver the fake product you made." He quickly retorted, "No, they'll find out." He replied nonchalantly, "Pulling off a big scam? Okay, leave it to me." Only to hear a thwack, Yu Hoen's fist was smoking, and he recited, "Contract page 1. Article 5. Small fries do everything the boss says without questioning." After being hit, Jae-ha was incredibly resentful. The me of the past would never have signed that paper. After settling things, he turned to look at the girl. "Anyway, thanks for the useful information. We have to hurry before we get blocked." He tightly grasped his relic in his hand and suggested, "I want to lock this kid up because I don't want her wandering around." Jae-ha continued to stop him. "Team leader, wait, don't." He hesitantly explained, "I haven't fixed that yet." Hearing his confession, Yu Hoen gritted his teeth and cursed, "God, I told you to fix it already! I broke Hammurabi's code when fighting that old man. It's not that this relic can't be used, it's just that it can't maximize its power." Seeing that he couldn't do anything, he still loudly warned, "Listen, if you dare to spy on our stuff again, don't blame me for being mean, even when you're using the relic." Yu Hoen turned and left, while ordering, "Take all the scammed relics." He replied, "Yes, no matter how you look at it, we still look like criminals." The girl lying on the ground was also extremely confused, and shouted, "What did you do to me?" After retrieving the items, Jae-ha kept complaining, "We can't waste any more time." He kept asking questions. "But why are we going into the tomb now? We don't have many relics fixed? This isn't part of the plan?" Yu Hoen was still very angry and sternly scolded. "I told you to fix it quickly," but he explained. "We know the American excavation team is here, so we have to hurry," Jia said a little insecurely. "Or will we come back empty-handed?" But the reply was Yu Hoen's smug smile. "We must have that relic in our hands at all costs." Hearing this, he panicked even more and scratched his head and shouted, "You haven't prepared anything yet." He calmly moved forward, his tone calm. "There will be a way." Switching to another scene, a gruff voice sounded, "You've lost all the relics you were carrying." Another person also blamed, "What else can this kid do?" Linda frowned and advised. "Calm down," Thomas shouted. "She's only making things worse. She is Linda Wanter, Agent Serpent." The person opposite couldn't keep calm and scolded, "We shouldn't have put a kid on the team, always messing things up. This is Thomas, Agent Chariot." The girl was also very angry, her hands clenched, her tone full of resentment. "I didn't mess things up." It turned out that the girl's name was Vivina Lucy, Agent Shia. He still didn't let go and scolded, "Losing all the precious relics? Isn't that messing things up?" The girl tried to explain, "I didn't lose them. I was robbed." Hearing Lucy say that, the two exclaimed in surprise and couldn't help but blurt out, "What?" The girl panicked and covered her mouth with her hand. Lucy recalled the words Yu Hoen had said before. "Listen, if you dare to spy on us again, you will have to suffer, even when using relics." The girl bit her hand thinking, "Oh no, he said something about pain." Thomas anxiously asked, "Who robbed you? Which ones?" The girl avoided saying, "I forgot." He was even more angry. His tone was also much louder than before. "Don't joke around." Linda was calmer. She gently sat down near the girl. "Vivina, you have to tell the truth. We have to prepare in advance. Seeing that Lucy didn't want to speak, she launched another decisive blow. You said you would help everyone, right? Hearing this, the girl also replied, That's right. The girl slowly said. There were 2 men. Linda also spoke with suspicion. Before Lucy could say anything else, a burst of power suddenly appeared, causing the girl to freeze. That thing enveloped Lucy's entire body, rendering her speechless. That power made her blurt out, Ouch, so sad. Lucy collapsed to the ground, clutching her stomach and laughing, desperately yelling, Stop it! Seeing this, the 2 became even more anxious, incessantly ordering, Stop fooling around! Hurry up and speak! Oh my God! Tears streamed down her face as she laughed, her mind racing. The terrible pain is just from being tickled. I'm glad it doesn't hurt. But she kept screaming in her heart helplessly. I can't do anything else! This terrifying curse! Cut to another location near the entrance of Taiba Island. Ships moved continuously. Inside one of the boats, Dewen despaired. I don't know anymore. We actually infiltrated this place without any relics. Yu Heng calmly retorted. Stop whining. Take out the relics we got from that kid. There must be something useful. After rummaging for a while, he simply stated, Nothing useful at all. Hearing this, he became even more panicked, thinking they were done for. A sudden sound startled the 2. A fleet of ships? Humans. That voice echoed throughout the vast space. That's right, this is what you call a fleet. I grant you passage. Dahaha's panicked tone incessantly rang out. What's happening to the sky? Yu Heng calmly announced. We are entering the catacombs. Someone suddenly appeared, calling out. Hey, what are you 2 still doing here? It's an emergency. Daya, although not understanding what the person said, still panicked, hurriedly asking him. What did he say? Have we been exposed? Yu Heng explained. He said that the fleet is being attacked by monsters. Before he could regain his composure, another piece of information shocked him even more, making him yell, What? In the dark sky and vast ocean, black streaks constantly flickered on the sea surface, swarming towards the ship. All kinds of monsters leaped out from under the water, intending to attack the ship. Panic screams incessantly rang out. They're coming! What the hell is that? Strange liquid was continuously launched onto the ship. The crew struggled desperately to avoid it, but still couldn't escape. They questioned in panic. What are they throwing? And then realized it was poison. One man was bitten on the arm by a snake, screaming in pain. Damn it, a snake bit me! Another immediately stopped him. Don't shoot, it'll explode! The crew on the other ships were also very confused. They flocked to look at the ship being attacked by monsters, stirring up discussions. He cursed inwardly. Damn it! Yu Heng even commented. There are fewer of them than I thought, and they aren't very big. Hearing this, Dee widened his eyes in disbelief, muttering, Really? He held the iron bar in his hand, thinking, It seems like there's no need to use any relics. If we have this rod, Dahaha immediately asked. Surely we don't have to worry about dying here, right? Before everyone could think, the ship, being attacked by monsters, crashed heavily into the ship where the 2 of them were standing. Curses incessantly rang out. What the hell is going on? Yu Heng braced himself against the ship's railing to maintain his balance, while saying, The ship is losing balance! And he suddenly yelled, Look! The people on the opposite ship have been controlled by the monsters. They are trying to climb onto this ship. Dame also realized this, and shouted the information. They're being possessed, he explained very diligently. Looking closer, it's controlling them. That somber voice rang out again with an affirmation. That's right, humans. A sudden event can change everything. It laughed triumphantly. These are the dangers of the sea. They couldn't help but sob. What should we do? Yu Heng felt annoyed with him, thinking it was really unpleasant. He immediately ordered. Run quickly. He also ran after him but still couldn't help asking. We're in the middle of the sea. Where are we running to? After hiding in a corner, Yu Heng reached into his inner pocket, searching for something while saying, While those idiots are dealing with the monsters, I'll activate the relic. He pulled out a pen, not forgetting to feel lucky. Luckily, they're humans. Just using this will do. A source of energy emanated from his body, and he muttered softly. Those controlled by the relic all materialize their stupidity and lick it clean. The people who were panicking just now were now kneeling neatly on the ground. Witnessing this incredible scene, Daha couldn't help but exclaim, What's going on? He ignored him, reminding, Just worry about the monsters now. That somber voice rang out again, praising. Not bad, humans, Yu Heng asked suspiciously. Why is this relic's words aimed directly at me? That voice exclaimed. Indeed, the one chosen by that crow. It also added that rumors about him had spread among the relics. Deha also asked gossipy. Are sacred relics connected to each other or something? Yu Hoen explained without hesitation. They're a bunch of bastards who like to torment people. Hearing these words, that voice roared in anger. Stupid humans, lowly humans dare to call us bastards. Don't worry, your reckless mouth won't last long, because all the sacred relics will unleash their fury on your arrogance. He smiled excitedly and said to Deha, Great, If they come to me to do that. He also agreed with his idea. That's right. They all come into the bag themselves. Yu Hohen's arrogant voice rang out again, making that voice unable to refute. You guys talk too much. If you want to take me down, you should ambush me or something. He provoked. All right, cheap sacred relic. Why don't you tell me more? He secretly emphasized the following words. The crow you mentioned. What is it? Recalling Sei and Anubis he met before, Yu Hohen secretly speculated. The Egyptian sacred relic last time also talked about the crow. It's likely famous among the sacred relics. The mysterious voice arrogantly asked back. Why should I tell you? Figure it out yourself. Hearing that, he sneered. Oh, suddenly getting loud. He reached out and adjusted his hat, while analyzing. Don't tell me you forgot. Sacred relics are smarter than humans, but it's a pity. The voice clearly showed anxiety. I remember very well. You dare to look down on me? Yu Hohen saw that it had fallen into his trap, and leisurely crossed his arms to signal. Prove it! But in his head he was sneering. Simple-minded fools. Its voice was full of anger. Suddenly, a lightning bolt struck the ship, causing it to shake. You think I can't? Ordinary human! Deha exclaimed in slight surprise. Oh, big waves. That voice revealed the secret. That crow is a revered divine sacred relic. It can swallow enemies and absorb their power. The people on the ship were constantly falling, but it didn't affect the voice. He was a very strong teammate, but then he suddenly made a deal with humans and betrayed us. Yu Hohen and his companion were also struggling to stand firm in the midst of the turbulence. The voice continued to ring out. Countless sacred relics have been swallowed by that crow, or turned into slaves for humans. We couldn't stand that damned crow, so we pushed him into the pillars. Even though he was struggling against the big waves, he kept thinking about the words of that voice. The pillars are tombs, the prison of the crow before his death. Recalling the scene back then, he knew there was something strange about it. If it was a tomb, then all his subordinates had completed it. He also spoke up and asked, I thought it could swallow sacred relics. How did you imprison it? That voice laughed triumphantly. Of course, it's very difficult to fight him head on, but we tricked humans. Humans are very simple. When we show them something better than the crow, humans don't hesitate to abandon the crow. Thanks to that, we sealed the crow and killed that human. The voice couldn't hide its joy, and at the same time provoked. Someone applauded our plan. Come on, humans. Yu Hohen didn't care. He laughed and suggested that he didn't care about those things, but he got good information from that guy. He stood firm against the big waves, his figure proud. You don't know what that crow is it okay to listen to it? But after hearing what it said, I think it's quite good to team up with that guy. This voice began to lose its composure and said, Okay? Did you listen to my story? If you team up with him, all the sacred relics will oppose you. Yu Hohen was indifferent to its warning, saying, I don't care. I don't plan to be friends with you, sacred relics. Replying to him was the angry roar of that voice. I can't stand it anymore. Then there was a shout of command. Die! Following that were large monsters emerging from the water. They rushed toward the ship with ferocity. Deha also exclaimed in great fear. This time, it will be much worse than before. Yu Hohen smirked and smiled. He wondered, is this the second wave? Techniques were constantly thrown at the monsters, along with the sounds of collisions and their roars, stirring up the sea. Yu Hohen and his companion were also struggling when facing opponents that were too numerous and large. He gritted his teeth in anger. They keep appearing! Deha panicked and announced. We're surrounded! Witnessing the monsters constantly trampling on each other to rush up, Yu Hohen exclaimed, They don't care about the others. He also added, They're just frantically rushing at us. He didn't let his guard down, and timely slashed at the monster rushing towards him, while uttering words full of confidence. If that's the case, then one blow is enough to kill them all. Immediately after that was the sound of water breaking. Deha also recognized it. He turned around and thought to himself, This sound. He roared towards Yu Hohen, constantly blaming. Damn it, it's broken. He looked at the knife and thought to himself, The Egyptian funeral knife activated? Deha was very angry. That's why I told you to be careful. Yu Hohen immediately turned and ran, not forgetting to remind. Stop talking nonsense and run. We don't have any relics to fight them with. He witnessed this change of face and exclaimed, Oh my God. The chaotic sounds of the two people kept ringing out. Run into the cabin. Damn it, there are no more combat relics. I should give up. After crawling into a room, Jean leaned against the door, panting, and asked, What are you saying? We have to try to survive. He didn't answer, but said strange words instead. This dungeon is hard to conquer, isn't it? It's huge. This very sea belongs to the dungeon. It's very hard to find a way in. Yu thought about the monsters outside and offered details. Those idiots got angry and came swarming. They sent a bunch of lackeys to hunt us down because I know where they are. The two stepped deeper inside, and Jia asked as they walked. But we don't have any combat relics here anymore. The ship kept moving forward, and Yu's voice echoed somewhere. Get on that ship. We'll escape from it. He stood atop the ship, laying out the plan. Look for the steering function. We'll use it to cross the sea. Jia suddenly reminded him. Do you know how to drive? As the ship approached another one, a shout suddenly rang out. Thieves! Another person hastily asked, Where? Thomas pointed towards the two of them and asked Lucy, Are those bastards the ones who stole the relic? The girl quickly covered her mouth. Yu mumbled. That little girl. He leaned in and whispered to Zai. So they're with that little girl, which means they're from the American excavation team. There are a few familiar faces. Only now did Zai panic. They're getting close, Yu said with extreme indifference. Just ignore them. His eyes lit up slightly, and he cracked a smile full of delight. You've got some good stuff too. He immediately ordered Jaiha. I'll handle these guys. Go find a ship with a rope quickly. Hearing this, Jaiha instantly took action. Yes! The mysterious voice was also excited and provocative. Human, let's play! Let's play! Thomas had already rushed in front of him, his tone gruff. You're the one who stole our stuff. He took off the life vest on his body and loudly declared, I'm going to take it all back. Yu calmly countered. Who said you could do that? Then he curled the corner of his mouth, giving a malicious smile. It seems like you have a few useful relics, don't you? You wouldn't mind handing them over to me, right? Seeing this, Thomas became even angrier and cursed. You bastard! I'll wipe that smirk off your face. Then he immediately lunged forward, swinging the pipe in his hand towards Yu, simultaneously surrounding it with power to make it harder. Yu slightly furrowed his brow, thinking, for a big guy he's quite fast. But that relic. Thinking of the spoils of war, he became more energetic. Is it a rank? A relic? He instantly lunged forward and elbowed Thomas in the stomach, sending him flying backward. Yu followed up with a punch to his face, simultaneously correcting Thomas's earlier words. I said, hand them over. The punch was so powerful that it made Thomas spit out a mouthful of blood, but he was still able to struggle back up. Glancing at him with hate-filled eyes, Yu was slightly doubtful when he saw that Thomas was unharmed. You didn't fall? Not giving him time to react, Thomas continuously swung the pipe wildly towards him, making him panic and run. Oh crap. But he still couldn't completely avoid it. Yu took a hit, and the shoulder of his jacket was torn. He imagined the shape of the steel pipe and reasoned. It looks like a steel pipe on the outside, but inside it's a sword relic. If I take a clean cut, I'm done for. It's speed and strength. Yu immediately summoned a silver axe, his eyes secretly determined. It's best to avoid direct confrontation. Seeing that he was no longer running, Thomas taunted. It seems you finally understand your current situation, but that won't change anything. As he slashed towards Yu ducked low, successfully dodging his attack. Not only that, he quickly swung the axe down towards a vulnerable spot, his tone full of confidence. You think so? Thomas immediately recognized the weapon too. His eyes filled with astonishment as he exclaimed, Silver axe! They only saw the power emanating from the axe tear his clothes to shreds. Thomas immediately shielded himself, while yelling at Yu, What the hell is that? Yu witnessed this scene and laughed excitedly. He then picked up the steel pipe Thomas had thrown on the ground, gathering power to envelop it. You should have dodged that blow. Why did you block it? After commanding it, reveal your true form. His source power relic also transformed the other relic into his own. He looked at the information. The knight's flower sword bestowed by the king upon the brave Zila. It's a rank, a relic, he exclaimed. Awesome. It looks quite beautiful. Jen's voice suddenly rang out from behind. Team leader, let's go! Yu glanced at the cabin he was driving and praised. Perfect timing. He said to Thomas, Hey big guy, I'll use this relic effectively, rest assured. He was furious when he heard this, and shouted, Get back here, you bastard! His helpless screams kept echoing. Give it back to me! But before he could do anything, the monsters from behind the ship rushed towards him, hitting him like sharp teeth. At this time, Yu had successfully descended into the cabin, glanced at the scene above the ship, and laughed with great excitement. Jaha steered the cabin forward. He immediately inquired, Where are we going? He ordered, Just go straight, I'll show you the way. He was now sitting on the seat resting, looking at the control panel and muttering, It's best that this thing has a lot of fuel. He heard this and replied, Probably enough. How far are we planning to go? Yu was talking about it when suddenly something fell on their cabin, interrupting his words. Thomas's group had chased right behind. They kept yelling, Stop right there, you bastard! Linda was focused on controlling the cabin as it sped forward, while Thomas and Lucy were angrily shouting, Damn it, his friend saved him! Give it back, you lucky bastard! Yu calmly offered a solution. Let's try something else this time. Let's go with the rope. Following his command, the rope immediately rushed towards them. His tone was very excited. It's playtime! After the rope tied up Lena, he immediately ordered, Throw her into the water! The sudden attack startled the other two who called after Lena, but no miracle happened. She was thrown straight into the sea by the rope. Yu casually looked and smiled smugly. You better hurry and save her. That relic has summoned the monsters in the water to hunt me down. Seeing her playing with the water, her comrades were even more panicked, and hurriedly tried to help. Linda, wait a minute, turn the ship around. One of the crew members hurriedly stopped him. But if we turn the ship around, he'll escape. But Thomas didn't care and said, I said turn the ship around. He gritted his teeth angrily but could do nothing. He could only secretly curse Botuk. You bastard, you'll pay for this! As time passed, Yu-Hen and the other approached the destination. He observed from afar and signaled. That relic is hiding right under that tree. It's almost here. He immediately took out the sword he had just seized and prepared to approach the relic in a vigilant stance. Standing in front of the big tree, a mysterious voice rang out. You have found me, human. If you want to obtain me, you must sacrifice something worthy. Come here and satisfy me. He was not bewitched. He just smiled smugly and asked, what if I say no? Only to see a surge of power suddenly appear. It gradually covered all the branches of the tree, making it unrecognizable. Yu-Hen focused his power into the sword. It's feeding time. The relic was terrified when it saw his actions. What are you doing? But he didn't care. On the contrary, he uttered arrogant words. I'll show you how sharp I am. After deciding on an action, he poured his power into the sword. Seeing this, the tree could only scream in despair. No! But he quickly swung his sword, slashing at it without hesitation. After Yu-Hen's powerful move, the tree trunk was cut in half. It could only scream helplessly. Impossible! Then it fell to the ground with a crash, dust flying in all directions. A source of energy, as if hidden and as if present, surrounded the entire tree. From there, a flash of white light appeared. The hidden item had truly appeared. A scroll gradually appeared. The system immediately provided information. This is Zheng He's map. The western treasure is an ivory relic. Yu-Hen excitedly took the map. Looking at Zheng He's map, JHA was extremely curious about the name Zheng He. According to records, with the western treasure map, he traveled all over the west to collect treasures. Zheng. He explored the northern seas under the Ming Dynasty Emperor's orders. And above all, with more than 60 ships, he traveled throughout Southeast Asia, passed through India, and reached Africa, recording all the treasures he came across. After explaining, he casually said, I can tell this is precious, fix it as soon as possible. I chopped the tree in half, so the durability is reduced. Hearing, Shina cried tears of regret and shouted, for God's sake, be gentle with the relic next time. Later, the two of them went back up to the cabin. Yu-Hen ordered, all right, relic, close the tomb. Sensing the surroundings and considering everything in his head, he smiled mischievously and declared, let the scam begin. Scene change back to Macau. Time shifted to evening. The shimmering lights are magical in the modern city. In the room, JHA was repairing the map, as requested by Yu-Hen. He hurriedly asked, how long will it take to make a copy? He was a little helpless, but still explained. I've only just started. Suddenly, he turned and asked with a worried tone. But team leader, are we really going to hand over a fake? I think that's too risky. Then, Jeheneha pointed to the map and asked him, is it really worth the risk? We'll get paid quite a bit. Why don't you hand over the relic? Irene also agreed with his view. I also think it's too risky. It's best not to create too many enemies. Yu-Hen, hearing this, replied nonchalantly. I'm doing this because it's necessary, especially to solve your problem. His words made her suspicious, and she hummed. He didn't explain, but just gestured to her. Try putting your hand on that relic. Irene did as he said, and placed her hand on the map. Immediately, he recited the command. Listen, relic. Following his words, mark all the points related to her misfortune. The map suddenly lit up, and the relic's power radiated around. Yu-Hen observed but wasn't surprised, and calmly said, oh, it works. After observing the location still shining on the map, he read the location. Turkey. It seems we need to go to Turkey to deal with your problem. Yu-Hen glanced at Irene and then explained. We need the map for this reason. Of course, I also want to use it later for personal reasons. JHA also realized its necessity but still couldn't help but worry. Even though we need it, that doesn't change the fact that this fake will disappear after a while. We're doomed. He also brought up what they had to face. We're talking about Kra CL. She will hunt us to the ends of the earth. Yu-Hen also agreed with him but also offered a rebuttal. You're right, except she's going to hunt us down anyway. Hearing this, Jean couldn't believe it and exclaimed, what? He immediately presented his analysis. Kara wants to seize all the map relics. She has some useful hands on her side. She'll find each tomb and conquer them. He also added that he knew Columbus's map was the most annoying of her relics. Once it marks a location, it records complete information about the tomb and relic, and the reality has shown that many tombs around the world are already in her hands. Turkey is one of them. And we're going to Turkey? Not only that, she'll steal all the relics we have. Yu-Hen switched back to the main issue, startling Irene. She'll target you too. Target your relic. He pointed at the map, his tone very concerned. I don't have many relics worth her attention, but for you, it's a different story. Yu-Hen didn't stop. He continued to provide information that she craves powerful relics like hers. But because it's a parasitic type, she won't be able to directly steal it. That is, his next words only made Irin even more scared. She'll use any means to get the relic, kidnapping, extortion. She doesn't know what limits are. He also secretly affirmed the accuracy of his words. This actually happened before he died. There's no way someone like Ifrin would become the god of destruction. Then, Yu Hoen faced her, his tone full of courage. Don't worry, I won't let them touch you. Hearing this, she shyly uttered, Yu Hoen. But at this moment he was thinking, but this time, she won't be like that. The power of the god of misfortune and the honorable family's endless wealth will be mine. After solving the problem, he picked up a can of soda, his voice still very firm. For that reason, I need to put on this scam. We'll provoke and lure her out. Taking a sip of the soda, Yu Hoen smiled confidently about the plan. Recently, Kra is somewhere around Macau. When she discovers the relic is fake, she'll lose control. A complete plan appeared in his head. That's when he would appear, explain everything, and she would offer to meet him to give him a beating. JH frowned slightly, sweating at his plan. What are you planning to do after you meet her? Yu Hoen declared recklessly that he would destroy all of her map relics. Hearing this, he couldn't remain calm. Jaha grabbed his head, crying out, What kind of suicidal plan is that? Fian immediately snapped, Shut up! If you've heard it, get to work! Even so, Yu Hoen understood the truth, that if he kept ignoring the tree, he would run into her sooner or later. It was best to take this opportunity to mess with her. Scene changes to another location, in the luxurious setting of a developed city. At the headquarters, someone was constantly scolding their subordinates. He said that the tomb was closed, even though he hadn't found the relic. Insu shouted angrily, So some bastard stole it. The subordinates could only lower their heads in fear and apologize. I am truly sorry. He continued to berate them. Not only that, agents Thomas and Linda were arrested by the Chinese. Well done. The subordinates were equally bewildered. But we didn't expect to be attacked. I didn't know that a relic user would appear. We weren't informed at all. Insu immediately roared, Are you saying that it's headquarters' fault for not providing clear information? The subordinates could only respond quietly. No. Someone suddenly entered to announce, There's news from General Kara. He immediately lost his composure and muttered, There's news already? Damn it. Then he turned to scold the subordinates. Prepare yourselves. You're all dead tonight. Through the communication device, Kra immediately asked, What's all the commotion? Cheer up, I'm not angry. Insu hesitated to report. But General Kra, she announced calmly, We've obtained the relic. He asked suspiciously, How? We? She immediately replied, A failure, but I used another method. It's quite sad though. The sudden pause made the subordinate soldiers sweat with anxiety. Kran's voice still echoed with an affected tone. I really wanted you all to complete the mission, but Shia, the world-renowned one, failed. Let's continue. I made a request to Edward, and he succeeded. The transaction is about to take place. Kara kept asking questions, but in reality, they were requirements that had to be fulfilled. Can you investigate that skilled relic user? Surely you won't fail on that, right? A uniform shout came from the group. Yes. A glint of amusement flashed in her eyes. I'm very interested in strong people. At Yu Hoen's request, Joseha quickly completed the fake and handed it over to Edward. Edward then gave it to Crane. He thought about what had just happened. There were no problems after the transaction. It seemed like Crane didn't realize it was a fake. Thanks to that, Jaha could focus on repairing the relic. He repaired it while complaining with tears in his eyes. This takes so long to fix. Opposite him was Yu Hoen's ruthless voice urging, Hurry up! At the same time, some relics he often used, and the map relic were repaired. During that time, he told Irene to practice using the relic. He encouraged her. That's right, just like that. It looks a little awkward, but she's a beginner. Because old man EDW paid us immediately, we ate a little extravagantly. Jaha exclaimed in a panic. What? This is so expensive? Yu Hoen sighed. All good stuff. He also thought that the old man would probably faint if he knew the truth. While stuffing a piece of meat into his mouth, Yu Hoen was secretly calculating his own timing. Not long after, at a skyscraper, an extremely angry shout rang out. Yu Hoen, you scamming bastard! He held a gun in his hand, his face full of resentment as he accused. You betrayed me? What tricks did you play? Yu Hoen calmly greeted him. Hello, Edward. It's a pleasure to meet you. You've finally arrived. At this point, he couldn't keep calm, and pointed the gun at him in a panic. Don't joke around. Do you know what you've done? He said indifferently. What do you mean? I sold you the relic, as you said. He still shouted, Relic my ass! You scammer! Hearing this, Yu Hoen thought to himself, You finally realized it, and gently advised, Calm down. There's no way I would deceive you. Hearing this, he raised his hand to his head and muttered, Damn it, what the hell is going on? He asked with a friendly tone, What's wrong? Tell me. Edward immediately explained. The relic you gave me disappeared. General Kara is hunting me down. Yu Hoen immediately speculated. They abused the relic, causing it to disappear. He also said, They said it worked well. Hearing this, he thought smugly, of course the fake one has some ability. Suddenly he said, but there's another bigger problem. Edward immediately revealed the important information. When the relic disappeared, some other people disappeared with it, and the British Prime Minister is one of them. Jaha also exclaimed in shock. What? The Prime Minister suddenly disappeared? This is a big deal. He also sighed helplessly. You think I don't know? He was about to meet with the general. Edward raised a hand to his forehead, muttering wearily. And this happened. We're dead meat with her. He immediately turned to Yu Yu for advice. What should we do? But contrary to Jiha's attitude, Yu Yu wore a smug smile, making him suspicious. He's smiling? Jaha immediately moved closer, whispering suspiciously. Why did you open the door? The British Prime Minister is in trouble. This is terrible. Yu Yu smiled confidently, whispering. That's right, and it's also a great opportunity. He questioned, not understanding. Opportunity? He quietly explained. Kra always throws herself headfirst into trouble. This is the best time to trick her, right when she's desperate. Then he put his hands in his pockets, gesturing to Ja. Watch and learn, kid. Seeing this, he became even more confused. What is he planning? Yu Yume stepped forward, probing. Edward, stop it. How long are you planning to stay here? Not letting him ask further, he immediately suggested. You can contact Kara now, right? I need you to connect me with her. Hearing this, Edward immediately asked in confusion. With General Cray? His voice hesitated. Calling her at this time will only make things worse. Hearing this, Yu Yue understood. So he doesn't want to contact that coward directly, he's just the middleman. He immediately made a proposal. I'm not telling you to call to offer some stupid explanations, I can help you. Hearing this, Edward exclaimed with delight. Really? He immediately fumbled. Wait a moment. Yu Yu calmly gestured to him. I know, hurry up and call her. He added another sentence to get him to agree. It's better than sitting there waiting to be killed. Edward listened and somewhat agreed. True. After thinking carefully, he slowly blurted out with a forced expression. So, finally, calling Kra. He immediately fumbled nervously. It seemed he was being scolded quite harshly. After negotiating a settlement, Edward handed the phone to Jaha. Here. The dialogue between the two began. He politely greeted. It's an honor to speak with General Kra. She responded. Great! I didn't know I'd be talking to you like this. I heard you played some of my people and took the sacred artifact. Because the achievement you gave me has some problems. Speaking to this point, Kra's eyes gradually became colder. Is it wrong to say you are responsible for this? But before she could say more, a voice suddenly rang out from the other end of the line, startling her. That's right. Yu Yuge's voice was still self-satisfied as he negotiated. But it doesn't feel good to be accused like this. I took back the sacred artifact and gave it to Edward. Crack immediately warned. I will kill you if you lie. Confess quickly. What did you do to the sacred artifact? After hearing his words, I didn't do anything, she became even angrier, her face contorted in displeasure. Bastard. Yu Yue suddenly changed the subject. I wanted to help, so I contacted the general. I heard about the British Prime Minister. As if wanting to manipulate the listener's psychology. His voice suddenly became sincere. This isn't something I can ignore. Because of what happened after the transaction with me, both you and Edward probably won't want to work with me in the future. As he spoke, Yu Yu made an exaggerated expression, causing Jiha to sweat. It's terrible for a newbie like me, someone with the talent, to use the sacred artifact. If I lose all my business like that, how will I survive? Kreira couldn't keep calm when she heard him say, so consider it an add-on service. I'll give you a hand. The people around also started discussing. Who is she talking to? Don't know. Probably Edward. Yue very sincerely invited. I hope we can cooperate more in the future. Hearing these persuasive words, Kra's thoughts wavered somewhat. She pondered for a moment. When she heard her ask, how do you plan to help us? You said that you could find the British Prime Minister? Yu happily thought, got her. He immediately said the reason he had prepared. Exactly. I heard from EW that you possess some map sacred artifacts. Not only that, Yue added, you won't expose yourself if you use that sacred artifact in the normal way. But what you want to do is activate the deep power hidden within those sacred artifacts to locate the British Prime Minister. His voice raised again, and very convincing reasons were continuously released by him. Many people think they can use the power of the sacred artifact, but that's a mistake. I can use the hidden power in the sacred artifact as well. Hearing Yue's boasting, Jiha and Edward were lost in the fog, at the same time very curious, whispering, really? Yu's face was emotionless, expressing that it wasn't. Hearing this, they couldn't help but curse, damn liar! On the other end of the line, Kras seemed to have fallen into his trap, immediately probing. You said that you can use the hidden function of the sacred artifact? Really? Yu Hoen curled his lips into a smug smile. She's starting to believe it, he continued to persuade. That's right, I was able to shake off Xia and protect the relic by using its hidden power. After speaking, but receiving no response from her, he slowly asked again, so? but in his heart, he was full of confidence. Kara also said nothing, falling into contemplation, considering the truth and falsehood of the words she'd just heard. She then spoke up. All right, I'll let you use my relic, but on one condition. Kara immediately put forth the condition. You must go to the place I designate, and you cannot bring any relics with you. You must do everything under my supervision, understand? On the other side, Yu Hoan didn't falter in the slightest, immediately agreeing to this request. All right, he exclaimed in response. Excellent. After the negotiation concluded, Edward couldn't help but exclaim, Unbelievable! You persuaded the general. Hearing this, he only smiled lightly, uttering those nonchalant words. Then, Yu Hoan politely said, You sit here and relax, I'll go there alone. Hearing this, he immediately asked in surprise, Really? Thank you. Zahai was also extremely excited, his eyes shining as he pointed to himself. What about me? He answered very calmly. You can follow me. You are not allowed to go anywhere else. Yu Yue immediately made the request and also corrected the issue with the rest of the items. Hearing this, Zahai instantly rolled over on the ground, crying in protest. The system also displayed a notification that he had received a new title, Undefeated Swindler. Upon reading the line telling him to go swindle instead of go tomb raiding, Yu Yu was utterly speechless at the system. Then a series of other notifications appeared, making him wonder, Crow, are you monitoring everything? Are you kidding me? Why do I have to show my nasty side? Yu Yu immediately changed his attitude, on one side chasing Zai Haha off to work. Stop being stupid, hurry up and get to work. Then he turned to Edward and said, As for you, go wherever you want. Hearing his intention to dismiss him, Edward understood and left. All right, I wish you luck. Not long after, Keela called him to a location, which was a hotel near the one he had stayed at previously. Yu Yu walked there with great confidence. She had told him not to bring any relics, but a soldier can't go anywhere without carrying a gun. He had gathered all the useful relics and disguised them to bring along with him. Beside him was Zhai, who was constantly observing the surroundings with curiosity. Yu Yu thought that because he used his domination ability to force them to change shape, but it wouldn't last long, he had to finish this quickly. Zai, upon entering the hotel, kept exclaiming, We're staying in a fancy hotel. Yu Yu replied indifferently. Of course, this is fitting for her status. The receptionist immediately approached and asked, How can I help you? Seeing the person asking, he immediately became frightened and didn't dare to speak. He then stepped forward to resolve the situation. She came to help him because he looked like he was lost. All right, we're here to meet someone. The receptionist enthusiastically replied, Okay. Yu Hoan, seeing this, was polite. Thank you very much. The receptionist also said, Thank you, sir. After ending the conversation, he immediately saw two tall men in suits approaching. Finally, someone's come to welcome us. When they approached and asked if he was Yu Hoan, he confidently greeted them. That's right, the general must have sent you too. Yu Hoan was even arrogant enough to order them. Lead the way. Those two didn't react particularly to his smugness, professionally gesturing, Follow me. The sound of footsteps echoed in the quiet hallway, creating a very professional atmosphere. The two entered and saw a figure sitting with their back to them. Kara immediately turned around to greet them. Hello, Si Hoan. She threw the stack of papers in her hand onto the table and said, I don't see you carrying any relics. It seems you followed my orders. Yu Hoan replied indifferently, Of course. Zhai Ha was very cautious, asking him curiously in a low voice, I thought she was a general? She's a general already at such a young age, he answered emotionally. She must be wearing super thick makeup. Now shut up. Yu Hoan pretended to be ignorant and asked, Relics? Kara immediately scolded and pointed arrogantly. In the direction she pointed, they immediately saw 3 maps placed on the table. Yu Hoan observed them while thinking about their origins. Barossa Pirate Map, Baron, Anasi Maner's hand-drawn world map, Columbus Aran's Serank map. He secretly smiled, silently resolving to deal with them all right here. Kira immediately ordered, Show me what you've got then. At the same time she warned, You better pray you do a good job, or you're eating lead. Yu Hoan calmly stepped forward, reaching out his hand towards her as he requested, Don't worry, could I borrow a pen? Kara, full of doubt, had to ask, A pen? She then placed the pen in his hand, not forgetting to threaten, Don't try anything funny. He only smiled and said, General, you've seen I'm not carrying any sacred artifacts. Yu Hoan held the pen and wrote on the map, Then permit me. Seeing this, someone immediately tried to stop him. A man holding a gun stepped forward, shouting loudly, What are you doing to the general's precious sacred artifact? He calmly explained, This is a necessary step to activate the power hidden within the sacred artifact. Kara immediately stopped her subordinates. Leave him be! One of them, not quite convinced, still wanted to say more, but Kara looked at him with superiority, her voice filled with threat. Let's hope it works, shall we? Yu Hoan wasn't flustered at all. He confidently smiled and said, Leave it to me. Seeing Yu Hoen bent over, Kara anxiously asked, "What's he writing?" Yu Hoen immediately responded, "This is called crypt hieroglyphs, the language of the sacred artifacts. You know they like to talk, right? They even have their own writing." Hearing this, she exclaimed with some excitement, "Oh? So you can read it?" He casually answered. A lot happened, and yes. In his head, Yu Hoen thought, "I used to have a sacred artifact archaeology skill." Looking back at the sacred artifact, a melancholic expression appeared on his face. "But I don't have that skill anymore. The crow must have played a trick. What is it planning?" After a moment, Yu Hoen finally finished. "The hidden power will activate. Let me show you all." As soon as he finished speaking, Kara happily replied, "All right." In reality, the spider curses and hidden powers were just a scam. What he wrote down had nothing to do with finding Prime Minister Anbaek. Before coming here, Yu Hoyen had pinpointed the Prime Minister's location using Zheng He's map. I already know the answer. After a moment of thought, Yu Hoen exclaimed again, "Found him! I know Prime Minister Anbaek's location." Kara was shocked. "Really?" He told her, "He's in the Sahara Desert. Give me the paper. I'll write down the exact location." Yu Hoen read, and Kara quickly wrote it down. "Because he's on the move, broaden the search area. We should hurry, he's in the middle of the desert." Immediately, she passed this information to her subordinates. "Contact the nearest base at this location. I authorize the use of sacred artifact probes. Find Prime Minister Anbaek immediately." The young man immediately replied, "Yes." As soon as Kara's subordinates left, the room fell silent. Four eyes met. He was silent, she was silent. A storm brewed. Finally, she revealed her true colors. A gun immediately pointed straight at his head. Yu Hoen faintly smiled. "I've kept my word," Kara coldly replied. "Not yet. Not until the Prime Minister is safe." All of her subordinates pointed their guns at him and his companion. Kara added, "You two will stay here until he's found." Daya impatiently asked, "How long will that take?" Guns still pointed at them, Kara coldly replied. "Don't worry, my people will find him in a blink of an eye while we wait." "Why don't you tell me more about the language of the sacred artifacts?" Yu Hoen wasn't stupid, sorry, but that's a secret. Kara glared at him. "You want to continue doing business with me without giving up a little trick?" Yu Hoen turned to look at Jaehei. "I understand. To make it easier to understand, I'll demonstrate the first step first. I'll explain the following steps." This answer pleased Kara. She immediately agreed. "All right, that'll do for now." Jaehei didn't understand what Yu Hoen wanted to do. His face showed some fear and confusion. Immediately after, he sat down at the table again patiently, writing strange symbols on the paper. After a while, Kara's subordinate immediately ran in to report, "General, we've found Prime Minister Anbaek." "Ah, I'll check immediately." "Is he all right?" The young man continued. "Yes, he's weak, but his life isn't threatened." "Do saw it? Did you see?" "Now I can," Kra interrupted. "Hurry up and finish it." He patiently said to her, "General, don't you think you're pushing things a bit too far? I don't think you'll let me go anytime soon." Seeing him still writing characters, Kra asked again, "Am I wrong?" "Ah," I said grimly. "If that's the case, what do you plan to do with me?" "Shut up and obey my orders. There's no way I'd easily let go of someone with such abilities. You will cooperate with us until we understand how to activate the hidden power of the relic." Suddenly, Yu Hoen's hand stopped, and he casually asked in return, "Really?" Looking at her with a mocking face, Yu Hoen continued, "What if I say no?" Hearing this, Kra couldn't believe her ears. She was a little flustered. "What?" At the same time, a huge explosion like a bombing suddenly erupted outside the base. Seeing this scene, Kra couldn't help but shout anxiously, "What's going on?" Seeing the paper on the table quickly being scorched by flames, Kra was shocked. "Damn it, my relic. Put out the fire." The subordinate quickly responded, "Yes." The fire grew bigger and bigger. Seeing it about to burn the entire relic, Kra shouted, "Hurry up!" Zoe was startled. "Yes." Seemingly out of control. For some reason, Zoe's eyes suddenly changed. Immediately afterward, he shouted madly, "This damn map!" and tore the relic apart. Kra was shocked once again. "What are you doing?" Ro pounced in. "We have to tear it up." Jim couldn't help but join in. "Me too, I'll tear it to pieces." Kra roared, "What are you doing?" At the same time, another loud explosion rang out. Ron was startled. "My leg!" Kra raised her gun in annoyance. "It must be caused by the relic." Turning left and right, she wondered, "Where's Seo Yu Hoen? He's the culprit." The subordinate said fearfully. "General." Pausing, he reported tremblingly, "They both disappeared. I didn't expect things to turn out like this." Kra frowned. "That bastard." Outside, the loud noise made the passers-by stop in their tracks. Jaehei exclaimed, "We escaped?" Yu Hoen replied, "It's great, but it's a little embarrassing to emerge from the fountain like this." Stepping out slowly, Yu Hoen was praised. "Well done, you drew all that in such a short amount of time." Jia said smugly, "I'm confident in my drawing skills." The thing is, right after the explosion occurred, Yu Hoen took Joseha and the relic to escape. In the chaos, using the relic, they'd end up at this fountain. The result was that they succeeded. According to the plan, before going to meet the general, Yu Yue made sure that Xiai could draw this fountain. The relic they used was the one that Jun's lawyer carried. This relic is a bit ordinary, but it becomes useful if you have an artist by your side. Jai looked at him with amusement. What trick are you pulling this time? Yu acted mysterious. Nothing much. The truth is, when he borrowed the pen from Yu Hoen made Xia's pen look like his and swapped them. Remember when you looked at Xia? Don't worry, can I borrow a pen? Kira was surprised. The pen that Yu Hoen wrote on the map contained commands that the relic would fear. I remember some on before to make things easier. Back in the present, the two had arrived at a hotel. Yu Hoen said to the receptionist, Alright, we're here to meet someone. He looked at him. Why don't we have a little chat? Introduce yourself. Jim immediately replied, Shut up and follow us. Du-ho called after them. Come on, don't be like that. I'm not your enemy. I'll help you a lot. I know a lot of things to help the general. In return, ask the general to go easy on me. Let's be friends. They were surprised. What a weirdo. But the words finally came out. Jim, Du-hoen contentedly cracked a triumphant smile. He recalled writing the commands using their names, in a language none of them understood. As for the hotel employee, he pushed her to the point of utter terror, which was room 2002. John Smith and Jim Even were horrified to see evil spirits emerging from the relic map. They thought the general would be in mortal danger if they didn't destroy them. Scene change at Kra's base. The smoke and flames had now been extinguished. She stood inside impatiently, as her subordinate reported. General has connected. The man on the screen spoke. What is it, General Kara? She replied. Long time no see, Richard Cray. Straight to the point. I heard you can use restoration relics. My relic is severely damaged. I need you to fix it when you get back from America. Richard replied. Of course. No problem at all. There are so many relics needing repair lately. I just received a request from the Shanglong Corporation. I'm currently busy repairing them. Kara told him her suspicions. I think the one who caused this is also the one who caused trouble for the Shanglong Corporation, Richard quickly guessed. The name that goes with Joseha? Kara looked worried. If we don't hunt him down, he will definitely hinder us later. He responded. Exactly. Immediately after, Richard reassured her. He said slyly, Don't worry, General. An evil smile appeared. Richard said confidently. Soon, Pandora will be activated. Ordinary people cannot use or possess them. The knife cut into the delicious, juicy flesh, the aroma filling the air, making the listeners' stomachs rumble. The chef handed her a few hot savory buns. This is your KY bap. Irin happily said, Thank you. Looks delicious. Suddenly, she inexplicably looked at the chef. What's wrong? Is there a problem? He was surprised. Huh? What problem? Seeing him bewildered, Irin quickly turned and left. No, have a good day. And just like that, she happily left the Turkish center with 2 hot savory buns in her hands. Arriving beside the car, Irene quickly took out the food. I brought you this food. Du-hoen said, Thank you. Irin got into the car. She said happily to him, I'm starting to get used to controlling the relic. It's worth spending time practicing. Seeing him nonchalant, she hesitated a bit. Well, nothing happened on the way to buy the buns. It's all thanks to you. Thank you. Saying this, Irene couldn't hide the happiness on her face. As soon as the words fell, a loud voice rang out. Oh my God, the sign is falling. Oh my God, that car. Drive like a human being. On the other side, Du-hoen teased. A little too early to say thank you, huh? Irin retorted, almost in tears. He paused for a moment, then said to her, But things are getting better. Du-ho said to Irin, I think you have good social skills. From now on, you should practice your dominating abilities. Jaha was surprised. What do you mean? She still has a lot to practice. She only knows the basics of social skills. Du-hoen glanced over to prevent the relic from harming her body, because it's a parasitic relic. If it wasn't for that, I would never make her do this. Seeing them stunned, he said coldly, Do you understand? Social skills are just garbage. Ja was bewildered. Garbage? That sounds hurtful. Irin quickly replied, Okay, I understand. Saying this, he urged, Hurry up and eat, then let's get going. Jaha was startled. Okay, wait. Scene change. This time in the Turkish city of Cappadocia. The surrounding scenery is still incredibly magnificent. Du-hoen looked through his binoculars. He was stunned, feeling a bit puzzled. That's strange. Then Du-hoen analyzed. This tomb is fine. Because of the relic inside Irin's body, the tomb should have disappeared. Look. The other side of the tomb has collapsed. That's right, it's very strange. Seeing the guards, he recounted. There are a lot of people here. All soldiers. These people are American Special Forces, and they work for Kamra. Looking in another direction. The ones over there are Turkish soldiers. It seems they have allied with each other. With that level of cultivation, nothing can surpass it. Jaha replied, That's right, there's no way we just walk in. Yu-hoen retorted. But that doesn't mean there's no way in. Jaha was surprised once again. What? He explained to his teammates once more, I told you before, I'm not a tomb raider, I'm a grave robber. Having said that, Jaeha said to him, watch and learn. I'll show you how to act like a real grave robber. The surrounding air was completely silent. Sunlight shining down on the ground. Inside, DHA stood beside him complaining. Why do we always have to go to the toilet every time we're about to do something? It stinks. Yu Hoen nonchalantly said, yeah, when isn't it? I don't like this either. He analyzed for the two of them. Normally, the saint's aura surrounds the tomb, protecting it from others. It always has a weakness, and it's right here. Holding up the sweet potato, Yu Hoen smugly said, we'll dig a hole to get in. Irin paused. Wait. Jaha was almost speechless. What now? Is there a C4 explosive saint relic? Looking at the item in his hand, Yu Hoen replied, this isn't just an ordinary tomb, he casually explained to Jaha. It's one of the saint relics I got from that Medusa brat. Super sweet potato brothers rank. It helps the user fart easily. I don't understand how something like this exists in the world, Jaha exclaimed in surprise. What? That useless thing, Yu Hoen smirked. It's quite useful in this case because it's useless. After speaking, he silently looked at the grave robber's basic skill system, tomb exploration. According to the information above, Yu Hoen calculated, if I use this skill, I can create a hole into the tomb. I can pierce through a wall of the tomb without getting scratched. Since I'm lacking power right now, I'll have to destroy a saint relic to enhance the effect. After finishing his thoughts, he immediately told his teammates, cover your ears. After instructing them, Yu Hoen channeled his inner energy. A surge of power was summoned from his hand. After a moment, Yu Hoen grinned slyly. Come on, explode quickly. I'll use a little of your energy. The sweet potato in his hand cried out and panicked. Stop! What are you doing? It hurts! Stop! Immediately afterwards, a large explosion rang out, sweeping through the surroundings. Irin and Jaha closed their eyes tightly. Up above, the explosion surprised one of the soldiers there, causing him to stare blankly. Irin stared blankly in his direction. Saint Relic. Jae also couldn't believe his eyes as he added, exploded! Yu Hoen reassured. Don't worry, it won't harm anything not related to the tomb. Jaeha said with a bit of worry. It created a hole. Immediately afterwards, Yu Hoen went down himself, leading the way. Is this hole okay? It leads us straight into the tomb. Hurry up. They had just gone down into the tomb not long ago, when Jaeha looked up, listening. I hear soldiers up there, it seems like they've discovered us. Yu Hoen reassured him. It's okay, there's a place to hide in here. Jaeha was surprised. But this is a dead end. Then he reached into his pocket. Looks like we need to explode another saint relic. Another explosion rang out. The soldiers looked anxious. The sound is coming from over there, hurry up. Below, everyone had just entered deeper inside. Looking at the surrounding scenery, Jaeha couldn't help but exclaim, wow! He seemed to still be in shock at this time. We're really inside. Yuho smiled faintly, with a bit of smugness. I told you, trust me a little. Holding the torch in his hand, he warned the two of them. Wait a moment. I need to gather some information about this tomb. Immediately afterwards, Jin and Yuho looked at each other silently for some reason. Then, Jaeha stepped forward, following closely behind. Let me come along, he said nonchalantly. Yeah. The torch in his hand lit up, revealing several special ancient red characters on the stone at this time. Jaha's face was serious. He silently observed the characters once. Placing his hand on the stone wall, Yu Hoen smiled faintly. Quite interesting. Irin asked curiously, Did you find anything? He started to explain. First, the sacred relic of this crypt is Mylaicus' hand. That's why the sacred relic inside her is a bit strange. Jaeha still couldn't believe these words. Midas, the story of someone who turns everything they touch into gold. It's absurd. She only ever encounters bad luck around her, Yu Hoen reminded. But in that golden hand story, it turned into an unlucky hand at the end. Remember that last detail? According to Greek mythology, Dionysus, the Greek god of wine, granted King Mylaicus a wish as thanks for protecting his student. Midas wished that he could turn everything into gold with just a touch. Although the god found it foolish, he still kept his promise. However, Mylaicus' happiness didn't last long. Whatever he touched, food or water, everything turned into gold. He slowly starved to death. Poor Mylaicus begged the god Dionysus to take back the wish. He thought that if he washed himself in the Palaverless river, he could cleanse himself of the wish. Speaking of which, he suddenly remembered. That's right, the Palatus River. If there's something here like that, there must be a way to separate the sacred relic from her, and I can take control of it. At this point, he looked over at Irin. I've got it, she happily said. Really? As soon as she finished speaking, a sly smile appeared. At the same time, a burst of light erupted. It turned out that the light was bullets being fired from guns. Dee was startled. Damn it, the soldiers are here, run! On this side, the army charged in mightily. Over there, fire! They ran while holding their heads. Deng couldn't help but wonder. Why are they shooting in the crypt? Yu Hoen replied. I don't know. Maybe because this crypt is already damaged? Yu Hoen looked back at her. Irin, are you okay? She looked at him. I'm fine. Although Irin seemed okay, Seiyu Hoen could tell she was gasping for breath. I can't drag this out for too long. While running headlong, Seiyu Hoen suddenly stopped. Jae-ha was stunned. Why did you stop? Facing the dangerous soldiers, Seiyu Hoen coldly replied, You two go ahead. As he spoke, he drew his sword. I'll catch up after I deal with these guys. Yu Hoen's eyes then lit up, and he smirked. I'm not the kind of person who likes to run away. On this side, Cray was startled when she heard the soldiers report. What? A request for support from the crypt in Turkey. The female soldier was somewhat afraid seeing her so angry. We can't contact our people there. Although the message seems quite complicated, causing worry. Report. Given permission by the general, the girl then dared to continue. They discovered some suspicious people entering the crypt, 2 men and a woman. I don't think they are fully armed, Kara angrily shouted. Why did you let them in even if they weren't armed? They're carrying sacred relics. The female soldier replied softly, Please forgive me. TCH, Ka paused. She was a little suspicious. Wait, 2 men with a sacred relic. Remembering scene, Kara gritted her teeth in anger. It's that bastard. Back on the protagonist's side, he was struggling in a pile of blood, involuntarily shouting loudly. This way, you idiots! Jaha was a little worried, and he shouted a warning. Stop it, even if your sword has a sacred relic or not, it can't fight against guns. The soldiers, realizing his danger, fired even more fiercely. Open fire! Seeing him rushing away nimbly, they shouted, He's running away, chase him! Looking at the people behind him, he thought to himself, From now on, I will attract their attention by using the sacred relic, and I will increase my speed by using the power of the Nightflower sword. They will fall into the trap and follow me into the trap room. As he thought this, his feet moved swiftly. After playing chase for a while, one of the soldiers said, Dead end! Surrender! You're surrounded! Having said that, they slowly advanced towards him. Throw your weapon away and put your hands up. But at this moment, a beam of light shone straight down from above, blinding the soldiers. Some of them couldn't bear it, and screamed. Looking at their comrade in front of them, the soldiers behind were surprised. What? No way, he turned into a golden statue. At the same time, when their morale was shaken, Seo Du-hoen took the opportunity to charge forward. He gently brushed past without saying anything. The sword in his hand still shone brightly. The soldiers screamed in fear and panic. My gun! After a while, they were all lying scattered on the ground. Seo Du-hoen scorned. Pathetic flies. Seeing how cool he was, Irin looked at him adoringly. Du-hoen! After finishing off the soldiers, he quickly went to everyone's side. Let's go, I found a path to the palace river. Jaha asked curiously, What about the soldiers? Seeing him ask so cluelessly, Du-hoen calmly replied, I knocked them out, isn't it obvious? Hearing this, Jaham shivered. This guy is terrifying. Then everyone moved further into the cave. Jaha gasped in surprise. There's a huge lake underground. Du-hoen nodded in satisfaction. Good. Just like what the ancient texts in the crypt wrote. Finishing speaking, he glanced at Irin. Go take a bath. Hearing this, she was stunned. Huh? Bathe there? Situ Du-hoen explained to the naive girl. King Mysius discarded the power of his golden hand by bathing in this lake. I hope we can deal with the parasitic relic in you. As soon as he finished speaking, he stepped forward and proactively touched the cool water. After confirming there was no danger, Seo Du-hoen said again, There are no traps. Hurry up. We'll be over there while you bathe. Being a daughter, and never having loved anyone, Irin naturally agreed upon hearing about bathing. After the 2 young men left, she immediately took off her clothes and immersed herself in the water. Although Sewon had assured her there was no danger, Irin still looked around cautiously. Outside, looking at Seo Du-hoen, Jaha sweated and asked again, Is it okay to peek at her? Don't you have any conscience? He calmly replied, I'm doing it to prevent something from happening. Jae still didn't hesitate to expose him. You said there were no traps though. Seo Du-hoen carefully said, What if the relic separates and attacks her? He instructed. We shouldn't be careless when facing a relic. Inside the spring, Irin carefully touched the clear blue water. She trembled slightly, slowly pouring water over her soft skin, wondering to herself, Will it work? Immediately afterward, a strong light appeared before her eyes, making Irin stunned. In the lake, the water swirled into circles. A storm arose with the sound of wind, carrying the words, Welcome, my friend. His worries were not unfounded. Seo Du-hoen gritted his teeth and ran like the wind inside. Damn it! The system continuously issued 3 warnings. The relic deep in the lake has awakened. The golden hand relic is emitting an aura of killing intent. The luck rating is dropping suddenly, which may cause danger. Seu Hoen looked at the system messages, his heart burning. I understand. Stop it. Irene just ran over. Scene just warned. Get out of there. But at this time she was struggling down there. I can't move. Looking at her hand, Irin's skin was starting to turn gold. Too scared, Irin cried out. My body is starting to turn gold. Seo Du-hoen rushed over with all his might. Damn it. Standing before the lake, Seo Du-hoen jumped down without regard for danger. While swimming into the deep water, He thought to himself, what should I do? Think fast. Seeing Irin struggling in fear, he began to speculate. This isn't a trap. The notice said the sleeping relic is awakening, but Seo Du-hoen wondered, isn't the relic of this tomb already parasitizing Irin? Another relic? That's very likely if the tomb didn't disappear and the trap is functioning normally. There is definitely a relic here. Snapping out of his thoughts, Seo Du-hoen hugged her reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm here. Just as he appeared, a voice from the void echoed. Who are you? Don't interfere with us. I will reclaim my brother. Afraid that Du-hoen would be affected by the relic on her, she looked at him worriedly. Brother Du-hoen, seeing his hand also gradually being covered in gold, she shouted anxiously, Stop, or you'll turn into gold too! Seeing her like this, Du-hoen was extremely worried. Damn it! This is why I can't move my legs. Seeing the two of them gradually sinking, the voice couldn't help but laugh triumphantly. Just as she said, if you want to live, let go of her and get to the shore. That relic asserts that I only need to kill her, because I can feel my brother residing within her. It offered him the condition that I will spare you because today I am reunited with my brother. With a look of helplessness, Irin looked at him, Brother Du-hoen, but, inexplicably, in this life-or-death situation, he revealed a cunning smile. I understand now. Du-ho whispered to her. I kept finding it strange that this damn relic kept mentioning some brother. Thinking about it, everything makes perfect sense. Remembering, the Mice King relic is divided into two pieces, the golden hand and the hand of failure. Pausing for a moment, he continued, of those two, you possess the hand of failure. These things surprised Irin endlessly. No way! Du-ho told her that the golden hand is trying to reclaim the hand of failure from her. We must resist it, Du-ho firmly said loudly. We must subdue the golden hand by defeating it. He seemed to be igniting a fire in the girl in front of him. Use your power of domination like when I was training you, not social skills, but that domination. I will help you. We will win easily if we combine our powers of domination. Hearing these words, the fear in her disappeared. Because of his interference, the voice seemed angry. Damn it! A whirlwind arose, and rocks began to fall. Dahaha was scared. Captain, the whirlpool under the lake is getting stronger and stronger. How dare you hurt me? Stop it now. Unlike usual, Irin now became stronger. No, you are the one who must stop resisting. Submit to me, relic. Seeing Irin's attitude, Seo Du-ho smiled with satisfaction, praising, That's great, just like that. I've taught a good student. Once again, under the lake, a strange light emerged, illuminating the space. At the same time, a loud scream rang out. Submit to me! Parallel to the relic's scream of despair. After the storm, the sun came out. Now the water surface has returned to stillness. Irin looked around blankly. She raised her hand high into the air and quickly said, My body is back to normal. Du-hoen cheered excitedly. We succeeded! Looking at her arm, she couldn't believe her eyes. The tattoo has changed too, Du-hoen explained. Because the deal is over. Irin was flustered. Then Du-hoen continued. You don't need to worry anymore. The power of the golden hand will balance the power of the hand of failure. Pausing for a moment, he continued. It will be easier to control the hand of failure. It won't electrify anymore. This made Ifrin feel relieved. Suddenly, Irin hugged Du-hoen tightly and shouted, Thank you so much. Irin couldn't help but kiss him on the cheek. It's all thanks to you, Brother Du-hoen. See, Du-hoen was startled. Calm down first. Water got into my nose. Outside. The younger brother breathed a sigh of relief. Switching to a large building, an angry voice echoed. What do you mean you can't find them? The young man reported to Kra. All the soldiers who went into the tomb have not responded. Could they all be dead? Kira, hands on her hips, yelled aggressively. How dare you talk to me like that? The soldier flinched. I apologize. But regaining her composure, Kira said to her subordinate, It's them. I'm sure of it. Immediately after, she ordered, Don't send any more support teams. Hearing the general's words, the soldier was surprised and stammered. What? But, Kira coldly continued, I will use the sacred relic and incinerate them to ashes. Hearing this, he broke out in a sweat. Is that all right? The sacred relic will be completely destroyed. If the general does that, the government in Turkey will complain about this. But at this point, rage seemed to have clouded Kira's judgment. I don't care. A brief explanation about this female general's power. The biggest reason why Kira holds the title of War King is that she possesses the sacred relic Surmay. In Egyptian mythology, Surmay is the goddess of destruction sent to punish humanity. Perhaps because it is at the god level, she can destroy targets no matter how far away they are. Therefore, she actively collects sacred relic maps so she can unleash a destructive blow once she identifies the enemy's location. Switching back to the cave. At this moment, the earth and rocks from above continuously shook and collapsed. Looking at the scene before him, Chi Ziyu covered his face with his hands, wondering, Am I dead? Sitting up from the rubble, Xiao Qiu helplessly replied, No, you're still alive. Looking at the thing propping him up, Chi Ziyu was surprised. What's this? Xiao Qiu explained. A sacred relic. This is the code of Hammurabi, but normally it's not used this way. After his answer, a cold voice echoed. It's so heavy. What did you do to me? Looking around, Chi Ziyu breathed a sigh of relief. We escaped death, thanks to it. Tang Aining quickly replied. But if we stay here, we'll be buried alive. This young man seemed to lose control, continuously digging into the rocks. She's right, get me out of here! Sidu Homien immediately reassured. I won't let that happen, don't worry. Seeing their surprise, he answered with a very confident expression. Remember how we entered here by creating a new entrance? I'll do that again. Chi Ziyu couldn't help but exclaim. You blew up a bunch of low-level sacred relics to get us in here. Are you planning to blow up the remaining sacred relic? When he heard our male lead answer lightly, Chi Ziyu still couldn't believe it. Really? Seidu Hoen replied, Isn't escaping from here more important? I can always collect new sacred relics. But before that, I want to try something. Hearing him say this, the two of them were stunned into silence. At this moment, Zhao Qiu began to recall his memories. A few days ago, I got a skill called Tomb Restoration. When he received it, he immediately speculated and calculated. If someone obtained the sacred relic, the tomb would collapse. I don't know where to use this tomb restoration skill, but the problem was, he didn't know when to use it at that time. Now when he recalled this event, the situation was that we were trapped in a collapsing tomb. This skill will be useful. In his heart he thought, let's see, this is tomb restoration. If the user's skill is on, gain, then it can restore the area inside the sacred relic, and if it's on, path, then it can restore the path inside the tomb. Sei Duhoen began to stroke his chin and thought, restore the path? Great, that's helpful. Immediately after, he slammed his hand on the ground, a blue light enveloping Seduhoen's hand. Tung Ai Ning looked at him. She was surprised by this ability. Seduhoen simultaneously shouted, Tomb restoration! Seeing the earth and rocks constantly falling, Chi Ziyu was stunned. The fragments are moving on their own. Seduhoen took the initiative to lead the way and guide everyone. We can escape from here by continuously repeating that skill. We can escape from here, he explained further. It's written in our contract, you know. I am responsible for ensuring your safety and lives. But even though Sidu Hoyen had said that, he seemed to still be skeptical. There are times when you can't keep your promises. Tang Ai Ning glanced over in surprise. What contract? Sidu Hoyen teased. You have no faith in me at all. His hand touched the rock wall in front of him. Sidu Hoken affirmed, Trust me, I can't let my slave die in front of me again. Hearing these strange words of his, the two of them simultaneously didn't understand anything. Their faces, without prior agreement, all looked blank again at the same time. What does he mean? Above the tomb, two stone-guarding soldiers asked each other. Did you find anything? Another quickly replied to his comrade. No, time flies like a dog running down the street. It's already evening. Some here can't help but feel anxious. Still no news. It's been 3 hours since the tomb collapsed. Inside the office, a group of people clamored. Are they using the holy relic to search? It can detect the power of a holy relic. Another soldier said. We already used it, but there's no response. Carrick scratched his head. This is troubling. How am I going to report this to the general? Another person reported. According to the news we just received, a new path has appeared inside the tomb. Now, Carrick couldn't keep his composure. What? That path leads straight to the nearby village. He was bewildered, his face showing anxiety, and he couldn't help but curse. Damn it. Upon arriving at another room, a soldier quickly stopped him. What do you want? Carrick hurriedly said, I have an urgent matter to report to the general. The person outside the gate quickly refused. No can do, the general is busy now. Carrick didn't expect to be blocked. He tried to explain. What? This is urgent. The female soldier still gave him trouble. Tell me, and I'll relay it. Carrick had no choice but to give in. Alright. In another room, Richard just connected the call and immediately asked, Is anyone there? Are you trying to prank me with a video? Looking at the baby sitting on the bed, he said again, Little one, where are your parents? Who's video calling? Although reluctant, the female soldier had to admit that this baby was the general, which greatly surprised the man. What? Then she immediately explained. This is the risk of using the CM Holy Relic. You wouldn't normally know this top secret. Richard couldn't help but laugh. But in reality, changing form is just a side effect. Legend has it that the goddess has another form that is considered the goddess of love. Richard stroked his chin, calculating. If that's true, then she's used too much of the Holy Relic's power. Have you subdued the swarm? Nara seriously said again. I was just about to report that. We've lost their trail. Now, in the form of a baby, the female general could do nothing but jump up and down, crying like a spoiled child. Richard sighed. Seriously. Seeing Crack constantly looking like she wanted to say something to him, Richard quickly reassured her. Calm down. I can't understand what you're saying. Nara quickly translated. She's asking about the progress with Pandora. Hearing this, Richard was astonished. How can you understand? Then, he laughed with a cunning look, and said again, I'll give you some good news. Then, he began to tell. The opening ceremony of Pandora with the International Tomb Control Board took place today. From now on, the tomb and the holy relics will be under Pandora's management. Everyone is forbidden from making deals with the tomb or possessing holy relics. The Pandora's box holy relic will lead us to destruction. Anyone who breaks the law will be considered an act of terrorism and punished accordingly. Pandora will protect humanity from the holy relics. As for the Duen, they used the Hen clan's private jet to return to New York. Although Irene was supposed to take the two boys back to England, where the elixir plant was being grown, she invited them home because her parents wanted to meet the friends who saved her. It seemed like she told her family that she was freed from the jinx. The Hen family was overjoyed and wanted to meet the person who helped Irene. Of course, Du-hen seized this opportunity. He was wondering how to bring the Hoen family over to become his allies, and the main reason was because he played Craw for a sucker. Because of that, Du-hen needed someone to back him up. This makes everything easier. But switching scenes now to the city, the plane simultaneously landed at John F. Kennedy International Airport. It seemed like G was very eager. Ready to go? But at this moment, his serious voice rang out. I sense a very strong holy relic at the airport. Yi-ha was startled. What? Saying this, he gritted his teeth in anger. It seems those troublesome bastards have appeared here. Over here, the imperial court soldiers began to speak loudly. Please remain calm. We're from Pandora. This is just to ensure everyone's safety. Anyone who possesses a holy relic, please step forward. From now on, Pandora will manage your holy relics. Someone in the crowd raged. Nonsense! What? You're not allowing us? At the same moment, a young man among them spoke. I'm receiving a signal from the relic detector. The voice on the other end of the walkie-talkie said, 1 o'clock direction, the tall one, apprehend him. And immediately, that person threw off his coat and ran, yelling, Don't make me laugh, this is my relic. Thieving robbers in uniform, the female soldier shouted. I repeat, everyone possessing a relic, please step forward. Seeing the crowd stirring, the ringleader smirked. Excellent. The first part of the mission is going smoothly. Immediately after, he ordered his subordinates. Make an example of anyone who resists. A junior soldier nearby immediately obeyed. Yes, Colonel Hunrin. At the same time, another urgent announcement came. Colonel, we've detected a very strong relic nearby. We heard that this relic is related to wealth. Hunrin was extremely pleased to hear about money. He thought he could change his life. A relic of wealth, huh? And of course, no one wants to refuse more money. Hunrin urged. Good! Lead the way! The person who had just run in to report immediately replied, Roger, this way! Meanwhile, Yu Hoen's group was starting to move inside to observe the situation. Seeing his two companions breathing heavily, not daring to relax, he couldn't help but chuckle. There's no need to be so afraid. Yet, Zhenha was sweating. What do you mean, not afraid? We're surrounded by the enemy at the airport. He calmly replied, It's fine. He paused, as if our male lead had another idea he just remembered. Irin glanced at her. Yu Hoen continued. We completed the Mycetus relic. Should we try our luck here too? Irin was a little flustered, she replied. But I've never tried using it before. Yu Hoen said lightly. It's easy, just like when you command the relic. And once again, he gave Irin unwavering confidence. If anything happens, I'll cover for you. At that moment, a loud voice boomed, startling everyone. Stop right there! The government soldiers pointed their guns at Yu Hoen, warning, Don't move! Hunrin stepped forward and sneered. We're from Pandora, the relic control organization. We know you people possess relics. Hearing this, Yu Hoen's face turned cold as he looked at the soldiers. He thought to himself, Pandora. Remembering his memories, they fabricate the reason of protecting humanity from relics. But the truth is, they want to monopolize relics. Because of you guys, this world is so unfair. But he paused, hesitating. In his memory, Pandora was established next year. The discrimination against relic possessors was somewhat clearer, at least 3 years from this point in time. Speaking of which, he now realized that the future had changed again. Hunrin stepped forward again and said, Looks like you're all afraid of death. Don't worry, if you obediently hand over your relics, we'll let everyone go. But he didn't expect that Yu Hoen would calmly look at him. Get lost. Hunrin was extremely surprised. What? Yu Hoen sneered. What right do you have to demand that I hand over my relic? Get lost if you don't want to die. Hunrin shouted. What? Get lost if you don't want to die? Do you think this is a joke? Saying this, he started threatening. You'll only wake up when I shoot you in the head, right? That deck isn't afraid of guns. He glanced at Irin. Try it, you fools. As soon as he finished speaking, he continued whispering to her, signaling to act. Now's the time. Immediately, the girl began to channel her inner power. A sparkling light appeared from her hands. Hunrin howled madly. You fools, this is my last warning. Fire! But immediately after, something unexpected happened. Explosions suddenly rang out beside them. The subordinate soldiers, clutching their bloodied faces in pain, reported, The gun suddenly exploded. Hunrin gritted his teeth. What the hell is this? Ignoring the bustling crowd, Irin glanced at him. Did I do well? Yu Hoen smiled brightly. See? You nailed it. He wasn't shy about showing his affection for Irin in front of the enemy, taking her hand. That was a great first try. Their hands clasped tightly, as if giving her more courage. Let's try to make it stronger this time. I'll help you if the relic gets out of control. Irin obediently. Yes. Hunan, seeing that they were ignoring him, stepped forward himself. You bastard. Seems you're pretty smart. Let's see if you can handle this. Immediately afterward, he issued an order. Everyone, switch to close combat. And at that moment, shiny weapons were drawn. Hunrin commanded. Prepare the relics. We can use the relics to control the target. The young couple still hadn't let go of each other's hands. But from within their grasp, that light continued to emanate powerfully. Looking at them, Yu Hoen just sneered, feeling like he was watching something very amusing. Dare to oppose me? Immediately, the soldiers, following their commander's orders, charged forward. But before they could act, a massive surge of energy erupted from Ifrin. The system continuously notified him, and looking at it, he couldn't help but feel satisfied. Seems like everything is going according to plan. With Jen's support, Irin had become much stronger. Now, she glared, channeling her inner power. This crushing power shattered the opponent's weapons. And not only that, it dissolved them into nothingness. The soldiers watched the items in their hands gradually disappear before their eyes, powerless to do anything. One person, unable to withstand this overbearing force, exclaimed, "The relic is broken!" But it didn't stop there. Some people even collapsed, vomiting blood. My body suddenly... One of them realized the situation and shouted a warning to his comrades. Run! Seeing the soldiers scattering in disarray, Hunan now panicked. Where are you running? Get back here, you cowards! But of course, he wasn't given a chance to escape. A strong hand gripped Hunan's collar tightly. Yu Hoen, in control of the game, smugly said, Relay my words to Pandora. Instead of creating useless rules, you should spend that time on something more useful. If you can go back, pass on the message. Hearing these words, he felt his life was in grave danger. As soon as these words were spoken, the soldiers' encampment exploded, as if a bomb had detonated. Immediately afterward, the news reported. An explosion at John F. Kennedy International Airport at 2 p.m. on the 1st. The number of casualties is still undetermined. But due to the heavy losses, the airport will be unable to continue operations. Pandora will be held responsible for this loss. Yu Hoen laughed, satisfied. Serves you right. Then he turned to Irin. Because they made a fuss at the airport, they'll now suspect us after the relic disappearances. Yu Hoen couldn't help but praise. Thanks to you, Irin, we took them down so easily. Praised by a handsome man, she blushed shyly. It was nothing. Immediately afterward, he interrupted. But stopping for a moment, Yu Hoen asked her, Do you feel sick or anything wrong with your body? Irin was surprised by this question. Huh? Not at all, he thought to himself. Strange. She used a large amount of power, but there's no way there wouldn't be side effects. And side effects are what relic users have to endure in exchange for the power they borrow. Relics torture their owners every time they borrow power. Irin used a large amount of energy at the airport. Irin's relic will definitely demand a price. As he pondered, he turned his head to the car window. The problem is, I don't understand what that price is. Suddenly, a strange light emitted from her body. Irin felt like her throat was about to explode. I can't. Du Hoen worried. Irin. Her terrified face looked at him. Sweat started to pour down her face. Irin struggled to say with difficulty, I can't breathe. Extremely worried, he gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly. Damn it, it's starting. On the road, the black car was still speeding forward. Inside the car, a serious cough echoed. Kara, while driving, asked worriedly, Han, is the young lady all right? JH, sitting next to her, also turned his head and asked, What's wrong? Irin lowered her face uncomfortably and replied, I can't breathe. Du Hoen looked worriedly and called her name, Irin. He looked at her appearance and thought to himself, she's using too much of its power. Irin next to him wasn't feeling any better. She panted as she thought to herself, does this cause the body to suffer pain? Damn it, what a hassle. Du Hoen gently placed his hand on Irin's shoulder and reassured her. Calm down, Irin. She clenched her hand tightly, resolutely replying, I'll try to suppress it with my dominance ability. As soon as she finished speaking, a faint, magical light radiated from Irin's blonde hair, and she suddenly fainted. Du Hoen worriedly held Irin's hand and called out repeatedly, Irin, Irin, wake up. Seeing that she wasn't moving, Du Hoen gritted his teeth uncomfortably and called out, God! The subordinate sitting in the front row also anxiously asked him why she suddenly became like this. Before he could recover, Irin suddenly sat up, startling Du Hoen. He called her name, Irin. Seeing that she didn't respond, Du Hoen called her name again. Hey, Irin. She blankly turned her head to look at Du Hoen. He worriedly backed away, startled, and called out again. Wait a minute, Irin. I'm sorry to say this, but you look like you've lost your mind. Are you okay? His whole body was covered in sweat, Du Hoen patiently called out. Irin still didn't move. The subordinate suspiciously turned his head to look, and suddenly opened his mouth wide and shouted, "Team leader!" The scene shocked everyone. Irin obediently hugged Du-hoen's neck tightly. Seeing her continuously pressing her nose against his neck, Du-hoen thought suspiciously. "Is she sniffing me?" Joha worriedly asked him. "Are you okay?" Du-hoen replied, "It seems like she's fine now." Glancing at Irin, Du-hoen announced, "She's asleep." Jaha was surprised. That fast? Suddenly, a notification sounded. The system explained about Irin's condition, that after using the Micah's relic, the user will express participation, feel a strong urge, and do everything they want for the desire it holds. After reading it, Du-hoen grumbled. "You should have told me sooner if you knew." The system notified him that this time, what Irin desired was Du-hoen's body odor. As soon as it finished announcing, she suddenly woke up with a start. Irin's eyes were 3 parts gentle and 7 parts ghostly, her cheeks flushed with embarrassment when she realized what she had just done. Irin screamed as if she wanted the heavens and earth to illuminate her unintentional desire. She embarrassedly covered her face and said to Du-hoen, "I'm sorry, I don't understand why I did that." He gently reassured her. "It's okay." Du-hoen explained, "The relic made you do it. That's the price to pay for using the relic's power." After understanding, Irin asked him, "I shouldn't use it recklessly, right?" Du-hoen hesitated and agreed, but he frankly asked, "Do you like the smell of men's sweat?" After realizing that there was something unrefined in his words, Du-hoen embarrassedly explained, "Never mind," I asked him politely, "and I don't even have a sweaty smell. I don't understand what kind of smell she likes." At the Hen family's magnificent mansion, as the car came to a stop, a call of Yu-hoen echoed. Team leader Jean turned his head to look at him and asked, "I don't feel too good. Can I stay in the car?" Yu-hoen questioned. "What do you mean?" He explained, "I shouldn't meet George Hen. If he catches me." Ifrin, sitting beside him, comforted, "Don't worry, my brother isn't home right now." JH hesitated. "I know, that's why I came with you." He added, "I feel like I'm in danger. Now I even have a 6th sense." Yu-hoen seriously folded his arms and ordered, "Stop talking nonsense and get going. We'll be visiting the Hill family often, so don't try to run away." He looked at Jeha's face and reminded him, "If you get caught, just beg for forgiveness. You have to pay for your actions." Jeha, shaken, yelled, "I'd rather die than beg, you swindler!" Then, all 4 of them simultaneously opened the doors and stepped out of the car. Irin, in her capacity as the hostess, said, "Please, this way." Yu-hoen politely looked at her and replied, "Thank you." She warmly said to everyone, "It's been so long since I've been home. I was afraid bad luck would affect the family, so I've been staying in hotels." Irin appeared grateful. "Now I don't have to do that anymore. It feels like a dream." "Thank you, Yu-hoen." He replied, "Don't mention it. You helped me with the auction too." Irin said to him, "It was nothing." Suddenly she paused and looked ahead. Yu-hoen curiously asked, "What's wrong?" Irin said, "A blue Ferrari," she announced. "That's my brother's car." Upon hearing this, Jen's sweat poured down non-stop. Unexpectedly, a gun barrel was pointed straight at his temple, accompanied by a voice. "Who's there?" Ricky angrily shouted. "You're the guy who sold me the fake painting." Jay fearfully retreated and called out, "Big brother." Ricky seemed to want to vent his anger on him. He cursed. "Who's your big brother?" Irin, standing to the side, asked, "Are you home?" He still held the gun towards Jaha, but his eyes looked at Irin and he replied gently, "There was urgent business, so I came back." "Long time no see, Irin." Jaha knelt on the ground, repeatedly begging with his hands clasped. "I was wrong, please forgive me." Ricky glared at him irritably and warned, "Shut up. If you want to beg for forgiveness, why didn't you do it sooner? This time, I'll kill you myself to stop you from playing dead." Dia fearfully turned her head and pleaded with Jen, "Say something to help me. I'm going to die." He smiled at Ricky and replied, "Pay for your actions." He angrily cursed Yu-hoen, "You nasty piece of work." Yu-hoen looked at Ricky again and reminded him, "But this guy's life is valuable." He confidently bargained, "We helped your sister remove the curse. He also helped, so can you let it go?" Yu-hoen folded his arms and persuaded, "Consider it even." Jahada was moved and called out, "Team leader!" Ricky calmed down. He asked Irin, "That reminds me, Irin told me about you. You helped her resolve the curse." Yu-hoen replied, "That's right." Before he could finish speaking, Ricky interrupted, "So what?" He spat out a barrage of questions. "Instead of separating the relic from her body, you're now making it completely parasitic within her. How is that called resolving the curse?" Then, Ricky raised his gun and pointed it at Yu-hoen, asserting confidently, "Another swindler. It's obvious. You two are in the same gang." Irin didn't expect things to become so complicated. She called out, "Brother!" while Yu-hoen calmly explained, "You don't know anything about the relic, you only know how to shout." He added, "The relic was parasitic in her body from the beginning. We helped her control it." Yu-hoen affirmed that the relic in her body could never be removed. Ricky angrily shouted, How can you be so sure? He seemed to be going crazy, repeatedly pressing him. How can you guarantee that? Igrin has to live like this for the rest of her life, Ricky insisted. Just wait, we'll find an expert to remove the relic from her. Yu Hoen, helpless in the face of this old man's stubbornness, thought to himself, this bastard. He crossed his arms and thought to himself, he's not listening to me. He must really hate the relic. Yun Ho recalled that when the Hen family converted to Catholicism, he heard they didn't have very positive views of relics. Now looking at Ricky, he frowned and wondered, but to this extent? Irin, standing beside him, spoke up. Don't say that. You're making me sad. She tried to explain to her brother. Even though the relic has become one with me, I'm still me. Nothing has changed, Irin firmly stated. Don't talk to Yu Ho like that. He's my benefactor. Hearing his sister's tone, Ricky stared at Irin before calming down. Ricky lowered his gun and admitted with a bow. I went too far. Relics are very dangerous. In Irin, he looked at his sister and said, you'll die because of it. With that, Ricky turned to look at Yu Ho, startling him. Yu Ho suddenly felt worried and asked, did something happen? Ricky turned away abruptly and replied coldly, it's none of your business. Yu Ho frowned, thinking, he was 100% certain that something was up. Yu Ho asked insistently, is something going on here? Irin looked up at her brother with a very worried expression, sweat trickling down her cheek. He gritted his teeth uncomfortably, his angry expression seeming to say that he didn't want to explain. Then Ricky said irritably to Juen, I told you, you're not welcome here, got it? He turned away disgustedly, but Ricky continued, you should be glad you don't have a hole in your head. Yu Ho spoke up, I don't have time to talk to you. He put his hands in his pockets and walked away. As he walked, Yu Ho asked, can you take me to meet Irin's parents? They invited me here for a meal. Hearing this, Ricky immediately stepped in front of them and shouted, don't mention that. That appointment has been cancelled. My parents don't want to see you right now. Yu Ho was stunned for 5 seconds. He felt utterly confused by Ricky's sudden announcement. Overcome with anger, Yu Ho didn't hold back and punched him with a fatal blow, exclaiming, are you kidding me? After saying that, Yu Ho ran off, not forgetting to turn his head and remind Irin, don't let your brother catch me. She hesitated and called his name. Yu Ho. He frowned tightly. Uneasily, he told Irin, I have to go check on your parents. Yu Ho informed her, something is not right. Irin was utterly stunned. Ah. After that, Yu Ho ran quickly towards the mansion, repeatedly pounding on the large door and shouting, Mr. Hen, are you there? He ran quickly into the house and continued to shout loudly, Mrs. Hill. Ricky, feeling guilty, desperately ran after him, cursing, stop you dog. Seeing this, Irin ran after them and called out, brother. He ignored his sister and shouted, where do you think you're going? Yu Ho stepped inside the mansion. He slowly sensed and guessed the smell of rotting flesh and the feeling, it was definitely it. Yu Ho gritted his teeth and thought to himself, this is what caused me to die before. Thinking that, he immediately ran towards where the smell was coming from, decisively opening the closed door. In the large room, a black, rotting corpse lay still on the bed. It emitted an unpleasant odor. Yu Ho stood frozen, wondering, here it is. Not long after, Irin and Ricky entered the room together. She froze at what she saw, her mouth trembling as she called out, Dad, what happened to you? Ricky, standing beside her, angrily grabbed Yu Ho by the shoulders and yelled, are you satisfied now? My parents don't have time for you. Ya, following behind, was also stunned and asked, is that really Mr. Hoen? How? No way. The corpse lying on the bed was an elderly man, his eyes tightly closed, his face still, with a buzz cut and dark skin. Yu Hoen stood rooted to the spot, asking Ricky, when did these symptoms start? He replied blankly, I don't know when. I've been busy with everything. Ricky gritted his teeth, his face full of annoyance as he recounted. It's probably been a while, and it's because of this that I had to isolate myself from the achievements. Jay, standing beside him, asked curiously, what's wrong with him? Is he sick? Ricky replied, I'm not exactly sure. I just called my family's private doctors to diagnose him. Yu Hoen, standing to the side, suddenly asserted confidently, no need for a diagnosis. This is relic syndrome. Hearing this, Ricky was stunned. He asked, how do you know about this disease? Yu Hoen stared intently at Mr. Hoen's corpse, then mused, I know it all too well. I understand everything about it better than anyone. I have also suffered from this disease before. Yu Hoen explained, anyone who has prolonged contact with a relic can get sick, especially if the compatibility is low, which can lead to this situation. Looking at the corpse that had turned dark, he added, it can cause hallucinations and self-harm. A series of symptoms then emerged, including acute hematolemesis and internal organ dysfunction, blood poisoning. Yu Hoen turned to Ricky and said, to put it simply, it's a disease that crushes a person from the inside out. He was shocked to hear this, finding it incredibly hard to believe, and asked, how is that possible? Yu Hoen confirmed that there was no way to cure this disease. He recalled that a third of humanity had died from this disease in the past, and as long as humans held onto the relics, anyone would suffer the same fate as them. In this life or death situation, I, the only one who benefits from the medical relic, also have to work hard to get a painkiller. Because I can't stand it. The pain it causes is too terrible, he thought sadly. And they probably don't know how terrible it was back then. How disgusting. Ricky's spirit completely collapsed upon hearing this. He stammered, "No way, my father's going to die like this?" Falling into despair, Yu Hoen suddenly spoke up, "Not necessarily." Ricky, hearing this, turned to look at him and asked, What? Yu Hoen recounted, "I have a medical relic." Ricky, hearing this, shouted angrily, "Do you think it's so easy?" Yu Hoen calmly retorted, "Then, according to you, is there another way?" Ricky was stunned, silently listening to Yu Hoen. "I know you hate the relics, but I will only do what's good. Will you let me help?" Inrin, beside him, tried to persuade him. "It's okay, brother. You can trust Yu Hoen." Ricky looked at his sister, hesitantly calling out her name. Irin. After thinking, he resolutely said, "All right, then let's try it." Yu Hoen smirked and replied, "But not now." Ricky felt insulted. He angrily raised his fist. "This kid wants to play with me?" Jeha quickly held him back, constantly reassuring him, "Brother, be patient." Ricky irritably shoved Jeha. He shouted, "Who's your brother? You scammer?" Yu Hoen, standing beside them, suddenly spoke up to explain. "Although I have the medical relic, it's not complete yet." He explained the reason that if he used it now, it wouldn't prolong his life for more than a week. By the way, there is something strange about it. Yu Hoen looked towards the corpse on the bed, and then said, "And this is also the final stage of relic syndrome." He explained, "This disease doesn't appear suddenly, but to reach this stage in such a short time." Irin recalled, "When my father called and invited you over, his voice was very strong at the time. If my father was sick like this, he wouldn't have bothered you to come here at all." Yu Hoen felt that it made perfect sense. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. "Yes, and not long after that, the relics began to appear. Even if it started from the time the relics appeared, it shouldn't be this bad by now." Yu Hoen made it worse. He recalled, according to his own thoughts, "There may be no reasonable explanation except that it's been a long time since Han had the mild symptoms of the early stage. Since then, he lived far away from the relics after a while. Before, Irin's relic went bankrupt, and recently I solved that problem. I was invited to a meal as a thank you." Yu Hoen wondered, is it quite reasonable that the disease ended in the final stage in the days I was invited here? However, what if someone used some tricks to accelerate the progression of this disease? If so, based on this situation, I can know a little bit. Thinking this, Yu Hoen asked Ricky, "Has anyone been coming here recently?" He replied, "I don't know, but my parents always have a lot of guests." He asked again, "Did any of the guests use a relic?" Irin recalled and replied, "Probably not. Because none of our guests use relics." Yu Hoen affirmed, "Not necessarily. It's also possible that they hid it while coming in." Ricky asked curiously, "Why are you asking about this?" Yu Hoen confidently affirmed, "Because someone deliberately transmitted this disease to him." His words startled those around him. What? Yu Hoen calculated. Someone increased the symptoms of the stages of relic syndrome in Hen. He guessed that maybe that person used the power of the relic. Ricky couldn't stay calm when he heard that. He yelled, "Who is it?" Yu Hoen calmly replied, "Then I'll give you the job of finding that person." He divided the tasks. "I must collect the rest of the medical relic." Ricky calmed down and replied, "Okay." Irin, worried, also spoke up wanting to join. "I'll go with Jen too." He looked at her and reassured, "Irin, you should stay with your father." She tried to persuade him. "Isn't it that I already have a sacred artifact? I want to help you too." Ricky beside her was extremely worried for his sister. He yelled, "What are you thinking, Irin? It's very dangerous." Irin didn't listen. She insisted, "It's okay, let me go." Irin said to Jen again, "I can help like I did at the airport." Hearing that, Jen had to agree. "Fine, then let's go." He didn't forget to assure Ricky, "Don't worry, I won't let your sister get hurt." Then everyone went their separate ways, together leaving the magnificent and splendid villa. Ja drove the car. Yu Hoen spoke up. "This is really, after such a tense time, I want to rest." He replied, "I've been like this for 10 years already." Irin, sitting in the back, hesitated. I'm sorry." Yu Hoen reassured her, "I'm just kidding. Irin, don't worry too much, your father will be fine." Ja anxiously asked him, "So what are we going to do now?" Yu Hoen smirked, as if he had won. He replied, "We're going to find the pair of sacred artifacts." Ja curiously asked, "Which pair?" Yu Hoen smiled and answered, "Go find a pair of sacred artifacts called Shen Nong at the sacred site of Sa Bi. It's the key to awakening the sacred Xin Shi Huang." Really? Sa Bi was a person from ancient China. People often say he was a Taoist priest. He was one of the people that Qin Shi Huang hired to find immortality. He persuaded the emperor to let him seek out where the immortals lived, to learn the secret of immortality. Thousands of children, gold treasures, even soldiers set out, but he went to the sea and never returned. Some say that he went to a faraway place and found a land and became king. And no one knows if he found it or not. No one is sure about that. Jaha curiously asked Yu Hoen, "But why did you suddenly come to the subway station?" He smiled and replied, "Because there's someone I want to meet." Then the two of them walked forward together. Jaha continued to ask, "Who are you planning to meet at this subway station?" Yu Hoen almost impatiently replied briefly, "In short, that person is very special." While walking on the road, the two suddenly stopped in front of a man lying on the road. Jaha disgustedly covered his nose and exclaimed, "A homeless person." Yu Hoen, on the contrary, felt very interested. He smiled sinisterly. Then Yu Hoen walked closer to the homeless person, reached out, and gently shook them and said, "Hey, wake up." The old man didn't react, following the force of Yu Hoen's hand, and turned around. Then he decisively pulled the leg that the old man was covering himself with. The man painfully fell to the ground, muttering in pain. The old man angrily turned his head to look at Yu Hoen and scolded. "What the hell are you doing?" Jaha, standing beside him, stunned, asked, What? Edward, what's going on?" He mocked him. A person like you actually likes being homeless. So he hurriedly sat up, stammering, "Seo Yu Hoen." Yu angrily grabbed Yu Hoen's collar and yelled, "You bastard! It's all your fault that I'm in this situation." He held one of his hands and replied, "What's wrong with you? I already helped you find the British Prime Minister." Edward continued to vent his anger. He yelled, "After that, what did you do? Burned all the general's antiques." Yu Hoen smiled, looking at Edward, constantly complaining. "She suddenly got angry at me. My assets and sacred artifacts were confiscated, and I'm still being chased now. It seems like it's all your fault. What am I supposed to do now?" Yu Hoen put his hands in his pockets, casually replied, "But just tell me where that sacred artifact is. I'll give you a new life, and I'll give you some benefits." EDW was surprised. He asked, "Benefits?" Yu Hoen probed, "Do you know where Suk's sacred artifacts are kept?" W huffed and turned away, replying, "No, I don't know." Yu Hoen smiled, as if he'd anticipated this. Knew it, he thought. Yu Hoen's eyes gleamed. "I'm so looking forward to that moment," he thought again. In the past, Quo had obtained the rest of Suk from his information. Thinking this, Yu Hoen picked up his phone and asked Edward again, "Seems like I smell some fishy business. Should I report a wanted person here?" He frantically tried to stop him. "Don't do that." With that, Edward confessed to Jen K. "It was Kra. I gave it to that damn woman." Hearing this, Yu Hoen angrily shouted, "Kira, why does Kra need that relic?" Edward blankly replied, I don't know." He looked at the old man's face before him and mused. There's nothing an intelligence expert doesn't know. This really doesn't add up. While Edward W. was still acting like he didn't know anything. Should I try again? He wondered to himself. Then, Yu Hoen placed his hand on his shoulder and said, "Listen, Edward." He gently explained, "I once called you a future partner. That wasn't just empty talk. If you help me, I'll help you make much more money than when you were in America." Edward's eyes lit up at the mention of money. He asked him, "A lot? Really?" Yu Hoen replied, "Of course. You know my abilities." Watt hesitated for a long time before speaking. "All right, let's renegotiate." Yu Hoen happily thought to himself, "Success! That was pretty easy after all." He recounted, S-Book's relic seems to have something interesting about it. It has become a very powerful support item for medical relics. Yu Hoen bargained with Edward. "I already have the main components, now I just need that." Hearing this, he feigned surprise. "You have it? What a surprise." Yu Hoen continued, "If I have the remaining relic, I can make more powerful medicines. And what if we used it to make money?" Yu Hoen firmly stated, "This is not a lie. I'm really going to create a pharmaceutical company." He recalled, "Making money by distributing relic syndrome treatments at a low cost. This is to avoid the monopolization of pharmaceuticals, controlling those affected by the syndrome, avoiding the risks that occurred in my past life, and earning money quickly and abundantly through that method." At the airport, a plane is in the process of taking off. Two bodyguards wearing glasses seriously greeted. "It's probably our first time meeting you, sir," Irin explained beside him. "I apologize for this. My brother probably sent bodyguards to protect me." Jaha stood next to Yu Hoen and whispered in his ear, "Is it okay to let them follow like this?" Yu Hoen sighed and whispered back, "Well, it seems a bit uncomfortable." Then she turned to the two bodyguards and said, "I can't take you into the dungeon with such a large number of people." They replied, "We understand." After speaking, one of the bodyguards spoke again. "I've heard a lot from you. You are an experienced person in this matter, but we will still do our best to help you." Yu Hoen smiled politely and replied, "All right, thank you." The plane had taken off into the clear and favorable weather. The people inside the cabin were ready for their next journey. "Let's go then!" According to Jen's memory, Edward said that the rest of Sook was in Ghana, Africa, and Cross seemed to be doing something with it. Daiha worriedly wondered, do we have to take another long trip? As for Jen, he soberly thought, but this is a bit strange. Edward stroked his beard and explained, apparently it's related to the dungeon, but she's not deploying any military. It seems to be done secretly with some of her subordinates. Yu Hoen asked him, why is everything so difficult? Edward honestly replied, I don't know, but there's something shady about them. Hearing this, Yu Hoen grinned. Could it be that it's very interesting? At the outskirts of Aquagana, the binoculars were focused on a muscular girl, and someone's voice rang out, it's here. Yu Hoen said to Jeha, Kira's people, especially her, also use relics. He curiously asked, so what do we do? Yu Hoen turned and walked away, then asked everyone, maybe they're just at the casino. Should I try to haggle with them for the relic? You told Irin. They're just circling around and waiting outside. She anxiously asked. So you're planning to go alone? Yu Hoen frankly stated, I need you to help me outside the casino. If I signal, use the power of bankruptcy. Then, Yu Hoen smiled and walked away, not forgetting to remind Irin, that's today's exercise. She seemed to understand, and replied, yes. Yu Hoen and Jean entered the casino room. Inside, all sorts of people with all sorts of hair colors, classes, and ranks were mixed together in a game of black and red. Yu Hoen carefully observed with his cold, unapproachable gaze. In the other corner, Hera was playing cards with her gang. She said cheerfully, this is ridiculous. If anyone's to blame, it's your low character, the man replied irritably. But this is impossible. How can there be such a winning streak? Suddenly, Yu Hoen's arm reached out and placed itself on the man's shoulder, making him wonder blankly, what are you doing? But before anyone could speak, Yu Hoen took the initiative and said, alright, it's my turn. I want to play with these guys too. Hera looked at him cheerfully and said, this is the first time I've met you. Do you think you're capable enough? Yu Hoen answered without hesitation, I want to try too. Alright, she said invitingly, satisfied. Then come and sit down. Then the two sat facing each other, skimming through the red and black cards carrying each person's destiny. The card game became more complex and was no longer just a very fun game. The atmosphere was more intense. Yu Hoen was playing cards while carefully observing. He judged by the ashtray and food on the corner of the table. It was possible that she had hidden the relic in the middle. As soon as he saw the coin under the ashtray, Yu Hoen thought, using it to boost luck. That's a troublesome relic. After figuring out the trick, he smirked and thought, let me teach you what real bankruptcy is. Right in the first game, Yu Hoen threw out 4 sixes, a 4 of a kind. Seeing this, Hera's face clearly showed astonishment, and beads of sweat appeared on her forehead. Things didn't stop there. In the next game, Yu Hoen continued to play a beautiful card, a 5. The opponent became even more restless, and could only grit their teeth. She swallowed her anger. The goddess of luck once again stood by Yu Hoen, when he continuously won 3 final games with a perfect hand. Hera's whole body trembled slightly, seemingly unable to believe her eyes. She muttered, how can this be? How is this happening? Seeing the opponent's stunned expression, Yu Hoen just indifferently smirked. He took the opportunity to mock, maybe it's because I'm lucky? Isn't it just like you were a moment ago? Yu Hoen? Looking deeply into the eyes of his opponent. Besides, I also know you're using relics to increase your luck. As soon as he finished speaking, Hera's expression immediately changed. Her eyes widened, filled with surprise and panic. Next, Yu Hoen slowly reached out for something. Look, what's this? He found a relic right on the table. The coin of the goddess of luck? It helps make the owner's wishes come true based on their desires. Yu Hoen fiddled with the coin and said with emotion, but with a mediocre relic like this and it's too common, it's still not enough. Do you know this relic is very weak? Only at rank C. Precisely because of that, Yu Hoen was very confident. He curled his lips and said to himself, and I'm unleashing sulfur monosulfide rank power on them. It was all part of Yu Hoen's plan. Irin left the casino and was using the power of bankruptcy on everyone, except Hosea and him. Yu Hoen had praise for Irin. He thought, it seems she's controlled it better after the previous times. Anyway, everyone is unlucky, except for me. Hera interrupted his train of thought. Hey young man, you know about relics? Yu Hoen replied coldly, don't talk nonsense, give me the money. Although unwilling, the opponent still had to grit their teeth and snatch the money bag from their subordinate's hand. She presented the black bag to Yu Hoen, who unexpectedly retorted, not enough? Hera seemed unable to believe her ears, furrowing her brow as she confirmed, what did you say? The person opposite her smirked cunningly, making an arrogant demand. You have to pay more for deceiving me. $1 million per game. Give it to me now. Hera naturally refused to compromise, angrily jumping to her feet. What the hell? Where's the law? Yu Hoen slammed the sword hard onto the table, his voice laced with threat. Oh, so you're not planning on paying me? He chuckled lowly. If you don't have money, I'll accept other things as payment. Because I'm quite lenient. The S-book relic. Give it up. And what is Crane doing here? Tell me everything in detail. Yu Hoen had spoken so plainly that even if Hera were an idiot, she would quickly realize the other party's intention. So, you deliberately approached us for this purpose, she snapped harshly. Our confidential information that you think. Before she could finish speaking, Hera suddenly doubled over. Her whole body flashed with golden light, her stomach feeling like it was being crushed. What was happening? Even Yu Hoen was taken aback. What the hell? I haven't done anything yet. On the opposite side, Hera writhed on the ground, screaming in pain. Suddenly all my teeth fell out, it hurts so much. Yu Hoen was confused. He suddenly thought of a possibility. Perhaps Irene was outside the casino, Marine anxiously pacing back and forth beside Irene. Lady, are you okay? The other party strained to reply. I'm not okay. I don't think I can control it anymore. She felt uneasy. Yu Hoen, I hope you don't overdo it. What should I do? Switching back to the casino, Yu Hoen looked at the person kneeling before him. I wish you had done that sooner. He still had some worries in his heart. Even so, I still don't know how to solve it. Hera clutched her chest, hastily confessing a long string of information. If you go a little north of this place, you will find a forest, and inside there is a dungeon. Something is being grown under the dungeon. Her answer made both Yu Hoen and Jae-ha equally curious. What the hell is there? The corners of Hera's mouth were stained with blood. She struggled to reply. I'm not too sure. Anyway, if you want to enter that tomb, you must be a child. Because the S-book relic only allows children to enter. Hearing this, Yu Hoen narrowed his eyes and muttered. So that's how it is. I thought that woman had some strange relic. The person opposite him hurriedly pleaded. That's all I know. Now can you stop it? But all that replied to her was Yu Hoen's sarcastic laughter. Sorry, I can't stop it. He took out a vial containing a yellow liquid, slowly saying, but I will help you forget the pain this way. Jae's face turned pale the moment he saw the item in the other person's hand. Not long after, the two of them left the casino. Jae muttered in a low voice. This method, it's too cruel. Yu Hoen casually smiled and replied, I'm only acting because I need to keep it a secret. If we release them like the little girl last time, they would report it to Kara immediately. Then there will be trouble, like when we were in Turkey. JHA finally agreed with the other party's approach. That's right. Just then, a system window suddenly appeared before Yu Hoen's eyes. A series of notifications of receiving titles popped up. Finally, there was a notification of combining the titles to create a hidden skill. Looking at the words, Ruthless Tyrant, highlighted in red, Yu Hoen sighed. Resigned to accepting this fact, he looked around. Anyway, where is Irene? Yu Hoen took out his phone, dialed a series of numbers, and muttered in a low voice. And that bodyguard too. The other end of the line didn't answer. He was a little worried. Is she unwell? She used that power just now, and may have lost control. Yu Hoen lowered his eyes, falling into contemplation. Perhaps using it has too many risks. Just then, the bodyguard beside Irene rushed over in a fluster. Something serious has happened. She was out of breath but still tried to report the situation. I lost track of Irene. Yu Hoen was shocked and asked, What? Maureen tried to calm down and retold the story from the beginning. I suddenly felt a bit weak, so I was a little careless. Her voice was full of anxiety. Suddenly she kicked me and ran away. I tried to chase her but I was too late. I can't believe she's so strong and fast. Hearing this, Yu Hoen was almost certain of his guess. It really is a risk. He gave instructions. Search around this place. She's just around here. Jae-hae chimed in. I'll take charge of this area. Marine also perked up and immediately accepted the task. I'll go in the opposite direction. Immediately afterward, they split up and acted. The sound of hurried footsteps echoed throughout the alley. The buildings on both sides of the road flashed past Yu Hoen's eyes. He ran and pondered. What will happen if I can't find her? Should I use the purification map to find her? The next second, Yu Hoen directly rejected this possibility. But to use it, I still need Irene's help. Wait! He suddenly braked and turned his head to look back. I just need to find the light of power that Irene used earlier. That's the only way. Jen took a deep breath and slowly closed his eyes. He told himself, Concentrate. In just a few short seconds, Yu Hoen suddenly opened his eyes, a sharp light flashing in them. He identified the target and rushed forward without hesitation. It's over there! Yu Hoen quickly arrived at a location, a somewhat old hotel. Even after going inside, he still couldn't understand why she came to the hotel. I don't understand. Yu Hoen tried to ask the hotel staff, Can I ask you something? Have you seen a girl with white skin and blonde hair here? The staff was slightly startled, then quickly replied, Yes, I have. Are you her boyfriend? That's great. She babbled on and on. Anyway, please take her out of here for me. Too noisy. Although I accepted her payment, I don't accept this. Yu Hoen took the key that the staff gave him and went to the door of a room. He quickly unlocked the door, turned the doorknob, and went inside, carefully squinting to observe the room. The next second, Yu Hoen's eyes stopped on a figure in the corner of the room. Seeing Irene lying on the bed, holding the black bag tightly in her arms and murmuring his name, Yu Hoen, you are also helpless. What the hell? Yu Hoan conveniently cleaned up the bottles around the room and muttered in a low voice. Is this risk alcohol addiction? She drank too much. He understood. Even if the influence of the risk disappears, she drank too much. I won't be able to ask her anything until tomorrow morning. Yu Hoan crossed his arms and sighed. It's better to sleep here until morning. He gently leaned down, gently brushed the stray hairs on Irin's forehead to the side. She looks so peaceful sleeping. I thought my bag had been taken by someone. She suddenly sat up, her cheeks flushed with alcohol, and smiled sweetly at the person in front of her. This is Yu Hoan. Yu Hoan chuckled and gently asked, Did you sleep well? Why did you drink so much? Immediately afterward, Irin suddenly made a move that stunned Jen, his eyes wide with surprise. Irin suddenly wrapped her arms around his neck, pulling Juen down, pinning him on top of. While he was still confused, Irin happily smiled brightly. I was waiting for Yu Hoan, so I drank alcohol while waiting for you. Yu Hoan gritted his teeth, his face showing confusion. The risk isn't over yet? Then what is the risk? The world suddenly turned upside down. Irin's flushed, drunken face slammed into his eyes. Yu Hoan didn't have time to react, his whole body tilted. His back hit the bed hard. Irin's golden hair fluttered slightly with each unexpected movement. Her soft lips landed right on Yu Hoan's. His entire body stiffened, eyes wide with shock. Yu Hoan's mind went blank. He even forgot to dodge. After an unknown amount of time, Irin pulled back, slowly separating her lips from his. She gave Yu Hoan a silly smile. His cheeks flushed slightly as he hesitantly called out her name. Irin. She didn't respond to Yu Hoken, but instead, she leaned her head against his shoulder and drifted back to sleep. Just then, a system window suddenly appeared. He glanced at it, and it displayed. This risk is targeted at your lips. Yu Hoan was annoyed. You're telling me something I already know. He irritably warned it. Tell me before it happens, you damn crow. At the camp, a cry of astonishment suddenly rang out. That's a goddamn risk. The person let out a soft sigh. But thankfully, I returned to the United States safely. Inside a tent, Kara raised an eyebrow, asking the person next to him, Have you been monitoring them like I said? The person immediately reported. They moved from Turkey to New York, and then back to Ghana. Locals nearby said they used a special plane from the George Hen family. Kara stroked his chin thoughtfully. Hoan, moreover, one of the intruders in the Turkish dungeon was a woman. If she's a woman from the Hoan family, it's highly likely it's Irin Hen, who knows them. Kara continued to press. Any new news from Ghana? Yujun hesitated before answering. Yes, but it's not good news. He recounted the situation. Some of the soldiers stationed there seemed to have had nervous breakdowns, and they were arrested after running naked throughout the province. Yujun speculated. They seem to have had their minds controlled by some artifact. Hearing this, Kara gritted his teeth and cursed. These bastards! This time you won't escape my grasp! Kara frowned and sat down on the chair beside him. But why did they go there? There's nothing special there. Yujun considered a possibility and asked in a low voice. General, did you place any dungeons in Ghana? Kara nodded. Yes, but that relic wasn't useful in actual combat, so I moved it to a remote location. Kara felt confused, propping up his chin in doubt. Furthermore, why do they need it? Yujun suddenly spoke up. General, would you like us to launch a surprise attack? Kara was not very concerned with his suggestion. It's not that serious yet. What I need is information about the Hen family. Kara narrowed his eyes, sternly instructing Yujun. Investigate the Hoan family. Scene changed to another location. A jeep was speeding along a mountain road. Inside the car, a voice complained. Hey, why didn't you contact me yesterday? Jia frowned, looking at the driver, and grumbled. You found Irin and didn't even tell us. Do you know how cold it was sleeping outside? Yu Hoan replied casually. There were some issues. The other person pouted and retorted. Then why didn't you answer when I called? Recalling what happened last night, Hoan had tried to shake Irin awake. Sorry, Irin, are you alright? Just remembering it made him feel annoyed. She was hugging me too tightly. I couldn't get away. Maybe that's this risk. Jaha immediately perked up. What? Then don't tell me you two. Yu Hoan directly rejected his thought. That's impossible. I swear on these hands. Jaha chuckled teasingly. Come on, there's no need to be shy. In the back seat, the bodyguard next to Irin earnestly pleaded. Miss, please don't drink anymore in the future. Irin could only smile sheepishly. Understood. Alright, stop talking, we're entering the dungeon, Yu Hoan said, ending the awkward atmosphere in the car. Just then, the system window appeared before his eyes. Yu Hoan was slightly stunned, his eyes falling on the last line of the message. This dungeon has been conquered and already has an owner. Yu Hoan looked doubtful. Someone got here before me, but why hasn't the dungeon owner closed it? Why would he do that? He couldn't figure it out, even after thinking for a long time, so he decided to give up. Whatever. I'll know once I get inside. Yu Hoan focused on driving, looking straight ahead. He called out to the person next to him. Give me some low-tier relics. Jaha was a little uneasy, anxiously asking, Are you planning to destroy more holy relics? Yu Hoan replied indifferently with a curt sentence, casually tossing the holy relic out the car window. We'll see. The holy relic protested. "Hey human, what are you doing?" The next second, a huge explosion suddenly occurred, and a cloud of thick smoke rose in the area. As the smoke cleared, a gap appeared in the dungeon before them. Jaha exclaimed in surprise. "There's a hole. Was it filled in by someone else?" Yu Hoen smirked slightly. "Why so surprised? It'll be even more surprising once you go inside." Marine, sitting next to Idrin, swallowed hard, anxiously asking, "Where do you think you're going?" Yu Hoen didn't answer her, directly slamming his foot on the accelerator. The car roared and shot into the passage before them, the people inside screaming in terror. Irin laughed gleefully, while Marine, sitting next to her, scolded in annoyance. "What the hell? Is this what you call a plan?" Yu Hoen chuckled, turning his head to look at her. "If it's not a road, then I'll make one." Marine retorted irritably, "Now's not the time for your philosophy." The car plunged down the rocky slope. Yu Hoen thought to himself, "It seems like there's another dungeon left down here. I just have a feeling it's there." He told himself, "This is the best way." The person in the back panicked and shouted, "It's a dead end up ahead." Yu Hoen didn't flinch at all, curving his lips as he called out to the person next to him, "Give me another holy relic." The car got closer and closer to the dead end, the towering cliff face almost crashing into everyone's line of sight. At that critical moment, a violent explosion rang out. Mixed with screams of terror, the car pierced through the thick cloud of smoke and charged straight ahead. The explosion caused a huge shock, and a column of black smoke soared into the sky. Inside the dungeon, the jeep slowly came to a stop amidst the hazy smoke. Marine burst into emotion, cheering with joy. "It stopped! We're alive!" Jaha breathed a sigh of relief. "I thought I was going to meet my ancestors." Yu Hoen opened the car door and stepped out, just in time to see the system window appear, which indicated that he could use human items in this dungeon. Yu Hoen was surprised. "Huh?" He pulled out his phone to check. "Oh, the phone actually works." Jia suddenly shouted in horror. "What the hell, boss? Look! Look over there!" Yu Hoen frowned and glanced over. "Huh?" As soon as he clearly saw the scene in front of him, his whole body froze, his eyes widening in shock. Junha exclaimed, "A huge tea field. How could they grow it in this place? It's as big as 3 football fields combined." He noticed the children sitting around the tea field, suddenly feeling confused. And those kids, are those children being controlled? "I clearly made a lot of noise." Yu Hoen lowered his eyes, nodding in agreement with him. "It's indeed a puzzling sight." He read the notification window that had just appeared. It said that the people here were being controlled by the remnants of Stew Book, harvesting tea leaves under the orders of the Holy Relic. Yu Hoen looked displeased. "Tell me more, you damn crow. Is this tea garden also made of holy relics?" It immediately replied, "It is a tea leaf embodying a human power. Even the dead can feel this power. Once you taste it, a very indescribable fragrance." Yu Honyen was stunned after reading this. It came to the conclusion, this tea garden is made from the holy relic of Shen Nong. Jaha looked doubtful. "Shen Nong? Introduce him a little." Shen Nong, a person with the appearance of a human, but with a pair of terrifyingly large horns on his head, also known as the divine farmer in Chinese mythology. According to what is said, Shen Nong was the first to create farming tools and teach people how to cultivate crops. Besides, he would personally taste all kinds of herbs, even the poisonous ones. People often whispered that if poisoned, simply chewing tea leaves could detoxify. Jaha wondered, what about the rest of the S-book? Yu Hoen replied, "It's nearby." He lowered his eyes and muttered, "Looking back now, I feel a bit." Yu Hoen wondered, this dungeon was created by a xenogeneic relic, Shen Nong. Could it be that Shen Nong, the namesake of the tree, once came here too? A series of unanswered questions filled his mind. Why would she waste this tea plantation? If she didn't need it, then why didn't she close this dungeon? Yu Hoen? Considering a possibility, maybe they wanted it even more than closing the dungeon. There's a restriction that only children can enter this tomb. She took the rest of the sook and lured the children in nearby Ghana to work. Thinking of this, he became even more determined. We need to find the other half of the sook. Yu Hoen wandered around the tea field area, stroking his chin thoughtfully. It emits a fragrance, so it must be somewhere around here. Just then, a scream suddenly came from behind him. Yu Hoen instinctively turned around to look. Jaha was struggling to avoid an attack from a kid. "Big bro, my hand. Are these kids crazy?" Yu Hoen frowned, at this moment suddenly paying attention to the situation under his feet. The children who had been silent around him suddenly became strange. They aggressively stepped forward, gritting their teeth and growling. Yu Hoen immediately put on a fierce expression, glaring threateningly at the children. 2 kids were so scared that they cowered, tears welling up in their eyes as they backed away. "So scary." Yu Hoen took out a rope and ordered, "Tie the children up." It immediately obeyed the instruction. "Yes, master." The rope quickly shot out, wrapping around the kid who was biting Daewa's hand tightly. It squeezed the child's abdomen, giggling with pleasure. "Let's play?" The playful rope hung the kids up high. Dee breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, it was just a small bite. Yu Hoen approached and asked Han, "Are you okay?" Daha replied sulkily, "Can't you see my hand is swollen?" Yu Hoen ignored him, looking at the two people opposite him. How about you two? Irin softly replied. Still okay. But is Dapur alright? Del looked around and exclaimed in panic. Big bro, we're done for. At this moment, all the children in the tea field went mad at the same time, grinding their teeth and glaring at them with ferocious expressions. Yuho sighed. Things are starting to get troublesome. All the children in the surrounding area suddenly became strange, their faces sullen as they got closer and closer. They'd never seen a scene like this before, and was immediately startled. It looks like these kids are going crazy. Yuho seemed calmer. He raised his eyebrows in annoyance. Troublesome. Yuho narrowed his eyes calculatingly. But it also has its good side, because maybe the children are reacting to the other half of the relic. Dahao Kin jumped up. Are you planning to let us get bitten by it like just now? The other side just smiled faintly. The first time was just a slip-up. Don't worry, it won't happen again. In the next second, an angry voice rang out. Those wretched humans dare to hinder me. They can't concentrate on their work. Yuho was waiting for the moment it revealed itself. A cunning smile appeared on his lips. There you are. He darted off in one direction, not forgetting to instruct Haka. Get close to Irin, the bankrupt relic will help us. Yuho followed the light in front of him, thinking. This relic seems to be angry. Its aura is a bit special. He summoned the rope and commanded, tie up those guys in front of me. It immediately obeyed. Yes, master. The rope darted forward, tightly binding the few kids blocking the way. They growled and tried to struggle, but were all restrained by the rope, unable to move at all. Some of the kids were even hung upside down by it, only able to whine and scream. The obstacle in front of Duhoen was cleared by the rope. Cao Bu angrily rebuked. You bastard! What did you do to the children? He acted as if he didn't hear, proclaiming with a smile. I'm your new owner. The other party was startled. What did you say? Duhoen's eyes suddenly sharpened. He let it be known that it was the children. I won't let a single one escape. The few kids standing nearby started to fear. They shrunk their shoulders, not daring to step forward. Duhoen calmly looked down at the ground. If you don't listen to me, it's going to happen right now. Some small creature was furtively moving beneath his feet. Duhosen called out, Come out! The holy relic pretended to be deaf and continued to shrink back. Without any restraint, he stomped directly on Cao Bu, making it scream in pain. Duhoen questioned, Where did you hide the Muliken, mirror of vision? Cao Bu was caught by him. It pressed. How did you know about me, you bastard? Duhoen sneered. If I didn't know, why would all the tea trees here be so healthy? He loudly called the rest of the people. Is there any room nearby? Can I have everyone help me find it? Yiha immediately responded, Got it. Duhoen lowered his eyes to look at Cao Bu. So you still intend to bargain? He raised an eyebrow, demanding its price. I also know that you really love money. I want to buy you. Speak up. How much is the price? Hearing this, Cao Bu coldly snorted. It's truly surprising that a human like you knows this matter. Actually, the money to bribe me is a bit expensive. Just then, Yiha walked over to report. There are no rooms, big bro, but what's this about a monetary bribe? Duhoen didn't hide anything, and explained to him. It's because of this thing. From what he knew, Cao Bu in the story had received a lot of support when it left. Though he had departed, he never returned in the end. In this sense, this guy was essentially blackmailing with a holy relic. Duhoen explained his previous dealings with Hera as follows. We need to sign a contract with it to use it. Therefore, while we were still at the casino, you gathered all their money. Speaking up to this point, Duhoen suddenly found it ridiculous. Even this thing would risk its life for money. Yiha also sighed in admiration. What a stupid holy relic. Does it use the money for anyway? Duhoen's gaze was fixed on Cao Bu, probing. How do you find this contract? He let the holy relic crawl onto the money bag, murmuring, There are only 2 billion in that bag. Cao Bu sighed over the scent of real money, which was hard to forget. It showed dissatisfaction. But it's still not enough. Do you humans think you can buy me with just this much? Duhoen directly unlocked a bag. I knew you would say that. Even Yeha standing next to him was bewildered by his action. Huh? Duhoen smiled and asked Cao Bu. Is it enough now? It excitedly cheered. What? With this much I can take, run guy, out to play. Duhoen thought to himself. This amount is more than what Quan paid it in the previous life, so it should be enough. He was very confident in negotiating with Cao Bu. Alright, are the conditions met now? Unexpectedly, it didn't answer right away. Wait a bit, I'm counting. Cao Bu's entire body swayed and bounced. It feigned displeasure. It's still lacking, human. I need more. It's still not enough. There's still the tax money missing. Its answer made Duhoen frown. Kaira, how much did she give you? Yiha beside him pouted, leaning close to his ear to whisper. Actually, most of the leaders' money poured into it, so it must be quite a lot. A sense of anxiety suddenly welled up in Duhoen's heart. He muttered. It's that formidable? Du Hosen had no choice but to compromise, ultimately giving up all the cash he had prepared. Everything Du Hosen was carrying had to be handed over, including his jewelry. Furthermore, he proceeded to exchange the contract documents that A Ning had brought. This time, Sao Bu finally agreed. I will follow you, master. Yi Ha sighed in admiration. Finally, Slasbook happily hummed a tune. It asked, My previous owner wasn't like this, but you seem quite wealthy, so what can I do to help you, master? Unexpectedly, Yu Hoen wordlessly sealed it inside a jar. Spook protested. What? All it saw was Yu Hoen's smug expression. I finally caught you. I'll take good care of you. Xiaobook shouted in confusion. I've already submitted to you. Why? Yu Hoen interrupted directly. This is your first order. Release the hypnosis on these children. Let them go home. The children were freed from the spell. They stared blankly at each other. I was at home, waving a fan. Why am I here? What's going on? Some even burst into tears, sobbing. Mom! Yu Hoen issued the next command. Create and exit. S-Book replied irritably. What? If I do that, the Shenong relic will go crazy. Yu Hoen assured. I'll take care of that myself. Stopbook muttered. All right, then the first fee is 7 million. As soon as it finished speaking, Yu Hoen angrily scolded. You want to charge me again? Spook giggled. Isn't it a deposit? No one works for free. Yu Hoen reluctantly conceded. Fine. I'll give it to you once we're outside. Spook refused. Give it to me now. Why wait until we're out? Its attitude made Yu Hoen's blood boil, anger blazing in his eyes. Yu Hoen vigorously shook the jar in his hand, enunciating each word. You want the money up front? Fine, here it is. S-Book cried out in alarm. Stop! Yu Hoen asked again. Can I pay later? The relic had no choice but to give in. Okay, stop. It hurriedly ordered the children. You guys go to work. They were immediately controlled by S-Book. Their moving speed was dizzying. Jae-Hae blurted out in amazement. So fast! S-Book laughed triumphantly. Aren't I awesome? Yu Hoen turned to talk to Jae-Ha. We should also pack up our things and prepare to leave. In their sight, the children were excellent at harvesting tea leaves. Some tea saplings had already been dug up and packed. It was an astonishing speed. After a while, Yu Hoen fell into a difficult situation. The preparations for leaving are complete. But there's a problem. I can't put too many of these children on the vehicle. Jae-Hae anxiously asked for ideas. What should we do? Yu Hoen mumbled softly. The only way is to take the luggage down and try walking around. Earthworm, help me get out of here. Sprybook protested. Master hasn't given me the money from before yet, you shrewd thing. Yu Hoen sighed. If we escape from here, another 7 million, okay? Ace. I guess Book immediately changed its attitude, happily replying. We'll take a shortcut. Yu Hoen tossed the jar containing it to Jae-Hae. Hold this, it will lead us. S-Book grumbled. What are you doing, master? Jae-Ha was still a little worried, looking at Yu Hoen doubtfully. But, big brother, Yu Hoen turned his back to him. I need to take some more relics, give me the bag, I'll choose some useful things. Jae-Hae naturally agreed. Okay. Just then, the surrounding rocks suddenly shook. An angry voice boomed. Those humans dare to destroy my garden. Hearing this, Yu Hoen and Jae-Ha were both stunned. Rocks and soil fell everywhere, creating a dusty scene. That angry voice echoed in their ears. Agriculture is the most important and beneficial thing. Yu Hoen had been waiting for this moment. Show yourself, Shenong relic, he urged those around him. Everyone get out of here first. The S-Book relic will guide you. Ikren worriedly called out. Hoen! Yu Hoen ran straight inside, leaving her with only one sentence. I'll catch up with you guys later. Jae-Ha shouted. Big brother, you must succeed. I'm throwing it. With that, he used all his strength to throw the backpack in his hand towards Jen. Before Jen's astonished eyes, a stream of purple energy suddenly appeared. The backpack containing the relic was covered by that energy. Suddenly stopping next to the rock wall, the stream of purple energy surrounded Jen, separating him from the outside. Jae-Ha shouted, Big brother! Irin beside him was equally alarmed. Yu Hoen! Yu Hoen turned his head to look at the two of them. I'm fine, get out first, I just need to deal with this relic and it will disappear. The angry voice of the Shenong relic once again rang out. You think you've caught me, you arrogant brat? It arrogantly declared that it was impossible. At the same time, the ground around Yu Hoen shook violently. Gnarled roots erupted from the earth. Shenong roared. You will be punished for taking my farmers away from here. As soon as it finished speaking, the roots surged forward, tightly coiling around Yu Hoen's ankles. He immediately drew his sword, trying to chop off the tangled roots clinging to his legs. A flash of azure energy suddenly sparked in Yu Hoen's eyes. He gritted his teeth, activating his ice affinity skill. Immediately afterwards, a stream of light carrying a long trail of ice formed a freezing circle. Yu Hoen lunged forward, breaking free from the roots. Control. Shenong couldn't help but sigh. How can a human like you? Yu Hoen glanced around, his gaze intensely fixed on a particular spot. Amidst the vast tea field, A faint blue light enveloped the tea tree. He became even more convinced of his assumption. There it is, hidden among the tea trees. It's also a sacred artifact, like the tea tree. Yu Hoen furrowed his brow, moving quickly towards his target. I need to reach it first. In the instant he was only a few steps away, his eyes suddenly widened. A strange purple gas surrounded Yu Hoen's position. He instinctively covered his nose. What? Damn it, poison? Shen Nong coldly chuckled. No matter how long you can hold your breath, you'll still die. Let's see how long you can last. Faced with its provocation, Yu Hoen gritted his teeth and sneered. You think I'm that easy to defeat? He took out a sacred artifact. The first Erectus hand axe of humanity. Rang D. It's the sacred artifact I took from those Jia bastards. Yu Hoen began to vigorously strike the flints together, confidently declaring, I'm going to burn this whole place down. In just a few seconds, a fierce fire erupted right beneath his feet. The fire grew larger and larger, spreading to the nearby tea bushes. Countless tea trees were incinerated, causing Shen Nong to angrily shout, Hey, human! It wasn't spared from the flames of the Erectus hand axe either, yelling loudly, It's hot! How dare you do this? Yu Hoen watched this scene with satisfaction, a wicked smile spreading across his lips. This thing is even better than I thought. He ran straight towards the opposite direction, casually mocking. There's also a tale that Shen Nong can control fire, but it seems that's not the case. Reaching Shen Nong, Yu Hoen swung his sword, preparing to strike. Now you're mine, sacred artifact. Who knew it would coldly snort in response? Don't be ridiculous. The next second, the surrounding earth suddenly shook violently. Yu Hoen lost his balance, staggering and collapsing onto the ground. The ground beneath his feet caved in, forming a pit. Yu Hoen fell down amidst Shen Nong's gleeful laughter. Although I don't know how to use fire, I know how to control the earth. I'll send you to the very bottom of this hole. Yang Ha took in the entire scene, frantically pounding on the energy barrier. Big brother! Yu Hoen on the other side desperately clung to the cliff face, grinding his teeth and grumbling, This is so annoying, it's too deep. If you want to die, then die already. Don't drag me down with you. A root suddenly lashed out, wrapping around his ankle. Shen Nong growled in response. I won't let you go this time. It controlled the root, dragging Yu Hoen down into the pit, laughing gleefully. I'll turn you into fertilizer for the trees. He was completely controlled by the roots, able only to accept being dragged along, but still desperately searching for a way to escape. The earth shook for a while, piling on top of each other, creating clouds of dust. The earth quickly filled the pit, and Yu Hoen's figure was no longer visible. Both Irin and Jia anxiously shouted, Yu Hoen, big brother! Marian rushed to Irin's side, urging, This place is collapsing! We have to get out of here! Jia hesitated. But then my boss will die, and all my stuff is in there too. Marin face-palmed. Can't you see we're separated by a wall? The surrounding cliffs crumbled, with large and small rocks falling in torrents. The urgent situation allowed no more hesitation. He gritted his teeth and cursed, Damn it! He finally made a decision. We have to get out, there's no other way. Deep in the pit, Du Hoen was surrounded by a dense web of intertwined roots. Shen Nong arrogantly believed he had victory in his grasp. Now you're just a rat in my hands. Dying down here seems more fitting for you, don't you think? Du Hoen decisively slashed through the branch wrapped around his ankle. Shen Nong mocked. There's no hope left for you. Du Hoen stared intently at him. Shen Nong exclaimed irritably, Your existence is annoying me. Du Hoen fell into contemplation. Shen Nong was also a god, and this thing was likely a new, holy relic. He braced himself, tightening his grip on the sword at his hip, and sighed inwardly. It's hard to keep things in check for long. But just when everyone thought Du Hoen would attack, the sword in his hand suddenly disappeared. Shen Nong watched Du Hoen approach empty-handed, utterly stunned. Huh? You've given up? Are you sure? His ambiguous reply left Shen Nong bewildered. I want to try a gamble. Du Hoen took out the ectostone. If you die first, I'm here, and I don't know if I can escape. He shrugged. If there's a big enough explosion, I can get out of here. This is the only way I can think of. Shen Nong was so angry he was speechless. You call this making a scene, you idiot? Aren't you afraid you'll be caught in the explosion too? Du Hoen remained unfazed, casually smiling as he replied, I don't care. He clenched the stone in his hand. Holy relic, use all your power now. It frantically protested, Master, I'll break if you do that. Du Hoen ignored it, directly grinding the two stones together. Immediately afterwards, an incredible flame erupted, followed by deafening explosions. The action caused such a huge commotion that even the others standing outside had to turn and look. The entire mountain of rock in front of them blazed fiercely, flames reaching high into the sky, countless rocks falling down. Jaha finally snapped back to reality. Crap! The dungeon's collapsing! Get away! The entire dungeon collapsed, leaving only ruins, shattered earth, and rocks mixed together. After the thick cloud of dust, a blurry figure slowly approached. Du Hoen's face was covered in mud, but he smiled faintly. Lucky I still escaped. Z was the first to see him, cheering with delight. Boss! He rushed over excitedly. Boss, I thought you were dead. Irin anxiously asked a long string of questions. Du-Hoen, weren't you trapped in there? How could you? Du-Hoen slowly reassured them. How could I die so easily? Don't worry too much. I've cleared out the dungeon. Iron giggled. Jaeha was very worried about you, Du-Hoen. Jaeha shyly denied it. When was I worried? I was just asking. His face flushed red, trying to justify himself. Because he's my boss. If the boss dies, I won't know where to go. Is that not allowed? Du-Hoen tossed Zima a charred black branch, casually praising. Good job. He continued to toss the dark erectus stone to the other, curving his lips into a slight smile. Too bad we're still going to be busy for a long time, so you better prepare yourself. Daya looked at the 2 charred items in her hands, bewildered, and asked, But, big bro, what are these? Yu-Hoen explained. That's Shen Nong's achievements. It's injured. He directly assigned the task to Zhen. The rest of the flint has been ruined. I need you to fix them. He immediately felt incredulous and shouted, It's turned into charcoal! Yu-Hoen's face darkened, and he let out a threatening hum. Are you saying you can't fix it? Ju was so scared that he broke out in a cold sweat. No, when did I say that? Of course I'll fix it. Yu-Hoen rummaged around and tossed another piece of stone towards him, along with the Hammurabi stone tablet. Then, he leisurely turned to leave. Let's go home. I need to do some things. Scene changed to Los Angeles. On a highway bustling with traffic. Inside a building, a fan gently wafted, cooling the tiny leaves. The entire room echoed with the melodious sound of a flute, which sounded truly pleasant. Then, one cold teardrop after another was carefully dripped into a potted plant. 3 people surrounded and meticulously served a potted plant, finally earning its praise. Not bad, very good. Sheng-U, holding a tray of water, frowned and muttered, Are we going to keep doing this? Being a farmer, no. I think we're more like plant butlers, he sighed. How much longer? Just then, his phone suddenly vibrated, and the screen lit up. The caller ID immediately displayed Yu-Hoen. Kung-U quickly answered the phone. Hey big bro, long time no see. What's up big bro? Zhang Shuak and Yop Kyun curiously looked over, just in time to hear his doubtful voice. Going to New York? Taking all that stuff with us? Ah, okay, I understand. As soon as the call ended, Trang Zhuk stepped forward to inquire. What is it? Is it Yu-Hoen? Seong-U recounted. We need to go to New York. The other person exclaimed in surprise. What? Sheng-U put his phone in his pocket and repeated again. Yu-Hoen wants us to go to New York. His face was full of excitement. He tilted his head and instructed the person behind him. Pack your bags. It's been so long since we went out. The other party excitedly replied, Yes. Scene changed to early morning at an airport, warm sunlight covering the space. Yu-Hoen, wearing an eye mask, was still deep in sleep when someone woke him up. Big bro. Ja, get up you. We've arrived in New York. Let's get off the plane. Yu-Hoen groggily sat up and replied softly. Okay, I know. I'll get up right away. But as soon as the other person turned away, he leaned back and closed his eyes tightly. Yu-Ho got up just as Irin walked in. Yu-Hoen, we've arrived. Are you awake? She hesitated and continued. But we have a few problems. The person opposite him frowned slightly. What problems? Irin seemed a little worried. I can't contact the private driver. This has never happened before. Yu-Hoen didn't pay much attention and reassured her. We can take a taxi. It's okay. The other party nodded and replied softly. Yes, I'll try to contact them again. I hope nothing happened. He urged. Pack your things. Not long after that, they successfully booked a car. Jae-Hae exclaimed. It's been a long time since I took a taxi again. In the back seat, Yu-Hoen turned to ask the person next to him. Still can't contact your driver? Erin squeezed the phone in her hand and sighed softly. No, I'm worried that something happened at home. Seeing her so uneasy, Yu-Hoen had no choice but to reassure her softly. Don't worry too much, Erin. He gave a trustworthy smile. We're almost there. I'll cure your parents right away. Just then, Yu-Hoen's phone suddenly vibrated, and he quickly looked down to check. The screen displayed the caller ID as Planting Team, and he immediately guessed it was Kung Yu. Yu-Hoen turned to one side and pressed the answer button. Hello? The other end of the line hurriedly recounted the situation. Big bro, we're arriving at the designated location, but some Americans keep chasing after us. He asked doubtfully. You guys are being chased? Why? Sung-U replied breathlessly. They keep chasing after us to snatch that almond tree. Yu-Hoen frowned, thinking that was right. Because it was something everyone wanted, it seemed he had been careless. He calculated silently. He probably needed to summon a flame to get there in time. The next second, Yu-Hoen summoned the relic, Block Cho. But the system window announced that the summoning order was rejected. Block Cho was resisting his domination. Yu-Hoen hadn't anticipated this situation, and the person on the other end frantically asked, Big bro, what do we do? He had to give a few brief instructions. Go to the location I told you about earlier, and for now, just try to run. Sheng-U froze when he heard Yu-Hoen's subsequent threat. If you guys get caught, you're dead to me. As soon as he hung up, Irin, who was sitting next to him, anxiously asked, "Han, what's wrong? What happened to your friend?" Yu Hoen nodded. "Yeah, little trouble." He didn't explain further, just casually said, "They'll handle it." Yu Hoen looked up and stared straight ahead. "We just need to get to the meeting place quickly. Can you go faster, driver?" Irene suddenly fell silent upon hearing this. She lowered her head, and the driver responded awkwardly. "Well..." He hesitated for a moment before uttering a sentence that stunned Zhenhe. "Actually, this road has been blocked from the start." He questioned irritably, "What kind of business is this? Why not take another road?" The driver feigned helplessness. "But there's no other way." He frowned and looked at the person next to him. "You think it's just us stuck here? There are many people behind us just like us." Zhenhe snapped. "Then take another road! Hurry up!" The driver said. "We've been in here for a while. We can't turn back now." Erin lowered her head even further, sinking into guilt. "What should I do if something happens to your friend and my parents too?" Just then, a deafening explosion rang out, and a plume of smoke rose high into the air. Yu Hoen lowered the car window and looked out to assess the situation. "What's going on?" The line of cars in front of him suddenly became chaotic. Fierce arguments erupted. "The bridge is collapsing. It exploded. Where are your eyes?" Zhenhe fidgeted restlessly. "What's going on?" "But, big bro..." He turned his head to look at the back seat. "Do you know what the hell is going on?" But as soon as he saw the condition of the person behind him, Zhenhe's face immediately turned pale. Irin was like a soulless person, unconsciously emitting energy around her. Yu Hoen tried to call her name. "Irin, calm down." He anxiously sat close to her, repeatedly urging, "Irin, wake up! Irin!" She seemed not to hear, remaining silent without reacting at all. Seeing a series of warning windows appear, Yu Hoen knew that Irin's condition was very bad, and negative emotions were leaking out intensely. He anxiously cursed. "Damn it!" Yu Hoen unhesitatingly grabbed the hand of the person next to him, his tone full of earnestness. "Irin." The moment she looked up, she heard him say softly, "Don't waste it. It won't help us solve anything right now." The next second, a blue energy covered her, and Irin's eyes suddenly faded. It didn't take long for that energy to disappear. She regained consciousness. Irin tilted her head, her expression full of confusion. "What did I just do? I'm going to call the police." Yu Hoen felt it was unnecessary. "Forget it. All the cops in this district are broke. They can't get here." She went wild. "Then what should I do?" Yu Hoen took out an item, raising his eyebrows and smiling slightly. "It's time to use this." He recalled the incident in the past, the military relic he had obtained before. At that time, he couldn't use it because his control wasn't strong enough. Yu Hoen's eyes were filled with confidence. He told himself, "Things are different now." Cut to New York City. Shouting erupted near an alley. "Where the hell are they?" A thug with a fierce face muttered. "We'd be billionaires if we got that tree." The crew member with a shaved head looked worried. "But they don't seem to understand what we're saying. Do we need to find an interpreter?" The boss gritted his teeth and growled, "We can't delay any longer. Although I hate to, we have to rob them." He cocked the gun in his hand. "No one cares about the disappearance of a bunch of foreigners. Take care of them as soon as you find them." The boss led his men to search everywhere. "They must still be nearby. Search faster." The crew members agreed in unison. "Yes." Seeing this, the Kung U trio breathed a sigh of relief. "Luckily, we're disguised too much like soldiers, so they didn't recognize us," Du Kyung exclaimed. "It's because we disguised ourselves too much like soldiers that they didn't recognize us." Just then, a police officer suddenly rushed in, pointing at the three. "It's them. I received a report that there were some suspicious men dressed as nuns." Not letting the opponent scream any further, Do Kyung quickly rushed forward and pushed him hard. The police officer didn't have time to react. "What?" Hurried footsteps echoed in the hallway, and the group urged each other on. "Run faster! First we were chased by those ghostly bastards, and now the police!" Shung U took off the cumbersome nun clothes, grumbling. "Who came up with this nun disguise thing?" The person behind him denied it vehemently. "Not me, bro!" Zheng U clicked his tongue, annoyed. "We should have disguised ourselves as tourists. Don't let them catch us." But life is never as you dream it to be. The people who were chasing them earlier reappeared. The boss shouted, "There they are!" Kung U noticed the weapons in the opponent's hands, and could only curse helplessly. "Damn it, we've been discovered. And this time, they're carrying guns." He glanced behind him and immediately tensed up. "There's also a cop behind us." The boss on the other side rushed forward aggressively, ordering his men, "Kill!" The bald man hesitated as he raised his gun. "There's a cop behind you guys," the opponent shouted. "I don't care!" The police officers also caught up, aggressively warning, "Freeze!" The three members of the Kung Yu group were surrounded from both sides. Du Kyung panicked. Bang! The boss of the chasing group encouraged his men. "General Kra will take care of this. Shoot!" Zen U hurriedly tried to dodge, frowning and muttering, "We're doomed." The police officer in the other direction also refused to let him go, rushing forward. "I'm gonna throw you guys in jail for impersonating nuns." But he suddenly stopped after only taking a few steps. Behind them, everything suddenly fell silent. Siu U and Do Kyung suspiciously turned their heads back. Behind them, it was empty. Seeing this, Su Ung-u was stunned. The police officer had disappeared. Do Ki-sung was just as shocked as him, looking around. The others had disappeared too. Immediately after, a soft laugh suddenly echoed in the corner. Am I just in time? As soon as they looked closely at the other person's face, the Jung-u group grinned. It's Big Brother! He couldn't help but wonder, what's going on? What about them? Yu Hoen curled his lips and calmly replied, vanished, as if they never existed, a place that can also be called the end of the world. His answer made the three members of Shung-u freeze, their faces unreadable and speechless. Cut to CR's house. It was already night, and the whole space was silent. Several cars that didn't fit the scene suddenly appeared here, accompanied by a loud commotion. What the hell? Where are we? We were on the road. How did we suddenly end up on this plane? The next second, the thugs chasing the Kung-yu trio were also present here. They fell head over heels on the grass. The boss sat up, staring around blankly. What the hell happened? The crew member next to him dreamily exclaimed, This pony is so beautiful! The boss's angry shout echoed throughout the quiet night. Where the hell is this? The reason behind all these strange occurrences is the sacred artifact in Yu Hoen's hand. An invitation from a rank SS god. A brief introduction. This is a sacred artifact that originated from the ancient concept of kamikakushi in Japan. They believed that if someone suffered too much, God would take them to that place. Zen Ung-u suddenly remembered the main issue. Oh right, big brother. The tree. Yu Hoen smiled contentedly. It's finally obtained a complete form. I've been waiting for this moment, and now we can awaken it. Scene changes to a room. The lighting in this place is quite dim. Sao Buchak looked around and muttered, What? That tree over there feels like the missing half of me. Yu Hoen caressed the foliage in his hand, and softly chuckled. I'll help you become more complete. With that, he directly uprooted the entire tree. It cried out in panic. What the hell? The tree continuously resisted. Get away! I hate this human. This dominating ability is disgusting. Shung-u, standing nearby, couldn't bear to watch. Big brother, be gentle with it. Its leaves are very fragile. Yu Hoen didn't seem to care much, and replied casually with a smile. 1 or 2 leaves won't make a difference. The tree angrily shouted, You bastard! Where are my servants? Give them back to me! It hurts! Yu Hoen then looked at Bukarak in the jar. Alright, let's go to your new home. He opened the lid and dropped Zibuk into the pot, raising an eyebrow with a playful grin. You have a roommate now. Zibuk excitedly crawled out. My other half is found, the tree irritably exclaimed. Are you trying to take over my territory? Sao Busak rubbed against the tree trunk and affectionately replied. We both belong to each other. The tree stubbornly refused to accept. Stay away from me. I don't need anyone. Yu Hoen ignored their bickering and poured new soil into the pot, replacing the old soil altogether. He proceeded to the next step and used his domination ability to stimulate the tree's growth. The tree raised a fuss upon hearing that. What domination? Never! I hate it! Yu Hoen basically didn't give it a choice. His blue energy enveloped the tree. It wailed. It hurts! A piercing scream echoed for a long time. Yu Hoen only silently observed the situation. The blue light gradually dissipated, revealing the tree with many bright red berries. Yu Hoen looked at the results and finally seemed satisfied. Done. He explained to the person next to him. If anyone eats this fruit, all kinds of diseases will be cured. Now we just need to give it to your parents. The preparations are complete. Yu Hoen urged, Let's go! Irin immediately responded enthusiastically, Yes. Scene changes to, not long after, the yellow car sped along the highway. The car went straight towards the luxurious mansion ahead. The closer we got to the mansion, just as he saw something, the driver's expression immediately changed. What? Through the car window, he saw several people in black lying unconscious on the roadside, and couldn't help but wonder, why are people lying here? Yu Hoen immediately spoke up. Stop the car now! The people in the car were startled. What's wrong? He frowned tightly, looked around to assess the situation, and wondered, what exactly happened? The mansion in front of them showed signs of being vandalized, with a lot of debris scattered around. Irin was stunned. My house! Ya fell into confusion. What the hell is this? The person next to him also panicked. I can't contact the private driver. Yu Hoen glanced at them and said in a deep voice, Let's go inside. Seeing this, Irin obediently followed. As soon as Yu Hoen pushed the door open, the crimson color of blood assaulted his eyes. Ricky was lying face down on the ground, with a pool of blood underneath. Irin screamed in horror. Big brother! The person barely managed to utter. Good thing Yu Hoen quickly moved closer, trying to wake Ricky up. Hey! Wake up! He struggled to stand up, letting out a sigh of relief. Thank goodness you're back. Ricky's body was completely drained. He could only collapse on the floor. I was attacked. Yu Hoen silently assessed the other man's condition. The wound is too deep. It looks like a wound from a sacred relic. He pressed. Do you know who they are? Ricky replied haltingly. My parents. They targeted them, then were sucked into a strange painting. Yu Hoen immediately instructed Jeha. Check Mr. and Mrs. Hen's room, quick. He naturally agreed. Okay. Just then, the landline phone nearby suddenly rang. Yu Hoen immediately became vigilant, his eyes fixed on it. The phone automatically sent a message. Hello? Is anyone there? Do you know Irene Hen? She lost her entire family in just one night. The other end of the line arrogantly declared, But don't worry, only her brother is very stubborn, but rest assured her parents are still alive. The person announced, If you promise us one condition, your parents will be safe. If you're ready, contact this number. The last sentence carried a threat. Don't forget, my patience is limited. You understand my meaning? Zent Ung-u frowned, showing displeasure. What? Who is that woman? Yu Hoan gave a firm answer. Kali Ra. That's a threat. Only she would do this. Chisaha ran down just in time to report the situation. Mr. and Mrs. Hen's room is empty. I didn't see anyone. Erin felt like lightning struck her. Her whole body lost all strength. She collapsed, her forehead dotted with sweat. Erin couldn't accept this truth, mumbling, Yu Hoan calmly looked at her. Calm down. Erin, I have a way. He picked the fruit from the sacred relic tree, but save your brother first. The tree grumbled, It hurts, you damn human. Yu Hoan held the red fruit to Ricky's mouth. Eat this now, and you'll be okay. He wondered. What is this? Yu Hoan decisively shoved it into Ricky's mouth. Eat! Too much talking, he angrily roared. This smell, it's like the smell of mouth odor. Damn it, I'll definitely kill you. This smell is unbearably foul. The shouting suddenly stopped. Ricky blankly observed the golden energy radiating from his chest. He almost couldn't believe his eyes. The wound, it's healing itself. Ricky slowly sat up. Yu Hoan casually smiled and asked, How is it? Effective, right? Erin couldn't hide her joy, rushing over to hug him tightly, sobbing. Big brother! Ricky patted his sister. It's okay, Erin, I'm fine, but now we should worry about our parents. Yu Hoan suddenly interrupted the emotional moment. Don't worry about that. Hearing that, both Ricky and Erin were taken aback. Huh? The latter slowly announced. Your parents weren't kidnapped. Ricky jumped up. What are you saying? He snapped back irritably. Are you kidding me? I saw them being sucked into the painting with my own eyes. Contrary to the other's excessive reaction, Yu Hoan only said calmly, Yes, that's right, but you stated with such certainty they were fake. Ricky was stunned and blurted out, What? Jaha, who had been silent, suddenly waved his hand with a forced laugh. I did some tricks before coming to Ghana. Ricky angrily lunged forward and grabbed his collar. How could you? So was I protecting fake parents before? Jaha panicked and quickly explained, Okay, calm down, bro. I'm just following the boss's orders. Yu Hoan leisurely continued. Anyway, thanks to that, you avoided the kidnapping of your real parents. It's all thanks to my foresight. Otherwise, it would have been a disaster. Erin breathed a sigh of relief. If that's the case, then it's a good thing. How did Yu Hoan think of that? She asked curiously. Did you know it would happen in advance? Yu Hoan fell into contemplation. Not everyone knows that the bankrupt king of the past is very different from the current Erin, but it's probably also from this incident that she was forced to work for them. He knew her parents were weakened by the Saint Relic Burst Syndrome. That was her fatal weakness. Yu Ho thought. Plus, the disease is progressing faster than expected. Leaving them alone is too dangerous, so I decided to. Thinking of this, he suddenly felt annoyed. Explaining further would be too long-winded. I'll just give a few perfunctory answers. Meaning I was prepared for the worst-case scenario, Yu Hoan said. Someone deliberately accelerated the development of her parents' disease, so I wasn't at ease. That's why I took them away. Ricky frowned and questioned. Why didn't you tell us earlier? Yu Hoan leisurely replied. If you want to deceive the enemy, the first thing you have to do is deceive your allies. He brushed this matter aside, and a slight smile curved his lips. Now, let's get down to business. Yu Hoan's eyes flashed with a cruel light. He had made up his mind. I will avenge the woman who did this. Cut to a later time. The Hen family's luxurious car sped down the highway. Ricky, sitting in the driver's seat, couldn't help but curiously probe. What's the deal with you and General Crump? She has a very high position. Even for me, it's difficult to approach her. Yu Hoan tilted his head and looked out the car window, chuckling softly in response. I have my own ways. He revealed a few things. I asked him to write some reports. It's probably starting now. Ja looked puzzled. What reports? Yu Ho simply laughed off the question. If you're curious, try searching the internet. After thinking for a moment, he shook his head and muttered, never mind. The radio will do. With that, Yu Hoan directly turned on the radio. The announcer's voice immediately rang out. Breaking news! A series of child disappearances in Ghana. What was broadcast next shocked Ricky as well. The culprit was General Kra of the United States. The station continued to report. It seems this news is very shocking since a general is exploiting child labor. According to sources, the children are being exploited by General Kra. Ja was bewildered. What's going on? How did this news? Yu Hoen chuckled with amusement. How does it feel? Unbelievable, right? All the events just now must be attributed to what happened before. The dungeon in Gakina is conquered. Yu Hoen remembered that from the beginning, the system had announced that human items could be used in this dungeon. At that time, he immediately verified its accuracy. It was indeed the case. His phone was still working. Yu Hoen told himself. Knowing that I can use my cell phone in the dungeon must be very helpful. Yu Hoen couldn't help but feel lucky. Also because, thanks to Edward's help, he knew Kra was doing something secret in this dungeon. He recalled the entire process. Furthermore, Yu Hoen wondered before why she left this place after conquering it. It's likely for some purpose of her own. At that time, he saw that something was wrong. Kara had kidnapped children in Gabina and exploited their labor, forcing them to work. Yu Hoen recounted everything, then flashed a cunning smile. And I also filmed videos of the children harvesting tea leaves. Everyone was stunned. Huh? He said, just a small scene can incite viewers. Of course, he would seize this opportunity as well. Yu Ho recounted that he sent this video directly to Edward. Edward used his media contacts to write an article like Musang 14. The plan unfolded exactly as he wished, making him even more excited. I helped him return to being the Rick Remen he used to be, so he's very willing to help me. She must be very confused right now. Jaha listened intently to Duho's account of the whole process, her face filled with astonishment. He leaned back leisurely. Anyway, I've prepared many plans. This is just the opening act. Jaha suddenly felt a chill. How scary. Ricky complimented Duho. This is a great plan. He laughed heartily in response. Really? Irin scrolled through social media excitedly. She's trending at the top in just one day. Even the president of Ghana has announced he'll leave Pandora. Duho nodded in admiration. Smoother than I thought. The radio even reported that there have been many large protests to stop the exploitation of black labor. The broadcaster's monotonous voice continued to resonate in the car. The Ministry of Foreign Affairs believes this incident is an autocratic act by General Krop. Just then, a system window suddenly appeared before Duhoen. It issued a warning. There is a suspicious painting targeting you. He shouted urgently, Stop the car immediately! Ricky was startled, staring blankly at Duhoen. Huh? Even so, Ricky followed his words. The car braked sharply, the tires grinding against the ground, sending shards of stone flying. Duho hastily pushed open the car door, urging the others. Get out of the car quickly, or we're as good as dead. His grave expression startled Irin slightly, her lips moving but unable to speak. Jae-ha, sitting next to her, was also thrown into confusion, and quickly obeyed Duhoyen's words. They had just jumped out when, in the next second, a viscous black liquid suddenly poured down. The entire car instantly melted into a pile of black goo. Everyone was stunned. What? The car? Irin and Jaha had only managed to get out seconds before. They witnessed the car being completely destroyed. In just a few seconds, the entire car had disappeared without a trace. The black liquid also ran away. Everyone followed the direction it moved, and immediately saw the black liquid being sucked into a painting. On the rooftop of a nearby building, many soldiers were stationed next to that painting. Ricky recognized it at a glance. The direction this guy's heading? Motherfucker, that's the painting my parents were sucked into. Jae-ha couldn't believe her eyes. Is that it? That's Vincent van Gogh's painting. Is it a sacred relic? Shouldn't it be in the Netherlands? Kira pursed her lips, silently standing in a corner on the rooftop, watching the entire process. Oh, you. Ah, Ta, said in a cold voice. May has done some very cute things. Kra's complexion darkened in an instant. She gritted out each word in anger. How dare you blame me? Duhoen wasn't afraid in the slightest, even leisurely mocking her. So it's General Kra. Why do you think I'm blaming you? I've never bullied anyone, so how could that be? Are you trying to slander me? Where's the evidence? What he said made Kra even more furious. I'm just letting the world know the General's daily life. Duho shrugged and sneered. I didn't do anything wrong in this matter either. Even if I didn't expose everything, you'd get your karmic retribution sooner or later anyway. Kra bitterly gnashed her teeth. Her entire face turned red with anger. Kra couldn't hold back any longer, yelling at the top of her lungs. Shut up! Do you think I'll fall because of a few things like this? Duhoen calmly continued. So what? What are you going to do to me when you've lost everything? His nonchalant attitude irritated Kra immensely. She snorted coldly. Ah, Ta, raised her chin in warning. I will hold you responsible for this. Don't forget that the Hen family is in my hands, Kra demanded arrogantly. Hand over the sacred relic you just obtained, and Irin Hen too, or you'll see how the Hen family dies. Duhoen wordlessly stood in front of Irin. She was a little worried, softly calling his name. Duhoen. He smiled reassuringly. Don't worry, I'm here. It's okay. Duhoen, turning his head, immediately provoked Kra. Try it if you dare. The other side was so pissed, she gritted her teeth, spitting out a word. You! She roared. You bastard! Hen's parents are in this painting. Don't think I'm joking. Duhoen didn't flinch, even mockingly questioned her. How are you so sure? Kra was very confident. ordering her subordinates. Bring out those two from the Hugh family and kill them. The person immediately complied. Yes. Just as Kra thought everything was settled, the subordinate's panicked voice made her confused. Impossible! The subordinate reported with a trembling voice. I don't see those two people in the painting, General. Kra was startled. What did you say? The subordinate turned to look at her, hesitating before repeating again. The two of them disappeared. The ferocious expression on Kron's face made the soldier panic, stuttering out the next sentence. They're not here anymore. She furiously questioned the person below. Yu Hoen, what did you do? Responding to Kra was only the other party's gloating laughter. Yu Hoen smirked mockingly. I'd never tell you. It's internal secret. Kra gritted her teeth in anger, veins even popping out on her face. She roared, You bastard! As soon as Kra finished speaking, a stream of purple energy immediately surrounded Yu Hoen's body. That energy emanated from the very painting in the soldier's hands. Kra ordered the sacred relic. Absorb all of them, she coldly snorted. I should have done this from the start. Dahang stared blankly at his entire body, immediately shocked. His body was gradually being sucked in. But at that critical moment, a brilliant golden energy suddenly appeared, forming a shield to protect Yu Hoen's group. Kra herself didn't foresee this situation, her whole body stunned, unable to believe her eyes. What? The soldiers, dizzy and confused, panicked. The sacred relic suddenly lost control, returning to its original state. Yu Hoen calmly looked down at the palm of his hand, curling his lips into a light smile. Returned to its original state. He didn't forget to praise the person next to him. Thanks to you, I lived. Iren coldly snorted. Daring to take my parents hostage. Iren's eyes turned a bright gold. Her face serious, she spoke up. Yu Hoen, let me handle these people. Go save my parents first. The system window explained the current situation. The corrupted sacred relic is reacting to the user's emotional changes. The corruption is being amplified. Yu Hoen quickly pulled Ricky's arm. Let's go now. He was stunned. What? But my younger sister is still there, Yu Hoen said with a serious face. You're worrying about the wrong person. Your younger sister isn't simple. Within his sight, Iren forcefully declared, I'll end everything here with you. Kra didn't even bother to acknowledge her, sneering contemptuously. Don't count your chickens before they hatch. At this moment, dark clouds gathered in the sky. The whole city took on a gloomy color. On this side, Iren channeled her inner energy. She angrily stared straight at the cruel woman in front of her. I will never forgive you. Her eyes now only had hatred. Iren's voice, as cold as if it had just emerged from hell, once again echoed. Everything will end right here. Hearing her words, Kra scoffed. Forgive me? Big talk. Kra also began to channel her inner energy. It seems like you have a very useful relic, but don't be too complacent. Her eyes darted around as she said this. If you're going to resist me, then there's no other way. The bowstring was released. An arrow carrying Krun's dark power shot straight towards Iren. Facing this attack, the girl in front seemed incredibly small, practically like throwing an egg at a rock. The earth and stones around couldn't withstand these attacks. All were simultaneously blasted away. Very quickly, the explosion ignited a flame. The place where Iren stood exploded, as if hit by a bomb. Seeing the situation before them, one of her soldiers hurriedly asked, General, aren't you going to capture that girl alive? But in response to this question, Kra coldly replied, She could be dangerous later. We shouldn't let it drag on. Pausing for a moment, she added, Besides, she's alone right now, so it's very advantageous for us. At the same time, the soldier suddenly shouted, General, over there! From within the storm, the young woman's feet immediately stood upright. Incredibly heroic. Seeing Irene's resolute gaze, the soldier couldn't help but be shocked. She's unharmed. Come here! Kra gritted her teeth, not realizing she was already sweating. Damn it. No longer afraid, with a heroic aura, Iren shouted, Now it's my turn. Never having been overwhelmed by an enemy like this, Kra panicked to the point of being stunned. And just like that, from Kra's location, a huge explosion rang out, nearly collapsing half of the building. But fortunately, Huen's truck managed to speed away from the danger zone in time. Inside the car, Ricky worried, My sister will really be alright, right? Far from his brother's worry, Yu Huanran said, She's fine. Don't you trust your sister? But at this moment, Yu Huan's eyes glanced over at him. But what if I said she wasn't okay? What could you do if you wanted to go back, when you can't use your relic? Actually, what you said isn't wrong, making Ricky freeze. Realizing his own uselessness, he bit his teeth, silently blaming himself. Seeing Ricky's expression, Yu Huan didn't say anything more. Alright, you don't need to worry. Your sister is stronger than you think. The two traveled a little further and arrived at the tall building ahead. Yu Huan spoke up. We're almost there. Get ready to see your parents again. Chong-U, at this moment, was carrying a potted plant while looking at him. Big brother, isn't this a hotel? Is it okay for us to just walk in like this? Yu Huan replied casually. No problem. I bought an apartment here. Let's go. He was stunned, secretly waving his hand. Immediately afterwards, he took the initiative to push the door open. Ricky and everyone else simultaneously stepped inside the room. As soon as he saw his relatives, Ricky couldn't contain his emotions. He frowned and shouted, "Ah, Mom!" Without hesitating for long, Yu-Hoen quickly said to Dai-Hang, "Go get a few fruits from that tree over there." He came over, pinching his nose. "It smells awful," but quickly said, "Okay, coming right away." Knowing that this type of fruit wasn't very fragrant, Yu-Hoen said as he held it, "I should have processed it through multiple stages, but there's no time." Then he crushed the fruit. A stream of red liquid flowed straight into the mouth of the old man lying on the bed. In less than 5 minutes, a miracle occurred. A beam of light radiated everywhere, making Ricky's jaw drop. On the bed, his father was beginning to show clear changes after drinking the liquid from that red fruit. Ricky couldn't help himself. He looked at his father's body, then exclaimed, "The recovery speed is too fast." Yu-Hoen frowned. "It's still not enough for Mr. Hen. And Mrs. Hen too, just do it the same way I did." Ricky was startled. "Ah, huh? I understand now." Looking at that small branch constantly shaking, emitting a miraculous beam of light, Seung-woo was stunned. "This tree is amazing." Suddenly, from within the leaves, a sharp voice rang out, "Don't touch me, human!" Meanwhile, Ricky's father, Mr. Hen, also slowly began to open his eyes. His skin had returned to normal. Looking at Yu-Hoen, he rubbed his head in confusion. "Where is this? What happened to me?" Yu-Hoen happily said to him, "Don't worry, Mr. Hen, your health is better than before now." Although his family member had recovered, Ricky seemed surprised. He gaped and exclaimed, "Dad, Mom," seeing his father was healthy again. While the woman was still lying on the bed, Ricky anxiously asked, "Mom, can you hear me?" Yu-Hoen reassured, "She'll wake up in a bit, don't worry." Immediately after, he continued, "All right, I'll go back and pick up Irin. You stay here and take care of your parents." Looking at the mysterious young man before him, Ricky was somewhat worried. "Hey, are you going alone? Be careful." Finally, a proud man like Ricky Hen lowered his voice. "I sincerely thank you." Not being smug about his abilities, Yu-Hoen casually replied, "All right, I'm leaving." On his way to pick up Irin, he kept thinking. Although Irin was strong, she still hadn't mastered that power well. Thinking back, it took great difficulty to kill her in his past life. But at this moment, the system panel suddenly lit up, startling Yu-Hoen momentarily. Turns out the bankruptcy relic and the war relic are nearby. Yu-Hoen guessed. So, she's around here. Sitting next to him, Jae-ha blankly pointed ahead. "Look, boss, this place has completely turned into a sea of fire." For some reason, parts of the city had been devastated by the heat. Yu-Hoen's face turned grim. He quickly got out of the car and said, "We only drove here, but everywhere is desolate." Jae-ha was a little scared. "This battle is terrifying." Yu-Hoen continued, "There are many more terrifying things. It's a pity you can't retreat anymore, usually. Going to such a dangerous place only brings a sense of fear." As soon as he saw the figure ahead, Yu-Hoen's face immediately became vigilant. From within the misty smoke and dust, a pair of golden eyes gleamed, along with the slender figure of an extremely alluring girl. Having his first encounter with such strange things, Jae-ha was naturally very cautious. "Boss, that's..." But it seemed the person who just arrived wasn't dangerous. A familiar voice hesitantly called his name. Yu-Hoen saw Irene, and he breathed a sigh of relief. "Glad you're okay." Jae-ha's face twisted. "You scared me to death." Immediately after, she recounted the situation. "Kara suddenly disappeared." This statement greatly surprised Yu-Hoen. "Huh?" she continued. "We were fighting, and suddenly she vanished. Could she have run away?" Hearing this, Yu-Hoen began to ponder. That woman definitely isn't the type to run away. He seemed to be recalling something. A mysterious smile suddenly appeared on Yu-Hoen's lips. Immediately after, he said to Irene, "Her risk might have been activated." She asked in surprise, "Risk?" Yu-Hoen explained, "She has a relic called Semet, the goddess of destruction in Egyptian mythology. Another goddess of destruction is Hor, also known as the goddess of love. Logically, the relics have undergone a transformation." Then he continued, "It was reported that it was nearby, but I can't find it. Surely there has been some change here." A cunning smile appeared on his lips again. Yu-Hoen smirked. "Perhaps we can take this opportunity to gain an advantage over her." He looked around again. "But finding her in this neighborhood isn't simple. But there will still be a way to find her easily." At the same time, a small white worm was wriggling in the flames on the ground. It turned out to be Kara. She thrashed around in annoyance. "Damn it! Did I use too much power so the risk came too quickly? So this is the risk this time." She kept crawling and worrying. "I can't see anything. My body can't move. If they catch us in this state, we're in big trouble." At the same time, Jae-ha happily ran quickly towards Yu-Hoen, shouting, "Boss, your foot almost crushed Kara, who was crawling around on the ground." As Jae-ha spoke, he handed something over. "I found this. It's a relic." Yu-Hoen was surprised. So you went all that way just for this? Jaha hurriedly explained. I felt like I needed this, so I went to find it. He told Yu Hoen that it was what they left behind when they disappeared. He smiled brightly as he introduced it. Even though it's a relic, it's a very famous painting from the original. But our male lead decisively tore off a piece. Jaha cried out in anguish. What the hell did you do? It's a beautiful painting and a limited edition. Plus, it's a relic. Yu Hoen placed a fragment of the painting onto the book in his hand. Purification map. I disguised it as a notebook. It's a very useful thing. Then he said, Now tell me, where is the owner of this relic? As soon as he finished speaking, a strange light appeared. She was lying on the ground, feeling a bit startled. Kara's face turned pale as she heard that familiar voice speaking in her direction. What is this? Looking at the small white worm wriggling on the ground, Yu Hoen exclaimed in shock. I never expected this. He paused for a moment, then his eyes turned cold, like a demon from hell. Yu Hoen said again, Gotcha, General. Watching Yu Hoen holding the small worm in his hand, Jaha was utterly surprised. What? Is that really her? He looked closely again. It's just a worm. Yu Hoen continued firmly. No, I'm sure Kara is in here. She just changed her form. Immediately afterwards, he said to Irene, First of all, we won thanks to you, and I saved your parents, so don't worry. She looked overjoyed. Really? Thank you, Yu Hoen. I don't know how to thank you enough, he replied casually. It's what I should do. We're just helping each other out. It's nothing. After the war ended, New York became peaceful. Hen's family and wife said they would gather at the mansion for a celebration party. Yu Hoen still had some things to deal with regarding Kara. According to him, Jaha started to redraw. He questioned, Hey, why do you want to create a copy of the original painting? Can't you give me a break? Yu Hoen glanced at him and said, Because it's still useful. Don't talk nonsense. Hurry up and do it. Oh, and can you make a copy with the same function as the real thing? Jin Henhao replied reluctantly. Yeah, very similar. I often use it to scam people like Meo-chan, so I'm very familiar with this. A flash of coldness flickered in Yu Hoen's eyes. He secretly resolved that he needed to take down Kara as soon as possible. In a flash, everyone had arrived at Hen's house. Yu Hoen was the first to get out of the car. As soon as he got out, Ricky quickly introduced. This is the Hen family's second mansion. This place is rarely used, so it's not quite up to par. Is that alright? Yu Hoen glanced over and smiled faintly. It's fine. I don't intend to stay long anyway. Ricky replied cautiously. Yes. And just like that, Yu Hoen and Jaha quickly went inside to meet Irene's parents. As soon as he entered, Jaha called out loudly, Hello! He was overwhelmed by the grandeur. Beautiful house, truly a rich family. But before he could finish looking around, Yu Hoen hurriedly exploited his labor. Go to any room and work, and finish the copy as soon as possible. Don't stand there blathering, Jaha said with tears in his eyes. I understand. Finally, a smug smile immediately bloomed on his lips. Yu Hoen thought to himself, Now I need to reduce Kara's dominance. Immediately, he threw Kara in worm form hard onto the ground. Come out! You must be punished for what you've done. Lying on the ground, she trembled. You bastard! You dare to punish me? You think I'll stay like this forever? I'll be back! Yu Hoen opened the bottle and said, I've been thinking a lot about torture methods. You can't do anything when you're just a worm. Then let's see if aged worm soaked in wine tastes good. Without another word, he decisively threw her in without a hint of regret. Kara couldn't believe he would do something like this. She was startled. Before she could finish her thought, the male lead cunningly shook the bottle vigorously. Kara felt her head spinning, herself swaying. She cried out in distress, Too much alcohol! At the same time, the system immediately announced, The goddess of war is feeling drunk. The power of the goddess of war is weakening. The spirit of the goddess of war is significantly decreasing. Knowing she couldn't endure any more while holding on to her last breath, he stopped. How does it feel? According to mythology, humans rebelled against the sun god Ra, after which Ra sent Sekhmet down. Sekhmet was so cruel that humans were on the verge of extinction. The gods saw that things were getting out of control, so they secretly replaced a large amount of vodka on the battlefield. Sekhmet thought it was human blood. She drank and got drunk, and they gave her a new name, Hathor, the goddess of love. Mankind escaped destruction because of these anecdotes. These relics are also affected and easily vulnerable to alcohol. Looking at the bottle in his hand, he secretly felt pleased. I used this method often in my previous life. Yu Huo then said again, I guess I have to wait a little longer. But Yu Huoen was also a little surprised. Clearly, it should be a taste of death. But Kara is still alive. Is it because she transformed into this form? And JHA is creating a copy of the original paintings in the studio. This will be the core condition for the effectiveness of this plan. Soon after, Jaha also brought the painting over. Big brother, I'm done. Asleep? Sleep well. Suddenly awakened, Yu Huoen stretched and yawned. You're still not asleep? I'm glad you finished in time. Immediately after, Yu Huoen quickly sat up. It's probably almost time. Curiously, huh? Almost what? Yuhuo didn't say anything. He just remained silent, then glanced behind him. This gave Deha the chills. Hearing these strange sounds, D was sweating. What's going on? What's happening? Are you talking about me? Yu Huoen immediately said, Kara's people, they've probably surrounded this house. Dahaki panicked. What? So what do we do? Yu Huo recounted. No, it's because I intentionally attracted their attention. I left many clues for them before we came home. But this is a copy, right? Daha was surprised. He immediately asked, why did you do that? Yu Huoen added, just eliminating the king doesn't mean the risk will disappear. We need to clear out the rest of her pieces. Only this way can we completely eliminate our enemy. Looking at the painting, he felt pleased. That's why I used her as bait to lure them in. As soon as he finished speaking, Kra's subordinates also simultaneously rushed in, pointing guns, and they shouted, freeze! You're all surrounded. Having followed Yu Huoen for a long time, Di also learned how to be cheeky. Come on, sit down and have some tea, the soldiers shouted. Where are you hiding, General Kra? Lying inside the liquor bottle, she faintly heard this sound. It was her people coming here. One of the soldiers representing shouted loudly, hand her over to us! Do I need to fire a warning shot right between your eyebrows? Yu Huoen smiled gently. Calm down. I'll cooperate. In the bottle, Kra tried to shout with all her might. It's in here! Save me! It seemed like they heard Kron's voice. Yu Huoen himself was a little unhappy. He glared over. Then, Yu Huoen picked up the bottle. I hope we can resolve this peacefully, and I'll give you this bottle of wine. Come and get it. Without another word, he decisively threw it far away. The soldiers panicked. What is this thing? Damn it! Looking at the bottle shattering, he casually replied, it's nothing, just a normal bottle of wine. The soldiers were endlessly surprised. Shaking. Kara cursed inwardly. Say Yu Huoen, you bastard! Then he added, I already helped your general relax with some wine, no need to thank me. Wine made from such large worms is very precious. Seeing his big brother being so domineering, Ye Hao lamented, this is not good. One of the soldiers stomped angrily on the worm. Bastard, are you kidding us? Hand over the key item now! Lying on the ground, she roared desperately, ordering her subordinates, stop it! Just as he stepped on it, the soldier looked down in shock. What? It's so soft and hard. The system announced at the same time, the holy relic user is injured, dominion is wavering, the war relic is temporarily unusable. Yu Huoen smugly speculated. Crushed by her own subordinates, she must be starting to crumble. But it was indeed as he said. Crank was screaming, you bastards, who dares to step on me? I'm your general, you idiots. And at the same time, the target's dominion was temporarily reduced. Then Yu Huoen pulled down the cloth covering the painting. He smirked and said, right now. The soldiers began to panic as they experienced something strange. What? Our bodies? They're melting. No! Disappearing. Now they began to realize this was the unfinished painting of the origin. Damn it, it's sucking everything in to complete a full drawing. Stop it. Say Yu Huoen, you bastard. Seeing them, he was extremely smug. How is it? The feeling of being inside your own holy relic? The soldiers yelled, let us out, you dog. Inside the painting, a cold voice echoed, filled with hatred. You really are idiots. Seeing Kra standing there full of rage, they broke out in a sweat. General, why are you here? It's not like that at all. I certainly don't care, she shouted directly. If it's not your fault, whose is it? The subordinates were terrified. Sorry, Yu Huoen said calmly. Welcome back, my dear general. Inside the painting, Kra ordered her subordinates. Hurry, find a black spot coordinate so we can escape this holy relic. One of them, sweating profusely, immediately replied, yes. Immediately after saying that, they both frantically ran around looking for an exit. They knew that if they couldn't complete this task, Kra might tear them apart. He stood outside smirking and asked, it's useless for them to try to find a black spot coordinate, right? Ye, while looking at the painting, said, of course. Inside, screams of panic continued to echo. Hurry, I can't take it anymore. Found it. Yi began to pick up a pen, not thinking it would be so useful. What do you want to draw? Yu Huoen, draw the ugliest things possible. Unleash its power. Strokes began to form, and Kra's fear increased. What the hell is this? The two soldiers shouted. It's a monster. Looking at the creature with large tentacles, its mouth gaping wide, seemingly wanting to devour them, these soldiers were terrified. It's crazy. But just as Kra touched the black spot, a beam of light immediately appeared. It was as if something was shattering. She angrily gritted her teeth. Damn it! I should have been able to get out if I touched the black spot. Yu Huoen, seeing her struggling so hard, was extremely smug. It's useless. There's no way to escape. Give up. Seeing his enemy struggling like that, he now offered a condition. Should I start interrogating a little? Soon after, Kra and her people were continuously tortured for their crimes. Finally, Jen received some useful information. After she and her subordinates were of no use, he picked up the painting. Nothing left to ask. Krom panicked. Hey, what do you want to do? Didn't you say that if I gave you information, you would let us out of this damn painting? He looked at his enemy from 2 lifetimes right in front of him, and his cold voice echoed, What are you expecting? You think I'm going to save you? To save you. It'll just cause more trouble. Deep in her heart, Cross saw the fear in his eyes. She gritted her teeth, her eyes blurred. You demon. Indeed, he didn't intend to let her have a peaceful death. General Kra, are you desperate? No way. And finally, the painting began to gradually burn in front of Yu Hoen. That was the end of the War King. Immediately after the general's death, the television station quickly reported on the recent controversy surrounding the disappearance of General Kira. In addition, all key TSOF officers under the general's command were missing. No traces were left, making it difficult for the investigation teams. Yu Hoen was focused on watching the news, while Yi Hao couldn't help but exclaim, This place is so beautiful, like a restless child. Bro, what should we do in this place? What do you think about it? Even though he was talking a lot, Yu Hoen kept focusing on the news. Jae-hae continued to ask questions about the yacht party at the Hill family. At the same time, George stepped out with a bright smile, along with his wife. It's all thanks to Yu Hoen. Sorry for causing you trouble because of my family. He looked at him, and at the same time, gave a sly smile. I'm just doing what I should do. But standing in front of his benefactor, he was extremely generous. Come on, don't be like that. Just say what you want. George Hen, I will do my best to help you. Long Yu Hoen rejoiced inwardly. Of course I want to. Then try to control your emotions. I have a business project. George was surprised. Business? Can you tell me more details? No need to be shy, you are our benefactor. Just waiting for that, he immediately got straight to the point. I have some useful antiques. I want to turn them into products and sell them. Typically, the fruit of the almond tree. You know the effect. That's an example. Not only that, but there are also items from the tea tree that are great in flavor, and if we continue to excavate, there will be more artifacts, relics, and more that can be used as supplies. Pausing for a moment, he continued. And I also know a very good manager. George also felt excited and laughed. So that's the situation now. He didn't refuse, nor did he hesitate, but directly agreed. We will help you. I find the plan you proposed quite interesting. Indeed, the rich are different. Not many words. George then asked, What do you want to name your company? Yu Hoen seemed to have thought about this for a long time. He immediately replied, Let's see. Then, C.R. At the same time, from afar, a black crow flew over, bringing a gloomy sound. It seems like you're having a lot of fun. Seeing it, the Hen couple were extremely startled. Joe was surprised. A crow! At the same time, Irin ran over, holding something in her hand. Yu Hoen, I find this relic very strange. I brought a weapon here. His eyes fell on her ample bosom. At the same time, the crow spoke. What is this power? A painful feeling came, causing her to be startled, and dropped the item in her hand. The bankrupt relic is losing control. Seeing her daughter clutching her chest in pain, her mother frantically ran over. Irin, what's wrong? The crow looked at Irin and said, I didn't think you had such strong teammates. Yu Hoen didn't hesitate and directly exposed it. Lai Wen, you've been following me for a long time. The crow calmly replied. Anyway, this is the first time I've met them. He was annoyed that the beauty was injured, so he pointed directly at its face. Okay, don't show up like this next time. After a brief conversation, Yu Hoen explained. Everyone, don't be afraid. It doesn't hurt anyone. Everyone, go to the dining hall first. George asked him curiously. What is it? Yu Hoen irritably told him. Something that likes to stalk and follow people. This answer made the black crow unhappy. Stalking? Like 2 close friends, he turned to it and replied. It's always been like that. The crow didn't bother to argue, just let it be. Suddenly remembering something, Yu Hoen looked at it and asked, By the way, why did you show up here? The crow then began to get to the point. Human, you are performing very well. You are very smart in handling things, but after all, you are just a stinky brat. Hearing this, his face looked a little unpleasant. If you want to lecture me, then do it another time. If you have nothing else, then leave. The black crow's eyes suddenly lit up. It continued. I have nothing to say to you. I came here to see your face. Besides, the relics out there are paying attention to you. Hearing these warnings, his mood suddenly became heavy. Yu Hoen continued. Last time, the Than Lock map also said the same thing in those relics, about the rumors being spread that I am a target that needs to be eliminated. The crow didn't lie. That's right. Yu Hoen recounted. They also said you are a crow that eats its own kind. The crow didn't deny it, nor did it answer. It hinted. However, it will also benefit you on the path to unifying the relics, and will not be affected by the relic. Hearing this, he frowned and replied, That's right. The crow told him. Relics always consider humans as enemies in particular, and it also warned Yu Hoen. I came here to tell you, your enemy is watching you. Among those who use the relics, there are some who trapped me before, so be careful. The recent movement of relics is very unusual. The dungeons will once again break free from where they are to find people. Hearing this, he wasn't scared, but instead laughed it off nonchalantly. How interesting. I don't mind getting dirty. As it said this, the crow soared into the sky. Become strong, human. You must be careful. At the same time, it threw a strange object down towards the yacht. I happened to pick this up on the way here. This is for you. Yu Hoen shouted after it. What is this? The crow had no intention of staying to explain. It simply said briefly, it will be useful to you. This mysterious friend made him a little annoyed. Every time I want to say something, it just leaves. Immediately afterwards, he looked at what the crow had just given him. Let's see, this is an ancient relic called Hung Bu and Non-Par. Yu Hoen stroked his chin observantly with interest for a while. Take a look at this. Jeha was surprised. What the heck is this? He asked curiously. Is it from that strange bird? Did it disappear? Yu Hoen replied. Yeah, it's gone. This is what it gave us. I think there's treasure inside. Hearing this, the greedy man's eyes immediately lit up. Jeha couldn't hide his greed for treasure. Open it now! Yu Hoen immediately cut him off. No, we can't open it here for now. We still have a lot to do, so let's go. Seeing his disappointment, Yu Ho then explained. If we open it here, it might not be the right time. Ricky stepped forward at the same time. So where are you going to put this? Yu Hoen looked at him. He said calmly. That problem is no longer a concern. Immediately afterwards, receiving Yu Hoen's look, Genha immediately nodded understandingly. He rummaged and took something out of his bag. Looking at the picture, Yu Ho was even more satisfied. This relic taken from Kra is also a pretty good bag. And immediately, Jae-han used that picture as a giant bag, stuffing the entire huge relic into it. Holding the treasure in his hand, he whined. It seems like I'm not used to controlling it, but this thing is so useful. Yu Hoen breathed a sigh of relief. Okay, let's go have some fun. Everything's fine. And when he returned, Yu Hoen began building the company. Edward smiled happily, shaking his hand. Happy cooperation. And just like that, Yu Hoen got funding, so he signed a contract with Edward. Of course. And it was a contract between the Hammurabi stone. And of course it was a slave contract. Until one day, Aaron happily walked into his room that day. She excitedly said loudly, Brother Yu Hoen, a business card sealed with a red seal has been delivered to you. She asked for Yu Hoen's opinion. What do you think? I think it's an invitation. He looked at the letter in his hand, silent. It was a party, where all the major artifact prospectors around the world gathered. But the host of the party was Pandora. Jaha was a little worried. Is it okay if we go there? But the problem is even more ridiculous, is where this invitation came from. Aaron looked at him curiously. Are you gonna go? Yu Hoen also answered her frankly. No, but there will probably be some trouble at the party. Looking through the guest list, Yu Hoen couldn't help but exclaim with interest. This name is? Seeing his reaction, Irene couldn't help but ask in surprise. Do you know any of these people? A sly smile appeared on his lips. Memories suddenly flooded his mind. It was a relic user. Opposed to me, on the guest list this person's name is Julian Miller, a character that even after 2 lifetimes, I can never forget. Meeting an old acquaintance again, Yu Hoen. I changed my mind, we will attend this party. Very quickly, the time for the party arrived. As soon as he walked in, Edward rushed over. Who is this? Isn't this our director? Why are Mr. Seo and the Hen family princess being ignored like this? Jaha glared at him annoyed. Hey Edward, can't you see me? Edward happily raised his glass and laughed loudly. Do I know you? At the same time, Jun Hoen stepped forward with a smile. You've arrived, Edward, he replied generously. Of course, I came early to find out information and see what's going on here. Without beating around the bush, he got straight to the point. So, what did you find out? Edward pretended to ponder for a moment, then said to him, I don't know much, but there's going to be a massive scramble because everyone's trying to gather a team to enter the tomb. Pandora's doing the same thing. They're short on manpower. Maybe that's the purpose of this party. The relics are gradually increasing. I think this is a natural phenomenon. Yu Ho heard this and said nothing. Only a mysterious smile crept onto his face, which made Edward grin widely. Is our director joining them too? Yu Ho didn't hide anything from him. He stated frankly, No, I won't be joining any group. Hearing this, Edward quickly interjected. No, even if the issue isn't Jiangmu, just look around. He glanced at the girls who were absorbed, enraptured by him, and on the other hand, many people were interested in him. Standing before such radiant roses, Yu Ho remained unfazed. I came here for business, so I don't care about others. As soon as he finished speaking, a voice suddenly echoed from behind, instantly triggering Yu Ho's vigilance. Are you the famous Seo Yu Ho? From afar, the person's footsteps drew closer to Yu Ho. I've heard about your abilities. The young man had a pleasing appearance, and he was also extremely confident. One of the party organizers. I wanted to extend my greetings to you. I'm JCF. As soon as this figure appeared, Jaeha gasped in amazement. It's really JCF. But Yuho's attitude was incredibly indifferent. Who is he? Jaeha immediately explained. He's a very famous star, and Arin chimed in. His talents are extraordinary, writing novels, acting in movies, even performing music. Looking at the young man before him, Yuho thought to himself. He really seems to be a celebrity. All eyes are on him. Suddenly, a brief silence arose in his mind. Yuho's lips pursed tightly like the man's. A strange feeling suddenly washed over Yuho, wondering to himself, what is this feeling? At the same time, Otin continued. I thought I'd welcome you normally, but I didn't expect it to be so noisy. Once again, he inwardly assessed the boy with the radiant smile before him. I don't sense relic energy, but I'm sure he's hiding it. He's got some skills too. Otin walked over, looked at Yuho, and extended his hand again. He said, I'm very happy to meet you. But that annoying guy, DK, suddenly rushed over, thrusting a notebook in front of Tin with sparkling eyes. Doc Feller, sir, can I get an autograph? Otin, with the demeanor of a celebrity, happily reached into his pocket. Ah, of course I have a pen here, so I'll sign it for you. Jaeha was extremely excited. Thank you. Just as Yuho feared, as he put pen to paper, he secretly gloated. You gave me the opportunity to use the relic. You'll be surprised by this relic. With this relic, I'll turn you into my crazy fan. At the same time, a stream of purple light flew out. Otin was extremely smug, thinking to himself, while I'm signing, you'll become my slave. But what happened next surprised him greatly. Jaeha frantically shouted, No, my body is moving on its own. This feeling, I really want his autograph. Seeing his strange actions, Jaeha suddenly speculated. Don't tell me, boss. When looking over Yuho, he was happily holding up his phone, recording Jay's actions. And just like that, Yuho read aloud teasingly. Rose Jaeha, 26 years old, a foolish man. To the point of tearing up other fans' autographs. He's really that eager. Right. It's the Sek Pin relic. At this point, Yuho's relic was driving Jaeha crazy. He ran around shouting, I don't know all the people with autographs here. I'll tear them all up. After his underling had run off, his eyes now turned to the celebrity, a fierce look appearing in them. Reaching out his hand, Yuho unceremoniously snatched the pen from Austin's hand, not thinking that his relic concealment technique would be discovered so quickly by Yunho. Austin was a little startled. Yuho then broke the pen in half with one hand. I don't believe you use common skills like this. If you use it the wrong way, the relic will kill you. Edward, seeing this, was also extremely surprised. You said relic. I don't sense any relic energy at all. Yuho quickly explained. He cleverly hid it. You really have talent? Yuho looked at him with contempt. But when you use the relic, the energy leaked is too small. But I still recognized it. Otin snapped back. Why did you dare ruin my relic? If it's a valuable relic, don't use it to fight. Otin still tried to argue. What are you talking about? It's clearly a fabrication. At the same time, Yuho said to himself, This guy's name is Tin J. Feller. I actually know him. Looking at this blonde young man, his memories suddenly flashed back. He's from an American conglomerate, as wealthy as the Honorable Family. The Rockefellers are a family that supports relic users. They have immense potential. They can even create artificial humans. The god of war, Kara, also works for them. They also have close ties with Pandora. And Jen really hates them. Jen thought to himself, Besides, he can eliminate those who aren't capable of becoming king, so I'd better get away from him now. I've also destroyed his relic. But the train of thought suddenly halted, and Yu Hoan pursed his lips, telling himself, But this is strange. As far as Yu Hoan remembers, in his previous life, the relic user wasn't male, but a female actress. Besides, he can reduce the relic's energy but can't conceal it. Will the future change again? But I don't care. Finally, Tin couldn't hold back any longer. He glared at him. You bastard, just you wait. Immediately after, Okatin's hand swiftly reached into his inner pocket. He seemed to be taking something out to knock Yu Hogen down. But unfortunately, at this moment, all the reporters and journalists simultaneously swarmed Tinfeller. Can you show everyone how you use the relic? Otin didn't think this matter would spread so quickly. Otin thought in his head, Damn it! The journalists and paparazzi wouldn't let him go. Questions kept pouring in. Is it similar to how Pandora uses it? What kind of relics do you usually use? Otin stood in front of the camera, stammering. No. That is, it seems there's something wrong. I just wanted to say hello. Yu Hoan grinned widely. You're a celebrity but afraid of cameras. That's the truth. Shut up. I'll definitely teach you a lesson. Yu Hoan didn't back down either. He smirked cunningly, then said, Can you explain it clearly? I'm also curious. What relic do you use? Are you using relics that you can't talk about? It felt like a bolt of lightning. Otin's face was now as black as ink. Another reporter looked at Yu Hoen suspiciously. Is that true? Otin was extremely annoyed. That's a fabrication. That's completely false. But at this time, Yu Hoen calmly replied, I'm not a celebrity. It's okay if I'm defamed. He couldn't believe it. You really are shameless. At the same time, a voice rang out. All right, let's start the meeting. Yu Hoen was a little startled. The voice was from the stage. The person was still presenting. More and more people are dying because of the appearance of holy tombs. Our organization has established shelters and provided relief. Upon seeing the elegant young man, he immediately recognized Julian Miller. There was no mistaking it. Julian Miller and Yu Hoen had similar roles under the old military leader. If Yu Hoen was the old leader's right hand, then he was the left. Julian has the relic, Yu Shi. The relic can see through and extract information from the tomb. With this information, the group came up with solutions and executed them perfectly. However, unfortunately, we weren't a good fit for each other. Recalling that time, Julian had said seriously to him, Yu Hoen, someone was killed in this excavation. But at that time, Yu Hoen stubbornly retorted, no one was killed. And at that time, the two had a conflict. Julian kept insisting, no, in fact, many people died. Yu Hoen continued, even if I didn't excavate, they would still die. It's all because of the tomb. Julian said again, it's not that. Not long ago, Zeme also had an accident, right? Because they moved for a long time, we're still okay. In the previous life, after arguing back and forth for a while, he couldn't hold back his frustration and cursed at Julian. You annoying bastard! In contrast to him, he didn't get angry much either, but said sternly, Yu Hoen, you've gone too far. Now that he understands everything, Yu Hoen smiled faintly, thinking, I don't want to think about it. This time I don't need to confront him anymore. The information provided by the Gat relic isn't unique either, because I have the experience of living 15 years ahead and the help from the crow. But the reason I came to this party is indeed because of him. Before thinking, he immediately said goodbye to the troublesome Otin. I'm leaving. Have fun interviewing, he shouted annoyedly. Hey wait, Yu Hoen! At this time his gaze shifted to the surroundings. The person who sent the invitation to the party is Kutan, so he must be around here. Yu Hoen looked at Julian. He secretly made a decision. I won't let you work for Kuchan. Of course, that includes the others related to Pandora. A cunning smile appeared on his lips. I just hate him. I'll ruin all of his plans. On the stage, Julian continued his conference. So far, charitable activities will be carried out. I hope everyone here will join hands in donating. Seeing that sincere face, memories suddenly flooded back, making Yu Hoen's emotions a bit conflicted. Yu Hoen began calculating. The meeting has ended. I can't let Chairman Jun strike up a conversation with him now. At the same time, one of Tezun's subordinates rushed past. We are from Chairman Jun's side, Mr. Miller. Please stop. Would you kindly give us your opinion on joining the Thuong Long group? Seeing Julian about to leave, Tezun immediately stepped forward to block him. Why are you in such a hurry? He smiled broadly at Julian. Thank you for your speech. Give me time to say hello first. Then Tezun continued. Your presentation was very convincing. You won't have to worry about money if you work for me. Julian said coldly to him. Thank you. Yu Ho pondered silently. What does this mean? He clearly spoke about joining Thusong Long before the briefing. He's been trying to persuade him from the start. That old man is too cunning. Yu Hoen was annoyed. That stinking old man. No matter how the future changes, Chairman Jun is still the chairman. The message just arrived. Jae Hao was surprised. This is from the boss. Edward immediately took out his phone too. You have a notification from Scene. Hearing this, he fell into contemplation. Although I don't know why, if the boss gives an order, we must carry it out. Immediately after, he turned to tell her, Wait a moment, Irene. I'll be right back. Although she didn't know what was happening, she immediately replied, Yes. Over here, everyone was buzzing. Chairman Jun, I heard that to commemorate the cooperation between you and Miller, you donated a lot of money to the orphanage. I also heard Professor Jing Richard donated his painting. At the same moment, Richard stepped forward. Who said that? Since you have unveiled your latest work, is it going to be used for the donation? The reporters buzzed excitedly. Could you tell us about your new work? He laughed heartily, then replied, Where did this come from? As you know, Pandora has been busy with many things lately, so I haven't had the time to... Just then, Yu-Ho walked over with a bright smile. This is so funny. It's not like you don't have time, it's that you can't copy anyone else anymore. Upon seeing him, he stammered. Seo Yu-Hoen continued to look at the other person. Rose, DHA, why are you here? Even Edwa. Julian also walked by simultaneously. You said the reason was being busy with Pandora, correct? Which means you can't draw. As he said this, a serious look appeared on his face. Waiting for this moment, Yu-Ho immediately took the opportunity to step up. Haven't you heard the rumors? Yu-Ho immediately exposed him. The truth is, Jing Richard is being rumored by some people to have stolen ideas and turned them into his own works. The reporters started speaking up. I always felt suspicious when I thought about it. Even though these things are true, he had to defend himself against those fabricated rumors. Do you believe in that nonsense? Jay spoke up loudly and forcefully. If so, then prove it. Create a new work. If you want to prove you're not a swindler, prove you can draw. Richard almost yelled into the crowd. Rosehei, you idiot! You ungrateful bastard! I'm your teacher! And he was not one to be outdone, immediately fighting back. Why did you take my stolen achievements and make them yours? Now you call me ungrateful. Too many shocking stories on the same day. The press was like vultures hunting prey. What's the truth? Hurry! Write the article! Take photos, quick! Yuho sneered. You're truly insane. You don't want to live in the media world anymore? Richard gritted his teeth and screamed. Don't you want to live anymore? His sudden ferocity startled him a little. Richard lunged and grabbed Genha's collar, threatening. Do you think you can go home safely? But he, of course, refused to be weak this time. Do you think I'll be a victim again like last time? If you want to do something, go ahead, I'm not afraid. Seizing the chance to stir up trouble, Yu Hoen immediately approached Julian. You are Miller. It would be better for you not to be associated with these people. Yu Ho, there are a lot of issues between the two of them, and we are all victims. Looking back at the man who killed him in his previous life, Yu Hoen warned. Especially the one over there, Chairman Jun is terrifying. He possesses the sacred artifact of conquest, forcing others to obey him. Don't tell me you are a victim too. Yu Hoen suggested to Julian that he didn't suddenly feel compelled to sign the contract. Trying to clear his name, Tizun yelled, That's a lie! I didn't use a sacred artifact on you. It's not an artifact that can be used secretly. Julian stammered. Anyway, I felt compelled to sign the contract, and felt a lot of energy emanating from you. Taezun was shocked. No, Yu Hoen thought silently. He certainly didn't use it. If it were used, this party would have collapsed. Taejun looked over and said loudly. Yes, over there is Edward, a relic merchant who can guarantee it. Edward, why are you staring? Please tell him that's not the truth. Edward pretended to be ignorant, plugging his ears with his tiny fingers. I don't know. Taejun raged. What? The reporter started rushing over, swarming him. Why are you doing this? If you do this, there will be no cooperation between us. Cooperation? When I was kicked to the curb, you didn't even ask. Han? Sekun, sweating and forcing a smile, said to Julian, It's a bit noisy right now. Let's go somewhere quieter and talk then. But now he had completely lost the man's trust. No need. Julian bluntly refused without any consideration. It's noisy because of you people. I don't want to talk about it anymore. Simun was startled by his words. What? How could you say that? Taejun frowned. You believe them? I'll make you regret this. Before leaving, Julian's eyes inexplicably fell on Yu Hoen. He mused inwardly while looking at him. He has no control over it. Besides, this man is protected by an aura. What is that aura? Well, but I don't care. Ending his thoughts, he immediately turned and left. Taejun was unwilling. Hey, you can't go! What happened this time made Yu Hoen even more pleased. He smirked deviously. No, you've lost someone important. Looking at the arrogant young man before him, he wanted to tear him apart. Seo Yu Hoen, you bastard! Inexplicably, lightning struck from the sky outside at this moment, causing the earth and rocks to shatter and scatter uncontrollably. This earthquake also affected the building inside. The crowd screamed in shock. Run! It turned out that the earthquake came from Taejun. He gritted his teeth. You think you'll survive this? Seun was frightened. President, you're going to use the relic. If you do it here, we'll suffer heavy losses. But now he seemed to have lost all reason. I don't care, I can't stand it anymore. Standing before the cunning old man, he was no longer afraid, and directly confronted him. If you want to, then try it. I'm much stronger now than I was before. At the same time, a familiar voice immediately came through. President, please wait. Unexpectedly, the person who came was Astin. He had a great grudge against Jen that had just ended. Pausing for a moment, he coldly suggested to Turin. Let me take care of him, Tin said again. If you use the relic here, the entire institute will collapse. Besides, the other administrators of Pandora don't like this either. Immediately afterward, he pointed directly at Yu Hoen's face. And I also have an unfinished feud with this guy. I'll settle it all at once. Hearing these words, he was delighted to have an ally and immediately agreed. Okay. Immediately afterward, he quickly smirked, bringing out a bewitching inner force from within his body. He was ready for the show. Immediately after, he finally didn't hide his relic. A red book was pulled from his chest. Looking at the one who didn't know his own limitations, Yu Hoen mockingly sneered. Let's wait and play with what kind of feeling. You foolish fanatic. Immediately after, Yu Hoen drew his weapon. If you use a mental attack, I'll do the same. On the other side, Edward was busy dealing with the out-of-control crowd. He was startled when he looked over. Wait! Why did you draw your sword? You'll kill these people. These people here can hinder your company. They're just being controlled. Yu Hoen was still calm. He rushed forward with his sword and said indifferently, You don't need to worry, just watch. Because this was a mental attack, The controlled people immediately felt the pain, causing them all to stop their attacking movements simultaneously. He didn't expect that Yu Hoen could use this to control everyone. He stood there blankly. Just like that, this match was solely controlled by Yu Hoen, who flew towards him in shock. Austin felt like fresh blood was gushing out, and the pain came, making him scream involuntarily. On the contrary, Yu Hoen's face was breaking into a devious smile. He was extremely smug with his calculations. Otin couldn't understand what he was doing. He was sweating profusely, his mouth agape, and he shouted, "No, why?" His hands instinctively grabbed his neck. Even though he didn't see any blood, he didn't understand why he felt so much pain. After calming down, Okantin couldn't believe his eyes. "What? My neck isn't cut, but I feel a sharp pain and like it's being torn apart." On the other side, seeing his opponent struggling like that, Yu Hoen laughed triumphantly. "It's hilarious to see you like this." He rested his sword on his shoulder, then mocked. "Look, you've pissed your pants, how embarrassing." Now, Otin finally realized. He yelled angrily, "You're giving me an illusion!" And of course, Yu Hoen didn't deny it. "Yes, not just you, I'm doing it to everyone here." Hearing him say that, he immediately looked in shock at the rest of the controlled people. Yu Hoen continued, "I can make everyone see the horrors of the dark battlefield. You're not the only one who knows how to use mental attacks." Right after that, he somehow had his sacred relic in his hand. "Anyway, I'll use this relic." Otin was extremely angry. He clenched his fists and growled, "Bastard! In that brief moment, my relic." Seeing the other party's expression, Yu Hoen was extremely calm. "You must be very scared." Then he brazenly looked at the sacred relic and declared, "From now on, this relic is mine." But there was one thing that surprised Yu Hoen, that the system notified that this sacred relic still had an owner, and he couldn't use it. And Yu Hoen needed to reduce the owner's dominance. At this point, Yu Hoen glanced at him. He vomited everything out, but he was still alive. Otin wiped the saliva from his mouth. "Idiot! Don't you know it's bad to take someone else's relics?" Immediately after that, he channeled his inner energy into his fingers, then shouted, "Come back to me!" At the same time, from inside Yu Hoen's sleeve, the rope from before had begun to stir. Immediately, it headed towards Otin, then rushed over to attack the enemy. Using all its strength to tighten around the opponent, the rope simultaneously shouted, "Don't bother my master!" Yu Hoen said casually, "I didn't call it, it tied you up itself." And at this moment, Okannatin's dominance over that sacred relic had begun to decrease. Yu Hoen was satisfied. The atmosphere in his home would be better. He should leave this place soon. "Yes, go now." At the same time, the sacred relic Avesta strangely cried out in surprise. "Master's dominance is decreasing." A moment later, the system announced, "The owner has completely lost contact with the sacred relic Avesta." Looking at the book in his hand, he said contentedly, "Now let's see how far I can go." Avesta struggled. "Who are you, you bastard?" Looking at the power emanating from the book, Yu Hoen was extremely pleased. "I'm dominating it. At this rate, it seems possible that my dominance power has increased a lot." Yu Hoen rolled up his sleeves, revealing a large burn mark. He recalled the last time he burned his arm trying to master the Masusama relic. But he didn't think he would lose to this sulfur monosulfide rank relic. At this moment, Avesta kept struggling, while shouting, "Weak power! You're just a human!" On this side, being strangled by the rope, Otin couldn't do anything but scream, "You bastard! What are you doing to my Avesta?" His hand at this moment channeled his inner energy, trying to pull the rope out. "Stop tying me up, rope!" Operton said contemptuously to it. "You're just a low-ranking sacred relic. I'll show you the dominance power of my clan. Obey me." Watching him struggle desperately, Yu Hoen said calmly, "That's how it stretches, and now it will constrict him." Immediately after, the rope tried its best to attack even more fiercely. He shouted irritably, "Take this and die." At the same time, suddenly a stranger rushed over with a knife, cutting the rope with just a few slashes. The rope immediately pounced on him. "It's cut! I'm cut! It hurts! It hurts, master!" Yu Hoen glared at the other person. "You can't destroy other people's relics. It hurts! It hurts!" Otin irritably hugged his neck, looking at him. "You just stole and destroyed my sacred relic." Yu Hoen said calmly, "That's because you started it. Anyway, I have completely dominated this sacred relic." Yu Hoen raised the book. "The feud between us is over. I will leave. You should enjoy this party." Seeming unwilling that he had stolen his sacred relic, Otin shouted, "Bastard, stop!" Immediately after, he immediately ordered his bodyguards to rush up. "Vera, capture him!" Instantly, he threw a flask carrying black smoke towards Vera. "I don't have much time to play with you." When no one was on guard, a cloud of smoke immediately engulfed the entire space. Yu Hoen quickly converged with Edward and Jaha. "Let's go! I've prepared an escape route." As soon as Jaha saw him, he was overjoyed. Boss Yu Hoen led the way. "First, we need to find Irin, and we will leave." Jaha quickly replied, "Okay." But after walking for a while, Yu Hoen was surprised to meet an acquaintance, and he immediately spoke. Miller Julian? Julian covered his mouth with one hand while glancing at Yu Hoen. You're the one from earlier? Yu Hoen. The party is over. Come with me. A serious look was directed at Julian. He said again, I have a relic to escape from here. Julian was instead wary. How can I trust you? You were the cause of the chaotic party. Yu Hoen did not object to this statement, but he did not forget to mock. Although your mouth is not beautiful, you are right. Then Yu Hoen also added, that's their business after all. I've always helped you. Now if I wanted to do anything to you, why would I offer an invitation to escape together? Right? Hearing this offer, Julian was extremely surprised and asked, why are you helping me? A sincere smile bloomed on his lips. Yu Hoen said again, I don't know, maybe we have a close relationship in a previous life. On this side, Jeha was seriously and tirelessly scribbling on the ground, and streams of light emanated from his drawings. Julian asked in surprise, when your drawing is complete, can we go through this painting? Yu Hoen replied, that's right, the painting will be completed soon. Pausing for a moment, Julian said, oh, by the way, I heard about your sister. How did you know? Yu Hoen got straight to the point. I saw it in the newspaper. Information spreads very quickly these days. Do you want me to help you find your sister? Looking at him, Julian seriously considered. This is probably why he wanted to sign a contract with the old man, and he also told him that I had found my sister. But then, pausing for a moment, Julian's voice trembled. She died in front of me. Yu Hoen, upon hearing this, was secretly shocked. What? Impossible. At the same time, Jeha hurriedly turned to look at everyone. It's complete, everyone come here. Yu Hoen secretly glanced at Julian. That's impossible. Even though it will take a long time, I will find her for you. At least until then you must still be alive. Streams of light emanated, and Yu Hoen was also a little saddened for his old friend. I tried, but it seems I was wrong. Suddenly, the white statue in front of them inexplicably emitted a stream of golden light. Everyone was preparing to leave, and that drawing had begun to take effect. But inexplicably, Julian changed his mind. Thank you for helping me get out of there, now I will leave. Yu Hoen was actually stunned. Wait, Jeha, seeing his reaction, felt curious. Is he an acquaintance of yours, boss? And just like that, Julian didn't say a word but walked quickly forward. But now, the inner voice of his heart secretly said, what? As he left, he kept looking back. Julian seemed hesitant. Just like that, New York, in a high-rise building in the downtown area, the private company Shounen. According to the news on TV, the victims were rushed to the hospital in time. After the fun, Pandora's party ended in chaos. 80 people were injured, 300 others suffered minor injuries, and many more were reported missing. Based on the news, the anchor added content extracted from the party. Civil groups accused Pandora of being a factor in the war, but Pandora explained that the rioters were not members of Pandora. There was no way to stop the spread of criticism. Sitting in his chair, holding a can of soda, Yu Hoen smiled triumphantly as he listened to the news. It would be troublesome for me if you guys were all right. Pandora suddenly stepped forward from behind Irin. She looked up at him and asked a few things. You interfered with the party. Is everything okay? Go. Looking at Irin, Yu Hoen assured, everything is fine. Everything is going according to plan. Deep inside the locked cabinet, protected by several layers, was a relic he had obtained. He had also received the relic as a good reward. Taking a sip from his soda can, Yu Hoen glanced at the cabinet, thinking to himself, having this relic in my hands means their chairman's seat is still vacant. The future king will definitely be different from before. He sadly recalled his meeting with Julian in the distant past. And Julian is also dead. More and more things are different from the past. After thinking for a while, Yu Hoen put the soda can down on the table. The information I have gained in 15 years will be limited from now on. Then he glanced into the distant sky. It's time to be careful. This is happening faster than I thought. Just as he was thinking, Jeha kept calling Yu Hoen. Boss, help me. Looking at him, Yu Hoen wondered, what's wrong? Jeha, panting, hurriedly said what he had just encountered. It keeps breaking. I'm trying to fix it, but there's something very strange. He quickly led Yu Hoen into the room, pointing to the relic. This isn't the first time, but the rope keeps rejecting me. I want you to be careful. Everything seems normal. He turned to look at him confused. Where did he stand sweating like that? Boss, no? It's fine now, when I try to touch it. Yu Hoen slowly approached the rope, standing with his arms crossed, watching. I think it looks normal. Jim pointed at it, stuttering. Really, it's very. He put his hand close to the rope, smiling reassuringly as if about to do something. Hey, you'll be okay. But with prior caution, the rope quickly wrapped around Jen's body, emitting a jolt of electricity. He cried out, don't mess with my master! No, I just want to fix you. Jenha quickly asked Jen to observe closely. Look, boss, be careful, he's sweating nervously beside you. This is very strange. Not wanting the situation to drag on, Yu Hoen ordered the rope. Come here, rope, come here. Yes, master. Beside him, Jeha was lying unconscious. It wrapped tightly around his hand, acting affectionately, asking Han Yun what he needed. "What can I do?" "Boss, you've grown taller." With a serious face, Yu Hoen turned to look at the rope, questioning. "Why won't you let him fix you? You were just broken." Hearing what he said, the rope wiggled continuously and expressed its own feelings. "Sir, I'm in a strange mood." As soon as he finished speaking, a green aura emanated from the rope, confusing him. "What is that?" The green auras were emitted from the rope itself, accompanied by a purple notification board. "The rope has achieved a new accomplishment. There is a change in the rope's body. The rope is increasingly changing its shape and function. The rope is evolving." The purple notification also displayed completely different content. "Achievements do not adhere to the dominating power of masters." What? Yu Hoen's back was turned. He was thinking about an issue that had happened before. So at that time, R.E.R. Feller tried to dominate it, attacking me. The image of Austin being tightly wrapped around the neck by the rope, unable to struggle. The rope is a relic. Without a definite owner, it should have been dominated and attacked me. And he was the one who witnessed it. He was wrapped so tightly by the rope that he couldn't breathe, but it refused. This achievement seems to belong to the rope. Back in the present, a purple board appeared, announcing the upgrade of the rope. Rare, multi-purpose silver rope. 0% proficiency. It's really like that. The rope is now shimmering silver, the ranking has increased, the rope has changed into a secondary attribute relic, the power of the relic has increased. Yu Hoen was silent. He lowered his head to observe the transformation of the rope and thought. Besides, it turned into an attribute relic. The evolved rope excitedly surrounded the two of them. "I feel so good! I feel so good!" Jean, who had just woken up, came over, not understanding. "What happened?" He looked at the rope and explained. "This is the first time I've seen a relic evolve." The information from the purple slab appeared once again. It was a masterless relic. The rope lunged forward, wrapping around Yu Hoen's face as if showing its affection. "First, we need to make the oath." "Yes, Your Grace." In an instant, the promise between him and the rope was written, and the purple slab approved. The contract was made. Seeing the rope before him, DH couldn't help but be surprised. "Extraordinary. It doesn't need repairing anymore." It whispered to him, "Tang ai, look at my new skin." Before he could finish, he quickly asked, "But is there a risk when it becomes a sacred attribute relic?" As if listening to DH's question, the purple slab appeared. Risk acknowledged. After skimming through the content, Yu Hoen was surprised by the risk the rope possessed. Risk acknowledged. The DH next to him also surprisingly quipped, "It looks like a dog." The two left the room, analyzing as they walked. "I think all sacred relics have strange risks, like the rope. A relic wraps around its master, being coiled around the head," Yu Hoen affirmed strongly. "No, this is just a normal case." Another purple slab appeared opposite him, showing him tightly wrapped by the rope. The information on it began to reveal itself. Sacred relic trainer titles increase compatibility with all sacred relics. Ability to use existing sacred relics up to 90%. After skimming through the content, Yu Hoen held onto the rope, smiling triumphantly. Hard to say, since it involves talent. "I understand now." His next words left DH standing beside him dumbfounded. "This is the key to hitting the jackpot. If other relics can evolve, we'll win." With the rope wrapped tightly around his neck, he glanced back, smiling and suggesting, "We need to do a study on the development of sacred relics." In the morning, at a skyscraper in the city, Pandora headquarters. The disruption from that party was a great loss for Pandora. A man with his hands clasped behind his back was presenting the content to the guests sitting in the chairs. A product from a group within Pandora has created a radar with exceptional performance. The Pandora system has successfully scanned all the participants. Statistics. The image of a girl raising her two palms, emitting a stream of magic. Through this, we can obtain user and sacred relic information. Up to the image of the chairman Chizun cracking a scheming smile. The plan is to attract neutral sacred relic users to Pandora, and we recruit them. Up to the image of Yu Hoen wielding weapons, attacking continuously. And finally, the image of his disciple Jae taking the axe, but the party was disrupted, and the plan failed. Hearing this, a guest present in the row quickly questioned, "Can't we just hold another party?" Below, Jiju frowned, affirming, "We don't have much time." The people above are chatting noisily. "What do you mean, we don't have time?" Behind him was an electronic map, with many red dots appearing on it. Some tombs have sprung up. Precisely, 7 tombs will appear sooner. The size and danger of the 7 tombs are different from the previous ones. A series of red spots appeared, flashing brilliant lights, and at the same time, strong and rare relics will also appear, according to Pandora's sacred relic user predictions. Leaving that electronic map, Jinna looked at everyone, analyzing further. Those who conquer this world will change the world. That's why we have to attack these tombs, no matter how dangerous it is. Some people in the row looked at each other with doubtful expressions. Am I really going? I doubt my abilities. In the room, behind him, there was a buzz of discussion. That's why more manpower is needed for this. although the plan is to obtain strong people as soon as possible. In the row above, the guests, after a moment of thought, began to have answers. That's a big problem. Anyone have any ideas? I'll spend more money. How foolish. The problem is manpower, not money. Joger raised his hand, speaking his opinion. Let the Pandora system choose people capable of conquering the tombs, even if it's an individual. Can the system do that? After hearing the idea, Jishu looked up, praising. That's a good idea. On the screen, a series of names appeared simultaneously. Look at the top 50 people. The first person is none other than the chairman Jae-zoon, 21 relics. Many people are already members of ours. Next is the artist Austin 28, 20 sacred relics. These people are all excellent. The next one, the sculpting master Richard 59, 6 sacred relics. These are the people we need to find. Strategy master, July 25th, relic number 19. The next one is a super rich heiress, Irene 20, relic number 1. Wait, is she even using relics? The next one is an old, white-haired merchant relic master, Edward 62, relic number 17. This man is surprisingly on the list too. And last but not least, it's Jaeha, Hwen's younger brother, 24, relic number 5. First, let's approach these people. While he was introducing them, suddenly a guard rushed from behind to whisper in his ear, making him nod. Then, Diahilak looked towards the guests in the seats and began to introduce. Esteemed members, there is actually one more person in total. On the screen at this moment appeared a series of precious relics. This is so extraordinary that I have deduced that the owner of these relics is none other than him. Tomb rating expert, Duhoen 22. The number of relics is unimaginably high. Relic number 50. Seeing that number, the members above in the seats stood up abruptly, their faces horrified. What? He has 50 relics, what the hell? Looking towards them, Dia Hinuach continued to announce newly updated information. In addition, some people on the list above are working for him. So far, an image of Duhofen with sharp eyes displays a smile that hides a scheme. Unfortunately, he has a hostile attitude towards us, and therefore he is Pandora's greatest threat. Hearing this, a series of members stood up, clearly showing their indignation. How is that possible? One young man can't do that. Seeing that the situation was not good, Diahuak clapped his hands gently to signal everyone. Please calm down, esteemed members. Looking towards the seats, he began to assert. Although he has ability, Pandora has intelligence, also has abundant resources and extraordinary talent. He will never enter the tomb before us. Jaehinuk's eyes lit up. He leaned forward and whispered to the members. We have information that he doesn't have. About the 7 tombs. The basic conditions for the evolution of relics. Relics with specific values. Rank D. Rank C is applied by everyday actions. Rank C. Rank B is applied by rare measures. Rank B. Rank A is applied by performing assigned work. Rank A, Rank S, will be applied by heroes of the era. Rank S. Rank SS materialism, or the owner, will be new. Duhoen and the rope stand behind, sitting and looking at the board, contemplating what he needs to achieve to meet these conditions in order to evolve his relic. He quickly raised his head, touched his chin, and made a suggestion. Hey Crow, can you explain it more clearly? What does it mean to have a level that is designated as treasure? Duhoen held his hand out in front of him, pointing his finger as he continued to say what he wanted. And the owner of the relic is said to be a hero of the era. I need my reputation to evolve the relic. But after his words, he only received a terrifying silence from around him. Damn it, what should I do now? Duhoen looked towards the 2 axes below. Do you guys know? They blankly replied. I don't know, sir. On this side, the remaining items full of relics also affirmed. We also don't, boss. On this side, Zhen, holding a glass of water to drink, was attracted by Duhoen's voice. That damn crow. Seeing him walking down the stairs with a sluggish appearance from the stairs, Jaehae immediately asked, Boss, are you done? Come and see the news. Another strange thing has happened. Duhen, hearing this, plopped down on the chair, looking up at the TV screen. What is it? The latest news. On the news broadcast was a map with marked locations and information. A large number of tombs have appeared. Strangely, if we mark these tombs on the map, they will be linked to each other. Just glancing at it, he remembered something. His mouth hesitant. We asked a question for Pandora to answer. On the TV screen at this moment was an employee of the corporate group answering. The question Pandora is investigating, so it is difficult to answer. There is no clear answer. Hearing his words, Du Hofen on this side clenched his teeth in anger. Pandora, you don't know what they're hiding. The government is evacuating residents near the tomb. Seeing his appearance, Zhen was a little surprised and wondered, do you know about it, boss? He lowered his head and nodded in affirmation. I know. Duho looked up at the screen, which was displaying the entire marked map. That's a sign of the 7 tombs appearing. Soon, 7 tombs will emerge. Then, in his eyes, there were thoughts that no one could guess. It should have appeared a few years later, but the future has changed. Jean held a glass of water, leaned back in his chair, and turned to look. What do you mean? Yu Hoen explained. They are larger and more dangerous, but there are also many treasures. A forest with withered trees, beneath which are streams of molten lava. These are tombs representing the 7 deadly sins in Kodyo religion. Tombs that you wouldn't even want to approach just by hearing their names. A cubic block emitting strange green smoke. Last time, I got a relic that gave me the ability to steal. It came from one of the 7 tombs. The Tomb of Greed. From his chair, Yu Hoen supported himself and began to stand up. I'm just a thief working under the Elder's army. Those who conquer these tombs almost reach the level of a king. His voice echoed throughout the room. We need to enter these tombs. Jiha, holding his glass of water, commented. It seems like they are very difficult tombs. Hearing his words, Yu Hoen nodded in agreement. That's the problem. But letting Pandora in first would be terrible. He considered a series of relics that could be used for what was to come. We need to have at least a few relics to enter the tomb. Relics that are powerful and efficient. Yu Hoen thought for a long time. Then suddenly an idea seemed to come to him. I can't find a good solution in a short amount of time. After all, I have no choice but to upgrade the relics. Wait a moment. Yu Hoen quickly moved to the safe. His hand reached out to unlock the safe. Inside the safe, a red book with an air of mystery appeared. Taking the book in his hand, Yu Hoen smiled cunningly. A blazing red flame startled him. With it, I can easily increase my reputation. Maybe we can use this to add new conditions. Holding the relic in his hand, Yu Hoen shouted an order to it. Now, Avesta, your first task is to make me your master. A series of purple panels appeared with messages about the relic he was holding. The conditions are not sufficient for using the relic. They are not yet met. Missionary relics require the user's reputation and popularity. You need at least 10 people to be charmed by you. Too angry, he threw the Avesta relic to the ground, stomping on it forcefully. This useless thing, if I were famous, what would I need you for? Touching his chin, Yu Hoen thought about the famous artist Austin. So JCF is an artist. I'm sure I can charm 10 people easily. To understand him better, he turned to J.H. Rockefeller and asked, what does he do? Remembering for a moment, he said, he sings and acts. Looking towards Yu Hoen, Jay added another job about Austin. He also writes a few novels. I read it, and it was very good, making him a little surprised. Novels? Suddenly something flashed in his mind and he smiled, thinking, singing and acting are too difficult, but if it's a novel, I always thought writing novels only requires a computer. I'll start by reading a novel by JCF. One beautiful morning, Seung-woo took the hose and watered the seedlings in the garden. I don't understand. Inside the room, Yu Hoen was lying on the bed, holding a book in his hand. Why is this thing so popular? What is this? Seeing him reading that book, he offered, with a mouthful of saliva. You're actually reading it anyway. You should focus on desires when writing. Yu Hoa folded the book, and he opened his mouth to promise. I believe in my heart I will be more confident. I will write something that goes beyond this novel. Looking after him, Seung-woo was full of questions. What kind of novel are you going to write? Yu Hoen raised the book in his hand, shaking his head, not wanting to reveal. Secret. See you later. Then I spent hours writing. On his desk now was a computer and a pile of papers with ideas flashing and being discarded. I'm in the mood to write more things. Yu Hoen's eyes looked towards the content inside the computer screen. It turns out writing is also an interesting thing. I can even have fans. In the future, maybe this will be my side job. At night in the city full of shining lights, his voice echoed everywhere. Done. On the table, a pile of papers full of writing were placed on it. You actually wrote it? Before me is the novel. Yu-ho sat in the chair, crossed his arms, and smiled, suggesting, please read it. Ji took the pile of paper he wrote, unable to believe it. Boss can write so much? He wrote so fast. He glanced at it and gave a review. And it seems like you use sensual things. Yu-ho-hei smiled gently and urged, just read it. Jihad took the pile of papers and read it very seriously. And become my fan. Next, Do Kyung and Trong Jugak were also quite interested in reading his pile of papers, all 4 of them. Even Gong-u was quite satisfied with the content Yu Ho-hen wrote. At least 6 people or more. 6 people isn't too easy? Looking at the stacks of papers being read by everyone, he couldn't help but calculate. What about publishing it? What if the book sells so well that I can't keep up with writing? Thinking of this, Yu Ho-hen lowered his head and closed his eyes, revealing a confident smile. It's been tough. I've been too busy with the tombs. Seeing Jen Ha holding the stack of papers, without any feedback, he raised his voice and asked loudly, hey, have you finished reading? So what do you think about it? He hurriedly turned around, raised his index finger, his face full of excitement. I'll say it's very good. 10 out of 10. Just that? Jen's attitude made Yu Ho-hen feel that something was wrong. He then asked him to answer honestly. You should tell the truth, by the way. I will use the relic to check your honesty. If you lie, then okay. Making Jiha's face turn pale, nodding sincerely. I will tell the truth. The words he uttered were like sparks piercing through Yu Hoen's body. Right now, boss, this isn't a magical book full of plot holes, not much fun, and not a bit of desire. He reached out and grabbed his chest, his face covered in blood, hesitating to speak. Genha still didn't stop. He opened his mouth wide and blurted out frank comments. And the most incomprehensible thing is that the whole story is entirely about relics. Yu Hoen seemed unable to bear those words anymore and quickly shouted back, "Relics are all I can think of, giving you something to criticize. Oh, it's true that there's nothing else in your mind." On this side, Zhuangshu held the stack of papers, bewildered and not understanding. "Boss," he slowly approached him. "There are some words I don't understand." Yu Hoen was annoyed, so he spoke a little loudly. "What?" Zhuangshu, face to face with him, immediately voiced his question. "What does the word gong, pha, mean?" Making Yu Hoen a little surprised, but also trying to explain. The bone-chilling cold of Gong U also continued Zhuangshu's words. "What about the word kinte?" He still continued to explain, straining every nerve. The words in the stack of papers were asked by the group in a rush, making him a little annoyed. "What about ki rio?" "It means research." Hearing Yu Hoen's explanation, Do Qiang and Zhuangshu on this side looked at each other in disgust. But that's a top-notch word. Although he turned away, Genha still spoke sharp words that pierced through Jen. "And one more thing, you use too many confusing terms. This isn't your field, boss Yu." He crossed his arms and stood behind him, commenting frankly. "You are a relic user, not a writer," making Yu Hoen have to rethink himself. "Novels. This thing is more profound than I thought." Seeing that time was running out, Jean took out a stone and a pen, writing some things on it. "There's no time to prepare." Suddenly, from outside the door, a person walked in carrying a briefcase. That briefcase was thrown hard at him, making Jean surprised, quickly packing all the relics. "We're leaving!" Looking at Yu Hoen, he was bewildered and didn't understand what he was saying. "Boss, where are we going?" Yu Hoen, standing opposite him, spoke the location they would go to. Kyoto, Japan. A phone was placed on the table with the latest news updated. Many merchants are missing in Kyoto. The number of missing people is already 2,000. "Don't listen." He showed a smug smile, speaking the things he was thinking. "I feel that this is strange, and all the missing people are women." Hearing the news, Yu Hoen glanced at Jeha, affirming one thing. The only person who can do this is the harem relic user, making him quite surprised. Harem relic? He showed a bright smile, talking about the function of that relic. Although it's not a strong relic, it can manipulate women. Having just heard the use, Jen's face turned red. This excitement, it's very useful, isn't it? If I had it, I would woo all the women in the world. On this side, Yu Hoen curled his lips, a smile full of scheming. "I will use it to seduce women," making him behind him panic. "Boss, you still want to find fans?" Just like that, the two people quickly boarded the plane to Japan. "I will definitely get 10 fans, and will immediately sign a contract with the Avesta relic. If you understand the situation, let's go quickly." After a few hours of flying, they finally arrived at a bustling place. A big city, Kyoto, Japan. A starry night. Beside a bamboo forest where the wind whispers, the missing people gather at the temple within the bamboo grove. The flickering flashlights of the police stand guard before the bamboo forest. At this moment, all entrances are guarded by police. Holding the phone in his hand, he reports the reason for the police's appearance. So many police are here because the daughter of a senator has gone missing. In front of him, Yu Hoen has some questions. "Why are you sticking to me? Are you scared?" Holding the phone, reading the information, jaw trembles slightly. "Boss, a police officer has already died here. The Prime Minister's child has gone missing. A police officer died during the rescue operation, so how can you say it's a harmless relic?" Hearing the information, Yu Hoen is also a bit confused, stroking his chin as he recounts. "The relic is only used to manipulate women. The relic is famous for its 3,000 concubines. The Casanova relic only manipulates ordinary women." Standing in front of Jeha, after a moment of analysis, he makes a prediction. None of them have the power to kill. This means the user of the harem relic has other relics as well. Without hesitation, Yu Hoen quickly runs off to look for clues. "I'll go around and check," leaving him there. "You stay here, boss, be careful." On this side of the bamboo forest, the police are using flashlights to check around. One of the police officers suddenly widens his eyes, looking to the side, a little panicked. A series of red beams appear in rapid succession. Yu Hoen suddenly rushes out, startling a police officer holding a flashlight. "What?" Without saying much, he kicks the police officer hard in the stomach. In just a few seconds, 2 police officers fall backward, lying on the ground clutching their stomachs in pain. "Sleep well, the harem relic is mine." Back at another location in front of the bamboo forest, the police are standing in front of some people. "Everyone is safe now, we'll lead you out." Suddenly, one of the 2 police officers notices something is wrong, his face sweating profusely. Understand? 3 or 4 women at this moment are holding weapons, their bodies emitting purple smoke. "What's wrong with you all? Don't make any sudden moves." A piercing scream attracts Yu Hoen. Inside the bamboo forest, he startles, and listens. A woman lunges forward, grabs the police officer's collar, raising her weapon to attack. What? What's wrong with these women? It's almost like a murder move. Hiding in a corner of the bamboo forest, he observes the situation, startled in astonishment. It seems it's not just the harem relic, he's turning women into weapons. Suddenly from inside the forest, a pair of bare feet are stepping forward. As if having a third sense, sensing something, Yu Hoen glances around and sees a group of women controlled by the relic, holding weapons. Seeing the situation is not good, he raises his hand to show humility towards the women. Ladies, listen to me. I don't want to fight. But it seems they don't listen to him. A woman holding a weapon rushes to attack. This is meaningless. Yu Hoen raises his arm to block a woman lunging towards him. I'm going to leave so. He hurriedly dodges a woman's hand, while looking forward at the figure of a girl, that extremely familiar figure with her memorable blonde hair. That girl is none other than Dua. She holds a knife. Her whole body is being controlled by the relic. Isn't she the relic user? The guidance of the future? Damn it! Seeing the situation is too dangerous, Yu Hoen raises his hand to summon a sword. There's no way out. A series of sword slashes are unleashed, directly at the group of women in front of him. On this side, Duka, controlled by the relic, rushes forward with the knife. She grips the knife tightly, slashing strongly at his sword. In an instant, Duka's knife is knocked into the air. Yu Hoen, holding the sword, presses it hard against her neck, shouting an order. Don't move, idiot! The force choking her neck is so strong that her eyes widen and her mouth gapes. Hey, guidance of the future! It seems she herself is regaining consciousness. Her whole body seems to be sensing something. If I'm not mistaken, Sasaki Zuka. Her eyes widened. Seemingly Zuka herself has stabilized Sasaki's body, her own name. This sound. Purple notifications begin to appear, a series of notifications about her condition. Consciousness is starting to recover. The influence of the relic is beginning to weaken. Perhaps this. She grabs the sword, trying to chop at Lu Chaoge's neck. Yu Hoen awakens her, saying, Hey, are you awake yet? She seems to remember something, muttering to herself, My name is Sasaki. Back at another location within the bamboo forest, Jin is sitting, scrolling through information on his phone. A rather familiar voice rises, making him wearily lift his head to look up. Yu Hoen appears, holding the unconscious Yu in his arms, standing before Jae-ha. Boss is back. Who is this girl that you've collapsed to the ground? He begins to explain to Jin-ha, who is standing nearby. I know this Japanese girl. It's a coincidence that she was captured here. Then turning to her, he asks, Han, are you awake? Yu grimaces, looking very tired, so dizzy. Seeing that she has regained her spirit, he begins the interrogation. Do you remember what happened before you were hypnotized? What happened here? Rummaging through her memories, Yu begins to recount what she experienced. The man who hypnotized me was an American, a soldier named Simon. Hearing that name, Yu Hoen immediately offers a guess. He might be one of Kai Luo's subordinates. Jae-ha beside him nods, agreeing with his thought. Perhaps. Not far away are the high-rise buildings of Japan's most bustling city. There are many people hypnotized at this temple. Now there are over 2,000 people. He squats down, sitting across from Yun, asking a few more things. Their fighting strength is abnormal, not just hypnosis, right? Not hiding anything, she honestly declares to him. Yes, Simon has a necrosis relic. Hearing the information, Yu Hoen reveals a smug smile. So it's a necrosis relic. So those women with the swirling purple smoke are controlled by that relic. Simon is no ordinary player. By using a harem relic and a necrosis relic, women have become powerful weapons. As she speaks, Dua's face reveals fear towards that man. It will be very difficult to find Simon, because he always has an army of hypnotized women by his side. What she said is exactly what he already knew. Yu Hoen even adds, Of course, and more than 2,000 soldiers. He quickly glances at his feet, jumps up and makes an assertion. But I still have ways to deal with him. Yu Hoen quickly stands up looking at Dua, quickly asking, I'm going back to the inn now. Did you bring the car? Making her confused, she quickly recalls, What? No. Receiving the answer from Dua, Yu Hoen grabs some money and throws it at her. Take this and go home and don't get involved in this matter. He prepares to leave when he is drawn in by Duga's voice, turning his head to look. Yu Hoen. A face full of loveliness, with bright eyes and a voice filled with coquetry. You said I saved the future. Is this? Dudu's words make Yu Hoen's face turn pale, slightly bewildered. Today, I saved you and the future. But he answers with a sentence that seems to petrify her. The future will be messed up because you interfered. Go home quickly. Beside him, Jianha looks at Yu Hoen with a jealous expression. Since when have you been so popular? He chuckles softly, quickly explaining. Don't worry, she's still a child. Suddenly, in front of both of them, a purple information panel appears. Lines of information also gradually appear. Some basic requirements for using the Avesta relic. Condition. No popularity level. 10. Dissatisfaction above 50. Condition. Number of people you need to charm 4/10. Looking through the information, Yu Hoen puts his hand to his chin, his head full of thoughts. I thought she was charmed by me, but why are there 4 people? From his hand, Yu Hoen takes out a relic, looking vaguely like a character sample. It's here, but it can't be used. I understand. He quickly looks towards Genha, analyzing. Although all the other relics have been restored, the Egyptian relic still hasn't allowed him to recover, making him blankly nod his head in agreement. Yes, you can see he doesn't want to waste time. Yu Hoen grabs his collar, chuckling softly. Time to train the dog. Jae-ha behind him listens in confusion. Train the dog? The relic is quickly thrown away by him, falling straight to the ground. Have fun, dog. The surrounding space was an empty field full of lush green grass. It was perfect for escaping and having fun. The Egyptian relic began to emit golden rays of light. A black dog with fiery red eyes looked around in confusion. What's going on? Where am I? Seeing Anubis, Yu Hoen smiled and greeted it immediately. Long time no see. As if remembering something, it stammered. You are Anubis bared its sharp teeth, its fiery eyes full of hatred. This time I will kill you. As soon as it finished speaking, its entire body suddenly collapsed face first onto the ground. Not understanding what was happening. Why can't I move? Anubis looked towards him and angrily shouted, Hey, what did you do to me? He put his hands in his pockets, calmly saying to it, I didn't do anything, you're just broken. Yu Hoen raised his arm, pointing towards Daeha, who was smiling awkwardly. If you want to recover in the best way, make a contract with me. Hearing his words, it lay on the ground, clenching its teeth, its red eyes blazing. A contract with a human, don't make me laugh, Yu Hoen's voice rang out. That's what I'm hoping for. Behind him, the rope suddenly shot forward from nowhere. It's time to train this stupid dog. It came forward, tightly wrapping around Anubis, squeezing its entire body. That hurts. Yu Hoen held the rope in his hand, chuckling softly. We're just getting started. Anubis was tightly bound, angrily opening its mouth. Damn it, he suggested. Should we go for a light walk? Infuriating it. Who are you to order me around? Seeing that Anubis was not cooperating, the rope tightened around its neck. Like you have a choice, causing its mouth to fill with saliva. Damn this rope! Anubis began to soften its tone. It whispered to his rope. Hey, you and I are both relics. Why are you serving him? You and I are allies. But unexpectedly, the rope was completely on Yu Hoen's side, tightening around Anubis's neck. Hey, what are you saying? Boss, look at this, making him stand and watch, unable to stop laughing. That's a lesson for trash dogs like you. Yu Hoen extended his hand towards the rope, suggesting, do something else? It immediately received the order. Yes, boss. Only Anubis was in tears. You're so annoying. It bared its sharp teeth, its fiery red eyes deciding to accept his request. I can't take it anymore. Let's sign the contract. Anubis's hand touched Yu Hoen's palm. So quickly restore me. He immediately agreed. I'm very good at this. Yu Hoen crouched down, positioning one leg at a right angle, grabbing its leg. While sitting down, a round ball whizzed past Anubis's head, attracting its attention. Okay, so we're taking the next steps. Seeing his actions, it bared its sharp teeth, its fiery red eyes showing resentment. Hey, do you know I'm a god-tier relic? As soon as it finished speaking, the rope beside it mercilessly dragged Anubis after the ball. Hey, run faster or you'll be killed. A moment later, the rope held the ball in front of Yu Hoen. Boss, I brought it back. Next to it was an unconscious Anubis. What are you going to do with it? Once again, he continued to raise that round ball high. Once again, the scene before him made it lie on the ground, sweating profusely with worry. No, if he does that again, I'll die. Just as expected, the ball continued to be thrown into the air. This time, not giving the rope a chance to drag it away, Anubis immediately lunged forward. It opened its mouth wide, tightly catching the ball thrown by him. Well done! Again and again, the ball was caught by Anubis, tightly held in its mouth. Then, the training continued so I could make a contract with this dog. In the park full of green trees beside the stone bench, his and its voices rang out. Now we will sign the contract, and I am your master. Human, I accept your offer. Standing in front of him, Anubis raised its head, confidently, strongly, and calmly judging. I feel like I'm about to die a second time. It slightly lowered its head, its fiery red eyes, its face furrowed, observing his appearance. I understand. You are a fairly strong human. On this side, Yu-Ho gave him a smile. I accept you as my master. Intervening between the two was a brilliant golden light bursting outwards. Seeing the light growing stronger, he chuckled with satisfaction. Good. Yu Hoen raised his hand slightly to reveal a symbol of Egyptian relics. Having finished, he looked at Anubis with an innocent expression and ordered, Go back to the inn and heal it. It responded gently. No. Yu Hoen delivered a blunt sentence, startling it. Just a little bit more and you'll be shattered. Anubis frantically asked repeatedly, Should I just run away? The voices of both echoed throughout Japan's most bustling city. If you're restored, You'll be very useful to me. You guys aren't doing anything bad, are you? Do that job well in the future. Back elsewhere, at a temple, someone's voice echoed all around. Lord! Lord! From outside the door, a girl hurried in, bowing her head to report. There are intruders! Lying on the floor, the man quickly propped himself up. Damn it, what are they doing this early in the morning? How dare you attack my harem achievement and wake me up? His eyes with blue irises revealed clear anger, as he vowed through gritted teeth. Although I don't know who you are, I will make you die a miserable death. Back on this side, a group of people with dark faces were surrounded by purple smoke. I don't hit civilians. Call out your master. Yu Hoen and Dahao behind were trembling. He frowned and ordered them. Go out, you can only hide inside. From inside the temple, a guy walked out, a pleased smile on his face. Standing on this side, Yu Hoen frowned in observation with a serious face. Hashin raised his palm high in front of him. Behind him was a group of supporters. Although I don't know who you are, you will die here. This is the first time I've seen someone break through. As soon as he finished speaking, behind both of them, a group of women had surrounded them with no escape. He frowned slightly and added an introduction. All these women are my weapons, and you are surrounded. Besides that, these women are very strong. A whole group of women with glowing purple eyes are being controlled by Hashin. Their souls are like unconscious warriors, are dual spirits, and you won't be able to defeat them. Hearing his threats, Yu Hoen on this side smirked. Really? He raised his hand. A surge of golden power appeared around him. Yu Hoen slammed that hand down on the ground, shattering the surrounding rocks, along with the release of golden power. From the ground, skeletal arms and heads arose. A series of skeletons holding weapons rushed forward. So, here I also have 20,000 soldiers. Snap! These are the eternal warriors called to be servants of the relic. In the thick white smoke, Yu Hoen gave a challenging smile. How about it? The scene before him made Hashin frown, biting his teeth in fear. How? The skeletons are approaching the temple. Under the golden power I control, at least you can see the difference between us. The skeletons with fearless faces stepped forward. Now you are the one surrounded, you fool. Hearing his words, he gritted his teeth in anger, panicking. Bastard. Hashin quickly ordered the group of controlled women in front. Quickly attack them, they're just bones. Attack. Seeing that he only knew how to attack, Yu Hoen on this side mocked. Are you crazy? It seems like you're desperate. He turned his head to look at the skeleton standing there tenfold. It's 10 times. That's called self-destruction. In the white smoke surrounding him, Yu Hoen's feet slowly moved forward. Your spirit people are unarmed. If they are the souls of true warriors, think about it. In just a few seconds, he stood before the skeleton soldiers, a commander pushing his subordinates to their deaths. Is this worth your loyalty? Across from him, the woman's legs buckled. All the women controlled by Hashin fell to their knees, faces to the ground. Damn it. Their actions infuriated him, and he screamed the order. Why are you standing still? Capture him! Hashin's expression made Yu Hoen smirk. How ridiculous. Without another word, the skeleton army began to advance. 2 of them raised their weapons, pressing them against his neck. With 2 swords at his throat, Hashin sweated and stammered. It's a pity. In just a few more days, I would have been different. What he said made Yu Hoen frown slightly. I prepared everything to conquer the 7 graves. What? He lifted his head, 2 skeletons standing guard behind him, and chuckled inquisitively. 7 graves? There are 7 graves nearby? Hashin was helpless with the 2 swords at his neck, sweat drenching his forehead. The man told about the 7 graves. He recounted that after being threatened, Hashin revealed that a grave would appear near Kyoto. The moment the story ended, he was struck and sent flying backward with a painful cry. Seeing Yu Hoen approaching, Hashin pleaded in panic. Stop, I've told you everything. Of course, he wasn't moved at all, simply giving a cold order. Stop whining. There's still some work left for the others. Looking at the controlled people, Hashin wondered. What's wrong with them? Yu Hoen replied nonchalantly. I don't know, but you reap what you sow. The system displayed a notification. The opponent's charm is decreasing continuously. The opponent's charm is halved. You now have 2,000 followers. Hashin was horrified by this change, stammering in panic. The owner has changed? What? Looking at his face, Yu Hoen smiled cruelly, his voice low and filled with murderous intent. Pay the price. As soon as he finished speaking, the others rushed toward him, ready to teach Hashin a lesson he wouldn't forget. He cried out desperately in a panic, Wait, save me! The sky was pitch black, the rain falling harder and harder, bringing a melancholy feeling to people's hearts. In another scene, the sky was clear with warm sunlight covering the city. A familiar voice rang out. How many days will you be here? Yu Hoen calmly replied. The grave will appear soon, so it seemed they were enjoying a meal. But the conversation continued. Yu Hoen admitted. I originally came here to get the harem relic, but it's a pity that I forgot to bring my favorite relics. Biting into a piece of steak, Yiha said shyly, I didn't even bring many clothes to change. You hua them. Just then, noticing that something seemed wrong, JH interrupted with a tense expression. Boss, what did you do? It turned out that outside the door, a series of fans were clinging and crowding. That kid made JHA exclaim, "It's a little scary." Excited screams rang out, making the atmosphere somewhat chaotic. Yu Hoen Sarang Hajo, Oba! Looking over was full of Obas. Yu Hoen got up from the table, looking tired, as if wanting to avoid the noisy sounds. I'm bored with the games of celebrities, but the crowd became more and more excited, and increasingly chaotic. He's coming out! Yu Hoen Oba opened the door and stepped out. Yu Hoen was now the male god in the hearts of all the girls there. All of you should go home. We'll meet again later. Of course, this advice had no effect on them. Why, Oba, what? No. They continued to indulge in Yu Hoen's unique beauty and ignored all words. No, oh. He looked at the crowd with a cold gaze. You can bother other people. But then he raised a sign full of calculation. But it's okay. This is my fan website. Join me. Cheers rang out again and again. Oppa, we will definitely join. Jaha stood next to him in surprise and asked, Boss, when did you create it? Yu Hoen said lightly as if it were nothing. Sasaki helped me make it. He explained it because she was a fan. In the crowd it kept ringing out. Oba, look at me. He nodded in satisfaction. This will help me breathe easier. But suddenly, in that chaotic crowd, something caught Yu Hoen's attention. A red-haired girl looked really outstanding in the crowd. A familiar face appeared in his sight, making him pause for a moment. Du Hoen realized she was Lisua. Memories flashed back in his mind. Lisua used to be a member of the excavation team at Azure Planet. Under my command, she was very good at finding and concealing relics, so she was acting as a spy. Du Hoen was lost in memories from his previous life, recalling how close he and she used to be. Watching Sua's figure gradually disappear into the crowd, his eyes narrowed slightly, wondering why she was in Japan. Leaving that aside, looking at the number of relics placed on the table, Du Hoen couldn't hide his satisfaction. Let's see, holding the notebook in his hand, he discovered something interesting. Even his reputation had increased, and some relics had been upgraded. Du Hoen observed carefully, and saw that 3 relics had changed from level D to level C, gradually leveling up. His eyes stopped on a familiar item. The Shia writing brush relic, Class A to Class S. Looking at the brush placed on the table, Du Hoen gazed at it like a treasure. This brush leveled up too. A smirk appeared on his face. Although it wasn't a new item, in this case this job wasn't in vain. He smiled faintly, his eyes stopping on the perfume bottle on the table. Besides, I signed a contract with Avesta and received Casanova perfume as a reward. It's used to gradually increase popularity. Du Hoen stared at them, thinking to himself, what new thing should I start with first? The relics seemed hesitant. Hey boss, your eyes are scary. But then, from behind him, specifically outside the main door, a sound rang out. This caught his attention. Du Hoen's eyes became more cautious. Seeing his expression change and him walking towards the door, Zenha asked in surprise, What's wrong? Du Hoen said with suspicion, I heard a suspicious voice. Zenha assumed it was the sound of a trolley. I guess it's a hotel staff. Sure enough, in the hallway, a hotel staff was pushing a trolley, creating the noise just now. But just as the door opened, the person who appeared was Shu An, dressed in a waitress uniform. Looking at her, he raised his eyebrows slightly, chuckling softly. Lua became a waitress. Seeing her working diligently, Du Hoen felt a sense of relief, which made him laugh. But then the smile faded from his lips as he smelled a familiar scent. Besides, he also sensed the scent of a relic. Hey, stop! Du Hoen stared at Sua, and she seemed to feel that gaze directed at her. Ignoring his words, she continued walking. Du Hoen quickly reached out and blocked her. Hey, I told you to stop! Sua turned her head, somewhat annoyed. Is there something you need, sir? Du Hoen raised his eyebrows, his voice stern. I want to ask a few questions. He slowly moved forward, each step filled with pressure. You've been following me since before entering the hotel, but you're pretending to be a hotel cleaner. Do you think? I don't know. Sua brushed off his hand and stubbornly said, I don't know what you mean. Her expression was as expected. She still refused to admit it. Du Hoen tilted his head slightly. The scent of the relic was clearer than ever. But I smell the scent of a relic from your body. How do you explain this? She gritted her teeth, as if she had been caught red-handed. Du Hoen coldly concluded, I know everything. He confidently judged, You're as simple as ever. Ziha stared at Sua, questioning, Who is she really? Sua stepped back, her hand secretly pulling something out from behind the cloth covering the trolley. There's no other way. I have to risk it. She quickly transformed, becoming a completely new form with overflowing energy. Du Hoen was slightly startled. His eyes froze when he recognized something familiar. The Lunar Assassin. This is a ghostly relic that appeared in the history of the 3 kingdoms. He hissed softly through his teeth, his voice as taut as a bowstring. This relic is very dangerous. Then a light flashed, tearing through the space in that room. Seeing this, Shuei shouted directly at his face. "What are you doing?" Slamming the door shut, cold sweat dripped down his forehead as he warned. "I don't have any relics to fight her. If you make a mistake, your soul could be taken." Hearing this, Yu became frightened. "My soul taken?" Lu Dongli explained. "That means death. If I do something wrong." The door began to make strange noises. Lu Dongli sensed that it wouldn't be able to hold on for another second. Zhu A stood outside, taunting him. "Hey, you fool! You think you can stop a spirit with a door? Open the door!" In Shu A's mind, there was only one mission: to kill them quickly, then interrogate him. Lu Dongli gritted his teeth, his eyes darting around the room, desperately searching for a relic that could restrain this kind of power. "Do I have any other relics?" But then he shook his head, his expression becoming even more serious. "I don't think so, but there's something else, by the way. This is really going." A loud shout came from behind. "Boss, you're going to get caught!" His eyes became serious, ignoring all the words behind him. As the spirit gradually surrounded him, the energy from the relic began to emanate, protecting Lu Dongli. Seeing that Zhu Tukeo couldn't get close to him, the thought echoed in his head. There's no other way. Zhu Ei's voice was strained, as if not believing what was before her eyes. "What are you doing? Attack him now!" But Zhu Tuo's legs couldn't move. Her raised hand was blocked by an invisible force. "It seems a relic is stopping me." Lu Dongli narrowed his eyes, seeing the faint light floating around him like a shield. It can actually resist. He glanced at the relics right there and muttered, "Which one should I use? Too many things." Seeing Zhu Tuo gradually disappearing before her eyes, "This is too scary," Shu A shouted in helplessness. "Hey!" Seeing this, Lu Dongli sneered and gloated. This relic ran away before even fighting. She glared angrily. "You bastard! What did you do to my relic?" As she said that, he began to use his relic. "I don't know, but you're very lucky, by the way." It rushed forward quickly, surrounded by magical lights. Lu Dongli coldly continued. "Shu A was bound by the relic, unable to move. You will be punished for entering someone else's room." Shu A bit her lip, trembling with anger, but instead of resisting, she roared, "Kill me quickly!" Lu Dongli tilted his head, his eyes suddenly flashing with seriousness. "I won't do that. I'm going to ask you a few things." He stepped closer, his sharp eyes piercing through her heart, not leaving Shu A's face, which was contorted with anger. "I have many questions." Lu Dongli's cold voice echoed throughout the room. Shu A was bound by the relic, unable to move. He began to interrogate her. "Now tell me, who sent you here? Who are you?" A flash of stubbornness flickered in her eyes amidst her pale complexion, but her voice still retained its arrogance. "You think I'll tell you if you do this?" Lu Dongli smirked, his smile seemingly containing thousands of layers of schemes and ice-cold confidence. "You should speak softly. I have quite a few ways to make you talk." A warning bell finally rang in her heart. It seems that he is not an ordinary person. He even knew that I was in disguise, she thought. Then secretly decided to stall for time, forced to cover up with harmless information. She spoke slowly, trying to appear tired. "I must stall for time with unimportant information. I'm investigating the missing women at the temple." Shu A explained that. "But you appeared and took those women away, so I focused on investigating you." Lu Dongli frowned slightly, asking again, "Are you a police officer?" Shu A tilted her head slightly, responding with a defiant expression. "Impossible! What makes you think so? I'm not. What do you know about me?" Lu Dongli stepped closer, his voice low but clear, sending shivers down her spine. "I know a lot." Only one thought remained in Shu A's mind. The more nonsense I say, the better it will be for me. Even so, her body was falling apart bit by bit. But she still told herself to try her best. Even though she was about to collapse, she could still hold on, until her colleagues came to the rescue. In the hallway, Wen was walking, when he noticed something unusual ahead. "Hurry! What?" In front of them was Anubis. It was fast asleep in the pitch-black hallway. That dog is huge. Despite that, the two of them still walked towards it, acting as if nothing was happening. "I think it's sleeping." As they gradually passed Anubis, Wen reassured his colleague. "Don't worry about it, hurry." But no. Everything they thought couldn't happen, did. Just as they walked away from it, Anubis suddenly opened its eyes. Perhaps it was their conversation that woke it up. As if by instinct, it barked loudly to signal to the person in the room. Of course, Wen realized that, because it was part of his initial plan. That dog is very useful when it makes the house feel hot. Knowing that dragging out the time to wait for his teammates to rescue him was about to fail, Sua shouted, "What is it?" Wen smirked. "Looks like we have guests." Outside in the hallway, Wen was bitten on the butt by Anubis. He couldn't escape those sharp teeth, and was full of anger. "You mean because I'm a stupid dog, you don't care?" A desperate cry for help rose. "Help me!" Wen quietly opened the door and glanced over, his eyes showing a strange interest. "You're here to help me, eh?" Wen understood what was going on and was surprised. "What do you mean?" Wen pulled a sharp knife out of his hand, causing Wen to turn pale. It's okay, let's continue investigating. As quick as lightning, Yu Hoen stepped forward and slashed the blade across Wen's bracelet. The bracelet was broken in two. His eyes stopped there and he realized, where have I seen this bracelet before? You are a member of the China Excavation Corporation. Then he pointed to the strange symbol on it. And this symbol means corpse. Really? Corpse? Unable to believe that Yu Hoen knew everything in such detail, Wen was somewhat panicked. What? How do you know? Very quickly he was subdued, along with his colleague, Sua. At this moment, Yu Hoen ordered, "You can contact your superiors now." In Jae-hen's mind, information was piecing together like puzzle pieces. Pandora, an international relic management organization led by the United States and Europe. But China did not participate in Pandora because China formed an alliance with Russia. He quietly pondered. The China-Russia alliance is starting to take action. I will ask again. Lies will not pass. Yu Hoen leaned down, his cold eyes meeting theirs. What are you doing in Japan and why are you following me? That matter. Before the other party could open their mouth, Yu Hoen stopped them. Don't rush to answer. He turned to look at Anubis and said, let this dog help you answer. In order to extract information quickly and accurately, Yu Hoen decided to order it. This time it's not the butt, but the front. Seeing this, Wen turned pale with fear, sweat dripping down as he stammered, Bite there. How humiliating, you like to torture people. Besides, he ignores you. Anubis shouted angrily. Bastard who dares to ignore me, being tortured to the limit of endurance. I will tell him. He trembled as he confessed. We are following Simon. Simon is the one who kidnapped the girls, right? Wen continued to confess. That bastard said he could conquer the 7 tombs. He's so confident because he got important information from us. Yu Hoen's eyes suddenly flashed with interest, muttering, this is interesting. This isn't information from the United States but from China. Wen shrank back. Of course. I also have information from the United States. No, you betrayed the old tree. Yu Hoen narrowed his eyes, somewhat smug with this information. This is very interesting information. Thank you. So of course what you want is much more than that. Try answering how China has information about the 7 tombs. Hearing this, Wen hesitated in panic. What? Yu Hoen moved closer, his voice hissing through his teeth. Actually, that's more important information, isn't it? The interrogation had not yet come to an end, when the scene shifted to a different setting a few days later. At this time, Yu Hoen and Jae-ha were slowly strolling through the city of U in Japan. Holding the USB tightly in his hand, he secretly felt smug. I received the information that I collected from those assassins. Thoughts flashed through his mind. So these people hacked the Pandora system. He recalled that Pandora had a first-rate detector called Pandora. So, they got enough information about the tombs and are trying to monopolize them. Yu Hoen was also somewhat worried. But is the Chinese information network impenetrable? Does Pandora have intelligence on the China-Russia alliance? Many questions lingered in his mind. Although getting news from the Pandora system isn't good news, since both the China-Russia alliance and Pandora have it, Yu Hoen gritted his teeth slightly, expressing his feelings directly. To control the use of the people's relics. They both share the same goal. I don't like either side. While deep in thought, Jae-hen suddenly hesitated and asked, by the way, that assassin, why did you let him go? Yu Hoen said casually, as if he had done a trivial thing. He's sure to die after returning. Whatever. Then his eyes softened, containing a distant longing. I won't lose her again. He smirked. Before letting them go, I used the relic to mark them. I want her to be my teammate again. Because he has memories of his past life, he understands Sua better than ever. Of course not yet, because she is a very disobedient person. Opening the car door he planned. I will use information from China. Jae-ha, full of doubts, asked again, are you going to use them to excavate the tomb? Yu Hoen nodded, softly letting out a sound. I have to study them more at this time. The driver greeted them enthusiastically. Congratulations, dear guests. He still has some reservations. I still don't know what they plan to do to prepare for this excavation. Interrupting the conversation, the driver politely asked, where would you like to go, sir? Yu Hoen said in an even tone, take us to Kyoto. The driver was bewildered. Really? Are you aware of the problems happening in Kyoto? Yu Hoen was calm and reassured the driver. I know. I won't let you get into danger, so please take me there. Then he closed his eyes, silent in the car. As Simeng said, in 3 hours a tomb will appear here. It's not fun being stuck in tall buildings. So I moved to the dorm. After a while, the driver took them to the requested place. What greeted their eyes was desolation. Look! Jae-ha looked through the car window and exclaimed. It looks like a Roman arena. Yu Hoen looked at the whole city as if it were enveloped in a strange aura. Everything seemed to have been taken over. The city has been completely invaded. He realized the scale of the tomb, as worn by Pandora, covered the entire 1,027 kilometers region. Pandora had issued a level 3 evacuation warning. In the tense atmosphere, Yu Hoen got out of the car. Thank you for bringing us here. The driver bowed his head in thanks for completing his mission. Thank you, sir. Jae-ha glanced around at the chaotic scene before her, shaking her head slightly, sighing at the devastation. This place is a mess. The entrance to the tomb should be there. Yu Hoen frowned slightly as he noticed something unusual, then slowly approached the front area. Although it was late, the entrance seal had not been removed. There were excavation teams gathered here. Jafana was somewhat curious and cautious, but couldn't hide her suspicion. There are other excavation teams too. Yu Hoen smirked, as if he had anticipated the situation, then replied casually but meaningfully. It should be, because Pandora predicted the appearance of this tomb. This is a problem. A curse rang out immediately, then harshly and with resentment. Say Yu Hoen, you bastard! Ha! It was Seon. He was bursting with anger. What are you doing here? Seeing him, Yu Hoen mocked contemptuously. Look at you. Why do you look so miserable? Seon took a few more steps, his voice growing louder, almost screaming. Not letting go of the person in front of me. You were the troublemaker at the party. How dare you interfere in the cooperation between the chairman and Julian? Yu Hoen raised his eyebrows slightly. His face remained calm and sarcastic, his voice emphasizing each word as if provoking mockery. Am I lying? I'm just telling the truth. Seeing his nonchalant attitude, he lost control. Don't sneer. You declared war on us from the start. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. You should calm down. He restrained the anger in Seon. This wasn't the time to fight. He had just appeared. Yu Hoen was panicked. His eyes widened in disbelief. He cursed inwardly. That bastard. What he said made the already tense atmosphere even more tense. I will apologize to you on his behalf. He is Jiang Chen. Please forgive him. In the air so thick you could cut it with a knife, Jiang Zhang lowered his head slightly, offering a card to Yu Hoen. I apologize for him bothering you, Mr. Seo. The tension remained palpable. He continued, as if trying to smooth things over. We don't want to be your enemy. If you encounter any difficulties, please don't hesitate to contact us. A forced smile stretched across his lips, his tone becoming even more subservient. We would be happy to help you. But in response, Yu Hoen merely glanced at the card, his voice as cold as ice sliding on steel. Unnecessary. Immediately, Yu Hosen, having just accepted the card, tore it to pieces without a second thought. Witnessing this, Jiang Zheng could only exclaim as the scraps of paper fell through the air, his entire being filled with discomfort and anger, as he issued a warning. I'm warning you this time. If I see you again, you're dead. His breath caught in his throat. He remembered his past life vividly. How could he forget him? This bastard was the one who led him to his final resting place. The memory flashed back like a nightmare. He was the one who carried out Lao Jun's dirty scheme. Jun had said, if you do this, I'll give you the position of Azure Dragon Director. But the infuriating truth was he was a member of his team. Yu Hoen still couldn't shake the feeling of betrayal. Though I found out the truth too late. Yu Hoen once thought of him as his brother. He never imagined he would deceive them. Yu Hoen still remembered their conversation from that day. Yu Hoen, I'm feeling a bit under the weather so I can't go this time. But the tomb shouldn't be too difficult for someone like you. Then he offered a small item, his voice steady and sincere. This is an escape relic. You can use it in a pinch. Okay. Seeing this, Jiang Zheng asked meaningfully, probing softly, and why don't you leave Josejai at home? That way he won't bother you. Yu Hoen looked at his teammate, a slight smirk playing on his lips as if stating the obvious. Even though he seems clumsy when entering a tomb, he's my teammate. That's important, Yu Hoen. Knowing Yu Hoen's abilities, Jiang Zheng spoke more frankly. Well, every tomb is easy for you anyway. Whatever it is depends on you. Yu Hoen nodded slightly. Okay, I understand. But what was destined to happen, happened. He should have known it was all part of his plan. An easy tomb was the worst kind of difficulty. He looked down at the escape relic in his hand. The Long Shen, the escape relic, used to escape the tomb, but it turned out to be a trick. Thus, Yu Hoen lost his amazing teammates. But before his death, he met the crow and gained a new life. Yu Hoen's eyes darkened, but his voice was as gentle as a whisper sent back to the past. Now, I want to say thank you. Even though it's not hard to pretend to be close to this bastard. Unable to understand Yu Hoen's strange actions, Jiang Chen asked again, puzzled. Why are you suddenly acting like this? His eyes narrowed as he looked at the traitor, a faint smile appearing, but the bitterness was strangely like how he still felt disgusted by him. He was completely stunned to hear his blunt words. He's like a pile of garbage, because I don't like seeing you. Sensing the clear contempt from Yu Hoen, Si Jun turned to Jiang Chen and said, Look, you're still confident you could persuade him. What are you doing, you bootlicking dog? Yu Hoen didn't respond, his cold gaze fixed on the void ahead before decisively giving the order. We're going straight to the tomb, Sishun exclaimed in panic. What? You guys want to enter the tomb? Yu Hoen turned his head, looking at them out of the corner of his eye, and nodded as if challenging them. That's right. Do you have any complaints? He was unbearably annoyed. Moreover, Yu Hoen's arrogant, high and mighty attitude made him grit his teeth. You bastard, my whole team is stuck at the entrance checkpoint. You think you'll be any different? Yu Hoen continued to walk forward. The dilapidated area was shrouded in ancient markings and harsh blue light amidst a gloomy space. Yu Hoen casually uttered a sentence as if he were already tired of all the doubt. Yes, of course. You can stand there and watch. As soon as those words were spoken, from behind, Jen's voice rang out hesitantly, as if gripped by an unseen fear. Boss, can we go back? As soon as the words were spoken, their figures completely disappeared before the two remaining people, meaning they were moving deeper into the ancient tomb. His emotions remained unchanged. Yu Hoen asked back, his voice low. Is it because we're getting closer to the tomb that you're worried? The air around them seemed to thicken. Jin swallowed hard, his eyes darting around, unable to hide his astonishment at the scene before him. It's like we're in. What greeted their eyes were bodies strewn across the floor. Boss! All these people are unconscious. Yu Hoen turned back, his eyes flashing coldly for a moment, before letting out a sigh. This was both unsettling and unpleasant. It was a relief to see them like this, just lying there. Jenahaha's voice was visibly weakening. I really wanted to clearly feel the changes happening in my body, but I still don't know what's going on. What's happened? His face was ashen, his voice so weak as if his soul was being drained. Boss, we can rest here. However, Yu Hoen only urged him. We need to be faster. He kept moving forward, whispering to himself. The influence of the relic is stronger than I thought, but it doesn't affect me. Ji was dazed and no longer able to perceive what's going on. Why am I being dragged on the ground? Yu Hoen rummaged through something in his backpack, explaining to Jin. It's the laziness inside you. Jin tried to resist the sleepiness enveloping his mind, his lips trembling as he repeated in disbelief. What? Lazier than anyone? Yu Hoen understood this clearly and explained in detail. The 7 tombs have the attributes of the 7 deadly sins in Sulism: wrath, greed, envy, sloth, lust, gluttony, and pride. Only the two's conversation was left in that place. This is the tomb of sloth. It seems that even when you get close to the entrance, your mind will be swallowed by extreme exhaustion. A cold wind blew through, carrying the dark breath of the burial place of the will to live. Yu Hoen whispered. It's very troublesome to escape the excavations. A figure lying on the ground moaned in a daze. This place is so comfortable, Jin said after sitting for a while. I think I want to get out of here. Yu Hoen turned back sharply, his voice as sharp as a whip. What? You want to leave here? At that moment, Yu Hoen summoned. Go, dog! From the dense bone fog, Anubis appeared, his eyes wild. Human, it turns out you haven't forgotten me. Here we can only focus on defeating Queen Xin Lai. It said it could grant natural ease to the lazy. Of course, Yu Hoen didn't care about that. Noisy, I called you because I have a job for you. His voice was decisive as he stopped the rope to tie Jin up. Let's begin. Let's go! Jen was dragged on the ground, his face contorted in discomfort. Boss, why are you doing this? Yu Hoen didn't even glance at him, coldly saying, So you don't sit down and fall asleep again. Because of the patience effect, lazy attacks are nullified, immune to laziness because of the influence of patience. A thought flashed through his mind, and Yu Hoen muttered to himself as if confirming it. Obviously, this is very useful. I have to hurry. This is quite worrying. Anubis growled, his voice rough and sarcastic. This is amazing. How am I here? Wait a minute, the entrance will open soon. Turning to look at Yu Hoen, it wondered. So what are you planning to do? What's the plan? Good point? He replied with one word. We will search here. Of course, Anubis didn't understand. What do you mean? He stated the stark truth of the moment. I won't be able to enter when the entrance opens. Yu Hoen paused for a second and then made a decision. So I need you to create an explosion. The dog whined in confusion. What? He reached out, smiling faintly, his voice strained. Easy, I'll help you after I'm done. Anubis growled, full of annoyance. Hey human you! A curse word burst out in the space, along with a terrifying explosion. Damn it. Looking at that explosion, Yu Hoen said with satisfaction. The entrance test is complete, Yu Hoen shouted. Let's go, help me fix it. Anubis staggered and groaned. What is this? Hurry up, it hurts. The two of them went through the place, one after another, going deep inside. Jeha couldn't believe his eyes anymore. We actually made it to this tomb. His eyes swept across the dark space in front of him, and then asked softly, By the way, what relics are in here? Before his eyes was Domus Auri, the Golden Palace? Yu Hoen smirked and asked, Do you know? His question continued in the back. The famous Roman emperor. Ji didn't understand, stammering and asking, What is that? As soon as the words were unfinished, a dazzling light burst out in front of them. What is that aura? Jehao panicked. What the heck? The scene before him stunned Deha. Suddenly, there was a fire. He growled, as if realizing something. Wait, if this is fire, Emperor Nero? Yu Hoen confirmed. You're right. A gasp escaped. Deha hissed through his teeth. Damn it, Nero is famous for being a tyrannical king. This tomb is too dangerous. Boss Yu Hoen narrowed his eyes, assessing the situation. I think so too, Yu Hoen decisively ordered, each word snapping out like a supreme command. We need to put out the fire, take out the original sacred relic, and use it to absorb the flames. Dia blanked out but quickly complied. It's possible. Yu Hoen nodded. Trust me, it can be used as a weapon later. Bringing the sacred relic forward, each flame seemed to be sucked inside. Jeha whispered. Absorb all this fire. The space quickly revealed itself. The fire also gradually disappeared. It's much more effective now. But before he could celebrate, someone shouted loudly from afar. Over there! A crowd of people swarmed inside. You damn fool, why are you sleeping at the door? Dia noticed that there were too many of them, and they were coming this way. Yu Hoen clenched his fists, his eyes flashing with a crazy light. No, I'll play with them. The crowd ran quickly, shouting loudly. Seeing the intruders, Yu Hoen smirked inwardly with satisfaction. They fell into my trap. Sekyun mixed in with the crowd, pointed and shouted, giving orders. Catch them, and get the information we know. Some of these people, he observed them, and a few of us that he just saw, then looked down below. Yu Hoen channeled his inner force into a rock, releasing spiritual energy. Just like a cultivator, I've observed and analyzed them. There's no other way to deal with them in the current situation. Suddenly, the ground beneath them shook, and rocks flew up, causing the crowd to be stunned. Immediately afterward, a large explosion erupted, sending rocks flying everywhere. The crowd shouted angrily, Damn it, get out of the way! Yu Hoen's calm voice rang out. This is really useful when doing archaeology. Standing before the explosion, Deha sweated in fear and continued. If this were an excavation, maybe archaeologists would come. He looked at the system displaying 3 notifications at the same time. Yu Hoen received the title of Expert in Destroying Structures, and the skill of Tomb Excavation, upgraded to Tomb Destruction. Deha spoke in a low voice. Let's go, boss! The others still wouldn't give up. They pounced forward, shouting, It's not working anymore! Hurry! They seemed to be arguing. A cruel look appeared on his face, and he gave a sly smile. Let's try my new skills. As he spoke, he raised his hand high, channeling his inner force. Immediately afterward, large rocks from above fell on their heads, causing the crowd to panic and scream. This time it's the ceiling. Yu Hoen looked at them, unable to hide his smugness. It will be very useful. Meanwhile, Deha covered his face because of the smoke and dust caused by the falling rocks. Yu Hoen turned and prepared to slip away, saying to Deha, Act quickly while they're still dazed. He immediately responded, Yes. Suddenly, a loud noise rang out. Deha immediately turned his head to look in the direction of the sound and exclaimed in surprise. This is terrifying! Looking through the gap between the large falling rocks, he looked towards Yu Hoen and shouted, Boss, what are you doing? He channeled his inner force into his hand, answering, I'm blocking their way up. Thick smoke and dust dissipated, revealing large boulders. The system continuously displayed notifications. Destruction skill has been improved. Devastation skill has reached level C. He exclaimed inwardly. This skill quickly leveled up to C. Lu Dongli gripped the backpack strap and shouted to stop him. Stop it! I feel like I'm about to suffocate! Yu replied indifferently. I understand. The area surrounding the theater was a silent, dark patch with no one in sight. Lu Chaoge marveled at the immense size. This is the Roman theater. Yu looked around and said, Nero's relic is in this room. Suddenly, the iron door behind them closed, leaving Lu Chaoge bewildered, not understanding what happened. Looking around, all the doors there closed simultaneously, and he panicked and shouted, What? All the doors are closed! Suddenly, a fire flared up, causing both of them to simultaneously close their eyes. A loud burst of laughter echoed, followed by a warm voice saying, Welcome, esteemed guests. The entire theater was engulfed in flames, and the voice of the relic resonated throughout the venue. Now let's watch the artistic performance. This claw is called the Chi. Pausing for a moment, it continued. The best part begins now. Yu gritted his teeth, annoyed, looking at the fire. He vaguely guessed which relic the voice belonged to. Emperor Nero, who was known as a tyrant, was also an art lover. He thought he enjoyed being an artist. He seemed to want to become a famous writer, but his writing was terrible. During that time, a great fire broke out in Rome. People say he was the one who started that fire for the sake of art. Yu had prepared everything. The Homer eyeglasses relic was previously obtained from Junsigu. Homer was a Greek writer. His epic works are the Iliad and the Odyssey. Nero was a Roman but was fascinated by Greek culture. Suddenly, a surge of power attacked him, sending the eyeglasses he had just put on flying. The voice echoed again. Young man, don't rush. Yu's handsome face was scorched by the inner power. Lu Dongli worriedly asked, Are you okay, boss? Nero continued with contempt. You don't deserve to use Homer's masterpiece. People who don't understand literature like you cannot utilize its full potential. Lu Dongli gritted her teeth in anger and pulled out the painting relic. We'll die if we keep this up. As soon as she threw it, it was immediately surrounded and engulfed by flames. It said scornfully, as Lu Chaoge looked on in astonishment. Still doing something futile. Yu ground his teeth and harshly asked, "Did you think this would surprise me?" Nero burst out laughing upon hearing this and asked in surprise, "Surprise? Are you impressed?" And then it continued, "You had better praise my work." As soon as it finished speaking, the fire flared up violently once more. Both raised their hands to shield themselves. Nero announced, "You cannot leave here, just enjoy them." Lu Dongli cried out in pain. "God, it's so hot, stop it." It continued to mock. "With these things, do you think you can get out of here safely?" Yu's face was covered in burns caused by the flames. He clenched his teeth and thought to himself, "This really is a huge problem. If this continues, I'll be burned to a crisp." Suddenly Nero spoke. "Huh? Wait a minute." Immediately after, the fire dispersed and completely vanished. It continued in astonishment. "This place? Look who that is." Both of their bodies were ravaged by the fire, and they were equally surprised when the fire suddenly disappeared. Lu Chaoge exclaimed in surprise, "The fire is out!" Yu secretly remained vigilant about Nero's words. "Isn't this Seo Duho? You who write a secret instrument?" Upon hearing this, Lu Chaoge froze in confusion and asked, "You who write a secret diary? What exactly is he talking about?" It was overjoyed, its voice constantly echoing throughout the theater. "That's right, I've been waiting for you. The only human rescued by the crow." Sweating, Yu guardedly asked, "What are you talking about? How do you know?" Nero immediately explained, "The Forden relic spoke about this." "Seo Duhen? Yes, you are very famous." Yue turned to ask Lu Dongli, "Did you secretly move the relics to Dekkan?" He angrily flared up and shouted, "Why are you asking me?" Nero spoke enticingly, "Come closer to me, I will give you a chance." He followed its lead. Yu Hoen wondered to himself, "What happened? I haven't finished writing my novel yet." He stepped in front of the huge, blazing fire. The fire suddenly transformed into a large, slightly chubby man. Nero spread his arms in greeting. "Nice to meet you. Sen, the one who's on the rise." Jaha, seeing this scene, was astonished, mouth agape. "A relic that looks like a human. I've never seen this before." Yu Hoen explained, "High-level relics can do this, even if it's just an illusion to communicate with humans." He excitedly praised, "Yu Hoen, I've read your novel, Secret Diary. It's truly unique, so touching." Ja, looking puzzled, asked, "What part did you find touching?" Nero, confused, looked at him and replied, "I felt a green vibe, little friend." He proudly patted his chest, declaring loudly, "Extraordinarily creative, gloriously expressive. Secret Diary is a masterpiece of this century." Nero pointed dramatically at Yu Hoen, his face overflowing with emotion. "And human hands are not allowed to touch it. I can understand why Swen's fans are dwindling." Ja, with an indescribable expression, glanced at him. "Congratulations, you have a huge fan. You'll be deified instantly." Yu Hoen irritably retorted, "Shut up." Nero spoke up. "That's a good thing." He pointed a thumb at himself and smiled brightly, saying philosophically, "Yu Hoen, strive to develop your literature. Yes, there is no difference between you and those around you." Both of them were still loading, frozen for 3 seconds. Then, they fell into a state of existential doubt, while he muttered blankly, "What?" Yu Hoen fell silent, confused by Nero's nonsensical words. What is he talking about? "Nonsense, you lustful pig," Nero said in an instructive and philosophical tone. "Yu Hoen, this is a valuable lesson. Yes, young and old are really the same, like clothes in a suitcase. Brothers, protect each other." Upon hearing this, Jaha couldn't help but burst out laughing, patting Yu Hoen's shoulder. Yu Hoen's face was now gloomy and helpless as he asked, "What are you talking about?" Ja, unable to stop laughing, turned to ask him, "Why don't you just do it?" Yu Hoen glared at him angrily. "Can you shut your mouth?" On the other side, Nero angrily exclaimed, "Do you think this is a joke? You don't understand me." Yu Hoen wondered, "You lustful pig." Oh, now he remembered the situation. Yu Hoen calculated to himself, "This isn't the time to be talking nonsense with him. I need to find a way to subdue him." Looking at Nero angrily grinding his teeth, his body blazing with flames, Yu Hoen thought to himself, "But he is one of the 7 high-level relics, so I need to use the right method. I can't withstand more than just the flames." He glanced around. What should I do? Through the tightly closed iron door, a crowd of people were pushing and shoving restlessly. "I found them. They're there. What happened? What is the relic?" "I found them. They're there. Look." Yu Hoen crossed his arms and glanced at them, uttering, "These fools!" Suddenly, a flame erupted, shooting towards the crowd trapped behind the door. They screamed in pain. "What? It's too hot, get out of here!" He looked up from below, observing everything. Nero behind him shouted, annoyed, "I don't care about you people. Get lost." Yu Hoen glanced at him, sighing inwardly. "Fortunately, he helped me get rid of these guys. Looks like I have a chance." Suddenly, the system displayed 2 consecutive notifications. Tactical relic is approaching. Powerful relics can identify the weaknesses of tombs and relics. Seeing the notification, he was startled, turning around and looking, shocked. That tactical relic is Julian. Ahead, Julian was sweating profusely and running non-stop. Yu Hoen looked at him, wondering, Julian Miller? He's here too? He calculated inwardly. Julian has the Jiggly Resonance Relic. It can see the weaknesses of the Nero Relic. At this moment, Nero loudly exclaimed, What's wrong with you? We need to fight to conquer me. He wondered to himself, I can't stand still. What is he planning? He said with a confident tone, I won't let others get in your way. Let's go. Yu Hoen silently observed Nero. Suddenly he praised, Good. On the side, Goat blankly called out, Boss. Yu Hoen smirked, plotting. It will be a way to keep Julian from touching Nero. Although this is like a solo challenge, I don't care. He looked up at him and made a proposal. But I have a condition. Nero asked, puzzled. What condition? Yu Hoen immediately replied, Don't want to fight here. He continued to add, If you follow me, I promise to fight you. He angrily shouted, It seems you're deceiving me. Nero angrily pointed straight at him and asked, Do you want to destroy my pride as a ruler? What if you don't keep your promise? Yu Hoen calmly continued, You can kill me with your fire. Goat frantically turned back. Boss. He recalled the scene of being burned just now. This fire won't kill me easily. It's very unpleasant. I have felt death once. Immediately after, he angrily retorted, That kid is impossible. Yu Hoen continued, I just want us to fight fairly. He continued to talk about his thoughts. You are a strong person. You certainly know the importance of the environment. Can you use your power comfortably here? Looking at the rubble over there, Yu Hoen continued. But for me, this place is very uncomfortable. It's natural that I can't use my power in this place. If you want to compete fairly, you need to come to the place I choose. Nero was convinced and agreed. You're right. He just said, I understand. You must keep your word. Then the light from Nero's body emitted and immediately transformed into a human-sized ring lying on the ground. Yu Hoen looked at it, inwardly satisfied. Good, I persuaded him. He held Nero in his hand and smirked, thinking, It's time to get out of here. Suddenly, a loud explosion rang out. Yu Hoen startled and looked over, seeing Zhu Luyan standing on the railing, calling out his name loudly. Yu Hoen softly said, Forgive me, Miller. He smirked triumphantly. Forgive me. You came late and this achievement is already mine. He frowned and shouted, Don't lie. This tomb hasn't been conquered. Yu Hoen asked, puzzled. What do you mean? Looking at Nero in his hand, he ordered, Relic, let's get out of here quickly. Nero immediately replied, Okay. A large, blinding light appeared. From above, Julian unwillingly screamed, No. He looked at the empty, dilapidated theater, talking to himself. The relic's energy disappeared. Did he really get the relic? Even the tomb wasn't cleared. Looking at the large door again, the owner of the tomb has disappeared. The tomb will soon collapse. I need to get out of here. At this moment, rocks from above were constantly falling. The people inside panicked and stirred. The tomb suddenly collapsed. What's going on? A large collapse occurred. Everything inside the theater collapsed and fell down. Dust filled the air. Now everything inside is just a pile of rubble. Switching to a scene on TV, a reporter is announcing the news. The large tomb that appeared in Kyoto suddenly collapsed. The international relic organization Pandora said that the tomb has been conquered. Kyoto has begun to recover, and life is returning to normal. Tin, after hearing the news, angrily cursed. What the hell? People are saying that the tomb was conquered. Why don't they mention who conquered it? The girl beside him spoke up. Mr. JCF, new information has been sent. The one who obtained the sacred relic in Kyoto is Sen. But he couldn't believe his ears. He asked again, What? Then Otin angrily yelled, It's him again? What is our excavation team doing? How much am I paying them? The secretary fearfully explained. It's all because they couldn't find the entrance and were blocked at the door. They all got in with the help of Julian Miller, but it was too late. He frustratingly ruffled his hair. Damn it, this is making me sick. Adi sat down in his chair to regain composure and said, Seidumen took his relic, and now he's taking the sacred relic from the 7 tombs. He continued asking, Have they investigated him yet? If not him, you must have investigated something else, right? The secretary, sweating, replied, Sao Du Hohen? There are sacred relics that destroy very well. Not only that, but he also brought a subordinate. What? O Tin exclaimed in shock. Only brought one subordinate? He irritably asked. Only 2 people entered the tomb? Besides, the tomb can't be conquered by 2 people. She questioned. Can't? O Tin replied, I spent so much training tomb raiders. It takes 100 people to conquer the tomb. So I think he has a smart strategy and strong subordinates. All the people I sent couldn't attack the tomb, but the 2 of them entered normally. Pausing for a moment, he ordered, Tighten surveillance. I want to know what he's doing. The secretary immediately obeyed. Understood. Scene changes to Du Hoen's house. Inside the room, a cinnamon bracelet lying on the table said, "We're out now, let's begin, I'm ready." He crossed his arms and looked at it. "I want to ask you one more thing." It curiously asked, "What?" Duhen replied, "I hope you can help me by investigating." It asked again, "Investigating what?" He immediately asked his question, "How did you read the secret diary?" "I think it's distributed through a route. I don't know." Nero irritably replied, "I had to pay to read it. That's real." Duhoen was secretly shocked. "What? Pay? That means someone stole my novel and sold it." It explained, "I just read it, I don't know where the direct delivery room is." He turned his back and replied, "Okay, I'll investigate further." It softly said, "Good luck." Duhoen muttered as he walked, "The suspect is here, I'll interrogate everyone." Suddenly a rope came out of nowhere and tightly wrapped around his leg. Duhoen glanced down and said, "First, start with the rope." The rope coquettishly asked, "Are you calling me handsome?" He said in a commanding tone, "Don't talk nonsense. Answer me. Do you know the novel I wrote?" It pondered for a long time. Suddenly Duhoen glared angrily at the rope, closely asking, "Did you take it?" It was asked repeatedly by him, panicking for a long time without answering. Seeing this, Duhoyen's anger soared to the sky, secretly annoyed. "Look at that!" Duhoen's voice echoed throughout the room. "Speak! Why won't you speak? Tell the truth." The rope remained silent. He continued to loudly interrogate. "Did you sell that novel?" Faced with its stubborn refusal to speak, Duhoen flared up with anger. He said through gritted teeth, "Did I say anything wrong?" The rope fearfully sobbed. Anubis said with interest, "Your answer is very interesting." "Rope?" Those words made the rope suddenly freeze. Duho smirked and asked again, "Where did you learn to lie?" It immediately shook the entire rope, repeatedly denying, "No." Recalling that time, it said, "I only read it. I didn't do anything else." Anubis wondered, asking, "Did someone take it? I really didn't take them?" Yu Hao repeated it once again. "So who really took them?" Zeha from behind urged, "Boss, eat quickly. The food will get cold." He replied, "Wait a bit." Yu Hao looked at him and asked, "All the relics are in your room?" Zeha immediately replied, "Yes, is there a problem?" Yu Hao, while replying nothing, pondered. "The rope doesn't have a reason to take it, but who?" Suddenly a voice rang out in the opposite room, extraordinarily, "This is my income. It's so easy to make money." After hearing that, his eyes flashed, thinking to himself, "This voice. Could it be that the room is echoing with talk of this being a way to make money?" Yu Hao immediately grabbed the doorknob and barged inside. The relics gathered on the ground, surrounding a stack of papers. They immediately screamed, startled. He angrily gnashed his teeth and growled, "Stop right now." Yu Hao, with a gloomy face, ordered them, "Everyone, gather here." A voice of a relic shouted, "Everyone run, this pressure." He grumbled and shouted, "Who gave you guys permission to take my novel and sell it?" They gathered and lined up neatly, startled and wondering, "How did you know?" Jaehei curiously stepped in and asked, "What's going on?" A relic spoke up, asking, "Who snitched on us?" Yu Hao crossed his arms and glanced at them. "I'm trying to find the culprit who sold the novel." Zeha, holding a KFC chicken box, glanced at him. "So who do you think it is?" Yu Hao, with a fierce face, gnashed his teeth and growled, "Someone is behind this, and started all of this." After hearing that, the group of relics simultaneously went silent and looked towards Seo Book. It was startled, and then flared up with anger. "You guys! You bastards!" Yu Hao looked at Seo Book and asked, "Was it you?" Earth trembled. It angrily shouted, "So that's how it is. Is there a problem?" He raised his foot and stomped hard on it. Yu Hao smiled wickedly, praising, "You're very brave." Yu Hao frowned and sternly asked, "Why are you here? You should be with the medical relic." Seo Book painfully explained, "Because it hurts too much, damn it. You still haven't sent me the money." Then it shouted angrily, "You're cheating," he said annoyedly. "I don't understand what you mean." Only then did he lift his foot, and Senio Book, who was stepped on, was flattened like a piece of paper. It resentfully and frustratedly explained further, "Because you didn't give me the money, I tried to find a way to make money, and then I found the novel." Yu Hao lifted it up with both hands, criticizing noisily, "You've caused trouble for me by selling the novel to others without permission." Then he immediately ordered, "Quickly, give me all the money." It angrily cursed, "Damn it, that's my money." Witnessing the entire drama, Zeha could only helplessly watch. He glanced at the remaining relics. "It seems like you guys also participated. Should I beat you all up?" They immediately, fearfully explained, "We don't have any money for you to extort." Seo Book angrily looked at its comrades. "Hey, you guys also participated. Hey, why are you guys standing there?" The group of relics ignored its shouting, turned around, and left. Seo Book's body suddenly emitted a beam of light. "Come here and help me." "Eh?" Immediately after, a pile of money appeared in the air and fell down. What an ending! Both were amazed by the money falling all over the ground. Zihake exclaimed in shock. This is crazy! So much money! He glanced at it and asked, how much did you sell the novel for? Seo Book pondered for a long time and then said, I think it's because of my good skills, not your novel. Zehao admired and greedily drooled, looking at Yunghao, making him feel creeped out. Yunghao looked at the pile of money on the ground. We're gonna have trouble with this money. It's gonna be hard to sort out. It can buy anything in the world. Sabi Yu, upon hearing that, excitedly took the opportunity to suggest, yes, it's really hard to clean, but if you let me keep it. Before he could finish, Du Hoen, his face full of anger, ground his teeth and sternly objected, no. Suddenly, a small stone inscribed with some red writing glowed with spiritual energy in his hand. Du Hoen asked in wonder, what is this? Sibuk on the pile of money yelled in annoyance, no, why is it there? Who did that? I hid it. Du Hoen held the strange object in his hand and repeated once more, what is it? Sabuk howled, no. He glared at it with a sharp, murderous gaze. If you want another beating. Then it screamed helplessly and loudly, stop it. Sabuk dragged his singed and tattered body and explained, that is the essence of the relic. You can take it from a damaged relic. Du Hoen wondered, there's something inside the relic? It immediately replied, yes, like a soul. And I can say it brings life. The crowd of relics was furious, looking at Seto Book and cursing, damn it, what if he takes all our souls? Yeha looked at the object in surprise. How interesting, the relic has such a secret. He smiled and added, it's well worth studying. Night fell, and he sighed to himself. It took half a day to clean up the money from that earthworm. Du Hoen had to admit that worm was really loaded. Time flew by, and the day of return had arrived. The business in Kyoto was now finished, and the Du Hoen group wanted to relax in New York. Coincidentally, he looked at the bustling crowd below. The people below were constantly yelling and calling out to Du Hoen, our excavation team wants to invite you to join. Quiet down, we were the first to invite. Du Hoen, is that him and his assistant? What relic is he using? Du Hoen, this is not a relic. Du Hoen emotionlessly glanced below. All the excavation teams have gathered. It seems they know who got the Nero relic, meaning there are witnesses. Immediately after he finished speaking, Yehaha turned to look at it. Du Hoen continued. There were no such announcements in the news. He asked curiously from behind. So who is it? He narrated, as soon as we left the tomb, it also disappeared. If we hadn't conquered it, there would have been no escape route. It wouldn't have been easy for those stupid miners to get out. But they escaped safely. Pausing for a moment, he continued. So, it can only be said that Miller saved them. Yeha was surprised. Julian Miller? Du Hoen recalled that when he was there, he seemed to have found an escape route, or something else. Then he concluded. Even if he is an enemy, he wouldn't let anyone die. Yeha was confused. Isn't that a good thing then? Du Hoen looked annoyed at the phone in his hand. It's driving me crazy. Damn it, the messages are increasing too, he tiredly voiced. If this continues, it will be very complicated to get to the airport. The crowd below still hadn't stopped calling out. Du Hoen, you're right, please look here. A thought flashed through Du Hoen and Yeha's minds. He immediately spoke up. Boss, I have an idea. Du Hoen, still engrossed in his phone, asked, what is it? Yeha excitedly said, sell them a fake. He glanced at Yeha and said, the fake you made last time disappeared. He smiled confidently and replied, so this time, I will do it differently. He looked over at the relic essence lying on the ground and planned, just the shell of the relic? Then put the soul inside it. Thus, the copying ability disappears quickly, but the outward appearance lasts longer. If you put a soul inside, it's very possible. Yu Hoen smirked slyly, and then sold them to attract attention. Very good, he immediately continued. Conversely, we go to the airport. It won't be a problem if we destroy the relics. Jaha excitedly added. Then let's do it quickly. The relics lying scattered on the ground, after hearing the whole plan of the two, secretly shuddered and broke out in a cold sweat. Jaha, with a bright smile on his face, proudly said, this is my idea. If there is a reward, I will work better. Yu Hoen replied, okay. And he excitedly ran off to work. All right, I'll get to work immediately. Yu Hoen folded his arms and secretly observed, this is the future Fire King con artist. He happily smirked, thinking to himself, in the future, it will be very fun. Glancing at the open computer on the table, Jaha's voice rang out. Let's start by posting an advertisement for selling the relics. Yu Hoen asked in surprise, where are you going to post it? He smiled and looked at him, replying, there's a relic forum created by Pandora. Looking at the products on the computer, he said, users collect relics on this website. Did you know? I've heard news about the website, but I don't know the owner. Yu Hoen couldn't help but admire, this is a very diverse website. He continued to operate happily, replying, that's right, and suddenly understood. This was also created by an intelligent, exclusive ability. I will take advantage of it right now. Jaha scratched his head awkwardly. What should the title be? Excellent excavation teams will see it. This is a concern, isn't it? Yu Hoen suddenly pushed him away and said, What are you talking about? Let me do it. Feeling upset, and his eyes were tearful. This is my spot. He typed while reading the title. Relic Excavation Team in the Kyoto Tomb. He exclaimed in shock. Boss, you're going big, Yuko-sen calmly said. The more false articles, the more beneficial it will be for us. Jaha was petrified upon hearing this. The things in it will cause trouble for us later. He continued. If we don't sell them, we'll be stuck here forever. So take care of yourself, it's a secret plan. Looking at the screen, he exclaimed in panic. Wait, and those aren't relics of Julius X. Yu Hoen smirked confidently. No one knows that. With this, we will have more customers. Jaha was sweating all over his head after hearing this. Immediately, he hit enter and said, It'll be fine. Then Yu Hoen leisurely walked out of the room. I've posted the article. You should prepare the fake relics. Jaha responded with dissatisfaction. I understand. The sky gradually dimmed. In the late afternoon, a loud voice rang out. Boss! Jaha excitedly said. This is amazing. It seems the views are increasing rapidly. He smiled brightly, holding the computer in his hand and proudly showing it to Yu Hoen. He asked in surprise, Every website is exploding? Now the website is so hot that the news is also reporting it. Requests have started to increase. Calls, phones, and emails are being sent a lot. Many newspapers have also talked about this. At this time, night had fallen because the article was too hot. Yu Hoen just received another announcement of an agreement with an auction format, and the location is Los Angeles. The time is this month. After arriving in Los Angeles, Joseha began to create a high-quality copy of the Nero relic. He made various agreements such as shopping for auction websites. Soon the time passed quickly to the day of the auction. At this time, the crowd stood densely in front of the door. The crowd clamored and shouted, What? There are only a few people. But he rented a place like this. Why hasn't he arrived yet? On this side, hiding behind the wall, Yu Hoen smirked triumphantly, observing the situation. Jaha said softly, Boss, we're late. He replied, Yeah? Let's go in now. Yu Hoen continued, I will run the auction, create damn lamb. I will take all the tickets and not allow any intruders. He immediately agreed. Okay. He reassured his subordinates. You'll be fine, don't worry. Jaha worriedly asked, Why? Yu Hoen suddenly recalled and explained, Lua seems to be here. She's the girl from the Chinese excavation team. That's right, I know this, because before they left, I put marked relics on them. Then he continued. This is a guest. The people here are worried. This plan will only succeed after the auction ends safely. Daya, hearing this, was filled with enthusiasm. I'll do my best. Yu Hoen replied with satisfaction. Good. Try to do your job well. He walked over and asked if everyone had gathered yet. Yu Hoen smiled and continued. Calm down. Let's go in together now. Then, a glint flashed in his eyes. The entrance fee for each person is 1 relic. Everyone there simultaneously froze. What? Yu Hoen raised a finger, speaking as if referencing a document. It doesn't matter if you're in the same group or not. Each person is required to provide 1 relic to enter. It's an interesting way to bid. As soon as he finished speaking, the crowd, instead of being shocked at his audacity, couldn't contain their anger and shouted, You want to take all the relics? Yu Hoen, seeing a familiar face, spoke up. Oh, so you're here too? He smirked slyly. As you know, there isn't enough space in the auction house. 1 relic for 1 entry? Is it that big of an expense? The crowd unanimously protested his demand. What kind of logic is that? These are the wealthiest people. How can you hold an auction if you don't manage it well? Yu Hoen continued. Ultimately, that's what I'm doing. The relics will be handed over to my subordinates. I'll prepare for the first auction. Damn it, I get hit anyway. Jaha smiled awkwardly, frozen in place. Looking inside the auction room, Yu Hoen said, And as I just said, does everyone know that there isn't enough room for this auction? He glanced at the crowd and said, You all better think carefully with all your IQ about this. The angry crowd shouted wildly, clearly saying that he was robbing them. Jaha, looking at Yu Hoen, was sweating, thinking, I think the auction needs to start. He stood in front of everyone, trying to mediate. Calm down! Everyone, no matter the grade, just 1 relic is enough. Isn't it very good for those who use high-grade relics? Everyone clamored, holding relics in their hands and yelling, No, this is necessary for the auction. Now start quickly. This evil man, this is awful. Everything is terrible. While speaking, everyone threw the relics at Jaha. Let me hand over my relic and go in. Me too. He panicked and tried to stop them. Come, one at a time. Soon after, everyone gradually calmed down, each person stepping forward to submit a relic. There are benefits of hiring such a small place. There are some users of high-grade relics, who competing with each other also go in. Yu Hoen said, You can enter by finding it. Oten smirked in agreement. Okay. He put his hands in his pockets and said leisurely, It's a pleasure to meet you here. Clearly you are also a potential customer. He thought about that speech for a long time. Yu Hoen turned his head to look behind him and said, We will show the customers the goods now. On the osmanthus ring cushion, the light placed on it sparkled. Everyone looked and exclaimed in admiration. This is Julius Kaiser relic. It looks like an elegant flower crown. Below, someone couldn't help but speak up. Stop talking nonsense and start the bidding. He smiled and said, wait a moment, not enough people have entered yet. Outside at this time, Jaha smiled brightly as he received the relic from the last person. Thank you. You are the last customer of today. Then he stood up and ordered the doors to be closed. The latecomers were unwilling. No way. Jaha smiled secretly. Fortunately, they obediently left. The auction will also go well. I will have a well-deserved reward. He turned to ask a guy, how many relics did you count? He immediately replied, a total of 3 boxes of relics. Looking at the relics lying in that box, someone couldn't help but say, we have so many relics. How much of a bonus will we receive? Just then, someone called out from behind. Jaha curiously turned his head to look. He was secretly surprised after seeing that person. Julian Miller! Jaha feigned ignorance and stammered. You are. Jaha laughed awkwardly and continued. I didn't expect you to come, but what's the matter? Julian said coldly. I'll be brief. You guys are selling fake relics. What do you intend to do? Jaha was shocked to have his deepest secret exposed, thinking in astonishment. He knows. He racked his brains, recalling his conversations with his boss. He knows so much about sacred relics. Yu Hoen once told him he could see all the features of the tomb and relics. At that moment, Jaha was startled and asked, is that true? Jaha thought to himself. A replica containing the core of a sacred relic also said that this person couldn't be tricked into doing anything. Recalling his thoughts, he immediately retorted. What do you mean? Are you telling the truth? Julian said with certainty. Don't lie. My eyes can't be fooled. I'll pay the entrance fee and go straight to the theater. Then, he exposed them mercilessly. It's clearly fake. Why are you doing this? Julian stared at Jaha. I was very careful when I noticed it was unusual. What is your goal in helping people use sacred relics? He lowered his head in fear, thinking, I'm going crazy with this question. What should I do? Jaha said in a panic, I don't know what you mean. Are you trying to use it to reduce the entrance fee? He stepped past him, wondering. You're moving this pile of sacred relics. Then, Julian glanced at Jaha with sharp eyes. Leave. Then I'll tell the truth. He watched his retreating figure, reassuring himself. No, he'll ruin the auction. No, why is he doing this? Dia, with a gloomy face, gritted his teeth and glared at Julian, thinking, I have to stop him. Dia held the box of sacred relics in his hand, tears welling up in his eyes, swearing, Damn it, stop and listen to me. Where are you running off to so fast? Seeing him walking even faster, he shouted urgently. Hey, I said stop. Hey, with no other choice, Jaha shouted, I'll tell you everything. Julian finally turned his head and asked, Tell me what? He replied awkwardly, I'll tell you the truth. They are really fake sacred relics, Jaha added, sweating profusely. But we didn't do anything bad. We'll give you some sacred relics for the auction. He calculated secretly. First, I'll agree to all his conditions and keep him here. I haven't let you into the auction house yet. Your boss said it was real, Julian said sharply. Jae flinched. That, he turned to leave. You still want to deceive me. You disappoint me so much. Jae chased after him, tears streaming down his face, trying to stop him. No, wait a moment, he shouted urgently. How about this? I'll tell you the secret information we have. Please stay and talk, okay? Julian ignored him and walked inside. I don't need it. Jae panicked. Is that right? Inside the room, people were constantly bidding enthusiastically. $130 million. $200 million. He coldly glanced at the crowd of bidders. $250 million. Suddenly, Julian used his spiritual power to stop them, shouting, Stop! Causing the crowd to fall silent in shock. A source of luminous spiritual power emanated from his body. Stop the auction. I have something to say to everyone here. Suddenly, everyone was in a panic, exclaiming, What is it? I can be deafened by his voice. This is also a high-level, sacred relic. At this moment, Yu Hoen looked at him gloomily, thinking, Julian Miller. Suddenly, someone exclaimed in surprise, What? He appeared here? Jae stepped forward to stop him. Julian looked at him, thinking, Something seems very strange. On this side, Yu Hoen with a somber expression thought, He can't disrupt the auction. He glanced at the rope and ordered, Tie him up. It immediately obeyed. Okay, Shanghai. Then, he shouted loudly to the people below. Listen, the relics are on display there. At this moment, Julian was tightly bound by ropes, yet still spoke with difficulty. I'm sorry. The ropes had successfully tied him tightly, leaving only his eyes and hair. Why are you blocking my boss? Yu Hen smiled smugly, warning. No matter if you're doing this to take all the relics, you won't succeed. I'll stop you. Anyone who has intentions like you, I'll do the same. In fact, I know Julian Miller. Quite well, in fact. You want those relics, but we can't give them up. Everyone who heard this was terrified and sweating. He looked towards Julian and said, I understand how you feel, but I want a fair auction. Rope immediately responded, As you command, master, Yuhan continued. I've decided to step away for a bit, so we can continue the auction. As he spoke, a sharp glint flashed in his eyes, and he smiled slyly. Below, the crowd clamored, raising their hands to bid. Since then, the auction has continued safely. The value of the relics has been transferred to $900 million. Then, at one point, an arm raised gently and spoke up. I'll make a slightly different offer. Soapy smiled confidently. I'll pay with relics, not just one, but an sulfur monosulfide class relic. Suddenly, someone couldn't help but shout, "What did she say?" She smiled questioningly. How about this way of bidding? The person next to her asked in surprise. My reason is that since the entry tickets also use relics, the auction needs the same. Sophie continued. Do you like this? Yuhen smiled brightly, looking at everyone below, unwillingly. No way, this is too unreasonable. He gave a sly smile, saying, This is a desirable proposal, but even sulfur monosulfide class relics are a bit weak. Below, the crowd immediately buzzed incessantly. What? Really? I'll provide you with more sulfur monosulfide class relics. Then so will I. I'll provide you with a level A relic. Then I'll provide you with 2 level A relics. Yuhen was pleased with the scene. From then on, they started arguing about what relics they would contribute. It was a sight to behold. At the end of the auction, the fake relics were given to Princess Sophie from Monaco. She was the first woman to bid with relics. Soon after, he knocked the hammer down, announcing, Congratulations, the Julius Caesar relic has been successfully sold. Sophie was overjoyed. Yes, I won. Around her, everyone was annoyed and unconvinced. That's ridiculous. On the other side, someone was so angry he seemed to breathe fire. That damn bastard! I offered so much money, honestly? You deliberately gave it to her. Yuhen over there mocked. I'm not stupid. The value of $200 million versus and sulfur monosulfide level relic. Just 2 S-class relics, 3 A-class relics, and 10 B-class relics are enough. He glared at him resentfully. Yuhen thought to himself with pity. Too bad for Austin, Pandora's dog. Looking at Oten angrily gnashing his teeth, glaring at Sophie, he smiled smugly, pleased. However, the auction was still a complete success. The plan succeeded. In the cold corridor, inside the room, Yuhen looked at Julian, who was tied up and lying on the ground. What should we do with him now? He turned to ask Rope. What made him show up at the auction house? He stammered in fear. I think he came to participate in the auction. When he came and saw a relic, he knew it was fake. Yu-Ho thought for a moment after hearing this. I can't fool him, even though the quality has been improved. Suddenly he ordered, Rope, let him go. It immediately released the gag from his mouth and asked, Han, are you okay? Are you okay? Julian immediately asked after being able to speak again. Yuhen, are you a scammer? What do you think will happen to you after they find out it's fake? He calmly replied, As long as you leave quietly, you'll be safe, right? He struggled to break free from Rope. No joke. I'll reveal the truth if I get out of here. Yuhen smiled, saying, Please be patient. The person who obtained the relic is a princess of a country. If she hears about it, I could be in trouble. He retorted angrily. If it's so scary, you shouldn't have done this in the first place. I don't want to help at all. He leisurely looked at Julian. Although there's no hope, he's still stubborn. So, what should I do? Suddenly, Yuhen glanced over, as if discovering something. Above the ventilation shaft, a flame immediately shot out, attacking, surprising him. Soul relic. Suddenly, it slipped past Yuhen and flew out the door. At some point, he gritted his teeth, watching its figure fly away into the distance. It disappeared. Pausing for a moment, Yuhen continued. Looks like she's been listening to our conversation. Daha panicked, asking, Then what should we do? Behind them, Julian, still tied up, exclaimed, Great, someone knows the truth, and you'll be caught soon enough. Stroking his chin thoughtfully, Yuhen said, Like he said, we're gonna get caught. Daha, terrified, teared up. What? Yuhen added quickly, No, we can use this. He immediately stopped crying, confused, and asked, How? Yuhen started explaining softly to Daha, Miller being involved in this plan is actually a good thing. We can use it. Then, he flashed a dangerous, cunning smile. I'll make you an accomplice. Over here, the laurel wreath is placed neatly on the table. Sophie smiled happily, saying, This is also a relic from one of the 7 tombs. The girl beside her shared her joy. Congratulations, princess. That girl continued. I have paid all the cash and relics that you auctioned. Sophie replied happily, Thank you. She handed the bag containing the newly auctioned relic to the bodyguard beside her. Be careful. It's very expensive. He immediately replied, Yes. Sophie excitedly said, I can become a relic user with this relic. Pandora will know my name. Suddenly, a voice rang out from behind. Please wait a moment. The voice belonged to Sua. She coldly criticized. This place is unbearable. The relic is fake, Princess Sophie. Immediately frowning upon hearing that, Sophie questioned, Who are you? What are you talking about? A subordinate behind her spoke up. The relic you won at the auction is fake. At this, Sophie was startled and astonished, asking, "What did you say? How could this be?" Sua gloated after seeing the prey take the bait. "I can prove it." Then she immediately made her request. "Please lend me the relic for a moment." Sua continued, "I need my relic to prove it." Sophie crossed her arms and frowned, asking, "How can I trust you?" Sua glanced at the surrounding crowd, who were curiously watching, and replied, "There are so many people here. Surely I wouldn't do anything foolish." Sophie frowned, holding the laurel wreath in her hand, and reluctantly agreed. "All right, but if you deceive me, you'll face the consequences." She held it out, saying, "Take it," then added, "Hold it tight." A beam of light shone. Instantly, the laurel wreath in Sophie's hand shattered. In the next second, Sua slashed with the knife in her hand, and the laurel wreath was immediately knocked away. Sophie panicked and questioned, "Hey, what are you doing? Do you know what you're doing?" Looking at the shattered pieces of the laurel wreath on the ground, she said coldly, "A high-grade relic, cut in half." Sua raised the knife high, glanced at Sophie, and asked, "This dagger is only a grade B relic. What grade is your relic?" Sophie stammered in a panic. Grade Sua immediately explained, "Low-grade relics cannot damage high-grade relics under normal circumstances." Sophie was startled, suddenly realizing what that meant. Pausing for a moment, she couldn't believe it, and continued, "This relic is even below grade B." Sua calmly replied, "Yes, the entrance fee has been paid, and everyone has been deceived." The people around them realized in shock. "That's right, my relic." Sua gritted her teeth and growled, "That bastard is still somewhere in this auction house. We should stop him and take back what's rightfully ours." Immediately, everyone ran off looking, chiming in agreement. "Okay, Sao Duhoen, today you must die." Sua smiled, secretly satisfied. Everything was going according to plan. That scoundrel certainly didn't think. She ran in the opposite direction, turning her head to smile at the crowd behind her, thinking happily, "That's how I put you in prison. I will be free to enter and exit the 7 tombs." On this side, Duhoen calmly spoke up, seemingly aware that they all knew this was a fake holy relic. Behind him, Zihaha, busy doing something, replied, "Very soon. It's almost finished." He flashed a cunning smile and urged, "Hurry up, we need to pull off one more trick before it's too late." On the other side of the wall, Exxon was looking at the surrounding garbage, searching, "Where are the real holy relics? I can't feel them. How did he do that?" Suddenly, a loud voice rang out behind him. "Sao Duhoen is here?" He looked over in surprise, as Duhoen, accompanied by Zekhaha, raised both hands and asked, "Are all of you looking for me?" The surrounding crowd, infuriated, loudly shouted, "Give back our holy relics! You fraud! Did you really sell fake holy relics? You are a scammer. Quickly return the holy relics." Duhoen couldn't help but laugh out loud. "It's true that the holy relics you all took are fake holy relics." Immediately, everyone began to curse loudly. "You vile person, you also stole the bribe money. Hurry and return everything." Hidden in the crowd, Sua was surprised, secretly wondering, why did he admit it? He raised his hands to reassure everyone. "Calm down. We are also facing a dangerous situation." Then, he turned his head to look at Zedaha, who was focused on something with his head bowed. "Take a look." Trisk. He pulled up his shirt to reveal a long wound on his abdomen. Immediately, someone spoke up, asking curiously, "What? What kind of wound is that?" Everyone surrounded him, chattering non-stop. "He's going to die. Quickly save him." Zenit pretended to be scared, and explained, "Actually, we initially didn't intend to sell fake holy relics. We thought selling holy relics was too extravagant, but we received a threatening call because we obtained the holy relics from the tomb in Kyoto. Previously, holy relics were not very popular, but the reality is the opposite. And then I got this wound." Then he took out a piece of paper and continued, "And I had to follow the threatener's words. Look at this diagnosis result." Dia immediately asked, "Is that right? Do you believe us?" Someone then took the paper and read it carefully. At this moment, Duhoen also spoke seriously. "And we are trying to catch the culprit at this auction house." Z also added, "So we had to trick you." Tresk. Duhoen recalled the past moment. "The person who tried to threaten us will definitely show up here." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out behind them. Chada asked, "Why did you let me win the auction? I swear I am not a threatener, and if he is here, I will definitely catch him." After a brief pause, Sophie frowned and asked, "Are you testing me?" Duhoen lowered his head, pretending to be sad, and stammered in reply, "I apologize to you, princess. You have many bodyguards. I thought it wouldn't be an issue. If the criminal is caught, we will return the real holy relics to you." She listened silently to his explanations. Duhoen continued, "After all, the auction was still normal, but if things continue like this, I still won't be able to catch that person." Finally, he concluded with a sentence, "I am telling the absolute truth." Sophie was silent in thought. Everyone around started discussing, "Is that real? He doesn't seem to be lying. At this moment, Du-Hoen secretly smiled smugly. Sorry, but this, Jose's wound was obtained with a holy relic. He glanced around, thinking to himself. And at this moment, shouldn't he have appeared already? Immediately, Julian appeared, rushing over. Wait, which one of them has won the auction already? He rushed forward, shouting to the crowd. There's a truth they need to know! Du-Hoen smirked to himself, thinking. And right now, he pushed through the crowd, looking directly at Julian, and said, Did any of them win the bid? There are truths that need to be known. Du-Hoen smiled sincerely at Julian. You're here. He, sweating, forced a smile. I'll say it myself. Immediately after, Du-Hoen reached into his jacket and replied, Sorry, I'll be as honest as you say. Suddenly, he stopped, his face changing. What? Ziha asked. What's wrong? He immediately replied, Couldn't find it. Du-Hoen panicked and shouted, The sacred relic! I'm sure I put it in here. Sua, who had been observing from within the crowd, was confused. What's going on? Around her, people were agitated and buzzing. Please block the exits for me. Seeing Du-Hoen's panicked expression as he ran off, she thought, It doesn't seem to align with what I thought. His face really does look like he's been robbed. Julian stared blankly at the chaotic scene around him. The crowd panicked and shouted, 2 of the 7 sacred relics have been stolen. Nobody move. Julian asked, annoyed. What are you saying, Du-Hoen? He turned to look at him and replied, It's a big problem. I need to find it and return it to the princess. Julian glanced at his glasses and circulated his inner energy to his hand, touching them. Wait a moment. I'll help you find it. Du-Hoen smiled smugly upon hearing this and replied, Thank you for that. A surge of inner energy flashed. Instantly, the sacred relic everyone was searching for appeared inside Julian's jacket. He was shocked, gritting his teeth in disbelief. What? Why is it in here? Du-Hoen's voice suddenly rang out. If the culprit is caught, I will return the real sacred relic to her. It was as if a blazing fire surrounded him. Du-Hoen smirked, pleased with himself. Jen's staff immediately surrounded Julian. Now search his body. He panicked, trying to stop them. No, wait a minute. One of them grabbed Julian's arm. Please cooperate with me a little. He struggled to resist in vain. No, wait. That hurts. Standing not far away, Du-Hoen smiled triumphantly. You've been caught. Miller thought he could escape the rope and get out. In fact, he ordered the rope to release him, and somehow, the rope put the Nero relic inside Miller's coat. Watching the scene of both sides struggling before him, Du-Hoen deliberately let him use the fake relic he had hidden earlier. I know he can't use the actual relic because the energy consumption is too great. Suddenly, someone holding the Nero relic in their hand shouted, I found it! He's the one who stole them! Du-Hoen smiled contentedly at this scene. Dugan then shouted in shock, Wait a moment, let me explain. The people around him seemed deaf to his explanation, and immediately buzzed with discussion. He's the culprit! Seize him! So Appy, seeing this, stepped forward and asked, Can I borrow the dagger relic? Sua immediately agreed. Okay. So he held the dagger in his hand and slashed fiercely at Nero. Instantly, the dagger shattered into many pieces. It immediately emitted a source of light, floating in the center. This is great! Sweet girl! Do you want to see my power? She cried out in surprise. Sophie gripped the knife handle in her hand angrily, gritting her teeth, and said in a low voice, This is the truth. It's a real holy relic. You actually took it. Immediately after, Du-Hoen burst out and shouted, Miller, are you the culprit? I suspected you the moment you entered the auction house, and now this has been proven. Julian shouted back angrily. What are you talking about? You're the one who did this. Everyone around observed, constantly whispering. Du-Hoen was utterly pleased to see this. Julian was angry that he fell into his trap, but because Du-Hoen had prepared earlier, no one believed him. He curled his lips into a cunning smile, thinking, Is there any way? Now that everything's flipped, explain it in prison. And very soon after, the auction finally concluded. Afterwards, Julian was arrested by the police for stealing a relic. This was a bit regrettable. But on the other hand, his reputation will be diminished in the future, and he won't be able to bother Du-Hoen anymore. This happened because he always obstructed Du-Hoen. To solve the problem, the guys had to give the Nero relic to Princess Sophie. All the guests had left. Du-Hoen didn't know how long it had been since he left the hotel in New York. The moment they saw him return, the whole group, including Gongwu, immediately froze in astonishment. Boss! Looking at all the sparkling objects placed on the ground in front of him, Xiangwu was slightly startled. What's with this gold? And there are so many relics too. Du-Hoen smiled brightly and asked, Do you know where all this came from? Drooling with envy, Dokisham immediately replied, It looks like my boss did something extraordinary. Du-Hoen casually sat down on the sofa. It would have been even more incredible if I could have brought the Nero relic back here. Who caused it anyway? On the ground, Genha was drenched in sweat from doing push-ups, his whole body trembling. He mumbled in distress. It's my fault. Du-Hoen, conversely, said coldly, And your punishment is 100 push-ups. It feels like the heavens and earth are about to collapse. Jiha yelled 100 push-ups. Yu Hoen's eyes instantly narrowed. Noisy. If you make a mistake, you must be punished. That's obvious. Looking at his tearful teammate with a reluctant face, Yu Hoen asked again. What do you think would have happened if I hadn't stopped Miller? Indeed, Yu Hoen's words were correct. Jianha finally submitted. Alright, it's my fault. Cutting him off, Yu Hoen continued. But we received many interesting relics. Suddenly, a strange sound rang out, making him curiously look behind his back. Outside the window, the Nero relic looked at him. Hey, I'm back. Zheng Wu was startled. Boss, there's something weird outside the window. He quickly opened the window, asking curiously. Why did you come back so fast? Nero walked in, grumbling discontentedly. Hey, you're really rude. You should be more polite. Hearing the relic's voice, Genha, who was doing push-ups, also couldn't help but look up curiously. Immediately after, he was startled and screamed loudly. What? The Nero relic! Why is it here? Seeing his panic, Nero was also surprised. What's wrong? Genhek said. Didn't I see you give it to the princess? Now standing before this question, Yu Hoen answered casually. It returned here because it and I still have a duel. If she loses it after receiving it, that's her responsibility, isn't it? He never expected his boss to be so overbearing. Jiha's jaw dropped as if it would fall to the ground. Huh? Regaining his composure, he became anxious. Then we didn't lose anything in this plan. You calculated everything. Yu Hoen sternly countered. You think I could ignore a relic? Now, his little, fragile, injured heart cried soundlessly. Then why did you still punish me? Yu Hoen casually replied to that question. It's because you made a mistake. Yu Hoen asked back. Then why did you let Miller into the auction house? Jiha said dejectedly. I'm sorry, but I tried to stop him in every way. Boss? Seeing the two of them talk back and forth, the other three held their breath and didn't dare to interject. At the same moment, Nero suddenly growled, Seo Yu Hoen, that's enough. From inside the laurel wreath, a wave of power was emitted, and Nero continued, I'm tired of this. When do we start? Yu Hoen calmly replied, We should calm down. Nero asked back in surprise, Now? Pote, but pretended not to understand. Yu Hoen asked it back, What are you talking about? Nero irritably cursed, Damn it! At this, he secretly thought, It will cause the grave to change if the duel begins, if it can extinguish the great fire of it. Looking at the locations inside the computer, according to his calculations, this place would then be burned to ashes. TCH, Yu Hoen was taken aback. Wait a sec, I'll find a place where we can compete. Nero was getting impatiently anxious. Hurry up, I can't wait any longer. Yu Hoen immediately reassured him. Don't rush, I'll find one. He calculated in his head. If possible, I don't want the battle to involve anyone. After a while, his eyes suddenly stopped at a place on it, and he made a decision. I can choose this place. After confirming the location, Yu Hoen happily told Nero, Okay, it's Monaco. At this location, a large fire was spreading rapidly, causing chaos everywhere. Inside, people were rushing to put out the fire, and a noisy clamor arose. Why is there a sudden fire? It seems to be caused by the sacred relic princess brought along. Sophie was in her room, looking genuinely worried about the loss of the relic. At the same time, one of her close servants immediately reported, Princess, all the fires have been extinguished. Sophie breathed a sigh of relief. Thank heavens. But he continued. Although the fires occurred in the park and palace, they were extinguished immediately afterwards. The princess revealed a tired face. She said, Let's talk about that later. The man immediately fell silent. Yes. Then Sophie continued, Also, has the relic been found yet? Hearing this, the man was a little startled. I'll go check right now. He immediately obeyed the order and turned to leave. Yes, I will depart. Before leaving, Sophie did not forget to instruct. Be careful. As soon as the person left, Sophie gritted her teeth and frowned. That damn relic! I spent so much to get it. She recalled when she saw Nero, she was very happy and couldn't help but cheer. This is Julius's relic. But as Sophie's hand just touched it, a golden light immediately shot out. Nero, with an angry look, flew up and accused Sophie. How dare you touch me? But as a proud princess, she didn't allow herself to lower herself to a relic. Too bad. I am now your master. Nero replied disdainfully upon hearing this. Really? Immediately after that, it flew away. I don't accept anyone I don't like. Now, looking back at the empty suitcase, Sophie fell into contemplation again. That relic can burn anything. It's not easy to calm it down and seal it again. The palace has been burned down. She bit her lip, blaming herself. The palace was burned down. This makes me feel guilty. How can I subdue it? Lost in thought, Sophie didn't realize someone had come up behind her. Sua spoke up. Your Highness. Sophie suddenly startled and looked over. Sua. What have you found? Sua immediately replied. Of course, Princess. I have found where the relic is. Pausing for a moment, Sua looked back and continued. But this place is a bit far. in the middle of the Pacific Ocean. Hearing this, Sophie was surprised. What are you talking about? Sua guessed that maybe he went to Hawaii. Sophie was a little nervous. Hawaii? What? The relic is there in Hawaii, Sua honestly replied to her. I'm not sure either. Sua added that the relic crossed the vast ocean. I don't know how to explain this. Just hearing this, Sophie immediately replied. No matter how you explain it, roughly my relic is there. Without thinking, she quickly ordered preparations to go to Hawaii. That's my relic. I can't give up. Scene change. At this time in Hawaii, the water here is so blue. The sea crashes, and the shore stretches across the white sandy beaches. Glancing over a bit more, this is Kali Island. Where did Yuhaha's voice come from? So beautiful. He looked around with interest. It would be great if I could rest here. Yuhoen couldn't understand why he was happy, when soon this place would be destroyed. Dha also asked again, why did you say this place would be destroyed? He replied nonchalantly, I will fight Nero here. Yuhan explained as he walked. When we fight Nero, this place will be like Kyoto. Cha seemed worried. So there will be a grave here? Yuhoen then said. That's because there are no civilians here. No one will be affected. This surprised him even more. There are no people here? Yuhoen repeated the words once more. No one lives nearby, or this place will be destroyed. Suddenly, at this moment, Jinha saw something in front of him. What? What is that? Yuho looked at the thing in front of him. A flash of death appeared in his eyes. This is Lao Jun's villa. In front of the two, a magnificent villa was located next to the beach. Everything was extremely poetic. Yuhoen breathed a sigh of relief. He said smugly to Jiha. Look, we don't know what the outcome will be, but Yuhoen could confidently say that a grave would be made here, and this villa would be redecorated. This is that old fox's favorite villa, so I'm very excited. Every time he mentioned this person, he always carried a sense of resentment from the bottom of his heart, Yuhoen said in a challenging tone. Okay, let's start playing. Scene change. Now at the Pai Shang Long Villa, the place is heavily guarded with a large security team. The large gate was built extremely solidly. Looking at it, it's no different from a large military area. After walking for a while, one of the guards spoke up. Should we have a few drinks after work? The other yawned repeatedly and agreed. But why haven't you left today? The conversation was not over yet. Suddenly a shocking sound rang out, startling both of them at the same time. What's going on? Suddenly a lot of money fell from the sky, causing the staff here to become agitated. Everyone wanted to get more for themselves. Looking at the sky, the money grub happily said loudly, This is my favorite money. Come here and grab it. Hurry, hurry. Seeing everyone acting strangely, the two guards still couldn't figure out what was going on. What are they doing? The crowd continued to stir. We don't need to work anymore. This is real money. At the same time, one of them looked at the two of them. Hurry up too. No, you should stand there. It's all mine. Like a scratch tape, the two just stood frozen, exchanging glances. After a while, the two stupid guards finally understood. They immediately ran out with the money flying from the sky. And just like that, the rope, along with the money grub carrying a large bag of money, led the hotel staff away. Yes, follow me, stupid humans. Over here, Yu Ho quickly received a phone call from Chong Yu. He immediately answered the phone. On the other end of the line, Chong Yu happily reported. Big brother, it's a success. The hotel staff have left. Yu Hoen replied with satisfaction. Okay. The two began to enter the villa. Che U reported again. There are no guards inside. Yu Hoan also wondered. That's all? Immediately after, he instructed. Leave the rest to me and come here quickly. I'll send the location. Chong Yu immediately replied. Okay. Looking over at Jha again. What about you? Ready? He immediately said, yes, I'm ready. Taking the Nero relic in his hand, Yu Hoen smiled with a meaningful smile. Okay, let's begin. As soon as he was summoned, Nero immediately admired the surrounding scenery. This place, the relic excitedly flew up, emitting a powerful source of energy. This classic confrontation. My spirit is soaring. This time it's for real. Pausing for a moment, Nero continued. But we're missing one thing. There are no audience or judges here. Yu Hoen replied. All the visitors have left. This is what makes the relic sad. Nero was surprised. Really? Yu Hoen began to lose patience. Stop talking nonsense and let's start. Helpless, Nero had no other choice. Alright. Immediately after, a large explosion immediately rang out, the light shining directly down on Juan's head. Turn's hotel at this time had begun to show signs of cracking. Just a little more, it's guessed that this place won't be able to hold on any longer. Just like that, all the infrastructure here collapsed in an instant, as if the place had just experienced a major earthquake. Yu Hoen and Jiha were standing there dumbfounded. In a flash, they were transported to a golden arena. Jiha looked around in awe, turning back and forth. It really has become a tomb. Yu Hoen smirked. This one is more beautiful than the previous one. Looking around, Jinha wondered, where did all these statues come from? At the same moment, a voice rang out, carrying a stream of magical light. Yes, That is my masterpiece. At this moment, Nero finally appeared in human form. Come on, are you ready? I will show you what art is. The system immediately announced. This place has become a space tomb. The inside will be different from the outside. It will be like the Golden Palace. You will not be able to leave here until you defeat Nero. Inside the palace, Nero's power is so strong that it completely supports him. Yet, he looked around with an utterly nonchalant expression, assessing the place. A beautiful theater. Can you call the audience in afterwards? Looking at the pile of weapons in front of him, Nero said casually. No need to worry. I have prepared them. Unable to hide his eagerness, Nero added, Hurry up. I paid 10 million to get in here, so hurry up. The entrance fee wasn't cheap. Genha couldn't help but gape at the scene before his eyes. Where did those relics come from? Yu Hoen happily explained. The earthworm took advantage of the situation to set them up. The relics were talking to each other. I'm curious about the author's ability. We have to see it before we leave. Yes, I'm also very curious. It seemed that what was happening before their eyes was beyond their expectations. Jaha looked at him. Boss, what's going on? Yu Hoen seemed very angry. I'll remember that. Nero looked at the pile of relics. He was satisfied. There are so many viewers. This is great. So Yu Hoen paused. After Nero's words, he calmly glanced over at him. Nero's face became somber. He looked straight at Yu Hoen. Let's begin. Scene changed to Turn's office. It seemed that he still didn't know that his villa was being destroyed, so he was still leisurely looking at documents. And immediately afterwards, Si-eun immediately ran in, panicking. Chairman! Chairman! Seeing him so flustered, his heart became a little nervous. Tae-dun immediately asked. Is something big happening? Tae-dun asked again. What's the matter that you're panicking about? Si-eun panted as he replied. The chairman's villa in Hawaii has been destroyed. Speaking of which, Si-eun's face seemed to be about to cry. Tae-dun was shocked and asked again. What do you mean? He immediately recounted. The thing is, Roman relics have sprung up all over the villa area. The entire villa seemed to have turned into a tomb. Hearing this, he quickly realized it was because of the relics. Trying to calm himself, Tae-dun asked again. What's the situation now? Si-eun reported. First of all, there are no casualties. Instead, the $70 million artwork in the art gallery burned down. Hearing this, Tae-jun was stunned. Farms and factories were also severely damaged. Estimated damage to assets is over $200 million. Because the statistics are not finished, this is the minimum figure. As he reported, his face turned ashen. Tae-dun felt helpless. He held his head and said with a strained voice, Damn it. Not stopping there, Si-eun continued hesitantly. In addition, Tae-jun panicked. What? What else? He continued to report. The Monaco royal family just called. In the second half of this month, orders in Monaco are all stopped. Tae-dun seemed stunned. Huh? What? Finally, he couldn't hold back anymore and screamed. What about the goods? Is AC damaged? Hurry up and tell me. The secretary was startled. It's not that. Turn couldn't understand. What does this have to do with it? I'm troubled enough already. Si-eun replied. I don't know about it, he said to Turn. I now have a contact from a member of the royal family. Tae-jun quickly took the phone from Si-eun's hand. Receiving a call from the royal family. Okay. This is Tae-jun. A familiar voice came from the other end. Long time no see, Tun. This is Sophie Grimaldi. Hearing this voice, Turn's heart truly felt like it was dying. Immediately after, he whispered to Si-eun. Did the Princess of Monaco call you directly? He immediately replied, Yes, exactly. Tae-jun then chuckled insincerely. What's wrong? You surprised me. Sopo frowned and growled. From now on, if you answer my questions with lies, you won't even be allowed to step foot in Monaco. She got straight to the point. Do you know that I bought the Julius Carissa relic at the last auction? Tae-jun replied. I know. You won the auction. So Kempi immediately continued. That's right. I bought it at a very high price. But pausing for a moment, she continued. How is it that the relic is in your Hawaii villa? Tae-dun was thunderstruck, and he immediately explained. The relic is indeed in my villa, but it doesn't belong to me. So didn't understand, she asked again. Why is that? But sitting on the plane looking out at the sky, Sophie said. Listening to your answer, you admit the relic is in your villa. Why? Why did you steal it? Why would I steal it? Are you suspecting me? This damned bitch is driving me crazy. Si-eun anxiously reminded. President, she'll hear you. Pausing for a moment, Tae-jun composed himself, then tried his best to explain to her. I know it seems like the princess has misunderstood, and let me explain this. It wasn't me. I also don't know why that relic is also destroying my villa. So in this situation, I'm also a victim. So Keipo immediately continued. If you say so, I will personally visit your island to confirm this. And now that I'm almost there, I thought it would be more polite to report to you first, so I called you. Tae-dun bit his teeth irritably. A straight tree fears no crooked shadow, he thought, so he immediately replied, "Please, feel free." So said indifferently, "Alright, good." Finishing speaking, she also quickly hung up. Taejun's room was now extremely silent. Taking his anger out on others, he yelled at Seon. "What the hell are the villa staff doing? How did this happen?" He startled and reported back. At that time they said a rope and an earthworm brought a bag full of money and dropped it freely. Then he continued. And at that time the staff took the money. The more Taejun listened, the paler his face became. What? Seon hesitated. I don't know what happened there, but the staff there posted this. Turn immediately speculated after hearing it. The culprit must be among them. But thinking it over, he was a little puzzled. No, wait. It seems this was planned in advance, wasn't it? Like an electric current running through his head, Tae-dun suddenly froze, as if he had remembered something. Immediately after, he vaguely suspected him to be Seon. Quickly continuing. Yes. He recounted to his superior, who conquered one of the 7 tombs in Kyoto. Then he sold it to the Princess of Monaco. Taejun clenched his teeth together. It's Soen, that bastard. After thinking and stringing the events together, he was sure Swen was the bastard who did this. Seon startled and asked again. He did it? Turn replied. Think about it. Wasn't he the first to conquer one of the 7 tombs? The veins on his face were all bulging out. Tae-dun said again. And now that bastard is destroying my villa. Why is he always causing trouble for me? As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately ordered his secretary. Prepare. Seon seemed to still be dazed. Yes. Tae-dun yelled irritably. We're going to Hawaii now. Only then did he suddenly wake up. Ah, okay. A flash of murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Taejun calculated. Very good. This is a good excuse to eliminate that bastard. On Turn's villa's side, that power was still not stopping. It continued to shine straight down, carrying a violent storm. Inside, Chong-yu was a little worried. Is this the right way? The rope said casually. Almost there, according to Kiam's prediction. It seems to be guiding us correctly. As soon as they entered, Nero's voice echoed. Let's begin, let's begin. One glance, and Chong-yu was shocked. Huh? There are so many relics here. What's this? Nero confidently stood leaning back, spreading his hands wide with relish. I've been waiting for this moment. I will prove that my art is extraordinary. He looked at him questioningly. Is something wrong? I'm not affecting you, am I? Nero immediately pointed at his face. Ever since I read your novel, my soul has been enlightened. My novel, though ordinary, still sold very well. Then, because of your appearance, I became a flop. Yu-hoen frowned irritably. It was that earthworm that sold, not me. Yu-hoen couldn't help but expose him. Your novel still sells very well, though only you buy it. Nero became enraged. Hey, don't talk nonsense. He calmly replied, all right then. As soon as he finished speaking, Nero couldn't help but accuse him. After all, I'm the victim. Because of your novel, I can't sell anymore. Listening to him rambling on, the relics whispered to each other in surprise. Nero writes novels. Does anyone know that? I know, I think the title of the novel is Sign of the Sad Artist. Has anyone ever read it? That trash novel. Nero snapped. Sales rate is the most important thing. His anger finally reached its peak. Nero roared. If you guys keep making noise, I'll kill you all. At this moment, the system quickly warned. Nero's dictatorial and violent power is being unleashed. In this domain, anything Nero wants will be done. Be careful. Everything is gradually supporting Nero again. Never be allowed to leave here without Nero's approval. Nero's mood changed again. He thinks they have the right to judge me? He thinks he has a chance to defeat me in this battle. I will kill you. Zhen fearfully shielded his face with his hands. He unconsciously took a few steps back. The flames are too big. Yu-hoen thought to himself. This fire could burn me. Although he looks like an idiot, he is still one of the 7 relics. The relics also shouted. He's crazy. Are you going to burn us all? It's so hot. Nero turned around irritably and yelled, shut up if you still want to live. The relics hurriedly said in fear, forgive us. Yu-hoen pondered. What do I need to do to win? He thought silently for a while. It's difficult for me to defeat him. I need to cut him off first. At the same time, Yu-hoen suddenly looked over, then called him. Nero turned his head back irritably towards him. Standing in front of him, he tried to keep himself as comfortable as possible. Calm down. Didn't we decide to have a literary duel? Bring the novel you wrote here for us to read. We can do this before we compete. Nero was surprised. You really want to read it? Yu-hoen replied calmly. Didn't you also read my novel? It will be similar for me. The relics said to each other. Are you scared? When I have to read it, I want to read a novel. One of them asked him in surprise. You really read it? We can understand human language. Can you understand the language of relics? On the other side, Nero also smirked contemptuously. Backward humans cannot understand the language of high-level relics. Then he also channeled his inner energy and took out the novel for Yu-hoen to read. Fine. Seeing that he couldn't stop him, Nero had to hand it over. Read it if you can translate it, or even half of it. I will let you go. Looking at the relic in front of him, he asked with a bit of disdain, Huh? How do you have such courage? Immediately after, Yu Hohan quickly opened the novel and read it out loud and clear. Today, Jim saw a goldfish. From just the first sentence, Nero was shocked. Everyone didn't think he could read the novel in the ancient script. Yu Hohan looked at his reaction. He felt smug and read, Today I went to the city and you saw my luggage. Not only that, he even commented, I think this is a story about your royal era. Nero couldn't believe his eyes. There's no way he and I are on the same wavelength. The relics on the shelf buzzed with chatter. This is the first time we've seen a human who understands the language of relics. How can he do that? This is a sign of a disaster. Yu Hoan continued. You said you would let me go if I could read this. Nero stammered, sweating profusely. This. Once again, Yu Hoan moved closer to him. Okay, if you can't do that, then let's try another way. Holding the novel in his arms, he made a proposal. We'll have a literary duel. Let's talk about the text. With a firm gaze, he honestly replied. This is the first time I've read such a terrible piece of writing. You truly are an artist. Hearing these words, Nero's heart felt empty. He was stunned and speechless. But Yu Hoan, on the other hand, was extremely smug. Seeing his reaction, perhaps this plan might succeed. Nero doesn't have artistic talent, but he's still recognized by everyone. Who would dare to do that to a Roman emperor? They acknowledge him because they want to protect their lives. That's the foundation of the Nero relic. So he will feel pain at Jen's criticism. For that reason, he had the thought that he would strike at his spirit. Not stopping there, Yu Hoan continued to miserably criticize. You see goldfish when you arrive at the village. Everyone stares at you. So what exactly do you want to convey? I can write it better than this 1,000 times. This isn't a novel, it's garbage. You should throw it away. Nero felt like he was so angry he was about to have a heart attack. Not giving him a chance to retort, Yu Hoan quickly took out a pen. Let me help make it a little more interesting. Seeing him bending down and writing attentively, Nero was furious. Get up, how can you change my novel? But Yu Hoan basically didn't listen to him. First, let's change the title. Nero, you guilty artist is crying. Seems like this will be better. Nero yelled in panic. Stop, you have no right to do that. Yu Hoan continued to write diligently. This sentence will be the emperor's suffering. Nero kept screaming beside him. How dare you disrespect me? On this side, the relics kept cheering. Well done, he's really brave. It seems like he's more talented. That's too much. But the next second, he casually stood up and tore the novel in his hand. You are not suitable to be an artist. Nero was startled. No, my novel. At the same time, the system announced that Nero's heart was breaking. As soon as he finished speaking, Nero painfully collapsed to the ground. He had never felt such a sense of failure before. The system rang out once again. Nero's spirit is being devastated. He can't pick up a pen again to write a novel. It needs time to heal. Looking at Nero's reaction, he was secretly pleased. That is a symptom of mental disorder. How long is the healing time? I don't need to fight. Just thinking about this made his eyes light up with joy. Yu Hoan continued to speak to the Roman emperor. How can art be made? If its author is like this, do you like art? He casually put down the pen and wrote again. I'll give you an example for an innocent person like you. Compared to that, this is another level. As he spoke, the piece of paper was brought in front of Nero. Immediately, Nero's voice rang out. How can you do this? Dia was stunned. What do you mean, boss? He smiled faintly, then replied, That's a new law in this world, a collection of examples of the most terrible crimes. Speaking of this, a sly look appeared on Yu Hoan's face. Nero fell to the ground. He kept screaming. How can this be? How can a person do this? Yu Hoan glanced at the man in front of him. That's a negative comment. There have been some crazy people recently. Pausing for a moment, he glared at Nero, who was ranting. Do you think I'm going to go? Tightening the paper in his hand, Nero stubbornly insisted. How can there be success without failure? As soon as he finished speaking, a cloud of black smoke surrounded everyone around the tower. Looking back at the relics on the shelf, they no longer had their bright colors. Nero said again. It's over. It turned out that Nero had fallen into a state of madness. If you want the relic to fundamentally develop, there needs to be a specific value and a defined win or loss. At this, a satisfied smile bloomed on Yu Hoan's face. He thought to himself, now, it's coming. Yu Hoan slowly walked towards Nero. All right, you have to give up now, he said to him. If you do your job well, I will let you write novels. Isn't it better than giving it up? Nero finally regained consciousness, and golden light emanated from his body once again. I understand. Now Nero finally acknowledged him as his master. The laurel wreath quickly imprinted a similar mark on his skin. Then the laurel wreath slowly fell to the ground. After so much effort, Yu Hoan's plan finally succeeded. Looking at the mark on his hand, he was extremely satisfied with this trophy. Excellent! And now the contract with the sloth relic has been signed, and he has gained the power of sloth. Golden Palace. Absolute command. And all imaginations are now available. And the power of domination has increased. This will be very useful when facing other relics. After reviewing a series of notifications, Yu Hoan stepped forward and picked up the laurel wreath. At the same time, another notification popped up, surprising him. There's more? From this conquest, Yu Hoen has obtained one of the 7 great Emperor relics. This made Yu Hoen think. Emperor relic? This relic is also called the Emperor relic. Does that mean each tomb in the 7 tombs is an Emperor relic? Looking at the laurel wreath in his hand, he began to calculate again. However, these 7 tombs are not just places to contain relics, the familiar voice echoed, causing Yu Hoen to glance at the relics. The battle ended too quickly. They are saying to each other, "So should we go home now?" "Yes, the battle was interesting, let's go home right away." At the same moment, a large net suddenly descended from the sky. "Where do you guys think you're going?" The relics cried out in fear. "What are you doing? Hey, what is this?" It turned out that the person who caught them was Yu Hoen, a big catch. "Why is it so tough? Can't escape," the relics shouted. "The match is over, let us go, we want to go home." He looked at them, then said, "You guys seem to have misunderstood something." A smile appeared on Yu Hoen's lips. "You guys watched my match for free, now I'm gonna collect the fees." "And who said you can go home?" The relics were scared. "I already paid that money to the earthworm." "Yes, all that money has been paid," Yu Hoen replied. "You haven't given it to me yet." The relics were furious. "You damn liar." They finally couldn't stand it and compromised with him. "Okay, fine, what do you mean by giving it to you?" Yu Hoen spoke up. "You guys should worry about yourselves first." Suddenly, from within the group of relics, something said, "You humans are very interesting." Yu Hoen had created this net before the battle with Nero began. Recalling that time, Yu Hoen asked Jeha, "How far along are you with it? Almost done?" At that time, Jeha immediately replied, "Yes, almost done." And at that moment, Yu Hoen ordered him to double the net with a large quantity. So no matter how hard they try now, they still can't escape. At the same time, a hand wielding an axe fiercely chopped at the net. "You underestimated my power?" "I'm Khalid Heda," Yu Hoen said coldly. "Damn, it's funny to think they can't escape." That deep voice echoed again. "Excellent, let's go." Watching him break free, he judged that if this sacred relic wasn't Type A, he wouldn't have escaped. It seems there are still some S-class sacred relics in this group. All the sacred relics are running away. He wasn't panicked, but extremely calm. "I know, I have a way." When this sacred relic appeared, the other sacred relics were trampled underfoot, crying out in pain. Yu Hoen channeled his inner force and shouted, "Stop! No one is allowed to move." One of the sacred relics shouted, "What is this? The pressure is terrifying." The little cat sweated and begged, "Stop it." Yu Ho thought to himself that many sacred relics submit to his rule. Yu Hoen's eyes widened, and he coldly commanded his sacred relic, "Arise, Anubis." Immediately the dog was summoned. The dog's eyes were full of courage. As soon as Anubis was summoned, it looked around. "Where am I?" As soon as he saw them appear, he immediately ordered, "I need your power." Anubis looked around, seeing the 2 dogs of that sacred relic, and was also surprised. "What? This is..." Sax gritted his teeth. "Why did you become a human's dog? Your stomach is so noisy. Have you had a snack yet?" Anubis looked around at the sacred relics lying scattered on the ground. What is going on here? Yu Hoen looked at Anubis. "You can understand that the sacred relics are disobedient, and I need you." It growled. "You called me out for that reason?" Set suddenly fell down. "I have no energy left. I must say this. If Anubis has been restored, let him go." Anubis gritted his teeth. "What's wrong, Yu Hoen? What does this mean?" Yu Hoen smiled brightly. "Ah, forget my request." "So Anubis." Anubis gritted his teeth. "This guy," Anubis growled. "Now humans are no longer under the control of sacred relics." That sacred relic said again. "At this time the cursed sister has also suffered punishment. Are you giving up too?" The sacred relic looked at Anubis. "Your Excellency, what happened?" The dog was startled. "What should I say to them now? My prestige is lost." Immediately after, Anubis shouted, "Don't misunderstand me." The sacred relic stared blankly at it. Anubis shouted, "Don't think too much." Yu Hoen smiled brightly. "Your Excellency, I think there are some incomprehensible states within the sacred relic itself." Anubis said again, "Then how do you explain the current situation?" Boss was lying on the ground, and said to him, "I have a few things to say to you, that is me and this stupid dog." Anubis was startled. "Stop it," Set stammered. The thing I'm talking about is about the ability of humans to rule." The sacred relics were surprised. "What?" Anubis continued, "Therefore this man is the only one capable of ruling all of us, so that's why I follow him." Hearing this, all the sacred relics began to discuss among themselves. "That's possible." Anubis looked over at Set and thought to himself, "I hope this can end soon." At the same time, the sacred relic spoke up. "I think what Anubis said is right. After all, we have seen his power of rule." They discussed with each other. "Actually, I'm also a fan of that guy. I don't have any negative thoughts about humans. Now I can publicly be a fan of him." Yu Hoen was surprised to see them discussing. "What's going on?" Seeing them joining Yu Hoen, he was secretly startled. "Things are beyond my imagination. We are here." The sacred relics happily smiled. We will help you with all our strength. At this moment, conquering many relics has earned the #1 tangible cultural treasure achievement. Passionate fans are actively emerging in large numbers, and it's likely to increase. As the power of the relics increases, your charm to the relics will also increase. You've achieved a rare feat because you can always reconcile with the relics and learn about their condition. It's the ability to evolve secondary relics. Watching him silently. They still haven't stopped. I will follow you for life. Bro, want to make a small speech and ask Anubis? All relationships are created. They surround Jen. Please don't hesitate to ask for my help. Your Grace! This is a huge advantage, just like receiving Nero. Just then, a familiar voice rang out, making him feel bored from the bottom of his heart. Sao Yu Hoen? Seeing that old man running frantically toward him, he feigned surprise. Oh, long time no see. Chairman Chi Jun gritted his teeth and asked him, How dare you do this? Are you trying to provoke me? But Yu Hoen didn't react. Well, consider it karma. Actually, there are necessary conditions here, so I chose this place. Chi Jun certainly couldn't imagine that he was a person reborn from a previous life. He growled. You crazy bastard, don't expect to return safely. Immediately afterward, Chi Jun ordered his bodyguards to attack. Yu Hoen sneered. It seems he brought all the company members here. Yi Ha, on the other hand, panicked. There are so many people. What should we do? Yu Hoen casually replied, What can I do? I haven't seen this in a long time. Looking at his lifelong enemy, he instead showed disdain. It seems you brought more reinforcements. Chi Jun gritted his teeth. After being disrupted by you so many times, he can't stay calm anymore. Today is your doomsday, you bastard. Immediately afterward, Chi Jun immediately turned to his people and shouted, What are you waiting for? Attack! Looking at the weapon in the hand of a young man over there, he said coldly with a hint of surprise. That is, observing closely again, Yu Hoen recognized the Emperor's assassin's sword, the Sword of Brutus. With this, he can repel speed and destroy higher-level relics. Looking at the weapons in the hands of those people, he began to calculate. The other relics are pretty good too. There are a few very troublesome things now. Then, suddenly, Yu Hoen looked at Yi Ha. I've changed my mind! Run! As soon as he finished speaking, he immediately sped off, leaving his subordinates stunned. Chi Jun was startled. He doesn't dare to fight them. On this side, Chi Jun's army was like a swarm of ants. One of them, taking the lead, shouted loudly, Fire! Yu Hoen ran while turning his back to observe the situation behind him. The sounds of gunfire echoed continuously, and the whole group kept running headlong. Everyone fearfully closed their eyes, not daring to open them wide. Dia ran for a while but didn't feel any bullets hitting him. He looked at Yu Hoen, startled. They missed. What did you do, boss? I didn't do anything. Seeing his people continuously firing without being able to do anything to Yu Hoen, Chi Jun was annoyed. Why did you miss? That employee trembled. Huh? I definitely shot all of them accurately. But what was unexpected was that their relics suddenly rebelled. You bastard, how dare you use me to attack him? Do you know he's also our idol? If you attack him, it means insulting us. Chi Jun's employee was startled. These relics no longer obey our orders. Chi Jun was furious. Damn it, quickly use other relics. Yu Hoen was very pleased to hear him say that. That's right. You explained that when I become a cultural asset of the relics, surely there are considerable benefits. This is when it comes in handy. Hearing his boss say this, he breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness. At the same time, in Yeha's pocket, those relics began to stir. What's going on? It seems he needs me. Let me speak first. He took out the painting and said to Yu Hoen, Boss, the audience relics are feeling uncomfortable. Excitedly, Yu Hoen exclaimed, This! He looked over at the tired group again. It seems things are tough for Shanglong's employees. Yi Ha smiled brightly. This is great. Yu Hoen smiled brightly. Do the relics over there want to join us? Come join the fun with the other relics. Chi Jun was about to explode with anger. How could this be? All the sacred relics are mine. He was like a madman at this point. If the sacred relics can't be used, use guns. Use anything to kill him. President Taejun's subordinates immediately obeyed and simultaneously drew their guns, firing continuously at him. Yu Hoen smugly and disdainfully challenged him. Even if you do that, I can easily block it. Get ready. Just as everyone was about to engage in a fierce battle, a voice rang out. Everyone, stop! Taejun was startled. He immediately stopped moving and glanced over at the source of the voice. It was Princess Sophie and her 3 subordinates, arriving with imposing momentum. Over here, Yu Hoen asked Yeha, Is the instant teleportation complete? He immediately replied, Done, boss. Immediately after, Yu Hoen responded with a satisfied smile. Good. In the midst of the tense atmosphere, Yu Hoen quickly said, President Tae, here's something for you. Then, inexplicably, Yu Hoken threw the Nero relic towards Taejun. Instinctively, his hands quickly caught the Nero relic. Taejun's face was now utterly bewildered. Like an actor getting into character, he quickly said to him, "As I said before, my job is complete." Taejun still didn't understand anything. Yu Hoen continued, "According to our previous agreement, I'll leave and end this matter." Taejun was just blankly confused. What agreement? Do you have a literary problem? But before he could understand the situation, a sharp gaze filled with killing intent was directed towards Taejun. Sophie, burning with anger, questioned him. What agreement is he talking about? Sophie pointed at him. I had to spend money to get that sacred relic. Taejun was shocked. No, it's not like that. The princess smiled smugly at him and turned to leave. Taejun urgently said, You've misunderstood that bastard. Don't let him escape. Watching him disappear before his eyes like that, Taejun's people were stunned. What? He's gone. Now he could only clench his teeth with a stomach full of anger. Seo Yu Hoen, you bastard. Sophie, of course, didn't believe him. Don't bother with him. Quickly dismiss everything he said earlier. Taejun blankly explained. I mean, that bastard is lying. Sophie said coldly. Do you think I would believe you? Taejun was helpless. This is crazy. Oh, calm down, princess. Scene change. Now at the honorable family villa. Yi Hao was incredibly excited. Today's harvest was amazing. He looked at Yu Hoen and asked, puzzled, Boss, are you sure we'll be safe after this? Yi Ha. After all, we're not far from them. The two islands are right next to each other. The island is currently shrouded in darkness. Suddenly, Irin chimed in from behind. My family has many ways to ensure your safety. Seeing her, he was a bit surprised. Irin didn't pay any attention. She looked at Yu Hoen again. Yu Hoen, how's this place? Are you satisfied? Very comfortable. This is an ideal place to rest. Irin smiled brightly like a flower. Really? If you need anything, just tell me, and I'll try my best to fulfill it. Pausing for a moment, she suddenly remembered. You haven't had dinner yet. Let me prepare dinner, okay? Yu Hoen smiled faintly. Thank you. Immediately after, he sat up. Now, let's focus. Jin was surprised. Focus on what? Yu Hoen immediately held up a tiny button in front of him. I installed a chip. Seeing Yu Hoen put it on, Jen was surprised. What? He put it on the fake Nero relic, he said, pressing the switch. Yeah, that's it. Remember when you threw that fake Nero relic away? I handed it back to that old man, the chairman. At that time, Jen put a chip on each Nero relic. He was sure they wouldn't throw it away. But it seems this is a bit useless. All I hear is the chairman yelling at his subordinates. But after a while, the chairman started talking to Princess Sophie. Taejun frantically explained, I really have nothing to do with that Yu Hoen bastard. Just seeing his face makes me sick. He was extremely wronged. Look, I didn't do anything. While my villa is being destroyed like this. Sophie also believed him a little at this point. It made a lot of sense. But Taejun immediately replied, But there's nothing that the princess really wants to hear. I will explain. Sophie continued, I saw that you didn't go to the auction house at that time. I thought you went home early because you wanted it. That's Julius Caesar's relic. Everyone wants it. By the way, Chairman, you are also a relic user. He silently listened to Sophie continue. Then Taejun continued, That's why you suspect me. Because the reason is very simple. I know that bastard was selling a fake relic, but now I think this relic isn't fake. But this isn't Julius Caesar's relic, Sophie urgently said. Now we should talk about the name of the relic. Taejun confirmed this. I can't say for sure, but I'm certain this isn't Julius Caesar's relic. Sophie was surprised. How can that be? Are you sure? Of course, princess. These words were all heard by Yu Hoen. Hearing how sure he was, Yu Hoen was also a little curious. As for Sophie, she was startled and asked again, Do you have Julius Caesar's relic? A sly smile appeared on Turn's lips. This is a secret, but as I said before, I want to continue to maintain a good relationship with Monaco. These words also startled Yu Hoen. Yu Hoen's face immediately darkened. Look, I heard something very interesting here. He calculated. The chairman has Caesar's relic, so when I delivered the fake information at the auction house, he knew about it. Maybe the strongest relic he has is Caesar's relic. The relic of conquest is Caesar's relic, a terrifying relic that can make everyone obey him. I've always tried to find out the name of the relic but never knew. Looking towards the bright moonlight, he made up his mind. It's easy to catch this big fish by knowing the enemy's information. I'm the one with the advantage. As he said that, a fierce glint flashed in his eyes. Wait, your villa is just the beginning. On the beach, while everyone was happily playing, Jean Ha's loud scream rang out. Damn it! In the room, he sat in front of a pile of relics, unwillingly complaining. Aren't we a little busy, boss? We're in the Pacific, and you're telling me to do these boring chores, Yu Hoen casually asked. Who do you think pays your salary and got you here safely? JH said resentfully. Although I know you're the chairman of a company, I get it. He worked while complaining. I really want to enjoy the scenery here, but it seems I can't. Yu Ho didn't care, still burying his head in the documents. The sea is the same everywhere. Why are you so disappointed? Jinha regrettingly said. You're like an old man who doesn't know how to enjoy life. Looking at his subordinate, he said again, Don't talk nonsense. Ya, glancing over. What are you doing while I'm working hard to restore the relics? Yu Hoen replied. During this time, with the relics I've just obtained, I will record the function and level of the relics. As he spoke, he put down his pen and recorded everything in detail. Because there are more and more relics, I can't remember them all. There's a lot of work for later. I want to organize these relics when I store them. Multi-purpose relics will be in the same group and take them all at once. Send something useful like materials to Edward. Yu Hoen said. Do you think I'll abandon them? They will be useful in the right hands. Jinha pouted. Listening to you makes my head hurt. Boss? Yu Hoen continued. That's it. Everything needs time to be tested. Suddenly stopping, his face fell into contemplation. What he discovered was the necklace of life. Looking at it, Yu Ho was a little nostalgic. This necklace? He looked over at Jin. Do you have any other threads like this? The imp asked, surprised. Wait a minute. Rank B. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Du Hen's mind. It's referring to Nan Hong Grang from the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. He was born between the marriage of King Shuao and a commoner. It is said that because of his strange birth, he could communicate with ghosts. Upon hearing the news, the king asked Heon Grang to be the mediator. Heon Grang introduced a spirit and said, This ghost is very good at his job. Yes, Judo is that ghost. Judo is a dominating relic. Judo is one of the ghosts related to Hong Grang. That's why Judo didn't attack Du Hen that day, he calculated. There seems to be no sense of the ghost's existence, and it's difficult to unleash this relic. Not very good. But I can use it to restrain Lasua. Immediately, Du Hen threw the thread towards Jeha. Number 1 slave. Fix it quickly. Jeha teared up again. Damn it! Boss, why do you always act so unexpectedly? Du Hen smiled brightly and said uncaringly, Manage the first relic army from now on. Jeha wailed. You don't even listen to me. This is so frustrating. In the living room, the TV was broadcasting. 6 o'clock news. The following is news of incidents abroad. Du Hen came out and cheerfully asked her, Anything interesting? Irene smiled brightly. You're done with work after a long day? He replied softly. Still a bit, but I wanted to come out for a break. Irene worried. You should rest early. Pausing for a moment, she proudly pointed at the screen. Du Hen, look. So many countries are talking about you. On the screen, the reporter said. Because too many members of Congress have gone missing, this could affect national politics. The number of politicians missing in South Korea so far is... Du Hen stroked his chin in calculation upon hearing this. This seems like the second tomb among the 7 tombs is about to appear. Hearing him, Irene was startled. Really? Then Du Hen continued. This is a sign. Perhaps this time, Queen Cleopatra's relic will appear among the 7 deadly sins. It's a tomb filled with lust. Jeha blushed. Is it about physical desires? He seemed extremely excited as well. The Cleopatra relic is a den of lust. Isn't that the kind of tomb it is? Du Hen smiled brightly at his expression. I know you're looking forward to it, but it's not what you think. Cleopatra wasn't just a character filled with lust. He explained. Cleopatra was the last ruler of the Ptolemaic dynasty. At that time, Egypt's internal affairs were chaotic, and there was strong oppression from Rome. Cleopatra attracted the power of Rome and used it as a key to solve the problem. First, she cooperated with Caesar and drove out her own army. After Caesar was killed, she worked with Antonius to benefit, but eventually she was defeated by Octavius and fell there. Then Egypt became a province of Rome. Du Hen said honestly. The Cleopatra relic is a strong and intelligent person. You don't have those qualities. Jeha pouted. Boss, you're mean, Du Hen continued. That's why the missing members of Congress are assigned. Pausing for a moment, he said seriously. But how can I conquer it like this? Du Hen continued. I will use my dominating relic. The important thing is, how to find the tomb. There must be a way. First listening to the two talking back and forth, Irene was a little worried. Suddenly, she looked at him. Du Hen, I don't think it's just the congressmen who are missing. Suddenly hearing these words, Du Hen was stunned. What? Before the question was finished, the TV announced again. In South Korea, a farmer has also disappeared. The authorities are trying to contact the missing members of Congress. Now, Irene's mood was truly urgent. From the elderly, teenagers, to women, they've all disappeared. This is another incident. Faced with this great concern, Du Hen could not ignore it. This is strange. I will verify it myself. She startled and looked at him. You're going to South Korea. I want to go too. Du Hen immediately cut her off. That's impossible. Hearing this, Irene tearfully whimpered. Why? He honestly explained. I'm afraid that when you use your relic, it will cause side effects, forcing you to do weird things. Pausing for a moment, Du Hen added. And there could be terrible risks. Irene felt like she was a sinner. I'm sorry. Yu Hoen gently reassured her. It's okay. Don't worry about it. My power is enough to conquer this tomb. Then he turned to his partner. I'm thinking about going alone. Jae-ha, filled with anger, questioned. What? Why? I'm so excited. He resentfully asked. Boss, you take me everywhere. Why won't you let me come now? Yoo-hoen explained. It's not a fun place for you to visit him. It'll be troublesome bringing you along. If you're too free, go back to New York and restore the relics. Jae-ha whined and cried again. That's too much. And after spending a day back at the Hen Mansion and finishing sorting out the relics, Jen took some new relics and went to Korea. He asked Jose-ja and the others to return to New York. This was easily done thanks to the relic, the slingshot. There was no resistance. That kid could barely resist the temptation of Cleopatra's relic. Anyway, he hadn't been back to Korea for a long time. As soon as he set foot on the ground, Yoo-hoen faintly realized, that's right, something is wrong here. He secretly speculated. I can feel the energy of the relics. Why are there so many people here? The holiday season is still a long way off, and today is even a normal working day. Usually they come and visit Seorak Mountain, and he assessed the passers-by again. The clothes are a bit strange. Office workers, farmers, even pajamas. Pausing for a moment, Hoen seemed to realize. These are people who are attracted by the relics, and according to the direction everyone is moving, he can confirm that they are heading towards this mountain. So many people are accidentally injured and wandering on the mountain. Yoo-hoen wandered in his thoughts. This is also a bit strange. Cleopatra's relic doesn't just attract people, but now he began to doubt. If it really was Cleopatra's relic, will the future change again? At the same time, a voice rang out, causing Yoo-hoen to immediately turn his head to look back. How interesting! The ground began to crack and shake violently, causing everyone to be startled. It's an earthquake! The ground was becoming more and more eroded and collapsing. The surroundings quickly fell into chaos. Yoo-hoen gritted his teeth. He looked at the scene in front of him, then started sweating. A tomb has appeared, and according to his understanding, this is an above-ground tomb. At the same time, from inside the tomb, a voice rang out. Now conquer it, human! Now you can't get out of here! In the shock of the people, the voice became extremely smug. No one will be allowed to leave this tomb. Do you like this? Now Yoo-hoen understood 80% for sure that someone had created this tomb, but it wasn't Cleopatra's relic. As he thought, he became more vigilant. The system panel provided information. This is an above-ground tomb. You cannot leave this area until you can conquer it. Observing the surroundings with what was happening before his eyes, Yoo-hoen narrated to himself. When I followed the energy of the relic, this tomb suddenly appeared. It seems that the relic deliberately brought everyone here. He merged into the crowd, recalling the saying, once again, you can't get out of here. I'll give you a hint. Enjoy the embrace as much as possible. Yoo-hoen was stunned by what he read from the system's notification panel. It wrote that these people were directly affected by the relic's energy. The relic's energy is increasing. Those who came into contact with the relic's energy lost their senses and began to go insane. The unbelievable information came rushing in, causing Yoo-hoen to gape, wondering, what is this? Seeing the people joyfully chanting, long live the empire, quote, Yoo-hoen gritted his teeth and said, at first I thought this was Cleopatra's tomb of desire. Seeing the bizarre faces of everyone around, he realized. But now I'm sure it's not. What kind of relic is this? I've never encountered it before. From afar, in the crowd, a clear voice rang out. That man is mine. Hands reached out, trying to touch Yoo-hoen, along with thoughtless words. He's mine. What are you talking about? I want him first. This made Yoo-hoen disgusted, and he retreated, cursing. Are you all sick in the head? The system then announced. Harem relic is activated. Upon hearing this, Yoo-hoen was terrified, wondering, how the hell did this happen? Then, a series of women with bloodshot eyes, having lost their minds, ran after Yoo-hoen, shouting, where's Kang? Kang is mine, my love. He angrily ran away as fast as he could. But suddenly, on the way, a system notification appeared again. It stated that this was the tomb of a lifelong widow. Yoo-hoen was utterly stunned and exclaimed, this is really a relic I've never heard of before. Looking back at the women, and even the men who were frantically chasing him, Yoo-hoen could deduce that they were very similar to the Tomb of Desire. On the road, two men who had not yet been hypnotized were confused, asking each other, what? Why are women chasing after that guy? He must have done something. Seeing the insane men chasing after Yoo-hoen, the two men urged each other. We have to teach him a lesson. Quickly chase after him. Yoo-hoen desperately fled from hundreds of people chasing him like he owed them money. The more he ran, the more Yoo-hoen realized. Why are there more and more? Not only behind him, but even in front of him now appeared insane women chasing after him. They lost their minds and shouted, Kang is here! Which made Yoo-hoen angrily curse. Damn it, there are even here! He twisted his ankle and decided to change his plans. So then, Yoo-hoen worked hard to escape from the insane crowd. They kept calling out to him with thoughtless words. Where's Kang? Is Kang going up the mountain? Someone else unhesitatingly called out, my love! This made Yoo-hoen think. If I get caught, I might die. Then he stared at a large tree in front of him and decided, that place. Then Yu Hoen diligently climbed up the giant ancient tree, surprising the people below. They exclaimed, "Oh, he climbed up there, come down, darling." After settling down, Yu Hoen sighed in relief. I can relax now. He looked down at the ground and gritted his teeth, contemplating. This is like the story of Silo and Nung, but something is very strange. Yu Hoen recalled the story of Silo and Nung, who were the main characters in The Pansori Keeper. She was driven out of town for having sex with a corpse. Silo met a mischievous girl with rumors. The two got married, then Silo died, and the woman became a widow. This story is famous for being very explicit and strange. Yu Hoen stroked his chin, thinking carefully. I should have known about this earlier. But what class are they both? Looking at the insane people standing below, he wondered to himself. If I think of them as 7 tombs, then the capture rate would be very high. But it's strange that Silo and Nung are class S. Yu Hoen denied. No, this story is good, but... Suddenly a voice rang out, interrupting Yu Hoen's train of thought. Very interesting. This voice made him unconsciously tense up, as if he had a bad feeling. Under the tree, everyone was frantically shouting at each other. Quick! Chop down the tree! They used axes to try to cut down the tree so that Yu Hoen would come down, causing him to be stunned and cursed. What the hell? Where did the axes come from? Rope appeared, actively saying to Yu Hoen, Master, let me. He smiled in satisfaction and replied, Okay. Then it flew high, leaving the end of the rope for Yu Hoen to grab. Then it helped him escape. Yu Hoen said to it with satisfaction, Rope, it turns out you're very useful. This is great. Rope happily replied upon hearing that. I was praised, I understand, Master. Suddenly, a notification appeared before Yu Hoen's eyes, surprising him. The announcement read, Attention! Only the virtuous can ascend to the heavens. Reading this line, Yu Hoen wondered, what does that mean? What the hell? The system's explanation followed. Karma accumulated, and unable to ascend to the heavens. Retribution of thunder. No sooner were the words spoken, than a bolt of lightning struck Yu Hoen, stunning him and the rope. Yu Hoen fainted and fell freely. Seeing this, the rope flew to his rescue. You're falling, Master. Then it wrapped around Yu Hoen's body to ensure a softer landing. Yu Hoen held his head, looking extremely uncomfortable, and the rope asked worriedly, Master, are you all right? He replied, Yeah, I'm fine. Then, those crazy people, from who knows where, ran to Yu Hoen and shouted, Now, Jiang can't escape anymore. They frantically fought to reach Yu Hoen. It's a tense battle. He's mine. Get out of my way. I was here first. Then, a woman came up and touched Yu Hoen's face and said to everyone, Hey, I was here first. You guys need to line up. She licked her lips, eyeing the dazed Yu Hoen, and asserted that he must be different from other men. Then, the woman placed her hand on Yu Hoen's chest and said again, Calm down. I will give you my love. The flagrant words filled Yu Hoen with disgust, and he cursed, Damn it! Suddenly, the rope appeared and slapped the blonde woman across the face, shouting, Did you ask my permission? Then, it physically assaulted all the other women near Yu Hoen, yelling as it did so, Stay away from my master, get lost! The women cried out in pain, What's wrong with this rope? And Yu Hoen, deeply moved by its valiant act, said, Thank you, rope. Then, without a word, the rope tied up all the women, rendering them immobile. Seeing the situation getting too serious, Yu Hoen reminded it, Rope, don't overdo it, they're just civilians. He ran off, reminding it, Stop, and let's go. The rope obediently replied, Okay, master. As Yu Hoen was running forward with all his might, suddenly a mocking voice rang out. You think that's it? This voice made Yu Hoen stop. The stranger continued, Stopping those women is the end of it. Do you think people only walk on paving stones? It asserted something that had never happened before. Hearing this, Yu Hoen guessed it must be a Nung relic. The person seemed to read his thoughts and asked, Why do you keep asking questions? Yu Hoen then judged. A strong and evil aura. It seems it has evolved. He was quite sure. Looks like this will be easy. In Hawaii, at the Huen family's mansion, Irin and her mother were intently listening to the information on TV. The tomb that appeared in Kyoto, South Korea, has been identified as one of the 7 tombs. According to Pandora, this tomb is the Tomb of Desire. Irin looked worried upon hearing the information. It is said that powerful relic findings are inside the tomb in Kyoto. Suddenly, her mother spoke. Isn't Duhoen at the tomb? Irin replied. Yes, she worried. I find it quite dangerous. Irin also couldn't hide her worry. But on the surface, she reassured her. Mom, you don't need to worry. He's Su Hoen. On TV, the announcer continued the program. Various excavation teams, including Pandora, have arrived at the location. If you get close to the tomb, you will not be able to control your sexual desires. Irin looked at the TV again, her eyes worried, secretly hoping, I hope everything will be all right. She looked at the book on the table. This is a relic. The Book of the Mayan Gods. Before, Duhendi left this in the room for emergencies. Irin reached out in front of the book, her eyes worried, thinking, I'm very worried about Duhoen, I need to try it. Then, a burst of power caused the symbols on the book's cover to light up shimmeringly. When the book opened, it brought a powerful gust of wind that blew Irin's hair. She struggled to read each page and realized that this relic spoke of an impending danger. When she read a page, Irin startled and wondered, is Duhoen about to be in danger? Her eyes couldn't maintain composure, staring intently at that page in the book. A stream of light floated from the book, and in the hazy smoke, surprising information appeared. Irin read it, then anxiously wondered, negative or positive? At Mount Chukcho in South Korea, where the Tomb of Desire lies, Jaha was taking each step along the path. He said as he walked, I finally made it in. Jaha, with an extremely confident look, said to himself, even though I'm a bit hazy about this tomb, I finally got inside the tomb with my great passion. Jaha, filled with determination, ran towards Mount Chukcho. He wondered, boss, the reason you didn't bring me into this amazing tomb, is it because you wanted me to stay and repair the sacred relic? Jaha smiled like he was about to win, and everything would be great according to his plan. But before he could be happy for even a few minutes, he was disappointed as he looked around. Jaha asked in frustration, why is there no one here? He shouted, not even one ghost from the Zhu-Dang Empire army. I can only see the mountain here. Suddenly, on the opposite side of the road, a group of people were running forward with all their might, surprising Jaha. He curiously asked someone passing by, hey, where are you all going? The man replied, I heard that Emperor Suda and the palace are there. Even the beautiful girls are right there. Jaha gave an awkward smile and responded, ah, the girls sound very interesting. Jaha decided to follow them, thinking to himself, I won't miss this opportunity. I should follow them. Is this a terrifying sight? But when they arrived, what appeared before the boys' eyes made them feel confused. A crack in the ground caused everything around them to start shaking. Suddenly, a bizarre human-faced statue rose from the ground, shocking everyone. It was the Silo sacred relic. The three boys were extremely disappointed at this sight. Jaha mocked, what is that? It looks like a matchstick. Suddenly, a voice echoed from somewhere, you must stay here. Silo emitted a deadly electrical current, shooting it towards the two men. Then, he announced, I will save you, you poor people. Jaha, who was standing behind and wasn't hit, was utterly bewildered. He frantically called out, hey, are you okay? The Silo relic spoke again. You don't need to seek happiness. I will help you. Jaha turned cold when he heard the other one say, for example, look at that girl over there. Isn't she cute? Truly, the same team, but two different fates. Jaha reluctantly became prey for the two men to chase. They looked at him with lustful eyes and said, you look so cute. This confusing scene made Jaha want to cry. He shouted, no, wake up. I'm a man, you sons of bitches. And so, the chase began. The two men, completely out of their minds, kept blurting out flirtatious words. Come here, sweetie, you're my type. Jaha could only scream in fear. No, someone help me. Switching scenes to Yu Hoen, he was running away from the women chasing him. When he reached a safe place, Yu Hoen stopped because he heard movement around him. It sounds like someone familiar. Yu Hoen walked, slowly sensing things. I feel the energy of the sacred relic here. Before his eyes was the image of a thatched house and a water wheel in front of it. A water wheel? Yu Hoen curiously entered the house, looking around to see if there was anything. Suddenly, in the corner of the house, a shadowy figure of a woman was hidden in the darkness. Yu Hoen was suspicious, then spoke. Is that Shua Asia? Shua angrily gritted her teeth and replied, Yu Hoen? I finally found you. She walked towards him and said, do you know how hard I worked to catch you? After that day in Kyoto, Shua Aya pulled out a sharp knife and glared at Yu Hoen, warning him, I won't let you leave here. Yu Hoen calmly reassured Shua, you should calm down. Then, order the ropes to quickly tie her up. It responded, understood. Shua, seeing the ropes approaching her, asked, you think you can defeat me again? The ropes mockingly replied, you're too arrogant. Shua, unafraid, directly threw the dagger forward and declared, I will capture you here. However, this move was too easy for the ropes. It dodged her attack and conjured a large piece of cloth, enveloping Shua's entire body, causing her to shout in discomfort. What? Impossible. Shua squirmed uncomfortably inside the white cloth. She yelled, let me out! The mun pocket below replied to her, impossible. Shua recognized what was wrapping her. Mun pocket? She recalled the story of the hero Mun from the island mythology, a mythical figure who carried extraordinary items. Shua then easily escaped the pocket. She knew it could swallow anything. Then Shua picked up the mun pocket. It shouted in discomfort. Let go of me, girl! Shua smiled and asked the mun pocket, what are you going to do now? Yu Hoen approached and said, all right. He moved faster and faster toward Shua and declared, first, I will retrieve my relic. She smiled and replied, do whatever you want. However, Before Yu Hoen could do anything, Shua's feet were one step faster, holding him down. He was stunned by this little trick, and couldn't react in time. Then, Yu Hoen was thrown to the ground by Shua. She sat on him, holding one of his hands, the other hand raised high with the dagger, and said, "You should give up and obey me." But what Shua didn't anticipate was that she was having an unusual craving for handsome men. This made her initial thought of eliminating Yu Hoen impossible, replaced by a desire for his body. Seeing Shua's flushed face, he was scared and broke out in a cold sweat. Yu Hoen asked Shua, "What are you going to do?" She angrily shouted, "Don't pretend you don't hear." Shua used the tip of the dagger to lightly tear Yu Hoen's shirt, causing it to rip. Then she urged him, "Hurry up." Yu Hoen, sweating in fear, thought, "Am I going to lose my virginity here?" Looking at Shua's face, drooling with desire, Yu Hoen mocked himself. This is crazy. She doesn't seem normal right now. Suddenly, the system announced, "The relic and the woman have been bound together." Yu Hoen used all his strength to avoid Shua's puckered mouth and thought, "Damn it, is that true? If I don't control the relic properly, I might be controlled by it." Seeing that she wouldn't wake up, Yu Hoen angrily cursed, "You idiot, wake up!" When Shua's puckered mouth was only a few centimeters away from his face, Yu Hoen was still using all his strength to hold her back, and wondered, why is she getting stronger and stronger? Then, a jolt of electricity ran across the gap between Shua's mouth and Yu Hoen's cheek. The power of the system flung Shua away from Yu Hoen. The system reported back, "The power of the bankruptcy relic has stopped your opponent." Yu Hoen pondered for a long time. The power of the bankruptcy relic? Seeing Shua slumped in a spot, not acting, Yu Hoen knew this was his chance. He approached, held Shua's hand, and declared, "I have to separate the relic from her." Shua, who had just woken up, angrily squeezed Yu Hoen's face, distorting it, and scolded him. "Why are you resisting?" He replied to her, "You better not resist." When he saw that Shua's hand no longer had any strength, Yu Hoen looked at her and explained, "It's nothing. It's just a change of order." He looked into Shua's eyes and gently reminded her, "I will do it for you." Shua smiled, thinking she was going to receive some perks, and hugged Yu Hoen's neck and said, "Really? This isn't bad either." At this moment he was calculating in his head, "I need to trick her. This is a chance to separate the relic." Yu Hoen's hand stroked along Shua's body, searching for the place with the strongest aura. Once he found it, Yu Hoen decisively pulled the relic out of Shua's body. He joyfully yelled, "Come out, you think I will listen to you?" But suddenly, the commotion below made Yu Hoen pause for 5 seconds before he realized what was happening. Holy Relic snappily attacked Yu Hoen directly and warned, "Don't touch me!" The Holy Relic flower shoes appeared, making Yu Hoen breathe a sigh of relief. Finally, it's here. Yu Hoen stared intently at the flower shoes and gripped the sword in his hand, declaring, "I will escape this perverted tomb." The flower shoes mocked, "Man, you're really hard to teach." It looked back at Yu Hoen and teased, "But you're starting to amuse me." He ignored its words and directly swung his sword to attack the flower shoes. With just one slap, the pair of flower shoes was torn in two, causing it to scream in pain. The flower shoes wailed miserably, "Darling, I've been cut." Yu Hoen, on the other hand, was dumbfounded, wondering, why could I cut it so easily? Looking at one flower shoe torn to shreds and the other intact, Yu Hoen, the color is the characteristic of the 7 tombs. The intact flower shoe angrily growled, "How dare you!" Yu Hoen pretended to respond, "Silence! Quickly find the Silo Holy Relic and open the tomb door before I destroy it." The flower shoe sighed and replied, "You're quite interesting. Go ahead and try to find the Silo Holy Relic." Yu Hoen flower shoes. "So what are the conditions to conquer this tomb?" Meanwhile, Jaha was waking up, clutching his head and frowning. "My head hurts so much." On the other side, the flower shoes were still fighting with Yu Hoen. "You want the right answer?" Yu Hoen impatiently brought the knife closer to it and warned, "Stop messing around before I dismember you." The flower shoes fearfully stammered, Okay, I'll tell you." It recounted, "You need to meet the owner of the tomb to cleanse it. You need to give me money for me to open my mouth." Hearing this, Yu Hoshin wondered, "The tomb owner?" After understanding, he smiled and replied, "Of course, there is an original owner of this tomb. Very interesting." Yu Hoen pressed the flower shoes. "So who is the real owner of the tomb?" It pouted and joked, "You think I'll tell you that?" He impatiently raised his sword. His sharp eyes glared at the flower shoes and warned, "You can't say? Believe I won't cut you into pieces?" It hastily begged for mercy and explained, "Damn it, I can't say anything. I'll die here." The flower shoes tried hard to stop Yu Hoen. "You can't do anything. You'll be killed by the tomb owner. I'm telling the truth." He ignored the reminders and ordered the flower shoes, saying, "Hurry up. I'll defeat the owner of the tomb, and we'll both live." It resolutely said, "You can't do anything to him." Yu Hoen disgustedly mocked the flower shoes. "You're so stubborn." Suddenly, the house door burst open, and Jaha jumped in from somewhere covered in mud, screaming, "Help me!" He fell sprawling on the ground, much to Yu Hoen's surprise and confusion. He asked, "Jaha, slave number 1, what are you doing here?" He looked up and called out, "Boss!" After that, Jaha hurriedly slammed the door shut, causing Yu Hoen to ask in confusion, "What happened?" Jaha tearfully recounted, "Boss, help me, some perverts are following me." Hearing this, Yu Hoen broke out in a sweat and asked, "What?" The flower shoes recognized it and spoke up, "Oh, it's Silo." This statement caught the attention of both Yu Hoen and Jaha. They all stared intently at the flower shoes, each with different emotions. Suddenly, the voices of two insane men rang out outside the house again. "Darling, I know you're in here. Open the door." Jaha fearfully stood in front of the door. Outside, the two men were still earnestly calling out to him, "Come out here, let's have a sword fight." Jaha helplessly pleaded for help. "Boss, do something quickly." Before anyone could speak, Silo's voice echoed from afar. "Now I'll talk using my method." As soon as he finished speaking, Silo rushed into the room from the outside, causing Jaha to fall to the ground. The man standing outside stepped in and said, "Now you can't run anymore." Jaha fearfully backed away and shouted loudly, "No, don't come here." The two men still ran crazily towards him, constantly uttering flirtatious lines. "Darling, you scream so adorably." Jaha was terrified, helplessly only able to scream louder, "No, get out!" Suddenly, Yu Hoen stepped forward, held his sword to a man's neck, and ordered, "Stop!" He angrily shouted, "What are you doing?" Yu Hoen gently reminded, "This man is my slave. If you do that again, don't blame me." He held the sharp sword in front of their eyes and warned, "If you're tired of living, you can try dying." Silo woke up on this side, muttering incomprehensible words. "My love, what is this about? Who did this to you?" Flower Shoes startled and screamed, "It was him." Silo angrily looked at Yu Hoen and shouted, "Hurry up, order him to release them." Silo frantically yelled, "Yu Hoen, you are the one who hurt my woman." His warning rendered Jen helpless. "Get ready, Shikon." He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, ready to fight, and said to Silo, "Although you seem stronger, our ranks are the same." As soon as he finished speaking, he slashed, cutting through his tree body, then declared, "Chop!" Silo painfully collapsed, shouting loudly. Then he rolled onto the ground, constantly moaning, "Oh my God." Yu Hoen determined. As expected, no different. The two men Silo had hypnotized suddenly froze like statues. They regained their senses, looked around and wondered, What am I doing here?" Then they urged each other, "Let's get out of here." Yu Hoen stood watching Silo fall to the ground and said, "You know, you can't beat me." He glanced impressed. "Where is the Tomb Master?" Flower Shoes scornfully complained. "You're so stubborn." Silo suddenly spoke. "If I tell you." Then he stood up, turned to look at Yu Hoen and asked him, "Will you conquer him?" Flower Shoes panicked and shouted, "Are you crazy? Shut up." Silo asked Yu Hoen, "Are you tired of living?" He smiled disdainfully and replied, "Just tell me, and I will conquer him." Hearing this, Silo immediately said, "All right, let's make a deal." Suddenly, a large white cloth enveloped Silo's entire body, catching him off guard, and he shouted, "What is this?" Silo was stuffed into a pocket trap, his voice still echoing, "Let me out." Yu Hoen looked at Sua, who was smiling smugly in front of him, and questioned, "Sorry, but what are you doing?" "Lai Shu?" he reminded. "Give it to me with the rope," Yu Hoen informed her. "However, I don't think that bag can hold on for long." Sua didn't think much and turned to leave, replying, "Think about what you've done in the tomb for the past time. This is mine. I will take over this tomb." After speaking, Sua ran away, not forgetting to throw out the relic to deal with Yu Hoen to buy time. She ordered the relic to stop him. Yu Hoen smiled triumphantly and reminded, "You forgot your relic can't attack me." After speaking, he ran towards Ixane without any obstacles. She was extremely stunned and asked, "It's not working anymore? Why didn't the two of you agree to meet and fight each other?" Yu Hoen's weapon flew into the air and spun 360 degrees. He quickly caught it, intending to attack Sua while she was dodging. When Sua was cornered against the wall, Yu Hoen warned her, "Give me the bag. Don't waste any more energy." He persuaded, "I have to conquer this tomb quickly so we can get out of here." Sua decided to compromise. She handed over the siege bag and said, "All right." Yu Hoen happily reached out his hand and said, "You should have done this sooner." Unexpectedly, a swift movement that was as fast as a glance from him. He was startled when Su threw a knife at his side, causing Yu Hoen to panic. The knife then turned around, reversing its initial direction. The knife fell into Sua's hand. She annoyedly stated, "You are faster than I thought." Yu Hoen irritably replied, "I know that thing. Silver relic. Where did you get that relic?" Yi stood in the middle, confused, listening to the two argue. "What are you trying to do? I just want to know." Yu Hoen aggressively asked, "Is that from a woman named Jin Chan?" Sua stammered in reply, You are talking about what?" Yu Hoen carefully observed the frightened look and the beads of sweat on her face, then judged. Looking at her reaction, it seems correct. Damn it, what is her relationship with Jin Chan? He recalled the War King, King of Evangelism Ali, the Conquest King Kontezun, and the Greed King, Jin Chong. They were the strongest and worst enemies to deal with, due to the greedy relics. The silver relic is the weapon she often uses. Yu Hoan frowned and speculated. I think Dorado has also started to act, that's certain. The chaotic scene between the two made him think to himself, this is really bad news for anyone who is allied with her. I can't let her exploit my potential. Sua suddenly spoke up. I don't know how you know her, but it doesn't matter. You will end up here. She announced the destruction of the place. Judd too. After saying that, the house where the three people were standing suddenly had wooden beams falling down, leaving Jen and Yi dumbfounded. Large and small wooden beams fell onto them, causing Ye to scream in fear, calling for the boss. Yu Hoan angrily looked at them falling onto his head and growled. Whoa! The entire house was instantly burned to ashes, and dense black smoke covered and obscured the view. Deep in the forest, a woman's voice rang out mockingly. Well done, you fool! The girl's feet ran fast in the white smoke billowing out of the fire. Sua turned her head back, smiling triumphantly and said, he doesn't know that Judd 2 destroyed the house while he was worried about the other two relics. Die, you bastard. Damn, she had to stop. Her eyes flashed with astonishment as she exclaimed, no. Inside the burning house, Yu Hoan was strenuously using a ton of shield spraying power to put out the fire. Yi fearfully asked him, Boss, are we going to die like this? Yu Hoan frowned, unable to manage much, and ordered, Stop talking, come to me quickly. Yu Hoan gritted his teeth, trying to resist the heat of the fire, then called DHA. Hurry up! His hand touched the glowing shield, spraying out brilliant blue electric power, creating a powerful and dramatic energy effect. The two lay huddled amidst the devastated wreckage of the burned-down house. Jae-ha hugged his head and reminded him, Boss, we're not dead. He joyfully told Juen, Boss, we're actually alive. After a long time of fighting the big fire, he was exhausted and lay down on the ground, annoyed, and ordered, Be quiet. Where did Sua run off to? She gripped the knife tightly in her hand, her eyes shining as she cursed these scumbags. Exxon's face exuded a deadly aura. The knife in her hand was poised to strike. Yu Hui gritted his teeth, thinking, Damn it, I just escaped from that pile of rubble. The problem is, if she kills me, the consequences are unimaginable. The system notified him that the Holy Relic's energy was failing, and other energies were clashing. Sua, ignoring everything, leaped high, and aimed the knife straight down at Yu Hoan, shouting loudly. But strangely, Sua was suddenly thrown far away after the system's warning. This scene left Jen and Jen standing beside her in stunned confusion. He looked at her, a drop of sweat falling down his face as he thought to himself, The Holy Relic's energy failed, but at least I'm still alive. Then, Yu Hoan approached Sua, who was lying on the ground, and speculated, But I still need to verify if this is Irin's hidden power. She clutched her chest in pain, muttering, Which Holy Relic did you use? Why didn't I see you do anything? Yu Hoan didn't answer immediately. He held the pouch in his hand, ignoring Shu A's constant questions. How can you attack without doing anything? After holding the Holy Relic in his hand, Yu Hoan stood up and replied with a smile. I don't know either. However, you should know that you have no chance of defeating me. Finishing his sentence, Yu Hoan juggled the pouch in his hand and announced with a smile, Return the Holy Relics to me. After using a few small tricks, silo, flower shoes, and rope were also released. They sighed, saying, Finally, we're out. The rope then wrapped itself around Yu Hoan's body and said coquettishly, Master, I missed you so much, so much. He didn't care much, and ordered Silo. Now, I want you to lead me to the owner of this tomb. He frantically reminded him. Okay, but you have to keep your promise. Yu Hoan stood facing a dazzling stream of energy, the swirling light radiating a mysterious power, creating an atmosphere of tension and mystery. The magic circle was spinning faster and faster, making him curious. What is it? Dia, standing next to him, asked. Yu Hoan. Is this a door leading to the tomb owner's place? He replied, I think so. He looked inside, a little scared, and exclaimed, But boss, it's too dark in there. We won't know what will happen when we go in. Yu Ho, on the contrary, was very interested in this. He replied, but we need to trust him. Seeing Silo sweating profusely and looking scared, Yu Hoan judged that he didn't seem like a liar. Really? Seeing Yu Hoan step into the magic circle without hesitation, Jen also wanted to outdo him. I'm not afraid either, let's go. Sua, from a distance, also angrily gritted her teeth and declared, I can't miss this. Then she summoned J2. Sua ordered, Follow them. Finishing her sentence, Judd 2 quickly entered the magic circle. The scene behind it appeared. A dark and cold, deep cave. Yu Hoan walked out slowly, while Dahao Dao unfortunately tripped as soon as he stepped out. He looked around the cave a little scared. Yu Hoan made a new discovery. There's a door up ahead, let's go take a look. A large door appeared before the two of them, with 2 torches lit on either side as if someone was always here. Deha looked at the scene before him and exclaimed, "So big!" Yu-ho observed the giant gate and announced, "It's locked tight." Suddenly, a voice echoed in the space. "You have come this far. You are truly very talented." Yu-ho replied, "Don't talk nonsense. Open the door." The image of a wolf's head on the door glowed, and it replied, "If you want me to do that, there must be conditions." Yu-ho asked it, "So, what are the conditions?" The 2 wolf heads announced to them, "Only pure men may enter." Hearing this, Daya was startled and asked again, "What?" The 2 wolves warned, "Otherwise, don't even think about going inside." Daya shouted in annoyance, "Hey, what era do you think this is? What kind of requirement is this?" He asked the 2 wolves, "Do you think what you're saying makes any sense?" The door replied, "Cheating isn't a condition." Sua, standing behind the 2, suddenly spoke up, "That's not fair. Why only men are allowed?" Jaha turned his head to look at Sua and Judo standing next to each other, disgusted. "Lisua, you're still following me. Don't be foolish anymore." The wolf on the door declared clearly, "I'll say it again. Rules are rules. Only pure men can enter." Shua angrily retorted, "Ridiculous." Yu-ho glanced at her and asked, "What are you planning to do?" The 4 gathered together. Yu-ho asked, "So, who can open the door?" He asked D. "Slave number 1, can you open it?" He helplessly admitted, "I can't open it. Why are you even asking me this?" Yu-ho replied, "This is strange." Deha awkwardly said, "No, what are you talking about? I've had girlfriends before too." Yu Huang asked, "Sao, are you capable of opening it?" Deha retorted angrily, "You're faker than me." Yu-ho turned around and drew his sword. He replied, "I can't open it either." "Well, that doesn't mean we can't go inside." Yu-ho smiled and declared, "If we can't open it, we'll have to break it. Don't be angry." He reminded Dehao, "Make sure to repair it afterwards." He replied, flustered, "Yes, but use it gently." There. With that, Yu-ho, wielding his sword, charged quickly towards the huge door in front of him. He held the sword tightly in his hand. It emitted extremely powerful streams of electricity, ready for a sure win attack. Before he could do anything, the system suddenly appeared before Yu-ho's eyes, causing him to stop abruptly. The notification read, "Highly compliant with conditions. Extremely pure. The door is opening." Yu-ho stood in front of the door in confusion, hearing it say, "Extraordinary! There are still people like this. A pure man." The 2 huge doors gradually opened. He peeked his eyes into the space inside. Then the door was fully opened. Deha asked blankly, "Boss? Yu-ho interrupted, "The door's open." He asked again, "Was the door really broken?" Yu-ho gritted his teeth. He angrily thought to himself, "Damn it, I forgot that was something from 15 years ago." Jaha teased Yu-ho, "Boss, why did you still lie? Turns out, you're a pure boy." He angrily reminded Deha, "Hurry up and go in. I'll say it again. You won't get a bonus." They stepped through the door. A mystical, fairyland-like scene shimmering appeared before their eyes. The 3 walked and observed. Deha exclaimed, "The scenery inside is so beautiful. Like springtime, some places even display shimmering gold, silver, and jewels that are hard to resist." The 3 walked to a large platform in the middle of the hall. Deha looked at the pile of gold and silver on the ground and exclaimed, "This is extraordinary." Yu-ho lost his patience. He angrily shouted, "Damn it, that sacred relic, get out here." A dazzling light appeared in midair. A charming female voice rang out. Clearly the manager had said the light grew larger and larger, within which faintly appeared the figure of a beautiful woman. She manifested after the spell, smiling as she asked, "Are you a pure man?" Yu-ho? Looking at the woman before him, he smiled inwardly. "Master of the tomb, I've finally found you here." Seeing the 3 of them staring at Danji, Yu-ho thought gleefully, "Finally, the master of the lust tomb has appeared." He cautiously glanced around, making his judgment. But she definitely wasn't Cleopatra. Yu-ho looked around, commenting as he noticed the cave architecture and her clothes were in a neutral style. He observed the woman standing before him again, guessing the color of her aura was pink. If he wasn't mistaken, she was the sacred relic Daji. Recalling the past, Daji was a consort of a king in ancient China. The king was famous for living a lavish life. Back to the present, Danji looked at the 3 pure humans before her, smiling inwardly. It's time to eat. Suddenly, the system chimed in with a notification. "Sacred relic is using the power of temptation. If you are bewitched, you will be killed." Hearing this, Yu-ho carefully reminded his comrades, "Be careful." She's starting to use her power of seduction. Danji began to unleash her move. A powerful purple light emanating from her body, spreading throughout the hall. Yu-ho pursed his lips, his brows furrowed as he thought, "Attacks like these are so annoying." He stared intently at Danji, his face full of determination. "I need to endure it." As for Jinha, he was falling into the trap of lust. His eyes were filled with pink hearts, moaning incessantly, "Oh, you're so beautiful and sexy, please take me away to dance." Hearing this, Yuho angrily slapped Genha, scolding, "Hey you idiot, wake up!" Yuho Sian looked at him, holding his face with regret. I shouldn't have told him the location of the tomb so he wouldn't come here. In this case, the sacred relic could kill him in an instant. Suddenly, something unexpected appeared, causing Yu Hoen to startle and tilt his head to observe. The sacred relics in his backpack clamored, "Honey, look at me, I'm here!" Yu Ho gritted his teeth, angrily thinking, even they are affected. The sacred relics continued to moan incessantly, "I love you." Yu Hoen turned to look at Suaa, thinking she was the only one who could help him. He said, "Listen to me, we should cooperate now." Hearing this, she immediately asked back, "What?" Sua covered her mouth, looking flustered. She asked again, "Why are you suddenly saying that?" Yu Hoen replied, "Because you're not bewitched." Danji suddenly spoke up, "If you need it, I will help you. Come to me." Jinhuk asked her, "Really?" Seeing this conversation, Sua beside him gave a cold glare that made anyone who looked at her shudder. She went crazy, clasping her hands together and shouting, "I'll leave this idiot to you, help me control him." He screamed in fear for help. "No boss, save me." Yu Hoen helplessly watched them. Genha painfully reminded Sua, "Be gentle." Yu Ho ignored them, turning to look at Denji and announcing, "I will end you before things get worse." She rested her hand on her head, casually replying, "You can try, darling." Seeing his determined look, as Yu Hoen drew his sword, Danji teased, "I won't bully you." He gripped the sword tightly in his hand, calculating, "She's a sacred relic that uses charm as her power." Yu Ho called out, "Jiha, wake up, I need you to fight." He wondered to himself, "Why do I have to fight with a beauty?" Yu Ho frowned, calculating, "If this continues, I might lose all the sacred relics. I need to double the usual level of dominance." Looking at Danji again, he was filled with determination, thinking, this should end as quickly as possible. With that, Yu Honyen immediately flew towards her. Dan's eyes shone like headlights as she declared to him, "Useless." A white beam flashed across the silent space, unimaginably fast. Yu Hoen gritted his teeth, watching it approach him, unable to resist. Another powerful beam shot out, streaking through the space. The tentacles tightened around Yu Hoen, immobilizing him. Yu Hoen couldn't stop wondering, what the heck? Touching the artifact, Yu Hoen deduced, a tailless, furry snake fox. He looked at Danji, half doubtful, half believing, and asked, "Are you a nine-tailed fox?" Danji replied gently, "Yes, that's right. What about it, sweetie?" As they stared face to face, Yu Hoen thought to himself, not too surprising. Scholars are often associated with foxes. Besides, there's also a story about a goblin transforming into a beautiful girl during the Ming Dynasty. In Yu Hoen's confused stream of thought, Danji quickly moved closer, licking his face with her tongue and asking, "Where's the tastiest spot? Should I eat you whole?" The moment her tongue touched Yu Hoen's skin, she paused, disappointed, asking, "Why is it so bland? Should I just swallow it?" The system announced, "The relic is using a paralyzing effect. The relic is trying to deflower you. The rice will be cooked. The tomb will not be conquered." Yu Hoen cursed angrily after reading this. Damn it. Then Danji took the initiative to kiss Yu Hoen's lips, shocking him. An outsider looking at this scene would think it was a romantic, pink, balloon-filled love story. Jaha, witnessing this epoch-making moment, blankly yelled, calling for the boss. Sua, standing beside him, was so surprised that her mouth hung open. While passionately kissing Danji, Yu Hoen was suddenly distracted by a new system notification. The deflowering relic is reacting. Unexpectedly, a massive explosion, equivalent to an atomic bomb, erupted, instantly turning the surrounding space into dust. Jaha and Sua stood outside, utterly dumbfounded. He exclaimed, "No boss, why did the tomb explode?" On Danji's side, she stared blankly as her achievement vanished. She said in despair, "Why is this happening? My garden! How much time did I spend building this garden?" An even bigger explosion erupted, astonishing everyone. Danji was sent flying into the air by the force, unable to resist. A cloud of dust and smoke filled the space. Behind the smoke, the figure of a woman vaguely appeared. Yu Hoen had fallen, his face completely flattened against the ground. Clutching his head, he tried to regain consciousness and muttered, "This is actually happening." Suddenly, a familiar voice rang out, "Yu Hoen, are you okay?" The woman who appeared was someone everyone knew. Irene helped Yu Hoen up, and he asked curiously, "Thank you for saving me, but why are you here?" Irene replied, "Well," she explained, "I knew you were in danger, so I used the relic you left behind and came here to get jealous." Yu Hoen was delighted. "So you actually read it," he smiled. "And you came here to help me." Irene confidently said to Yu Hoen, "This tomb is quite difficult. Leave it to me." He pointed at Danji and reminded her, "Over there." The two immediately advanced towards Danji. She raised her hand to stop them. "Wait a minute. Sensing an untouchable power, Danji thought to herself, what terrifying power. Ming Chen kept his distance from her. Then, Danji spoke up, trying to mediate. We should talk calmly. Dan tried to reason. I only wanted to eat that man, I'll show you an example. Hearing this, Irin was furious, and a massive surge of power emanated from her, causing Danji to cower in fear. She crawled backward, muttering, why won't you listen to me? Looking at the cracks spreading across her arms, Dan worried. What to do? My power. A massive explosion erupted again. Dan vanished into thin air, her scream still echoing. No! A nine-tailed red fox appeared, and Irin exclaimed in astonishment. She turned into a fox! Yu Hoen explained to Irin. Looks like she's exhausted. She's reverting to her original form. He smiled triumphantly. It should end like this. Leave it to me. In the still space of the night, where tiny lights twinkled in the mystical expanse, the nine-tailed fox Danji huddled in a corner, whimpering. My power is because of this disaster. She glared angrily, thinking, first I need to restore my power. Suddenly a voice came from behind Danji. Hey, why are you running? Why didn't you wait for me? Yu Hodin appeared beside her, startling Danji. He said, don't be surprised, I'm not a ghost. She screamed in fear. Why are you here? As she was about to flee, Yu Hoen summoned a rope and commanded it. The rope bound her. When Danji was completely restrained by the rope, she struggled, shouting, no, let me go! Yu Hoen looked at her and asked, why don't you give up? Dan hesitated and asked back, give up? She looked at Yu Hoen, listening to his explanation. From now on, I will be your master. Dan frowned and exclaimed, you! She stubbornly questioned him. You think I'll listen to you? Yu Hoen rested his hand, seeming confident as he replied, looks like you still need some teaching. I have other methods. Yu Hoen smiled and continued. A fox is like a dog. It needs to be tamed. As he finished speaking, Dan watched in horror as Yu Hoen's hands gradually touched her body. A scream echoed in the deep forest, and the Tomb of Desire was conquered successfully. At Pandora's headquarters, a voice echoed inside the building. Have you read the conference materials? The colleague accompanying him replied, not yet. Why? The staff member then recounted. The thing is, we missed 2 of the 7 tombs. Therefore, this conference was held. The colleague was surprised. Aren't the tomb excavation teams very professional? How could they miss them? The staff member replied disdainfully. You're joking. They're just a useless bunch. The colleague questioned, really? The staff member continued the story. Don't believe me? I'd be better off working for the person who conquered these 2 tombs. Meanwhile, an authoritative foot leisurely strode by. That person was Aoding. He asked, what are you 2 talking about? The staff member startled and exclaimed, Lord Jock Ferrin. He threatened them through gritted teeth. You shouldn't talk like that. Want to eat dirt? The colleague fearfully spoke up. It was a slip of the tongue. Jock Ferrin coldly warned, watch your mouths. The 2 left, drenched in sweat. Aroting glared at them with resentment. He frowned, his face contorted, exclaiming, this is truly frustrating. What's even more frustrating is that they're right. Quote, how will Pandora fix this? Aoding muttered as he opened his office door. My current relic is only because of him. An unexpected voice made him freeze. You finally arrived. Ivy Rockefeller sat possessively on the sofa, her subordinate standing behind her. She said in a bewitching voice, I'm here to see how my dear younger brother is suffering. Austin was so angry that he spluttered. Why are you here? Why you? Evie smirked and replied, why? Oh, I'm here because I have a stupid younger brother who always fails in his work. Just look at the current state of Pandora. Stop fantasizing. Get real, you pathetic show dog. Her insult struck at Austin's towering pride. Evie turned and requested, leave me to handle things here. He unwillingly retorted, I'm not bluffing. Next time I will. Before Austin could finish, Evie interrupted, you're done for, little bro. Her 2 burly subordinates immediately grabbed his arms. They didn't hesitate to drag him away. Austin struggled and yelled, what are you people? Let go! Don't kick me out of here! Don't! His cry could be heard 5 floors up. Evie said with satisfaction, goodbye, Austin. Then she changed the subject, turning to ask her subordinates behind her. By the way, find out who Yu Hen is. One of them spoke up. According to the Pandora system, he ranks first among the relic masters. At the lazy tomb, my excavation team was outsmarted by him. Ivy propped herself up slowly. She asked further, is he strong? I will defeat him. I will cut and stab his body. The subordinate immediately added, yes, all information about him is processed directly by the Secretariat. Richard is directly responsible. He said he would stop Yu Hen. So, Miss Rockefeller, we should focus on the next 7 tombs. Evie crossed her arms and sighed. The subordinate added, besides, he's in South Korea. South Korea has worked with us and has issued regulations. I'm sure it won't take long to find him. She smiled triumphantly. Good, a juicy prey. In the capital city of Seun Hua Li, where skyscrapers rise densely. Ja exclaimed in astonishment. Is this your house? Irin looked around happily and said, Yuhen's house. Ja anxiously asked, Do you have a lot of money? Even the house is. Yuhen smiled nonchalantly and replied, I don't have much money. That was before. Yuhen thought contentedly. Even now, it's not much different from before. There used to be a lot of relics and equipment here, he reminded everyone. Okay, take a rest. Jaha grimaced. Even though you say that, you'll somehow drag me out to fix the relics, Shuaea questioned. Then why don't you let me go? I have no value to you. I've told you everything I know, so let me go. Yu Huo thought to himself, Sua is in direct contact with Jin Chuan. I won't let her go. He touched his bag and muttered, I should check the relic of desire. I guess she's still not listening. Yu Huo slowly unzipped the bag, and something strange suddenly flew out from inside, shouting, Handsome! He froze for a moment. Yu Huo exclaimed in shock. What the hell? Silo and Nung, what are you doing here? They excitedly begged. Please let us follow you. It started to whine. We have nowhere to go because the mysterious tomb has been conquered. He frowned and questioned. Why don't you two find a new tomb and do what you like? Silo started to utter some terrifying words. Honey, are you hard down there? You're so disgusting, but I like it. Besides, you conquered the mysterious tomb. I wanted to meet you to say thank you. Yu Huo coldly ordered, You've said thank you, now leave. It continued to act spoiled. Why are you saying that? Silo helped you. Irin leaned in and softly called out, Yu Huo? She asked curiously. What relic? Before he could speak, Silo interrupted. Little sis, do you have a boyfriend? Let us help you. He froze, his eyes like bullets. It had provoked Juwen's limit. Annoyed, he decisively picked up the bag, leaving Irin in confusion. Yu Huo stuffed them into a black bag and tightened it. He angrily exclaimed, I don't need it. Yu Huo flung the door open and threw the black bag out without mercy. A voice spoke up. What's going on? He slammed the door shut, still annoyed. Irin fearfully called out in a low voice, Yu Huo. He gently reassured. It's nothing, just some troublemakers. Irin didn't pry further and replied, Okay. Dan crawled out of the bag and spoke up. Hey, stupid human. Anubis suspiciously thought. This fox smell. It suddenly exclaimed, Is that really a human? Dan heard this and paid attention to the inside of the bag. Anubis suddenly rushed out of the bag and pounced on Danji, startling it. Anubis sneered. Isn't this a coward? It yelled at Danji. Why are you here? She questioned back. Anubis, don't you hate humans? Why are you with him? It honestly replied, It's because he's too strong. Dan helplessly exclaimed. So you're in the same boat. Both of them started to make offers to Yu Huo. Danji spoke first. Human, let me blow this dog away. Anubis continued. Let me beat this fox up once, he said with interest. How interesting. There are conflicts in the sacred relic world. Dans don't deny it as often as you humans do. Anubis provoked again. In the end, you're just a flirtatious sacred relic. Dan hissed through gritted teeth. I have to kill you, you stupid dog. Anubis immediately retorted. Try it, you ugly fox. Then they dove into a chaotic chase. Yu Hoen stood by, watching the fun. She spoke up. Hey, if humans hadn't taken my power, he couldn't stand it anymore and ordered, Stop them before things get worse, Rope. Anubis stopped. The fox is your ally from now on. Rope happily replied. Yes, yes, play with me. Dan was immediately wrapped around the neck several times and choked. She questioned uncomfortably. How dare you touch me, you trash Rope? It pretended to be scared. So fierce, so fierce. Danji was tied up and unable to move. Anubis took the opportunity to tease. Crow, why don't you crow? Crow. Yu Hoen suddenly spoke up. Well, looking at him like that, I feel a bit sorry for the fox. Irin next to her could only smile wryly. A familiar voice called Hoen, and he immediately turned around to search. Yu Hoen greeted cheerfully. Oh, Kim Dong-hun, long time no see. He angrily asked, Why are there so many people here? At the high-rise apartment building where Yu Hoen lived, Jia trotted beside him, asking cautiously, What kind of person is Jian-gu? Yu Hoen replied indifferently. He is a very generous person. When he was an orphan, he took care of Yu Hoen like his own son. In the past, when he was thrown into the main prison, he got Yu Hoen out. He wondered silently. What exactly happened? Jian-gu. A quarrel broke out in front. No, I mean, what did we do wrong? Don't treat us like criminals. Yun Than Min shouted. We are victims of the tomb. The staff member retorted. You can justify what you say, but you still have to pay the fine for using illegal sacred relics. She uncomfortably protested loudly. We didn't want to conquer the tomb. The sacred relic blessed my child. This woman is Jian-gu's wife. The staff member calmly replied. I don't care. According to the data from Pandora, A level 1 tomb does not harm humans. What basis do you have for saying you are a victim? Do you have evidence of damage? If not, then you are resisting us. Yoon angrily shouted. What? What are you saying? Yu Hoan slowly walked over. He asked, Sister, what's wrong? She exclaimed in surprise. Du Hoan. He calmly inquired, Is there a problem with the tombs? Jin Hyung told me that Jeongu is in trouble. Yun quickly replied, Yes, it's really not a big deal, just a small tomb. Du Hoan glanced at the staff member and questioned, Really? The staff member sighed helplessly. Let me explain. There is a tomb in this house, and this sister's husband, Jeon Ji Yu, conquered it without reporting the matter to his superiors. He maintained a low tone. So what's the problem? The staff member exclaimed in shock. Huh? The problem? In Korea, conquering and using sacred relics is illegal. This requires permission from superiors. Du Hoan frowned. What? Korean law? The remaining staff member continued to explain. If you conquer and use sacred relics without permission, you will be fined and imprisoned. JH worriedly asked, How much is the fine? The staff member bowed his head to look for documents. Conquering the tomb illegally is 50 million in compensation. Failure to notify about the tomb is a 50 million fine, and the illegal use of sacred relics is a 50 million fine. Then the staff member blurted out, You can choose between a fine of 150 million or 10 years in prison. Deha gasped. What? 150 million? He exclaimed. No, wait. You said you didn't conquer the tomb and didn't use the sacred relic, right? Yoon shouted firmly. That's right, we didn't use the sacred relic. The staff member suddenly rushed into the house, saying coldly, We've wasted too much time. Sorry. She angrily ordered, Hey, don't go into my house without permission. A strange yellow liquid flowed from Yoon's tap. The staff member immediately questioned, Why is the water like this? I can feel the holy relic energy here. You've been selling the relics for high prices. You better stop lying. You've been coming to the store frequently lately, wanting to sell them to the store. She was hit right where it hurts and quickly denied it. What are you talking about? The water source has been contaminated. I have no choice but to buy water at the convenience store. I'm suffering a lot without that water source. Pandora should compensate for the damage. Yu Hohan said uncomfortably. I don't know what kind of holy relic it is, but is this kind of thorough search necessary? The staff member affirmed. This is necessary. To maintain order, this country has cooperated with Pandora to protect its citizens. He thought to himself, Pandora? Is this whole thing because of that damn bunch? Yuho scoffed and replied, All right. He turned to Yun and said, I'll take care of these people, but it'll be a little noisy. She blankly asked again, Really? The staff member impatiently questioned, Hey, what are you talking about? Yu Hohan denied, Nothing. He spoke up to remind him, Hey, looks like your clothes are on fire. The staff member then startled and looked down, the flames erupting fiercely. Both people covered in flames thrashed and exclaimed, What the hell? Yu-ho carefully observed their movements to find a way to attack. He quickly launched an unceremonious kick into the staff member's stomach, catching him off guard. Yu-ho simultaneously switched targets to the other person. He launched a side kick at his waist. Yu-ho said scornfully, frankly exposing them. I knew this was just a scheme for you bastards to monopolize the holy relics. Doing things like this when you're supposed to be teaching people how to handle holy relics. One staff member frantically thrashed and screamed, It's hot! Water! The urgent situation made him unhesitatingly wash his hands with the holy relic at the water faucet. This was completely a stupid decision, because it made the fire on the staff member's body blaze even more fiercely. Yu Hoan burst out laughing. By the way, that's petroleum. He painfully collapsed to the ground with a contorted expression. The staff member abandoned all pride and begged, Don't just stand there, help us. We're going to die at this rate. Yu-ho didn't care in the slightest. He coldly retorted. Too bad. It seems like it's the doing of a holy relic. I can't do anything because I'm just an ordinary civilian who isn't allowed to. Yu Hohan deliberately provoked the staff member a little more. Here, I'll report you to Pandora for you. Let me know the phone number. I wonder how long it'll take for the rescue team to arrive. The flames blazed bigger and bigger. A mournful cry echoed throughout the room. I'm going to die before then. Please help me, please. Yu Hohan questioned. Do you finally understand how terrible the regulations you guys implement are? The staff member had no choice but to admit. Yes, I understand. I'm sorry. Seeing that the staff member knew he was wrong, Yu-ho stepped it up a notch. He snapped his fingers to command it to turn off. It immediately took effect. The fierce flames on the staff member's body gradually disappeared. After the fire went out, he hugged his body, lowered his head in a daze, and muttered, What? Why doesn't the fire hurt? She wondered and asked, Did you use a phantom holy relic? Yu-ho smirked, not hesitating to admit it. Yun happily exclaimed, So that's what was going on. I was wondering why they were suddenly acting like that. The staff member angrily stood up, cursing loudly. You bastard! You just used a phantom holy relic on us? Yu Hohan calmly replied. That's right. Now carry your unconscious colleague and get out. He continued to threaten. If you don't get out immediately, you'll get to experience another phantom. He hurriedly carried the other person on his back towards the door and even tried to turn back to declare, "Be careful. I'm going to report you for using holy relics illegally." Yu Hohan sarcastically said, "Oh no, you're going to report me?" The staff member was afraid and didn't dare to stay any longer. He ran away as fast as he could, angrily slamming the door shut and shouting, "Damn it." Yu Ho chuckled and muttered, "We'll see which report is more serious. Among other things, I can report them for home invasion." What happened was that a month ago, a relic appeared in Zhonggu's house and turned into a tomb. But it wasn't a dangerous tomb, and since the excavation was restricted to civilians, they left it alone with it. But one day, the relic started harassing their daughter, Durun. Zhonggu opened the room in fright. Inside, the relic laughed heartily. "This is so cute, cry more, louder." Zhonggu immediately went crazy, and he smacked the relic with some kimchi Yun was cutting. Then the relic yelled, "Spicy! Human food is spicy!" And apparently the dream barrier was broken. The yellow water from the tap might be from that relic? Maybe it got stuck in the pipes or something? Back in the present, Du Hoen began. "I'll check your pipes later, sis," Yun exclaimed happily. "Really? That would help us so much." Du Hoen stood up to answer the phone and said, "I need to deal with the Pandora issue. It'll be bad if they come back." Yuzun thanked him. Yun was left alone at the table. Du Hoen answered the call. "Hello, Edward," he complained to the person on the other end. "Those Pandora bastards are at it again. Do you know anything about it?" Du Hoen expressed his thoughts. "It seems they created a relic tax and some other strange laws." Edward said in surprise. "That," he reported what he knew, "is being led by Pandora's secretariat. I heard that Jin Richard invested a lot of effort into it." Edward continued. "He's doing everything he can to stop you. It's their way of stopping not just you, but all opponents." Du Hoen pondered. "I guess I shouldn't be surprised. Pandora did the same in the past. They made relics inaccessible to ordinary people and monopolized them. But this is happening too soon. It should have taken at least another 10 years for absurdities like relic taxes to be implemented." Du Hoen then asked for a favor. "Edward, can you get me a list of the names who proposed and voted yes on that law?" He agreed without hesitation. "It can be done." Wait a moment. Hearing the extremely satisfying answer from Edward, Du Hoen couldn't hide his excitement. "That's all right." He unleashed an intense aura, a mysterious smile blooming on his face. "That's a good start for the goals ahead." At George Hen's company in the United States, Ricky held a contract, pensively gazing at the night scene through the glass. The ringing of the telephone on his desk caught his attention. Ricky answered. "Shonen, what's up? Something happened to my sister?" he teased. "She just went to fight someone for stealing her man." Du Hoen made an offer. "I want you to do me a favor. I want you to join Pandora." Hearing that, he exclaimed in disbelief. "What?" He continued, "And take the position of Pandora senator." Ricky was confused. "Why? You know my work is plentiful. And more than that, the position of Pandora senator is enough. Those who can enter this position are powerful." Out of options, Du Hoen had to resort to a little goading. Turns out this is beyond the honorable family's capabilities. As expected, he got provoked. Ricky shouted into the phone. "Who told you that? I can get in, but it's very troublesome and I have no reason to do it. But why do you want me to join an organization related to relics?" He smiled teasingly. "You still think relics are demons? A curse?" Then Du Hoen explained seriously. "To some extent, relics are something beyond human imagination. That's why I need to control an organization like Pandora. But now is not the time for me to become a member of Pandora, and I need you as a replacement for my role in the organization." "Don't worry, I'll get you a position in Pandora," Ricky exclaimed in surprise. "What? There will be a position open for me? What are you planning?" Du Hoen made an excuse. "The signal is too weak, I'm hanging up, goodbye, see you later." "What?" he shouted angrily. "Hey, tell me more!" Diha next to him asked softly. "Did he agree?" Du Hoen replied casually. "He still has a bad impression of relics, but I don't care, I'll force him to do it." The door to the room opened slightly. Dong Hun clutched his stomach, rolling around on the floor in pain, crying out incessantly. Yu Ho asked anxiously, "Dong Hun, what happened to you?" He trembled and stammered. "The bound girl, she escaped. I tried my best to stop her. She's very strong." Yu Ho cursed under his breath angrily. "Damn it, she got away! I've been so busy that I forgot about her." Looking at the messy room, he guessed. "Looks like she came to this room to find my relic." Jaha asked worriedly. "What should we do now?" Yu Ho calmly replied. "We can still find her, because I put a tracker on her. I hope she doesn't realize it. But now we should take care of Pandora." "I have a job for you," Jaha agreed decisively. On the floor was a laurel wreath. Jaha exclaimed in surprise. "This is the Nero relic. You want to use it?" Yu Ho didn't deny it. He opened the mailbox and said, "Edward has sent the list. To trap them, we need the power from Nero's golden palace. The problem is that his mental state is still messed up. Nero was so shocked in that match. It's like a mental disorder. He just sits there doing nothing. But Yuho had to thank him because he became a tool to solve the problem that time. He mused. After I summoned Nero, he just remained silent. Somehow, I have to wake him up. I want to use Nero's power. Jaeha asked softly. Boss, don't you need to repair this relic? Yuho replied. Because Nero is an attribute relic. In fact, the mental disorder is not a big problem. Jaeha said anxiously. How to treat it? Yuho suggested. You are also an artist. I think you will be able to confide in Nero. Jaeha frowned worriedly. Yeah, you play another trick to tease him, then you just need to seduce him and hug him tight like this, he shouted angrily. What kind of person do you think I am? Yuho began to speak in a serious tone. You have the ability to heal physically, so you can also heal mentally, right? Jaeha muttered lifelessly. Of course not. Yuho turned and walked away, ordering, I don't care, that's your mission. Don't even think about leaving here until you're done. Jaeha knelt helplessly at his feet. I beg you, please spare me. Yuho coldly and calmly opened the door and left, leaving his subordinate in misery inside. As soon as he closed the door, he spoke up. You thought I left, Irin? She immediately explained, I went to the supermarket this morning. Irin asked happily, Yuho, do you have any plans? He replied casually, I have a plan, but it will be completed soon. Of course, I need your help. She readily agreed. Okay, what's the plan? Yuho pondered about Irin's genbreak power when, in shock, Cho, I don't think I can rely on Irin at this time. The plan this time is to lure the Pandora members into Nero's Golden Palace. Then Irin will attack with breakdown power. Edward has provided a list of nearly 200 people. This plan is effective in attacking many people at once. Yuho stroked his chin thoughtfully. It will be a big problem if the side effects of the breakdown power reappear. Irin looked at him blankly. Yuho asked, Irin, has anything unusual happened to your body recently? She was confused by his attitude, but still replied gently. No. Yuho looked with suspicion. It is possible that side effects have occurred without you knowing. Irin helplessly admitted. Yes, I don't know either. She said sadly. I'm sorry, somehow, whenever side effects occur, I always bother you. Yuho became flustered and quickly explained. It's okay, I'm sorry for asking that. He stroked his chin again, thinking, if she continues to use the breakdown power, she may experience more complicated side effects. The question is, what will the next effect make her do? The Mycus relic has the side effect of greed. It seems to be related to the owner's desires. The relic manifests its owner's desires. For example, before I was reborn, Irin kept cornering middle-aged men. Then she would release them and apologize. She said she didn't know why she was doing that. Maybe it was Irin's desire because she had lost both her parents at that time. That means if I look back at the side effects that have appeared before, maybe I can predict the next ones. The first risk was smelling, then it was kissing. So don't tell me, it seems impossible. But so far, she hasn't done anything too extreme. She's also a good person. Yuho suddenly spoke, surprising Irin. Okay, I've decided. I need your help, Irin. She was confused after hearing that, her eyes and mouth wide open in surprise. At the Pandora Korea branch, lively discussions echoed inside the meeting room. This is really happening. The relic is within our grasp. One shareholder spoke up. We will all receive them as a reward. The shareholder next to him chimed in. And we have received positive feedback from Pandora's headquarters. Two shareholders on the opposite row also expressed their views one after another. They said they would give a lot of money to Korea. What about the money and relics we receive? The sound of arguing came from inside the Pandora building. Damn it, what the hell is going on? We're doomed. The shareholders inside were shouting in chaos. Something is very unusual. Everyone in the organization is bankrupt. Someone did this. Tin couldn't help but grit his teeth in anger. The classroom inside the building suddenly cracked and shook violently. The Golden Palace is appearing. The Pandora branch building has been chosen as the location for the tomb to appear. Everyone inside the building was trapped inside the Golden Palace. Looking at the notifications displayed before his eyes, Yuho smiled with satisfaction. The Pandora building is not stable. The ground is shaking violently, causing it to crack open. The shareholders inside hugged their heads in fear and screamed, What is that? The tomb is appearing here. What the heck is this? A statue of Yuho suddenly appeared at the foot of the building. A magnificent, dazzling golden castle also emerged. The shareholders all widened their eyes, unable to believe what they were saying. What is that? The dazzling golden castle appeared clearly before their eyes. One shareholder shouted in astonishment. A theater! It's Ma Chao! This building is becoming clearer and clearer. It is terrifyingly large, and its height is also surprising. Looking down from above is a magnificent stage, with a capacity of perhaps 10,000 people. The group of shareholders was officially locked in this vast, inescapable place. One person said in fear, What happened? A group of people walked onto the stage. The person in the lead calmly asked, What are you doing here? The shareholder shouted anxiously, Aren't you from Pandora headquarters? Why are people from headquarters here? The shareholder stuttered in confusion. You are from the Korean branch. The leading shareholder looked around and said, Is this a tomb? Does anyone know about this tomb? A voice rang out. I see that there are many people from the Korean branch. Someone is coming. Although they are shareholders from many different countries, they all share the same expression of confusion. Yu Hoen leisurely watched his phone and asked, how many people are attending here? Next to him was his girlfriend, Irin. Someone shouted, the young man looking at it. Yu Hoen scrolled through the list and read out a few names in it. Jamie Cruiser, Jack Connerner, Julia Bannigan. There are so many praise here, he suddenly exclaimed excitedly. We have VIP guest Zing Richard, a total of 268 people. Looks like the review is done. Let's start the next act. One of the shareholders shouted, questioning, Hey Du Hoen, is this your doing? He retorted without hesitation. Then who do you think is capable of doing this? Richard clenched his fist in resentment, yelling, You damn bastard, I'll butcher you here. He unexpectedly took a direct hit before he could do anything. Richard cried out in anguish, My sacred artifact! Everyone looked up in astonishment as Nero's voice rang out. Don't do foolish things. Try to create a magnificent scene inside the Holy Palace. This is your fault. Shoen, what is art? You only invited inferior people to attend this palace. Du Hoen retorted sharply. I think artists like you always show their skills in front of any audience, whoever it is. If there's an audience, you'll perform. Nero praised. You're not as bad as I thought. He's doing very well mentally right now. Du Hoen proposed without hesitation. I want you to start the performance immediately. Nero happily agreed, and the ground suddenly shook violently. They exclaimed, What's going on? The power of the Golden Palace is increasing. This area will change. The interior of the Golden Palace will change. Strange pillars began to rise from the ground, and those people could hardly stand firm in the face of this tremor. Stage walls appeared, creating many pathways. Richard anxiously blurted out, This is a maze. Someone else spoke up. Isn't it just a normal maze? Du Hoen sneered. Of course not. This is a high-quality maze. This is a maze designed by Nero and enhanced by the power of a bankrupt sacred artifact. They clamored. Bankrupt, what will happen to us? Take us back to where we were. He excitedly ordered. All of you must fight in this maze. You must find a way to escape this maze. Alright, one more thing before the fun begins. Because you are participating in a game, I have charged each person $100 million. They immediately panicked. Some groping in their pockets. Others hurriedly pulling out their phones to check their account balances. A scream rang out. My money is decreasing. You bastard, how dare you? They shouted in unison. Why are you doing this to us? We haven't touched you at all. Du Hoen said seriously. You don't bother me, but you bother the people I consider family. Then angrily questioned, What did we do? He continued. And one more thing. All the sacred artifacts will one day belong to me, yet you want to covet my future treasure. Taking what belongs to me, you must all die. Du Hoen smiled maliciously. Richard gritted his teeth in anger and cursed him. This guy is crazy, he asked. Let's start. You want to get out quickly, right? They unwillingly raised their necks and cursed. Damn it, we'll die if we walk in this damn maze. One of them raised his hand and made an offer. What do you think about this? I'll give you a lot of money. Please get me out of here. The person next to him asked in surprise. Why are you making a deal with him? A fellow shareholder agreed. I think that's a pretty good idea. I'll provide you with the information I have. Those people had another chance to clamor. Me too. I'll pay you. Let me go. I'll also provide information. Du Hoen smiled slightly and asked, Is this deal profitable? Irin happily replied, I think it's okay, isn't it? He announced in a loud voice. Alright, you guys have to come up with interesting offers so I can make a final decision. They clamored to offer their proposals. I'll give you land and my hotel. I'll give you all the information in Pandora. Richard frowned, gritted his teeth and angrily growled.